Moreover, his boss also personally serves as a personal trainer. His class fee is 1,000 yuan per session. Because he has a certain reputation, there are still many customers who buy his personal training. His monthly personal training income averages 80,000 yuan, and combined with the income from the gym, the average monthly income can reach 150,000 to 150,000 yuan. Therefore, his life was quite smooth. The gym is his main source of income. Therefore, Geng Zuhui did not dare to delay and drove to the gym immediately. As soon as he arrived at the gym, he found that many members had left one after another. When they saw him as the boss, they also started to complain. In response, Geng Zuhui could only apologize with a smile. After dismissing these members, Geng Zuhui called the manager. What's going on? Why is there a power outage? Boss, I don't know either. The property management team hasn't found any problems. I've already contacted the electrician. Waited in the gym for more than half an hour. Almost all the members who came to exercise in the morning left. When Suemi.cc and the electrician finally arrived. It took almost an hour for the electrician to finally find the problem, fix it, and power was restored to the gym. Other side. Gao Yan just finished a big class. In this class, he still didn't see Qinghao. Gao Yan, you, and Qinghao are good buddies. Do you know why he dropped out of school? Suddenly, class monitor Su Lingfeng came over and asked in a low voice. He dropped out of school? Gao Yan asked in surprise. Don't you know? I don't know. I'm still wondering. He hasn't come to school these 2 days. It turns out he's on leave. Gao Yan shook his head. By the way, what was the reason for suspending school? I don't know the specifics. I just heard Lao Fan mention that he dropped out of school. Su Lingfeng shook his head. How about you persuade him? We are already in our 3rd year of college. We can only do internships after 1 year at most. Why should we take a break from school at this time? Okay, I'll find an opportunity to persuade him. After separating from Su Lingfeng, Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor to investigate the reason why Qinghao dropped out of school. At the same time, he also picked up his mobile phone to view the information of Geng Zuhui and Chen Suilian. The Red Emperor had sent him the information a long time ago, but he was just in class and he didn't have time to read it. As for the power outage in the gym, it was also done by the Red Emperor. Since the gym is Geng Zuhui's main source of income, let's cut off his income first. After reading the information about this couple, Gao Yan looked a little strange. The couple had a great time. Geng Zuhui is a gym owner and a personal trainer. This guy has a good appetite and is not averse to meat and vegetables. He actually maintained an improper relationship with 3 female students. With income from the gym and personal training, the monthly income can reach 150,000 to 60,000 yuan, so the Geng family is not short of money. Therefore, Chen Suilian stopped working a few years ago. Every day I play cards, go shopping, and do beauty treatments. A year ago, she met a young guy at the card game, and the two gradually hooked up. Over the past year, in addition to the money she gave to the little fresh meat, she had spent more than 200,000 on the little fresh meat. In addition, their son Geng Xiaolong is not a good person either. I started dating in junior high school. Relying on the money he had at home, he hired a few followers to bully his classmates. As for Nandu No. 7 Middle School, it is a famous school. It was also his parents who paid a lot of sponsorship fees to get it in. It had only been a few days since school started, and he had already set his sights on his sister-in-law Chen Yuling. After all, Chen Yuling was a beauty herself, and she became even more outstanding after taking the genetic medicine. Thinking about it slightly, Gao Yan thought of how to deal with Geng Xiaolong. Don't you like to bully others? I also want you to have a taste of being bullied. Therefore, he opened his insightful eyes to select suitable candidates from Nandu No. 7 Middle School. Soon, he locked onto a high school senior girl. This girl is tall, fat, and has a fierce and ugly face. At this time, the Red Emperor sent the information he investigated to Gao Yan. After reading this information, Gao Yan was a little silent. Because this information contains the conversation between Tang Yubin and Qinghao's mother and son on Thursday morning. That's all. I'm planning to alienate Yuan Hao, so why should I care about this? Gao Yan shook his head secretly. Moreover, Qinghao also acquiesced to his mother's suspension of school for him. Obviously, he also intended to keep a distance from Gao Yan, his brother. Today is already Friday and there are no classes in the afternoon. Gao Yan first sent a WeChat message to ask Xiaoxue if he had time in the evening. It's a pity. Xiaoxue has been summoned by Professor Qin in advance and has to go to the laboratory to help after dinner. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan frowned secretly. He very much suspected that Qin Yiren deliberately blocked their meeting. So, he gave the Red Emperor another task, asking him to check Qin Yiren to see if this woman deliberately used the opportunity of the experiment to prevent him from meeting Xiaoxue. If that was the case, he would have to teach this Professor Rabbit a lesson. According to Red Emperor's investigation, Qin Yiren did not do it on purpose. The topic she was researching had indeed reached a very critical moment. At the same time, the girl's situation was also investigated clearly. After reading this girl's information, Gao Yan's eyes lit up. This girl's name is Wang Tainan. Her parents are ordinary people, but her grandfather is a martial artist. Therefore, she has been practicing martial arts with her grandfather since she was a child. However, his grandfather was only a two-sword warrior, and his mastery of cultivation methods was incomplete. Therefore, the martial arts he passed on to his granddaughter did not involve internal training. In addition, Wang Tainan was prone to obesity, so martial arts training consumed a lot of energy, and he ate more. Then he became fatter and fatter. After discovering their daughter's condition, her parents stopped their daughter from continuing to practice martial arts. In this way, Wang Tianan's body did not continue to gain weight. Moreover, she has been losing weight in the past few years. Unfortunately, it has no effect. She is only 18 years old and already weighs more than 200 pounds. Wang Tainan herself was also in pain. In order to lose weight, she did not eat 3 full meals a day. But in order not to disappoint her parents, she has been persevering. Anyone who has ever been hungry knows how uncomfortable that feeling is. For a moment, Gao Yan admired Wang Tianan's will. That night, after the evening self-study, Wang Tainan rode his bicycle towards home. While passing by a certain street, a voice suddenly sounded, "Classmate Wang Tainan, can we have a chat?" Wang Tainan turned around and saw a handsome young man standing on the roadside. She has martial arts skills and great strength, so she is not afraid of danger, so she said, "Who are you, and why are you looking for me?" This Wang Tainan is indeed a martial arts expert. I haven't eaten enough for several years, and I actually have a physique of 76. This physique is beyond the reach of ordinary Ming Jin. I can help you lose weight. Gao Yan smiled. Real? Wang Tian'an's eyes lit up, but he immediately looked wary. Who are you? Gao Yan said calmly, it doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that I can help you. If you are willing to believe me, we can have a chat. If you don't believe me, you can leave now. Soon. A restaurant nearby. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Wang Tainan secretly swallowed her saliva, but she still defeated her inner desire with great perseverance. And looked up at Gao Yan. Now you can tell your purpose. Do you know why you got so fat? Gao Yan asked calmly. Why? Gao Yan raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons. First, you are prone to obesity. Second, the exercises taught to you by your grandfather are incomplete and lack the method of internal refining. As long as you master the method of internal refining, it's easy to lose weight. Have you investigated me? Hearing what Gao Yan said, Wang Tainan knew that the other party must have investigated her, and she had not told anyone about her martial arts training. .120.cc. I did investigate. Gao Yan admitted frankly. After pondering slightly, Wang Tainan asked, then what do you want me to do? You are a smart girl. Gao Yan praised that Wang Tainan was not only a martial arts genius, but also had very good academic performance. Even though she had been hungry for a long time and was in poor condition, her grades had never fallen out of the top 3 in the class. I need you to do something for me. Accordingly, I will teach you the method of internal refining. From now on, you will not only be able to lose weight, but you will not have to suffer from hunger. Then what exactly do you want me to do? Although Wang Tainan was very moved, he still remained somewhat cautious. My sister was bullied by a bastard from your school. My request is very simple. You only need to punish that bastard once in a while. Gao Yan said that originally he planned to find an ugly girl and force Geng Xiaolong to fall in love. But after detecting Wang Tian'an's specific situation, he became interested in talents and changed his plan. Is it that simple? Wang Tainan couldn't believe it. It's really that simple. Okay, I promise you. Happy to work with. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I ordered these for you, eat them. But me? Looking at the table full of meat and vegetables, Wang Tainan swallowed his saliva, but hesitated. Eat with confidence and boldness. As long as you learn the method of internal refining, your weight will not be affected at all. Good. After a slight hesitation, Wang Tainan picked up the chopsticks. She originally planned to eat less to satisfy her craving. After all, she still had some doubts about Gao Yan's statement. But when she ate, she couldn't control it. Her appetite, which had been suppressed for several years, was like a flood that had opened up and was out of control. Therefore, it only took more than 20 minutes. All the 7 or 8 meat dishes on the table fell into Wang Tian'an's stomach. Looking at the table full of leftover soup and water, Wang Tainan suddenly felt ashamed. Sorry, It's okay, I understand. Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. The two left the restaurant and came to a nearby park. Gao Yan said, practicing martial arts without practicing pile skills will end up in vain. The martial arts your grandpa taught you lacks the most important pile skills. Today I will teach you one type of pile skills. As long as you learn it and practice it seriously, you will not only be able to temper your body, it can make you lose weight and increase your strength. Later, Gao Yan demonstrated one of the 3 postures. Then he explained in detail the details of the stance and how to breathe. During this period, he observed Wang Tainan and found that the other party listened very carefully. Come and try. After the demonstration and explanation, Gao Yan asked the other party to try to stand. Good. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. He only showed it once and explained it once, and Wang Tainan mastered everything. Afterwards, Gao Yan corrected the opponent several times, and Wang Tainan completely mastered this stance. Okay, you have mastered this posture. Just practice it every day from now on. After a while, you will find that your weight will start to drop. Also, you don't have to diet. Thank you. Although he has only practiced for a while, Wang Tainan can already feel the benefits of this posture. No need to thank me, we are just a transaction after all. Gao Yan waved his hand. The little bastard I want you to help teach is called Geng Xiaolong. He is from class 19, grade 1. If you want to punish him, you'd better find a reason to avoid being caught by the school. Don't worry, I understand. Wang Tainan nodded. Okay, that's it for today. You can go back. If you perform well, I will teach you the second stance. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan suddenly disappeared. Looking at Gao Yan, who suddenly disappeared, Wang Tainan couldn't help but rub his eyes, and then said thoughtfully, "This is a super master. Geng family." At this moment, Geng Zuhui was drinking alone. The circuit was repaired in the morning, but problems occurred again in the evening. Most of the gym members are office workers, so they come to work out in the evening. It's okay if there's a power outage during the day, and you can still exercise in the oxygen-free zone. But when there was a power outage at night, the entire gym was dark, and even the anaerobic zone was unusable. After another electrician was called in to restore the power, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and all the members had already left. If it was just once or twice, members would still understand. If power outages occur frequently, members will probably clamor to cancel their cards. Bite. Suddenly, Geng Zuhui received a text message. When he clicked on it, he saw 2 photos of a man and a woman hugging each other and kissing each other. The heroine in the photo was his wife, but the hero was not him, but a young guy who looks like he is only in his 20s. Suddenly, a surge of anger surged into his heart. Geng Zuhui rushed to the bedroom with a gloomy face and kicked open the door. He happened to see Chen Suilian talking on the phone. As soon as the other party saw him, she hung up the phone with a guilty conscience. Geng Zuhui, why are you so crazy? You are sick at night. I am just sick. Geng Zuhui quickly walked up and snatched the mobile phone from Chen Suilian's hand. What are you doing? Give me your phone back. Chen Suilian's face immediately showed panic, and she stretched out her hand to snatch it. Geng Zuhui stretched out his hand to push Chen Suilian away, and then clicked on the call record. The name of the first call record was not Chinese characters, but 3 letters XLG. If he hadn't received the photo, he would definitely not have guessed what these 3 letters meant, but now, he immediately guessed the meaning of these 3 letters. Isn't it the abbreviation of little husband? Pa. Geng Zuhui raised his hand and slapped Chen Suilian. Geng Zuhui, you are crazy, you dare to hit me. Chen Suilian covered her face and roared with resentment. Geng Zuhui roared with a ferocious face, Mr. Chen, I have provided you with food and clothes for these years, and you can spend money as you like. This is how you repay me. You actually made me wear a green hat. Upon hearing this, Chen Suilian was shocked and her eyes flickered, but she knew that she could not admit this matter anyway, otherwise, she might be kicked out of the house. So, she raised her voice a little. Gungzu Hui, are you sick? If you are sick, ask the doctor to prescribe some medicine for you. I have been with you for so many years, giving birth to and raising your children. When have I ever done anything to let you down? Haha. Seeing that Chen Suilian was still trying to argue, Gungzu Hui sneered disdainfully, I have never done anything to let me down, how can you say that? He pointed to the 3 letters on the address book and said, is this the abbreviation of little husband? Suddenly, Chen Suilian became more and more flustered, but she still argued. Based on this, these letters are just randomly typed by me, how come they become little husband in your mouth? Still talking hard, right? Gungzu Hui sneered disdainfully, then took out his mobile phone, called up the 2 photos, and showed them to Chen Suilian. Now, what else do you have to say? Husband, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think. Chen Suilian grabbed Gungzu Hui in panic and said pleadingly. Explain, what else is there to explain, Chen Suilian, we are done, let's get a divorce. Gungzu Hui shook off Chen Suilian's arm and strode out. Gao Yan saw all the farce of the Gung family. Although the inside I cannot hear the sound, the Red Emperor can eavesdrop. So, inside I plus Red Emperor equals live broadcast. Originally, Gao Yan thought that the play tonight was over. Unexpectedly, more than half an hour later, the Red Emperor reported a piece of news to him. After Gungzu Hui left home, he actually asked one of his private female students to go to the hotel. So, he directly asked the Red Emperor to inform Chen Suilian of the news and suggested that she take people to catch the adulterer. Originally, Chen Suilian was still thinking about how to get more property after the divorce, but she didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. So, she immediately called her brother and younger brother and took people to the hotel to catch the adulterer. Gao Yan was lying in the villa, drinking tea and eating fruit while watching the farce remotely. What surprised him was that although Gungzu Hui was caught on the spot, he was not a soft persimmon. After being punched a few times by his elder brother-in-law and younger brother-in-law, he also fought back. Seeing that her brother and younger brother were at a disadvantage, Chen Suilian also joined in, and it became 3 against 1. The female student took the opportunity to escape from the scene. After all, she also had a husband. If the matter got out of hand, her husband would have to divorce her. The 4 people fought fiercely, and finally attracted the police. Chen Suilian's brother and younger brother were both seriously injured. Because of the 3 against 1, Gungzu Hui himself was also in pain. His face was scratched to pieces by Chen Suilian. Similarly, Chen Suilian was slapped several times by Gungzu Hui, and 2 teeth were knocked out. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan couldn't help laughing, secretly saying that it was really deserved for the dog to bite the dog. When they were taken to the police station, Gao Yan retracted his insight eyes just as he was preparing to take a shower and go to bed. Lu Hani sent a WeChat message. These days, Lu Hani would take the initiative to chat with him every day. Gao Yan, who had no scruples, could be said to be a lot of dirty talk, which made Lu Hani angry and annoyed. They chatted for more than half an hour. Seeing that it was getting late, Gao Yan prepared to go to bed, because he had to help Chen Yue and the others move tomorrow. When Gao Yan first told Chen Yue about this, Chen Yue did not agree. It was not until Gao Yan told her that moving there would make it convenient for Qin Yuling to go to school, and Qin Yuling was not young anymore, so she should have her own private space that she agreed. Suddenly, Hong Huang's voice sounded, "Boss, I overheard a secret." Gao Yan became interested. "What secret?" Hong Huang said, "A secret organization affiliated with Daxia, Wuzhou, gave birth to Gang Jin." This secret was overheard from Lu Shifeng. Moreover, after the other party knew the news, they immediately went to the forest behind the mountain. "I suspect that the master of the Lu family is hiding in that forest." "Well done, Xiaohong," Gao Yan praised, and then immediately took out the arbitrary door, shuttled to the vicinity of Lujia village, and searched for Lu Shifeng's figure in the direction of the back mountain through the inside eye. Found it. Gao Yan's mouth was more excited, and he found that Lu Shifeng was moving quickly in the jungle. He was in no hurry to catch up. Anyway, with the inside eye watching, the other party couldn't run away. "Xiaohong, do you have any specific information about the Wu group?" Gao Yan asked again. Hong Huang, "Boss, wait a minute, I'm investigating." Time passed slowly. Lu Shifeng was still moving at high speed in the jungle. Until more than 20 minutes later, he stopped in front of a valley. "It seems that the secret of the Lu family is hidden in this valley." Gao Yan controlled the inside eye to advance into the valley, and soon, the situation of the entire valley was mastered by him. Tisk, it's worthy of being a super martial arts family. After learning about the situation in this valley, Gao Yan was also a little shocked, because the number of Dan Jin in the Lu family was a little beyond his imagination. In this valley, there were 13 Dan Jin, including the village of the Lu family and Lu Chongshan, who was killed by him. The Lu family had 15 Dan Jin. You know, there are only 5 Dan Jin masters in Daxia. The Lu family, one of the 5 super martial arts families, actually hid 14 Dan Jins. No wonder they were feared by the Daxia officials. No wonder the 9 Dan Jins of Bureau S were ambushed and killed. Fortunately, the Lu family did not have Gang Jin, so it was not a big threat to him. At this time, Hong Huang's investigation of the Wu group also yielded results. The Wu group was established more than 20 years ago. The main purpose of its establishment was to cultivate a Gang Jin warrior, so the Daxia high-level officials gave this organization a lot of resources. However, the Wu group is very low-key, and it does not walk in the martial arts world. The only few missions were also abroad. Therefore, not many people know about this organization. It was not until 2 days ago that a Gang Jin was born in the Wu group that the Wu group was known to a small number of people. However, the situation of the Wu group is still in the confidential stage. The Lu family learned the news from the undercover they planted in the special department and passed the news to Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng ran to the deep mountains and old forests in the middle of the night to meet the masters of the Lu family. At this time, Gao Yan showed a thoughtful look. The Wu group gave birth to Gang Jin, but it was still kept secret. He guessed that the top leaders of Daxia were planning to use the Wu group to give the 5 super martial arts families a hard time. Unfortunately, they didn't know. The Lu family had already known the news. Since the Lu family knew it, the other 4 super martial arts families would also know it. Don't rush to deal with the Lu family's batch of Dan Jin for now, go back first. A thought came to his mind. Gao Yan released the anywhere door, stepped into it and returned to number 15. Yujinjiwen. Then he took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Luo Bing. Director Luo, I heard that a Gang Jin was born in the Wu group. Luo Bing? Then, Luo Bing's phone called. As soon as Gao Yan answered the call, he heard Luo Bing ask in a very serious tone, Gao Yan, where did you get this news? Gao Yan smiled and said, the Lu family is going to make trouble for me, my master is worried, so he sent a master uncle who is proficient in lurking to sneak into Lujia village to get information. Coincidentally, someone happened to pass the news to Lu Shifang tonight, saying that a Gang Jin was born in the Wu group, and then Lu Shifang rushed into the back mountain. My master uncle followed Lu Shifang into the forest out of curiosity, and guess what he found? Luo Bing, could it be the place where the Lu family master is hiding? Gao Yan, Director Luo is really smart and guessed it right, my master uncle found that Lu Shifang entered a guarded valley, and then he sneaked in. Wow. But he was scared to death. There were 13 Danjin in a small valley. He was afraid of being discovered, so he had to retreat. Luo Bing, are you serious? There are really 13 Danjin? Gao Yan, it should be correct, but I can't guarantee it. As for how many there are, you have to check it yourself. I am only responsible for providing you with a piece of information. Luo Bing, okay, Gao Yan, thank you for your reminder. I know. When this matter is over, I will introduce you to the beauty. Gao Yan, okay, I'll wait for good news from Director Luo. On the other side. After the call ended, Luo Bing hurriedly got up and dressed, and went straight to the S bureau. She just learned about the birth of Gang Jin in the Wu group, but she didn't expect it to be spread to the Lu family so quickly. This shows that there is a traitor in the special organization. Because only deputy bureau level figures know this news. When Luo Bing arrived at the S bureau, Director Luo and several other deputy bureaus also arrived. Director Luo, the Lu family has known about the birth of Gang Jin in the Wu group. I believe the other 4 families will know about it soon. Luo Bing said in a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. The birth of Gang Jin in the Wu group was highly confidential. The leakage of information is by no means a trivial matter. It is even possible that everyone present will be investigated. Gao Yan told Luo Bing the news not to please the bureau. After all, in terms of Dan Jin alone, including himself, there are only 5. Here. The Lu family currently still has 14 Danjin. It is very troublesome to kill these Danjin unless you use the Gang Jin experience card. But the Gang Jin experience card is a life-saving trump card. If you can't use it, don't use it. It would be better to inform Bureau S that the Lu family has a lot of elixir power, and let Dashia officials deal with it. After all, the 2 sides have long been incompatible with each other. If it weren't for the lack of strength, Dashia officials would have fallen out with the 5 super martial arts families long ago. Today, Gang Jin was born in the martial arts group. Then, I am afraid that Dashia officials should launch a counterattack and liquidation against the 5 super martial arts families. After informing Luo Bing of the news, Gao Yan took a shower and went to bed. Little did he know that his call would cause quite a stir in Dashia's special organization. The next day, Saturday. After Gao Yan had the breakfast prepared by Chu Xing, he drove towards Nandu University. When he set foot in Chen Youwei's house, they all packed their luggage in advance. Brother-in-law, have you had breakfast? Chen Youling hugged Gao Yan's arm affectionately and asked. Have eaten, how about you? We also ate. Okay, let's move. Gao Yan waved his hand. The 3 grandsons have just moved in, so they don't have much luggage. On the first trip, I only took a small number of people to salute, and sent them to Green Island International first. Then Grandma and Chen Yue were left to decorate the new house. Gao Yan took his sister-in-law to move the remaining things. Gao Yan will not go into details, but my sister-in-law also has a physical constitution of 80, so the move this time is very easy. In just over an hour, the move was completed. Sure enough, Chen Yiling seemed very happy to have her own room. Grandma felt quite embarrassed and took Gao Yan's hand and said words of gratitude. Then he told Chen Yue to live a good life with Gao Yan, and also told Chen Yiling to listen to her brother-in-law, remember her kindness, and repay her brother-in-law well when she grows up. Facing her grandma's explanation, Chen Yiling nodded seriously, but a certain shameful thought occurred in her heart, and she subconsciously glanced at her brother-in-law. But the brother-in-law smiled at her. For a moment, her face turned slightly red. After the new home was decorated, it was still early. So, Gao Yan took sisters Chen Yue and Chen Yiling to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Originally Gao Yan suggested eating outside. But Chen Yue has always been frugal and had to buy groceries and cook them at home. Noon. A family of 4 sat around the table. Fragrant dishes have been placed on the table. Gao Yan raised his glass. I propose that to celebrate moving to a new home, we have a drink together. Wait, brother-in-law, sister, can I drink? After looking at the juice in her cup, Chen Yiling said eagerly. If you are happy today, you can drink it, but not too much. Chen Yue said. With a chuckle. Thank you, sister. Chen Yiling cheered, then quickly replaced the juice in her glass with beer. And then raised their glasses together. Everyone enjoyed the moving lunch. After dinner, Grandma went back to the house to take a nap, which was her habit. Sisters Chen Yue and Chen Yiling were washing dishes and doing housework together, while Gao Yan was sitting on the sofa in the living room drinking tea and watching TV. It wasn't that he was lazy, but that neither sister would let him do it. And the excuses are all the same, how can we let grown men do housework? In desperation, he could only enjoy the treatment of a big boss. What a coincidence. What was playing on the TV at the moment was a variety show in which Yu Feifei, the most popular star of Star Entertainment, participated. Nowadays, Yu Feifei has become popular in the entertainment industry with the song Past Times. Accepting various endorsement announcements will bring a lot of revenue to the company. Gao Yan, on the other hand, was doing 2 things, watching variety shows and watching the situation of Geng Zuhui and Chen Suilian with his insightful eyes. Geng Zuhui's gym continued to have a power outage in the morning. There was a power outage yesterday, and there will be a power outage today. This has made members who are used to exercising in the morning very dissatisfied. Some members have already said that if there is another power outage tomorrow, they will have to cancel their cards. However, Geng Zuhui no longer cares about the gym. He was arrested and taken to the police station last night and was released just before noon. The couple had completely broken up with each other. As soon as they left the police station, both husband and wife were planning to hire a lawyer to get a divorce. Afterwards, Gao Yan paid attention to Wang Tainan. After the opponent discovered the benefits of stance, he has been practicing this stance diligently. What made her happy was that even though she had a big meal last night, she didn't gain weight when she woke up in the morning after practicing Zhuang Gong. I also lost 3 kilograms after practicing Zhuang Kung Fu in the morning. Therefore, she secretly decided to do what Gao Yan said. Unfortunately, today is the weekend and school is not in session. Otherwise, she would not wait to deal with Geng Xiaolong. Afternoon. Gao Yan took Chen Yue and Chen Yiling's brother-in-law to play in the city. For a long time. In the evening, after sending the sisters back to Green Island International, Gao Yan went straight to Qian Baoer's game company. Because the game company's second game is already in the testing phase, Qian Baoer, the boss, has to work overtime every day. Downstairs in the company, Gao Yan took the food box sent by Chu Xiu, which he asked Chu Xing to prepare in advance. Mr. Gao, you are here. As soon as he saw Gao Yan, the front desk quickly said hello. Gao Yan nodded to them and strode towards Qian Baoer's office. Xiaoqin, have you noticed that I feel that Mr. Gao is much more handsome than before? A receptionist said to another receptionist. Indeed, our boss is blessed. The other receptionist nodded in agreement. I heard that when our company encountered difficulties, it was Mr. Gao who helped to overcome the difficulties. Otherwise, the company would have probably closed down, the receptionist continued. Yes, I have heard about this too. You say. Hearing the discussion of the two receptionists, Gao Yan smiled secretly, then pushed open Qian Baoer's office and walked in. Why are you here? Qian Baoer looked up and saw that it was Gao Yan, and a little panic flashed in her eyes. Isn't it right for me to come to see my girlfriend? Gao Yan raised his eyebrows. I didn't even agree. Qian Baoer was a little lacking in confidence. But you didn't refuse. If you didn't refuse, it would mean you agreed. As he spoke, Gao Yan put the food on his desk. You haven't eaten yet, I brought you some food. No, I've already ordered takeout. Qian Baoer refused. What nutrition is there outside? This is what I asked someone to prepare carefully for you. As he spoke, Gao Yan opened the food box and took out the dishes one by one and placed them on the desk. These dishes were carefully prepared by Chu Xing, and they were delicious. For a moment, Qian Baoer couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Here. Gao Yan poured a bowl of soup and handed it to Qian Baoer. This? Qian Baoer hesitated. Why do you need me to feed you? Gao Yan said with a smile. No, I'll do it myself. Qian Baoer quickly took the soup bowl, and after just a sip, her eyes narrowed into a line. Her cooking skills were not bad, but she couldn't make such a delicious soup. After drinking half a bowl of soup, Qian Baoer ate the dishes under Gao Yan's urging. After tasting the dishes, Qian Baoer nodded again. The dishes were very delicious and suited her taste. After the meal, Qian Baoer took the initiative to wash the dishes and put them in the food box. Then she urged Gao Yan to leave quickly because she still had to work. If you eat my food, you are mine. Gao Yan laughed evilly, stretched out his hand and pulled Qian Baoer into his arms, kissing her heavily. Half an hour later, Gao Yan walked out of Qian Baoer's office with satisfaction. Sure enough, with his strength, Qian Baoer quickly broke through his defense. He checked with his discernment eye and found that the friendship level had turned into intimacy and reached 98 points. Obviously, Qian Baoer had already acquiesced in his girlfriend's identity in his heart. Can successfully capture Qian Baoer. Suzy has contributed a lot. So Gao Yan prepared a special thank you gift for her. It's a new week. As soon as she got to work, Suzy received a call from President Niu asking her to go to his office. After answering the phone, Suzy felt a little uneasy and secretly recalled whether she had made any mistakes at work during this period. With anxiety, Suzy knocked on the door and entered President Niu's office. "Xiao Su, you're welcome, sit down quickly, what do you want to drink?" Manager Niu had a gentle smile on his face, and his enthusiastic attitude made her feel flattered. "President, no need to bother, I'm not thirsty." "Xiao Su, don't call me President from now on, just call me Uncle Niu." "This? Why, you don't want to recognize me as your elder?" President Niu said, deliberately with a face. "No, Uncle Niu." "That's right." A smile reappeared on Governor Niu's face. For a moment, Suzy was a little confused, wondering why the president was so close to her. "Xiao Su, have you encountered any problems at work recently? If so, please tell me directly as an uncle." Manager Niu looked like an elder caring about the younger generation. Suzy quickly said, "Uncle Niu, everything is going well." "That's good." Manager Niu nodded, and then he took out a card from the drawer and handed it to Suzy. "Xiao Su, this is your reward, a shopping card worth 100,000. A shopping card worth 100,000? Suzy couldn't help being surprised, but she didn't reach out to take it. "Uncle Niu, this is too expensive, I can't have it." "Take it, you deserve this." Manager Niu smiled and said, "This shopping card is specially awarded to you by the branch. Also, starting from this month, your salary and level will be upgraded by 2 levels. However, your position is still a private account manager." Hearing this, Suzy felt dizzy. It was a shopping card, a promotion and a salary increase. What on earth did I do? Fortunately, President Niu didn't go around in circles with her and told her that Gao Yan deposited another 10 billion in their bank yesterday and praised her profusely. "I saved another 10 billion after hearing Gao Yan." Suzy's heart couldn't help but twitch, this Gao Yan was really too rich. "Return to your office." Suzy's mood was still difficult to calm down. After a while, she calmed down, then picked up her cell phone and dialed Gao Yan's number. "The call is connected." A high-pitched voice came, "Miss Su, you should have received the surprise I prepared for you, right?" Suzy was stunned for a moment, but immediately said, "I got it, thank you Mr. Gao." Gao Yan smiled and said, "You're welcome, I can catch Bauer, thanks to your help." Chatted for a while. The call ends. Suzy's mood was agitated again. Just because she helped Gao Yan a small favor, the other party gave her such a huge reward. How happy should Qian Bauer be as Gao Yan's girlfriend? For a moment, she was secretly happy for her best friend, but at the same time, there was a trace of jealousy and envy. On the way to the classroom, Gao Yan opened his inside eye again to check the situation of Geng Zuhui and his wife. However, the couple is still arguing over the division of property. Want to solve this problem? You still have to go to court. Xiaohong, start the second step of the plan. Gao Yan ordered the Red Emperor. Red Emperor, okay boss. An hour later, Geng Zuhui hurried to the gym. The gym has become a mess. Not only was it smashed, it was even splashed with feces and water. All the members had already left. Did you do it? Geng Zuhui's eyes fell on a group of strange men. Yes, we did it. One of the middle-aged, fat men said with a cruel smile, you surnamed Geng. Dare to seduce my wife, you are so brave, come on and break this bitch's legs. A middle-aged obese man is also the boss of a company with assets of over 100 million. Her second wife is Geng Zuhui's private tutor. Although he usually has fun outside, he cannot accept his wife going behind his back to find a man. So, after knowing this news, he immediately brought a group of people to the gym to smash and throw feces. Upon hearing what the fat middle-aged man said, Geng Zuhui's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted with a bit of luck, "Wait a minute, this is a misunderstanding. I misunderstood your grandma's legs. Give me a spanking." The fat middle-aged man shouted ferociously, and a group of men carrying sticks swarmed behind him. Geng Zuhui is tall and strong, and has been exercising for a long time, so his strength is quite good. He can easily beat 3 or 5 adults, but he cannot deal with 7 or 8 adult men carrying sticks with his bare hands. Therefore, after only resisting twice, he was hit in the leg with a stick and fell to the ground. Then he could only helplessly hold his head and let the other party beat him. I don't know how long it took before the beating stopped. A middle-aged obese man came over and spat on him. "Geng, let me teach you a lesson today. We are not done with this matter. Let's go." "Boss, do you need to call the police?" After everyone had left, the manager brought 2 employees over to help Geng Zuhui up. "No," Geng Zuhui said gloomily. "Do I need to call an ambulance for you?" Geng Zuhui wanted to hold on and say it was not necessary, but the stinging pain in his chest told him that his ribs might have been broken, so he said, "Call me an ambulance quickly." Lying in a hospital bed, Geng Zuhui looked depressed. He didn't know what was wrong. Unlucky things happened one after another these days. Suddenly, a handsome young figure flashed in his mind. Could it be him? At that time in the education office, he felt that the 10 million was not so easy to get, but that stinky bitch Chen Suilian still didn't think so. www. He combined what happened in the past few days. Suddenly, I realized that there seemed to be an invisible hand controlling everything. He had been in a relationship with 3 female students for quite some time. But why was he caught by Chen Suilian and raped by the husband of one of them? Moreover, he found out that Chen Suilian kept Xia Shanro, and it was a stranger who first sent him a photo. The more he thought about it, the more Geng Zuhui felt that Gao Yan had done this. In just a few days, he and Chen Suilian's family had broken up, and the gym had been smashed and had feces thrown at them, so it would definitely lose a large number of members. In other words, the source of income he relied on may also be lost. And he also had 2 ribs broken. Hiss. What a cruel method. Geng Zuhui secretly took a breath of air. While feeling resentful, there was also fear in his heart. Moreover, he felt that this would not end here. In the future, he may face even more terrifying and cruel methods from the other party. Just then, the ward door opened, and Chen Suilian walked in with a gloating expression. "Geng Zuhui, I heard that you were seriously injured by a student's husband. How do you feel?" Suddenly, Geng Zuhui's face darkened, and he wanted to curse, but he still held back. "Chen Suilian, don't you think what happened during this period is too coincidental?" In the ward. "Coincidence, what do you mean?" Chen Suilian asked in confusion. Geng Zuhui said in a deep voice, "Someone sent me a photo of you and that little milk dog, and I knew you had an affair. If I'm not mistaken, you came to catch the adultery, and someone also informed you in advance, right?" "That's the case. Anyway, everyone has torn their faces, and Chen Suilian has no intention of hiding it." Seeing Chen Suilian admit it, Geng Zuhui became more and more sure of his guess. After taking a breath, he slowly said, After we fell out that night, I asked that female student to meet, but it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Not long after, you brought your brother and brother here. What does this mean? What does it mean? Chen Suilian said, a little confused. It means that we are being monitored by someone, and our every move is under surveillance. Geng Zuhui said speechlessly, thinking that the woman in front of him was really stupid. Someone is monitoring us? Chen Suilian was also shocked, and then she became angry. Who is it? If I'm not mistaken, it's Gao Yan. Geng Zuhui smiled bitterly. Gao Yan, this name sounds familiar. You took 10 million from him, and you forgot about him so quickly. Geng Zuhui sneered. It's him. Chen Suilian was furious. That kid dared to spy on us, I will never let him go. Just you. Geng Zuhui said disdainfully, he can easily spend 10 million, and his net worth is at least hundreds of millions, or even more. Can you and I afford to offend such a person? Speaking of this, Geng Zuhui's tone added a complaint. I told you not to take his money at the beginning, and now retribution has come. Don't be afraid that. You know that the gym has been smashed and splashed with feces, and there are power outages every day. It can't be opened anymore. Those members will definitely come to me to return the money. And I guess that Gao Yan will not let us go just like that. There will definitely be more fierce means. He dares. Isn't he afraid that we will call the police? Chen Suilian said fiercely. Don't be silly. Geng Zuhui sneered, everything that happened these days has nothing to do with them. They didn't do anything in person, and they dealt with us clearly. What's the point of calling the police? What should we do? Chen Suilian was really panicked. Geng Zuhui smiled bitterly, what else can we do? Of course, we should return the money to them without a penny less, and then take the blame. Maybe they will let us go. He is the one who compensated us with this money, why should we return it? Chen Suilian said unwillingly. It's okay if you don't return it, just wait for your family to be destroyed. Geng Zuhui was tired. At this time, this woman was still asking for money. Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe he can really kill us. At worst, we can just leave Nandu. Chen Suilian was still stubborn, but there was a bit of fear in her eyes. Leave? Geng Zuhui looked at Chen Suilian with contempt. Why don't you try and see if you can leave Nandu? I just don't believe it. Chen Suilian turned around and left, deciding to go back to pick up her son and leave Nandu. Seeing this, Geng Zuhui did not persuade her anymore, but showed some sarcasm. Chen Suilian drove back home, packed a few clothes, and planned to leave Nandu with her son who was recovering at home. But the car had only driven a short distance. The tire burst directly. It was hard to control the vehicle, but Chen Suilian was scared to death. But she was also a ruthless person. First, she moved the car to the side of the road, and then took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. On the way to the high-speed rail station, she booked a ticket with her mobile phone. As a result, when they arrived at the high-speed rail station, they found that their ID cards were missing. Without an ID card, there was no way to get a ticket. For a moment, Chen Suilian's heart was filled with a strong fear. In desperation, she could only take her son away from the high-speed rail station. But she still didn't give up. So she took a taxi and prepared to take a taxi to leave Nandu. But the taxi took them back to the community where their house was located. Then the driver turned around and showed them a creepy smile. Without the boss's permission, you can't leave Nandu. This time I just give you a warning. Next time, hee hee. Who is your boss? Is it Gao Yan? Chen Suilian said excitedly. At this moment, she was shocked and terrified in her heart, and at the same time she had some regrets. If she hadn't been too greedy that day, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Get off the car. The driver said lightly. Tell me who your boss is? Chen Suilian felt that she was about to collapse. Get off, don't force me to use force. The driver stared at them coldly, which made the mother and son feel very pressured. Mom, let's stop asking, get off the car. Deng Xiaolong pulled Chen Suilian's clothes and said in a trembling voice. For a moment, Chen Suilian felt powerless. She got off the car with her son. However, she did not go home, but took Deng Xiaolong to the hospital. You were going to leave, why are you back? Geng Zuhui saw Chen Suilian and couldn't help but taunt her. Old Geng Xiaolong and I tried, but we couldn't leave. Chen Suilian's face turned pale and she said in horror, then she recounted what she had experienced. Are you scared now? Geng Zuhui asked. Old Geng, what should we do now? He doesn't really want to kill our family. Do you? Think of a solution. Chen Suilian said with a face full of horror. I've said the solution. Return the money to the other party and then ask for forgiveness. If the other party can forgive us, we still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, wait for death. Geng Zuhui said coldly. Of course, he deliberately made the matter so serious. To scare Chen Suilian, so that this bitch would not know how powerful it was. He estimated that the other party had no intention of killing them. He just wanted to play with them and play them badly. Okay, I promise you. Chen Suilian was really scared. Although she loved money, she cherished her life more. Seeing Chen Suilian like this, Geng Zuhui was secretly proud in his heart. You go to contact Chen Yuling's class teacher first, and then get Gao Yan's contact information through her. Okay, I'll go now. Chen Suilian nodded. Gao Yan, who was watching this scene with his insightful eyes, secretly felt that it was meaningless. He didn't expect the couple to give in so quickly. And many of his methods had not been used yet. However, he didn't plan to forgive them so easily. Let's hang them for 2 days first. After failing to contact Gao Yan, Chen Suilian knelt in front of Chen Yuling with her son after school and cowed out for mercy. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuling couldn't bear it. So, she called Gao Yan. Gao Yan asked, Lingling, what do you think? Chen Yuling said, as long as they return the money to my brother-in-law, we won't bother with them. Gao Yan said, okay, tell her to return the money, and I won't target them anymore. Anyway, the couple will divorce, and it is estimated that the gym will not be able to continue to operate. Hearing what Chen Yuling said, Chen Suilian quickly handed over a card with both hands, which contained the 10 million yuan in compensation from Gao Yan. After watching Chen Yuling leave, Chen Suilian slapped Geng Xiaolong in the face. It's all because of you. Little bastard, you almost ruined our family. If you don't study hard in the future, I will kill you. That night, Wang Tainan rode his bicycle towards home. She has been in a good mood these past few days, as she has been practicing diligently. She loses several pounds every day. And after practicing Zhuang Kung Fu, she obviously felt that her martial arts had improved a lot. The only thing she regretted was that Geng Xiaolong didn't come to school today, so she couldn't use any of the methods she wanted to punish him. Suddenly, Wang Tianan's face showed excitement because she found a familiar figure. standing on the roadside away from the park. Are you here to see me? Wang Tainan jumped out of the car and said in a respectful tone. In order to lose weight, she had endured countless hardships and suffered many cold looks and ridicules in the past few years. It was the appearance of this man that saved her. Although they were just a transaction, she was still grateful to Gao Yan in her heart. Good. Gao Yan looked at Wang Tainan and asked, how many pounds have you lost? I have lost 13 pounds. Wang Tainan said proudly. In fact, after using his inside eye to examine the opponent's physique, Gao Yan discovered that in just a few days, the opponent's physique had actually increased to 78 points. If you increase 2 more points, your physique will be comparable to the initial stage of Engine. In other words, Wang Tianan's talent is even better than he imagined. However, I haven't been able to complete what you asked me to do. Suddenly, Wang Tainan said a little embarrassedly, the main reason is that guy didn't come to school today. I know. Gao Yan nodded, he is injured. He should not come to school for a while. In this way, when he comes to school in the future, you can deal with him twice. Isn't this too cheap for that guy? Wang Tainan said, how about I deal with him more times? Forget it, just twice. Gao Yan waved his hand, come to the park with me, and I will teach you another stance. In fact, zhuanggong and boxing are no secrets. You can even search for a lot of cheats and teaching videos on the internet. However, the only things on the internet are movements and exercises. The actual breathing method is not mentioned. Yes, whether it is standing or learning martial arts, the most important thing is the breathing method and the accompanying medicinal bath. If you don't understand the breathing method, even if you practice it all your life, you will at most master some kung fu routines and be better than ordinary people. Only by mastering the breathing method can you practice true martial arts. If you want your martial arts to grow rapidly, you need a matching medicinal bath. Just like last time, Gao Yan demonstrated first and then explained. With the foundation of the first stance, Wang Tainan easily mastered the second stance. Gao Yan was even more satisfied. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved and he asked, Wang Tainan, do you like martial arts? Like. Wang Tianan's eyes lit up, and he vaguely guessed something. Gao Yan continued, you are a good young man who practices martial arts. I will teach you all 3 forms of Zhuang Kung Fu. As long as you practice diligently, it will be no problem to reach Engine, but it will be difficult to reach a higher state, so you must have a master who will teach you step by step. Tetsuo meets master. The next moment, Wang Tainan was about to kneel down and kowtow, but he was supported by Gao Yan. It's not me you want to be your disciple, but someone else. Ah. Wang Tainan suddenly realized that he had misunderstood, and couldn't help but blush. Can't I become your disciple? How do you say it? Gao Yan thought for a while. There are 3 reasons. First, I am too young and not suitable for accepting disciples. Second, I am lazy and not suitable for teaching disciples. Finally, I am quite busy. In addition to going to school, I also running around. I don't have time to teach my disciples, but don't worry, the master I found for you is stronger than me, and he has more time, so he can guide you step by step. Thank you. Wang Tainan thanked him. By the way, I still don't know what to call you. My name is Gao Yan, you can just call me Brother Gao. Thank you, Brother Gao. When will I become a disciple? Wang Tainan asked impatiently. Gao Yan thought for a while. After all, you are still in school, and you have already entered the third year of high school. Time is tight, so you have to go back and discuss it with your parents. I will leave you a phone number. If your parents agree, I will make arrangements for you. How about becoming a disciple? Wang Tainan thought about this and agreed. Half an hour later, Gao Yan returned to number 15 Yujinjuan. Called Chu Xiu. Uncle Xiu, I have found an apprentice for you. She is very talented. After a while, I will arrange for her to become your disciple. You will guide her carefully, Gao Yan said directly. Okay, boss, I will definitely guide her carefully. Chu Xiu nodded seriously. Okay, it's okay, just go about your business. Gao Yan waved his hand. His rise was too short. In addition to the biological man obtained through the lottery, he also accepted Li Feng as his younger brother. And Li Feng had just broken through in Jin, and he could only help with some errands. Therefore, he wanted to train other people, and Wang Tainan was undoubtedly a good candidate. But this is not enough. We have to find ways to find more people to train. Gather your mind and go upstairs to take a shower. After taking a shower, I would lie on the bed and chat with my girlfriends on WeChat. And Lu Hani also sent a WeChat message just like before. Beijing. In a certain luxury apartment. Staring at the phone screen, Lu Hani's eyes flashed with hesitation. After meeting twice, she took the initiative to tell Wu Junlai that they were not suitable. But she didn't expect that. Wu Junlai didn't seem to want to give up, but became more attentive. And the family also put some pressure on her. Because her parents and the elders in the family were very optimistic about Wu Junlai. She originally planned to slowly cultivate feelings with Gao Yan, and she also enjoyed this process, but now, the family has put a lot of pressure on her, making her realize that she no longer has so much time. And this Friday is his grandfather's birthday. According to the family's intention, they will take advantage of the grandfather's birthday to confirm her relationship with Wu Junlai. Once the relationship is confirmed, she can't make any changes, otherwise, the two families will definitely tear each other apart. Therefore, she must convince her family before Friday. But her relationship with Gao Yan is just friends now. Therefore, she is really embarrassed now. After thinking about it, she sent a new WeChat message. Xiao Gao, can you help me? Gao Yan, tell me what's going on first. After a slight hesitation, Lu Hani decided to tell the truth. Otherwise, if she lied to Gao Yan, it would probably lead to the breakdown of their friendship. After reading Lu Hani's introduction, Gao Yan asked, how do you want me to help you? Lu Su, can you pretend to be my boyfriend and come to my grandfather's birthday party on Friday? Facing Lu Hani's request, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. So he asked directly, did you add me as a friend in the first place for this matter? Lu Su, can you give me a chance to explain? Gao Yan, yes. So Lu Su explained very sincerely, and even did not hide her own motives and purposes. Gao Yan was a little surprised. He did not expect Lu Hani to be so frank. So he replied, okay, I will help you with this, but it is limited to this help. I can't guarantee you anything else. Lu Su, I am very grateful to you for this. As for the rest, it depends on fate. The next day, Gao Yan received a call from Wang Tainan, saying that her parents were willing for her to become a disciple and practice martial arts. After all, as parents, they have seen the changes in their daughter in the past few days. since they knew that practicing martial arts could make their daughter lose. Wait, there was no reason for them to disagree. Gao Yan directly asked them to come to number 15 Yujinjiwen. However, Wang Tainan had to go to school during the day, so the time for apprenticeship was set at 6 o'clock in the evening. That evening, before 6 o'clock, Wang Tainan and his family of 3 appeared at number 15. Yujinjiwen. To be honest, they were still a little worried and wary at first, but they were relieved when they saw Gao Yan living in such a big villa. It's not that rich people don't lie, but their family is just an ordinary family, and the combined income of the couple is no more than 10,000. People live in a big villa, what can they covet from them? After completing the apprenticeship ceremony, Chu Xiu gave Wang Tainan a big red envelope. Although Wang Tianan's appearance was not good enough, she was indeed a rare martial arts genius, so Chu Xiu was very happy to teach such a disciple. Then Gao Yan invited Wang Tainan and his family of 3 to dinner. When he left, he also gave them some gifts. On the way back, Wang Zhongxiang said while driving, "Wife, we really used a mean heart to judge a gentleman's belly. Our daughter became a disciple, and he didn't charge a penny. We ate and took, and he also gave us a big red envelope." Although they didn't know how much money was in the red envelope given by Chu Xiu, judging from the thickness, it should be several thousand. That's right. Xia Yingmei was also a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she turned her head and said to Wang Tainan in the back seat, "Tainan, how much money did your master give you in the red envelope? Let me see." Wang Tainan opened the red envelope and took out the money inside and counted it. It was exactly 12,000. So much? Both the husband and wife were shocked. The other party was too generous. Although they also asked for a gift for becoming a disciple, it only added up to 2 or 3,000, and when they left, Gao Yan also gave them a bottle of mitai and a famous brand of red wine. The money for the 2 bottles of wine alone exceeded their gift for becoming a disciple, not to mention some high-end nutritional supplements. "Should you return this much money?" Xia Yingmei said. They were both honest people. They felt a little embarrassed to have taken such a big advantage in becoming a disciple. "This money cannot be returned." Wang Zhongxiang shook his head. "This is given by the master. If I return it, I will be dissatisfied with the master." "Mom, I think so too." Wang Tainan agreed with his father's approach. "Brother Gao and master are so good to me. When I succeed in martial arts in the future, I must help brother Gao well." Tainan is right. When you succeed in martial arts in the future, you must not forget Mr. Gao's kindness. Wang Zhongxiang nodded in agreement. This family is grateful. Gao Yan, who witnessed this scene through the inside eye and the Red Emperor eavesdropping, nodded with satisfaction. It is true that he is fond of Wang Tianan's talent, but if Wang Tainan is an ungrateful person, it is not worth his great efforts to cultivate him. Now it seems that this family is not ungrateful. So, in the future, he will also increase his efforts to cultivate Wang Tainan. Time flies, and it is Thursday. Gao Yan asked for a day and a half of leave from the squad leader, and drove straight to the airport after lunch. Before boarding, Gao Yan sent a WeChat message to Lu Hani. At this moment, the Lu family is holding a family meeting. The participants include Mr. Lu, the current Dinghe Shenzhen of the Lu family. Although he has retired, his influence is still very large. The second highest status after Mr. Lu is his eldest son, Lu Xuan. His name Sounds quite bookish, but he took the path of exile. Now, he is the commander of a certain military region. Of course, Lu Hani's father, Lu Jiangwen, is not bad either. He also holds a high position and is now the Minister of Industry. But the third son of Mr. Lu is a little worse. He is the vice president of the head office of a large state-owned enterprise, and is also in a high position. There were also two sons-in-law of the Lu family present. The eldest son-in-law is Huang Jingyang, who is also in politics and is currently serving in the local government, but his position is not low. The second son-in-law is Su Zhang. He is a businessman. Although the Lu family did not support him openly, they still gave him some support in secret. In addition, he himself is also quite outstanding. Now, he is the boss of a large group, with a net worth of nearly 300 billion. Originally, he was not qualified to attend the internal meetings of the Lu family. But in recent years, the country has paid more and more attention to economic development, so Mr. Lu allowed him to attend family meetings. As for the two daughters and daughters-in-law of the Lu family, they were not qualified to attend this family meeting. This is the family rule of the Lu family. At this time, Mr. Lu took a sip of tea and then talked about national policies. This conversation lasted for more than an hour. After discussing national policy, Mr. Lu's eyes fell on Lu Jiangwen, second brother. Tell me about your girl. Lu Jiangwen smiled bitterly. The kid from the Wu family is good in all aspects, but I didn't expect that when the time came, the girl would regret it. This is because I, as a father, didn't educate her well. Humph. At this time, Lu Shiwen said, I think she has been with Luo Bing for a long time and has been influenced by her brother. This matter is not Luo Bing's fault. The girl has a lot of ideas in her heart, but she usually doesn't say them. Seeing that things are about to be settled, she is anxious and finally can't help it. Lu Jiangwen defended his sister-in-law. What's going on with that Gao Yan? Is he really the one that Hani is talking to in private? Mr. Lu asked again. That's not true. Lu Jiangwen shook his head. They are not in that relationship. Isn't this nonsense? Lu Shiwen scolded. If she is not satisfied with Mr. Wu, she can bring it up. Having a fake boyfriend is nothing. If you can let the girl pretend to be her boyfriend, then Gao Yan shouldn't be bad, right? Mr. Lu spoke again. I have investigated. Lu Jiangwen nodded. This Gao Yan is not an ordinary person, but a martial arts genius, and his background is also quite strong. He has a master Dan Jin and a master Gang Jin. Gang Jin? Mr. Lu was startled and suddenly stood up from his chair. Seriously? Although he has retired, as a high-level executive in Daxia, he understands what Gang Jin represents. As for the martial arts group, how much resources were invested and how much money was spent. It took more than 20 years to create Gang Jin. This shows how precious Gang Jin is. It was not so laborious to build an atomic bomb back then. Lu Jiangwen met the old man's questioning look and replied, Gao Yan's master has been confirmed to be at the peak of Dan Jin, but his master is too mysterious. It's hard to say whether he is Gang Jin or not. However, Gao Yan is not a bad young man. He is only in his early 20s and is already at the peak of Hua Jin. Fei Lao, from Bureau S, asserts that he will be able to reach Dan Jin in 3 years at most. Even if he cannot reach Gang Jin in the future, but at least it's a peak elixir. Having a peak elixir in charge of our family is also of great benefit. Hearing this, Mr. Lu looked thoughtful. After a while, he said, let's just pretend we don't know about this and let Hani figure it out on her own. Thanks, Dad. Hearing what Mr. Liu said, Liu Jiangwen also breathed a sigh of relief, but where is the Wu family? I will talk to Mr. Wu personally. Mr. Liu waved his hand. After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed at Beijing Airport. Just turned it on. Gao Yan received a WeChat message from Lu Hani, telling him that the other party was waiting for him at the exit. Really? When Gao Yan arrived at the exit, he saw Lu Hani standing in the crowd. Lu Hani has a face value of 97, a figure of 91, and a charm of 98. Therefore, she even covers most of her cheeks with sunglasses. But she still looked radiant standing among the crowd. Moreover, she carried a strong aura, and people around her subconsciously kept a certain distance from her, but it also caused many men present to look at her secretly. Xiao Lu, how long have you been here? During this time, the two became familiar with each other on WeChat. The other person was older than him, but Gao Yan shamelessly called the other person Xiao Lu. After the other party resisted several times, he had no choice but to accept the name Xiao Lu, but Lu Hani also affectionately called him Xiao Gao. Lu Hani smiled and said, I've just been here a while, come with me, the car is waiting outside. Lu Hani's car was not parked in the parking lot. Instead, park on the carriageway outside the terminal. Generally speaking, long-term parking is not allowed in this place. However, Lu Hani's car was parked here, but no one came to check because her car had a special license plate. The car is not a luxury car, just a Volkswagen. However, after getting in the car, Gao Yan found that the configuration and decoration of the car were not right. A very low-key luxury car flashed in his mind. Out of curiosity, he asked, is this car a Phaeton? Yes, it's Phaeton. Lu Hani, who followed Gao Yan and sat in the back seat, took off her sunglasses and said. The driver started the car and drove towards the outside of the terminal. I heard that Phaeton is one of the favorite props for show-offs. Xiao Lu. You don't have such a bad taste, do you? Gao Yan said jokingly. This car belongs to my aunt. Lu Hani chuckled. It turns out he's from Luoju. Gao Yan suddenly realized that Luo Bing worked in Bureau S, and the special department must keep a low profile, but she was not short of money, so it was understandable that she would choose a Phaeton as a car. Suddenly, Gao Yan changed the topic. By the way, where are we going? Lu Hani said, I will take you to the hotel, to settle down. If you are interested, I will take you around the capital. No need to play. Gao Yan waved his hand, I have only been in the capital for a few days this summer vacation, and I have been to all the places I should go. That's right, you even got into a fight with someone. Lu Hani joked. They're just a bunch of lunatics. Gao Yan curled his lips disdainfully. Along the way, the two chatted with each other and occasionally joked with each other. Although the driver was expressionless, he was quite shocked. Inside. It turns out that the aloof young lady still has such a side. The hotel Lu Hani booked for him was Panga 7-star hotel. But it's not a presidential suite, but a business suite. I think I'm satisfied with the room. If I'm not satisfied, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm quite poor. Lu Hani said with a chuckle. You are poor, right? Gao Yan said in surprise. Lu Hani said, I studied in a foreign university, and I haven't asked my family for money since my sophomore year. After graduating from university, I also saved a sum of money, but after buying a birthday gift for my grandpa, I spent almost all of it, so, to help you book this apartment, I still use my credit card. Really so poor? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Lu Hani smiled and asked, do you think people in families like ours are not short of money? Indeed. Gao Yan nodded. Lu Hani continued, people in families like ours are really short of money. But if they want to spend money, some people have to raise it up. If you spend their money, they think you are giving them face, but I am different, I only spend what I earn, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford gas and would have to drive my aunt's car to pick you up. Gao Yan was a smart person, and he instantly understood the meaning of Lu Hani's words. Children of officials like Lu Hani have many connections and wide connections. Those businessmen who come to the capital to run projects cannot find any connections. As long as they are introduced to them, they can receive a lot of benefits. This situation cannot be called corruption. But Lu Hani must not bother to do such a thing, otherwise, with her status, it would not be easy to make money. Wenchuemi.cc. Moreover, Gao Yan had investigated Lu Hani's family situation. One of her uncles is the CEO of a certain group of companies, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. If she, a niece, is willing to speak, won't her uncle give it to her? So Gao Yan deliberately teased, looking at how pitiful you are, how about I lend you some? Okay, I'm worried about having no money to spend. Lu Hani said with a smile. Really? Gao Yan was a little stunned. Do you think I'm joking? Lu Hani smiled half-heartedly. Okay, tell me the number. Lu Hani said, let's borrow 2 million first. I bought a batch of bitcoins when I was studying abroad. I estimate that there will be a surge in the price recently. I will sell the bitcoins and pay you back. Gao Yan once drew a memory of the next 5 years, which also included the market price of Bitcoin. In his memory, Bitcoin did have a wave of prices recently. Unexpectedly, Lu Hani could analyze it, and she was indeed a smart person with 92 points of mental power. Okay, give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. Give. Lu Hani handed Gao Yan a card from China Merchants Bank. This time, Gao Yan did not transfer money from the system. Instead, he directly logged into mobile banking with his mobile phone and transferred 2 million to Lu Hani's card. Is 2 million enough? If not, I will give you more. Gao Yan asked. He is indeed a prodigal who made tens of billions out of one event. Lu Hani joked with a chuckle. You know what the heck, I'm getting money in exchange for users. Gao Yan said angrily, besides, I'm your creditor now. Be polite to me and get me a glass of water quickly. I don't have any sharp eyesight at all. Haven't you heard that the uncle is the one who owes money? Lu Hani said with a half-smile. Then wouldn't I have been deceived by the dog? Bah, you are the bitch. After some laughter, the two returned to the atmosphere of online chatting. By the way, it's your grandpa's birthday, should I buy some gifts? Gao Yan changed the subject. I'm so sorry, I cost you money again. Lu Hani said with a sly smile. I find you are quite thick-skinned. Gao Yan was speechless. I came all the way to help, but I didn't get paid. And I even had to pay back. I am a beautiful woman, don't I have some privileges? Not my beauty. It can be yours. Since it's mine, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Gao Yan moved forward in a humble manner. But Lu Hani did not hide, but said playfully, if you kiss me, you will be responsible. Do you dare to kiss me? Forget it then. Gao Yan decisively evacuated. Coward. Lu Hani cursed. I am a dedicated person, I have a girlfriend, and I can't let my girlfriend down. Which one? Lu Hani asked. Gao Yan once again succeeded. After chatting for a while, Lu Hani said, let's go, I'll take you to dinner. What to eat? Gao Yan asked. Have you tried Tan's food? I haven't eaten it, but I've heard of it. Gao Yan said that his reading of books was not in vain. Now that there is no pressure, he does not choose to read books at all and reads whatever he catches. Although it didn't add much knowledge, it also improved my knowledge. Moreover, he has a photographic memory, so even if he has never eaten Tan's cuisine, he still has a certain understanding of Tan's cuisine. He added, this Tan's food is not cheap, isn't it? Xiao Lu, don't you have no money? Why did you order such expensive food? Lu Hani said, didn't you complain just now that you didn't get paid? I really don't plan to pay you, but I can't treat you badly in terms of food and accommodation. Even if I sell the iron, I still have to give you a good meal. Gao Yan, then should I be moved? Lu Hani, that's not the case, but it's quite difficult to reserve a seat at Tan's restaurant. This restaurant is very popular and only cooks 9 tables of dishes every day. I only managed to reserve a seat through a friend. Then should I praise you? That's not necessary. Lu Hani suppressed her laughter, and she realized more and more that she felt very relaxed getting along with Gao Yan. But my friend is also a foodie, so you won't mind if she has to eat with us. Right? If I mind, can she not come? Of course not. Then why are you asking me? Gao Yan was speechless. Lu Hani couldn't help laughing. I'm just being polite, don't take it seriously. Walk out of the hotel lobby. The low-key Volkswagen was already waiting there in advance. About 40 minutes passed. The phaeton drove to an area of low buildings. The buildings in this area may look dilapidated, but they are actually all courtyards. The car stopped before reaching its destination. Because the alley ahead is too narrow. Are all the rich people living here? Gao Yan asked casually. Yes, but no. Lu Hani said. Why, isn't it said that courtyard houses are very expensive? Gao Yan said in confusion. Lu Hani shook her head, you only know one thing, but not the other. No matter how expensive a courtyard is, it is just a set of real estate. Today's courtyards are included in the protection of ancient buildings. If they want to be rectified, they need the consent of multiple departments. If you plan to sell, it will be even more troublesome and difficult to apply for. Therefore, no matter how expensive the courtyard house is, it is only wealth. In name and in fact, it is not as comfortable as living in a commercial house. Moreover, most of the people living here are local residents of the capital. They live in extremely expensive courtyard houses, but they earn the wages of ordinary people. After listening to Lu Hani's explanation, Gao Yan suddenly realized that he seemed to have been misled by some rebirth novels. In many rebirth novels, there are plots where the protagonist buys courtyard houses and antiques and waits for their value to increase. There are regulations prohibiting resale. No matter how much you save, it's useless to have a courtyard house in your hands. Is it possible to change your place to live in one day? As for antiques, as mentioned before, it is a game played by insiders. Regardless of mentioning it, it is often priced but not marketable. The two walked side by side for more than 300 meters and came to the end of the alley. There is a large courtyard at the end of this alley. There is no Tanjia cuisine sign on the door, but an interesting couplet. The door is ajar. You can just push the door open and enter. Lu Hani was obviously not here for the first time, and she led Gao Yan through the front yard, the middle yard, and the backyard very familiarly. Xiao Yuer, I've already arrived, why don't you come out to pick me up? Lu Hani shouted loudly. Then he saw a cute-looking girl in her early 20s, with a round face, walking out of a wing in the backyard. Sister Hani, you are here. Xiao Ruoyu said happily, then she glanced at Gao Yan, curiously. Sister Hani. Is this my future brother-in-law? He is Gao Yan. Lu Hani introduced both parties with a smile. Xiao Gao. This is my good sister, Xiao Ruoyu, you can just call her Xiao Yuer. Hello Xiao Yuer, I'm Gao Yan, nice to meet you. How happy are you? Xiao Ruoyu blinked slyly. Gao Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, guess. Xiao Ruoyu was quite satisfied with Gao Yan's answer, you are quite interesting. I recognize you as my brother-in-law. Then thank you Ong. You're welcome. After talking, a group of 3 people entered the side room. This wing has been converted into an antique box. Incense was lit in the private room. In addition, celebrity calligraphy and paintings were hung on the walls of the private room. Gao Yan also found that the vases in the room seemed to be antiques. Soon, the waiter started to serve the food. Tan's cuisine, also known as official cuisine, specializes in dry food processing and is good at cooking sea delicacies with high soup and high fire. Hai Bas Hen refers to valuable seafood such as fish bones, sea cucumbers, abalone, and scallops. Although Daxia is becoming more and more developed and the economy is getting better and better, things like seafood are still a little expensive for ordinary people. What's more, the ingredients used in Tan's cuisine are all seafood treasures. Therefore, ordinary people can't afford Tan's cuisine. I have to say that this Tan's cuisine does have its own uniqueness. Gao Yan enjoyed the meal and did not pretend to be reserved. How's it going? Is this dish to your liking? After the meal, Lu Hani asked with a smile. Not bad, very delicious. Gao Yan nodded. Then, the waiter removed the dishes on the table, cleaned up, and brought tea, snacks and fruits. Brother-in-law, where are you from and what do you do? Xiao Ruoyu had been enjoying the food before and had hardly spoken. Now that she was full, she should also test the bottom of this brother-in-law and check for Sister Hani. I'm from Nandu, and I've founded an online mall. Gao Yan said with a smile. Xiao Ruoyu said, online mall, the Sunday mall, is quite famous recently. I heard that their boss is a prodigal son. He spent tens of billions for a mobile phone event, but it was cheap for Zhongwei mobile phone and Dami mobile phone. Hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, Lu Hani's eyes became particularly strange, and he also looked at Gao Yan, teasingly. Gao Yan's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, I am the boss of Sunday Mall. Puff. Xiao Ruoyu, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it out before she could swallow it. Fortunately, she turned her head to the side where no one was when she sprayed. Sorry, I lost my composure. Xiao Ruoyu wiped the water stains on her mouth and apologized, brother-in-law, I'm really sorry, I didn't know that Sunday Mall was yours, otherwise I wouldn't say you were a prodigal son. To be honest, Sunday Mall is now very famous, no less than Taobao and JD. But what? Since the end of the mobile phone event, the investment banks and investors who were optimistic about Sunday Mall have all stopped. The reason is also very simple, because Gao Yan, the boss, is too capable. He Can burn tens of billions of yuan for an event. The money of the investment bank is not blown by the wind. What if he comes again? No amount of money is enough for him to build. So, until now, no one has taken the initiative to come to the door for financing. However, Gao Yan is not panic at all if no one comes to invest. After all, he still has more than 1 trillion in cash lying on the system's reserve funds. If the mall runs out of money on Sunday, the worst he can do is continue to increase capital. If 10 billion is not enough, then 100 billion. Therefore, he really doesn't care whether there are investors or not. Facing Xiao Ruoyu's apology, Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly. It's okay. Those who don't know are not guilty. Brother-in-law, can you satisfy my curiosity? Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyu changed his eyes and asked. Gao Yan nodded. Xiao Ruoyu continued, I heard from the grapevine that you did that mobile phone activity because you had a conflict with the fruit phone? Indeed. Gao Yan nodded again, the fruit phone is too arrogant. In anger, I decided to support 2 opponents for it. After experiencing the lottery for buying a mobile phone in the mall on Sunday, not only the stock prices of Dami and Zhongwei have soared, but their brand influence has also increased a lot, especially Zhongwei mobile phones, which are taking this opportunity to vigorously develop overseas markets. It is said that the effect is very good now. Then it doesn't feel bad for you to spend so much money? Xiao Ruoyu asked. I don't feel bad. Gao Yan said, in fact, he made a lot of money. Without that activity, the funds in his system account would not have exceeded 1 trillion so quickly. Therefore, it seems that he lost money and gained Zhongwei and rice, but in fact, he made more. Brother-in-law is so generous, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Xiao Ruoyu raised his teacup and said. Okay, cheers. Other side. Huanyu Building, Junlai Group. Chairman's office. A middle-aged man stood in front of Wu Junlai, who was leaning on the boss's chair and squinting his eyes. Middle-aged Renhui reported, Master, that Gao Yan has come to the capital. Miss Lu personally went to the airport to greet him. They are currently having dinner at Tan's restaurant. Wu Jun came to straighten his body and asked expressionlessly, is there any movement over at the Lu family? The middle-aged man shook his head, there is no movement in the Lu family. They seem to be letting things happen. Upon hearing this, Wu Junlai couldn't help but have a flash of anger in his eyes. So, the Lu family is planning to regret their marriage? The middle-aged man expressed silence about this. Just then, Wu Jun's phone rang. After answering the phone call, his face became a little gloomy. The call was from his father. His father told him that Mr. Lu had just left. The arrival of Mr. Lu only expresses one meaning. Young people have their own destiny, and the Lu family will not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Although Mr. Lu didn't say it clearly, the Wu family understood what he meant, and so did Mr. Wu. The Wu family is also a family of officials. However, it is slightly worse than the Lu family. If the 2 families can get married, it will be of great benefit to both families. If he plans to join the business circle and marries Lu Hani, the Wu family's support for him will increase, and he will also gain support from the Lu family. His future is bright. Now, the Lu family regrets it. Although the reason is not with him, but with Lu Hani. But he will definitely be affected, and even the Wu family's support for him will be greatly reduced. Gao Yan's information. He had already studied it. Although the other party has risen in the market, he has a special identity. A warrior. Moreover, the opponent's backstage is quite tough, with a master who is at the peak of his alchemy power. However, this lofty saying also has a shortcoming, that is, this person, like him, is quite lustful. If he was not lewd, he might have used this to attack Gao Yan. For a moment, he couldn't help but regret that he shouldn't have been so public in the past. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. The background cannot suppress the lofty words. Financial resources cannot be suppressed. He started his business for several years and built the company to a scale of hundreds of billions. But Sunday Mall is not bad either. Although there are no investors, the market value of Sunday Mall has already exceeded 100 billion. What's more, Gao Yan is still a ruthless person who spends tens of billions on just a disagreement. Who knows how much money he still has? Therefore, he cannot suppress him financially. Since background and financial resources are useless. What about talent? In terms of talent, he is a graduate of a prestigious school and has a steady voice. Graduating from a prestigious school is something worth showing off to ordinary people, but to people like them, it's not worth mentioning. In the end, all that was left was to conquer Lu Hani with her masculine charm. But after 2 contacts, he felt that Lu Hani's attitude towards him was very dull. No matter how well he behaves, the other party seems a little dismissive. Suddenly, Wu Jun came to realize that he had no chance of winning against Gao Yan. Just give up? He was unwilling to do so. But if he wants to defeat Gao Yan and seize Lu Hani, is he even remotely sure? What do I do? Wu Junlai said secretly. After thinking for half an hour, he still couldn't come up with a suitable solution. Finally, he sighed softly, since it can't be done, then. Other side. Tan's restaurant. Had snacks and drank tea. Gao Yan and his party left. Then we went to a club and played all afternoon. Dinner was eaten at the club. After eating, Lu Hani sent Gao Yan back to Panga's 7-star hotel and told him to have a good rest and pick him up tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, Lu Hani had just left not long ago. The doorbell rings. Gao Yan opened the door and saw a handsome young man standing outside. Hello, Mr. Gao, I'm Mr. Wu. I know you've come to the capital, so I came here to pay you a visit. The other side said with a smile. When he heard the other party's name, Gao Yan was a little surprised. Wasn't this his love rival? But the strange thing was that through his insight, he found that the other party's friendship level was actually as high as 60 points. Could it be that this person has a hobby of Tauren? Please come in. Gao Yan invited Wu Junlai in and poured him a glass of water. Thanks. Mr. Gao, I came here this time for 2 purposes. One is out of curiosity to see what kind of person I lose to, and the other is, I want to make friends with you. Wu Junlai smiled. Said. Be friends with me? Gao Yan's expression became more and more weird, which made him want to ask. Do you have some special hobby? But he still didn't ask. At this time, Wu Junlai showed a sincere expression. Actually, when I first heard that you were coming to the capital, I was still hostile to you. But later, I calculated carefully and found that I had no chance of winning against you. Since we can't win, why bother making enemies? Why not be a friend, Mr. Gao? Are you willing to accept me as a friend? If he couldn't see the friendliness, he wouldn't believe Wu Jun, but now, he believed it 70% or 80%, so he nodded. Brother Junlai, I'm glad to be friends with you. Me too. The two held hands together and smiled on their faces. Since we have become friends, it is natural to entertain your friends well. When they come. Brother Gao, I have prepared some programs for you. Are you willing to reward me? Gao Yan smiled and nodded. What an honor. The moment he agreed, Wu Junlai's friendship level increased by another 10 points, reaching 70 points. Then let's go. Wu Junlai waved his hands happily. .1chwemi.cc. Gao Yan followed Wu Jun downstairs. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I found a group of young people with different temperaments standing in the hotel lobby. Brother Junlai. As soon as these young people saw Mr. Wu coming, they all greeted him politely. Wu Junlai nodded to them, and then looked at Gao Yan beside him. This is a good friend I just made. You call me Brother Yan. Brother Yan. A uniform voice sounded. Hello. Gao Yan nodded towards these young people. He could see that the identities of these young people were not simple, but he did not have any stage fright. Later, Wu Jun came and took Gao Yan to introduce all these young people. Sure enough, as he guessed, they were either the second generation of the top rich or the children of official families. After the introduction was completed, Mr. Wu waved his hand. Let's go, target. Worker's body. We won't come back until we get drunk tonight. When we exited the hotel lobby, we saw a row of Ishui supercars parked outside, which was particularly conspicuous. These include the rarely seen Bugatti Veyron, Kaselnik, Ferrari Enzo, Pagani, Zonda, etc. Brother Yan, which one of these cars do you like? I'll give it to you. Wu Junlai pointed at the supercar and said with a proud look on his face. Is it all yours? Gao Yan said in surprise. Wensuemi.cc. Wu Junlai said with high spirits, yes, they are all mine. I have 3 major hobbies. The first is making money, the second is collecting super sports cars, and the third is beauty. A gentleman doesn't take what others like, but I'm not a gentleman either. Just this Pagani. Gao Yan said with a smile. Path, key. Wu Junlai stretched out his hand and said to a thin young man. His name was Yin Lu. According to Wu Junlai, he was a top-notch second-generation rich man whose family was engaged in real estate development. Brother Yan, give it. Yin Lu quickly handed over the key with both hands. Thanks. Without being pretentious, Gao Yan took the key and walked towards the Pagani. Get in the car, fasten your seat belt, and turn on the ignition. Suddenly, a burst of engine sound sounded like an explosion. But when it falls on my ears, it is not noisy at all. Instead, it feels like blood is boiling. Later, under the greeting of Mr. Wu, everyone boarded the car one after another, and then roared towards the Gongdi. A fleet of 9 supercars was making a lot of noise and was extremely ostentatious. Along the way, surrounding cars gave way, then cast a watching gaze. Some people also took out their mobile phones to take photos of the convoy and send them to moments or short videos. More than half an hour later, the convoy arrived outside the Mr. 13 bar in the worker stadium. Because Wu Jun's arrival had been arranged in advance, when they arrived, the manager of the bar was already waiting outside the door with someone, and at the same time, the parking boys also came up to help park the car. The guests who were about to enter the bar also stopped to watch. Surrounded by everyone, Gao Yan and Wu Junlai entered Mr. 13 side by side. Wait for their figures to disappear into the bar. There were murmurs of discussion all around. Let me go, these people should be the top rich second generation, they are so damn rich. No, any car is enough for us to struggle for a lifetime. Although Mr. 13's bar just opened this year, the business is quite booming. Even a booth is in short supply, and most people who come in to play can't even book a booth. Not to mention the private room. Of course, with Wu Junlai's status, he would definitely be able to book a private room. Even if it wasn't available, the boss would have to find a way to provide one. This bar has two major features. First, the dance floor is stepped. Second, there are quite a lot of beauties here. In addition, some interesting parties are held regularly. For example, today is a beach party. As soon as you enter the bar, you can see a large number of beauties wearing bikinis and with good figures walking through the bar. After arriving at the box and taking a seat, Wu Jun came and asked with a smile, "How are you, Brother Yan? The atmosphere here is not bad, right?" "Fine." Gao Yan nodded. Afterwards, waiters filed in one after another and placed bottles of expensive wine on the table. "Follow closely." More young beauties from the atmosphere group followed in. Wu Junlai came close to Gao Yan's ear and said, "Brother Yan, pick two, but these women only need to be addicted to handcraft, don't do it for real, they are easy to be poisoned." Gao Yan naturally knew what the so-called poisoning meant, and how clean could a woman who hangs out in a nightclub be? However, Gao Yan, who has an insightful eye, will naturally not choose a woman who is pregnant with poison. With a glance with his insightful eyes, Gao Yan knew the physical conditions of the girls in these atmosphere groups. Finally, he selected two special scores above 80 points. Being in a place like this, and being able to maintain a specialness of over 80 points, can be regarded as a clean act. After Gao Yan's selection, Wu Junlai randomly selected two. The rest was divided among the other 7. In a villa. After Xiao Ruoyu answered a phone call, he suddenly rushed into the bedroom and said to Lu Hani, who was lying on the bed reading a book, "Sister Hani, Mr. Wu is here to take people to Panga 7-star hotel." "What?" Lu Hani's expression tightened, and she suddenly showed a worried look. She was not worried about Gao Yan, but worried about Lord Wu coming. After all, Gao Yan was a warrior at the peak of his strength and could not suffer. As for Wu Junlai, he is just an ordinary person. "No, I want to go right away." "Sister Hani, you don't have to go there, they are no longer in the hotel," Xiao Ruoyu said with a strange expression. "Where did you go when you weren't in the hotel?" Lu Hani asked. "They went to Mr. 13's bar." "Going to a bar?" Lu Hani's expression also became weird. "Yes." Xiao Ruoyu said puzzledly, "At first, I thought Lord Wu came here to look for trouble, but that was not the case at all. They seem to have become friends." "Ah?" Lu Hani was a little confused. What kind of divine expansion was this? "It's probably because my brother-in-law's personality is so charming that Lord Wu turned his enemy into a friend." Xiao Ruoyu said, a reason that she couldn't even believe. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in her mind, or maybe Mr. Wu has some conspiracy to come here, and he made friends with him to deliberately paralyze his brother-in-law. In this case, I'll call Gao Yan. Lu Hani couldn't guess what Wu Jun wanted to do, so she was going to call and ask. Other side. Gao Yanjing is having fun with everyone. The phone rang and he saw it was Lu Hani, so he confessed to everyone and went to the bathroom to answer the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Hani's slightly worried voice was heard. "Xiao Gao, I heard that you went to the bar with Wu Jun. Are you okay now?" Gao Yan said, yes, we are at 13 bar now. Don't worry, I have become friends with Wu Junlai now. Are you sure? Certainly. Gao Yan said, he said that he has no chance of winning against me. It is better to be a friend than an enemy. I am a very good judge of people and judged that he was not lying. For a moment, Lu Hani didn't know what to say. After a while, she warned. You have fun, but you'd better be careful, the women in the nightclub are not clean. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan returned to the box. About half an hour passed. Wu Junlai also received a call. When he saw the phone number, his face changed slightly, and he quickly got up and went out to answer the phone. When he came back after answering the phone, he said to Gao Yan with some embarrassment, Brother Yan, my sister will be here later. If she has done anything offensive, please bear with me. I will apologize to you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. You seem to be quite afraid of your sister? Gao Yan said curiously. I have grown up in her shadow since childhood. Wu Junlai said with a wry smile. Later, Wu Jun came to briefly introduce her sister's situation. His sister's name is Wu Chaoyue. She has been very outstanding since she was a child. No, she should be described as a monster. She obtained a master's degree from Tsinghua University at the age of 16, and was later invited to study for a doctoral degree at Stanford University in the United States. In just 4 years, she obtained 3 doctorates in economics, mathematics, and psychology from Stanford University. While attending Stanford, she was still studying the U.S. stock market and entered the market with $200,000. In just a few years, she turned this $200,000 into $360 million. Therefore, Wall Street calls her the Little Witch of the East. After this incident was exposed, many large financial institutions on Wall Street turned to her and offered her high-level positions. But Wu Chaoyue refused them all. Instead, he founded his own investment company on Wall Street. And it took 2 years to create a myth again. She used $360 million to make more than 30 angel investments. In just 2 years, the market value of one of them soared to more than $40 billion. She only invested $12 million at the beginning. Although after several rounds of financing, her shares are only 11.2%. But the value of these shares is more than $4 billion. In addition, the market value of the other 5 companies she invested in has exceeded $10 billion. She holds a small shareholding in each company, around 10%. The combined shares of the 6 companies are worth almost $10 billion. As for the remaining more than 20 companies, several have gone bankrupt. A few are still persisting, and a few have achieved good results. In a word, in 2 years, Wu Chaoyue turned more than $300 million into more than $10 billion. Therefore, her title became Witch of the East. Later, the Witch of the East exchanged her shares for more than $11 billion. He returned to China with the money and founded a new Chaoyue investment company, referred to as Psi. Wu Chaoyue returned to China in 10 years. Over 5 years later, the Psi investment institution she founded has become one of the top investment institutions in the country and currently holds shares in 14 listed companies. Holds shares in several startup companies. In addition, her investment institution also has a dedicated financial department. Under her leadership, this financial sector opened and closed in the US stock and futures markets. In a few years, it made more than 50 billion US dollars. After several years of training, her team has become the top team in the country. As for Psi investment institutions, the current market value has reached 1 trillion. Wu Junlai is good enough. In just a few years, his company has grown to a scale of hundreds of billions. However, this achievement is nothing compared to his sister. Moreover, his achievements today are inseparable from her sister's guidance and secret support. Because of this, he was more afraid of this sister. After listening to Wu Junlai's story, Gao Yan also became a little curious about this Oriental witch girl, and asked thoughtfully, "Is your sister here to help you?" Wu Junlai said with some embarrassment, "That's right. I've tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen to me at all." "Don't worry, maybe it's not as bad as you think." Gao Yan patted Wu Junlai on the shoulder and said, "I hope so." Because he knew his sister was coming, Wu Junlai was no longer interested in having fun and directly dismissed the girls in the atmosphere group. "Brother Junlai, what's wrong with you?" Yinlu noticed that Wu Junlai looked strange and asked worriedly. "My sister will be here in a minute," Wu Jun said. Upon hearing this, Yinlu and others changed their expressions. Especially Yinlu, his words became awkward and demanding, "Brother Junlai, how about I withdraw first?" "Brother Junlai, Sister Chaoyue's aura is too strong. I can't hold it in anymore. I have to get out of the way." Another young man followed suit, with a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Then, the other 5 people also made excuses and said they wanted to run away. "Are you so afraid of her?" Gao Yan asked, curiously, but he became more and more interested in this Eastern witch. Yinlu smiled coquettishly, "Brother Yan, you don't know something. Sister Chaoyue has a doctorate in psychology. Her eyes can penetrate people's hearts. In front of her, we are as if we have nothing on and no small thoughts." It was impossible to escape her eyes, it was so embarrassing. Especially Sister Wu's mouth is particularly powerful. Just a few words can make us feel ashamed. "No." Another second-generation rich man named Shi Wen Zi said, "Besides, Sister Chaoyue is very powerful. With all of us present together, she can easily suppress her with one hand." The third person followed closely and said, "We are a bunch of people with good backgrounds and talents, but in front of Sister Wu, we are nothing. Facing her, we feel too inferior, so it is better to keep a respectful distance. Okay, get out of the way quickly, otherwise, when Sister Chaoyue comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to," someone reminded. "Sorry, Brother Junlai, Brother Yan, we have to take a step first. Brother Yan, I'll treat you alone tomorrow. It's up to you to keep me company today." In an instant, the originally lively box suddenly became deserted. "Brother Yan, why don't you leave too?" Lord Wu came and suggested. He knew Gao Yan's strength. He was really worried that his sister would be unreasonable and anger Gao Yan, and then be beaten by Gao Yan. Although his sister was also good at fighting. But she was not a real warrior after all. Even if she was a real warrior, it would not work, after all, Gao Yan was a strong man at the peak of Huajin. "I'm leaving, how are you going to explain to your sister?" Gao Yan said with a smile. Suddenly, Wu Junlai was very moved. "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Yan, but Brother Yan, if my sister offends you later, I hope you can bear it. And don't do it. Don't worry, it won't be that serious." Gao Yan waved his hand. "Then thank you first, and toast you a glass." About 20 minutes later, a woman with a strong aura pushed open the door of the box and walked in. When she saw that there were only Wu Junlai and Gao Yan in the box, she couldn't help but look provocative. Those guys knew I was coming and slipped away in advance? Sister, they all have something to do. Wu Junlai stood up quickly and said a little embarrassedly. You don't have to explain for them. Wu Chaoyue came to the sofa and sat down, but his eyes fell on Gao Yan. And Gao Yan also threw a perceptive eye at Wu Chaoyue. Name, Wu Chaoyue. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance, 96. Body, 87. Charm, 99. Physique, 79. Spirit, 99. Strength, comparable to Ming Jin. Identity, founder of Psi Investment Institution, chairman, Wu family's daughter. Friendliness, 10. Special, 100. Seeing Wu Chaoyue's data, Gao Yan secretly exclaimed, wow, your mental power has reached 99 points, no wonder it's so evil. You know, even the mental power of a Huajin warrior may not reach 90. You and Lu Hani are not boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Suddenly, Wu Chaoyue said. Hearing this, Wu Junlai subconsciously looked at Gao Yan. And Gao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. This Wu Chaoyue is really powerful. Once he fights, he will kill with a killer move, so he has to take it seriously. At the same time, he was also a little excited. If he could suppress this Eastern witch, it would be something to be proud of. Gathering his mind, Gao Yan considered how to answer. If the answer is yes, then his trip to the capital was a failure and he could not explain it to Lu Hani. If the answer is no, Wu Chaoyue will definitely take the opportunity to expose him and put him in an embarrassing situation. Therefore, you cannot answer yes or no, otherwise you will fall into the other party's language trap. Gao Yan smiled slightly and looked at Wu Chaoyue with appreciative eyes. Hello, Sister Wu, I am Gao Yan, Junlai's friend. I heard Junlai tell you about your deeds, but I didn't expect you to look so young and beautiful. As expected, it is better to meet than to be famous. Gao Yan emphasized the words big and young. Moreover, he also specifically used the word you instead of you to imply that Wu Chaoyue is older. When Lord Wu came to the side and heard Gao Yan's words, he was frightened. Although he was not as smart as his sister, he understood Gao Yan's words. As for Wu Chaoyue, after hearing these words, his expression did not change much, but his eyes shrank slightly. He used his inside eye again to observe. And the only 10 points of friendship were directly reset to 0. Sure enough, no matter how outstanding a woman is, she actually cares about her age. But soon, Gao Yan noticed another subtle change in Wu Chaoyue's expression, and she seemed a little excited. What do you mean? Is it because I met my opponent in chess? Indeed, as Gao Yan had expected, Wu Chaoyue's character was strong, self-centered, and could not be refuted. Even if he encountered someone who was not convinced, he could often defeat him with just a few moves. And today, after meeting Gao Yan in the first confrontation, not only did she not get any advantage, but she was also angered by the other party. Therefore, this gave her a feeling of meeting her opponent. The next moment, Wu Chaoyue spoke again. Xiao Gao, since you and Junlai are friends, have you ever heard a saying that a friend's wife should not be bullied, don't you think so? I'll go. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan felt a little numb and looked down upon this woman. It also made him realize what it means to speak like a knife. However, his mental strength was over 100 and his brain was running very fast. He smiled and said, Sister Wu misunderstood. Hani and I met first, and I became friends with Brother Junlai later. Besides, Brother Junlai and Hani is not engaged yet, so the saying that a friend's wife should not be bullied does not hold true. Also, Brother Junlai is so outstanding, and Hani and I are not engaged yet. We can compete fairly, Sister Wu, don't you think so? Wu Chaoyue secretly felt angry when she heard Gao Yan talking about Sister Wu. And you, but she couldn't find fault. After all, Gao Yan respected you and was polite to you. Yes, sister, Brother Yan and I just became friends tonight, don't get me wrong. At this time, Wu Jun came to help and spoke. At the same time, he also admired Gao Yan for being able to fight well with his sister. Yes. Shut up. Wu Chaoyue glared at Wu Junlai angrily, feeling that this younger brother was a little confused. At this time, Gao Yan suddenly said, Sister Wu, actually you are a little harsh on Brother Junlai. Look at the young generation today, how many young people can be as outstanding as him? Don't treat him like a child anymore. General reprimand. Upon hearing this, Wu Junlai was particularly moved and glanced at Gao Yan gratefully. After noticing this scene, Wu Chaoyue was speechless. I, the sister, came to stand up for you, and you are actually grateful to the enemy. Could it be that I, the sister, have become a villain? Damn Gao Yan, you actually sowed discord between me and my brother. For a moment, the fighting spirit in her heart increased a little, and a look of guilt appeared on her face. I'm sorry, I am a sister who cares about you too much. I will not scold you casually in the future. Sister, it's okay, I know you are doing it for my own good. Wu Junlai said quickly that his sister actually apologized to him, which had never happened before. For a moment, he felt a little more grateful to Gao Yan. Xiao Gao, I heard that you founded a Sunday mall? Wu Chaoyue changed the subject. Yeah, it's just a small fight, but it's far worse than Sister Wu's investment institution. Gao Yan is humble and authentic. If I guess correctly, the Sunday mall you founded was based on Black Friday. In the United States? Wu Chaoyue asked with a smile. Yes, we did learn from the Black Friday model. Gao Yan didn't have any embarrassment and admitted it directly. Then what are your thoughts on the follow-up development of Sunday Mall? Wu Chaoyue asked again. No idea. Gao Yan shook his head, I have no business talent. I founded the Sunday Mall on a whim. All the company's affairs are handled by specialized people. I haven't been to the company for a long time. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Wu Chaoyue didn't know what to say. In the previous confrontation, she was slightly behind. She originally wanted to use her strengths to reverse the defeat. As a result, Gao Yan refused to accept the move at all. At this time, Gao Yan's voice sounded again, actually, I am not very interested in the company, making money, or anything like that. After all, I have a good master, and I will never be able to spend all the money she gave me in my life. Moreover, opening a company is too troublesome. My master gave me a medicinal wine formula. With this prescription, I can easily earn tens of billions a year. It is much easier than opening a company. By the way, I also brought a bottle of wine. Sister Wu, come and try it together. While talking, Gao Yan took out his coat pocket and actually took out a bottle of wine. While talking, Gao Yan poured half a cup into 3 cups, and then motioned Wu Junlai and Wu Chow to taste it. The brother and sister took a sip of the wine. Soon, they felt the charm of the medicinal wine. Brother Yan, your wine, can't it be the same as the wine in Bureau S? Wu Junlai asked in shock. Yes. Gao Yan nodded, the medicinal wine in Bureau S is provided by me. I gave them 10 million, and they sold 20 million to the outside world. One bottle? Yes, the price of one bottle. Oh my God, no wonder you dare to spend tens of billions on a mobile phone. Event, your wine is too profitable. Wu Junlai said in shock. Hey, money is a bastard, we will make more after spending it. Gao Yan waved his hand disapprovingly. Seeing the two people chatting enthusiastically, Wu Chaoyue was a little silent. She estimated that no matter how high the production cost of this kind of medicinal wine is, a bottle will cost hundreds of thousands at most. But Gao Yan sold it for 10 million as soon as he changed hands. It was simply a huge profit. But this kind of wine is particularly popular. As far as she knows, her grandfather owed a favor to someone in order to get such a bottle of medicinal wine. Brother Yan, can you sell me a few bottles of this wine? Suddenly, Wu Jun came. Aren't we friends? I'll give you 2 bottles directly. Gao Yan said proudly, and then looked at Wu Chaoyue, Sister Wu, you either. If you want, I'll also give you 2 bottles. Upon hearing this, Wu Chaoyue felt a huge sense of frustration, but she couldn't say no. After all, this kind of medicinal wine is hard to buy with money, so she could only nod, thank you, Xiao Gao. When she said this, she was completely deflated. Faintly, she seemed to hear a voice double kill. Gao Yan double killed the brother and sister. Now. In a music bar opposite Mr. 13's bar. Yin Lu, Shi Wen and others who had left before actually gathered here. Suddenly, Jin Xiaofei exclaimed, found it. Before, Lord Wu came to take them to Panga 7-star Hotel to meet Gao Yan. But he did not introduce Gao Yan's identity to them. But to be able to be treated so seriously by Lord Wu, his identity is not simple. Therefore, they were willing to call Brother Yan. But they were very curious about Gao Yan's identity. I originally planned to wait until Mr. 13's game was over before asking Mr. Wu privately. Unexpectedly, Wu Chaoyue appeared halfway, forcing them to flee from Mr. 13. But they are not stupid. There was a vague feeling that Wu Chaoyue came for Gao Yan. Therefore, they ostensibly withdrew, but in fact they ran to the opposite side of Mr. 13 to wait for news. Xiao Fei, tell me quickly, what is Brother Yan's identity? The other 6 people asked with curious faces. Wait a minute, I'll create a new group and pull you into the group. I'll send the investigation stuff to the group for you to see for yourselves. Soon. Jin Xiaofei created a WeChat group and added all 6 people present to the group, and then shared the news he had investigated with the group. The 6 people clicked it quickly and watched curiously. But after reading some of the information, their expressions were a little strange. Xiao Fei, are you sure the person you are looking for is reliable? Yin Lu was the first to question, because according to this information, Brother Yan was actually Brother Junlai's love rival. That is. Shi Wen also questioned, this is too nonsense. If this information is true, then Brother Yan is here to steal women from Brother Junlai. If anyone dares to steal women from me, I will kill him directly. How can we be brothers with him? I don't think so. Zhao Dongyin suddenly said, after reading the information below, you will know why Brother Junlai wants to call him brother, because he really can't do it. I have to say that the person Jing Xiaofei found was quite reliable, and he found out all the information that Gao Yan had not concealed. After hearing this, everyone continued to read the information. After a while, Yin Lu spoke again. Brother Junlai seems to be really incapable of doing this, but Brother Yan seems to be a bit fierce. He is in his 20s and is already at the peak of his strength. Sun Ran nodded with deep understanding. If I were Brother Junlai, I would do the same thing. For a woman, it is not worth becoming an enemy with a fierce man like Brother Yan. I didn't expect that Brother Yan is actually a Huajin warrior. If we make good friends with Brother Yan, wouldn't we have Huajin to support us in the future? That's right, that bastard Qin Yunlong is very arrogant, isn't he? Because he is the pinnacle of Ming dynasty, he often mocks us for being weaklings. With him like that, Brother Yan can hit 10 with one hand. Brother Yan seems to be easy to get along with. How about we find an opportunity to ask Brother Yan to help me teach that bastard Qin Yunlong a lesson? Tell me, is Sister Chaoyue here for Brother Yan? At this time, Zhao Dongyun suddenly said something again. Fuck, it's true. I'll go, the trouble is big. Sister Chaoyue's mouth is sharper than a knife. If she offends Brother Yan, will she be held down and beaten by Brother Yan? Upon hearing this, the image of Wu Chaoyue being pressed to the ground and being rubbed appeared in everyone's mind. There seems to be some inexplicable joy and expectation. After all, every time they saw Wu Chaoyue, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing their natural enemies being dealt with, they naturally gloated over their misfortune. It's not good for you to be like this. No matter what you say, Sister Chaoyue is Brother Junlai's sister. We can't take pleasure in others' misfortune. Gee. Tianyu said while suppressing a smile. Yes, you can't gloat. Sun Ran also had a smile that couldn't be concealed on his face. Look, Sister Chaoyue is out. At this moment, Jing Xiaofei pointed to the opposite side and said, while speaking, he actually took out a telescope and looked at the opposite side. And then said, Sister Chaoyue is not injured, but her expression looks gloomy, so she shouldn't have taken it. Cheap. Show me. Sun Ran quickly grabbed the telescope and looked across the way, and sure enough he saw Wu Chaoyue's beautiful but gloomy face. Show me quickly. Yin Lu also came to grab the telescope, but unfortunately, Wu Chaoyue had already boarded a car parked on the roadside. A flash of regret flashed in Yin Lu's eyes, and then he analyzed, if I remember correctly, it took less than 10 minutes for Sister Chaoyue to go in. But Brother Junlai didn't follow her out. Combined with her gloomy expression, I estimate that Chaoyue's sister didn't get any advantage from Brother Yan. What are you guessing here? Let's go directly to find out the news. Yes, leave quickly. As a result, the group of young men stood up and rushed towards Mr. 13's bar. With eager faces. In the box. Wu Junlai sighed in his heart. He never thought in his wildest dreams that his which sister would one day become deficient. Brother Yan, you will be my brother from now on, and I will be your brother. I respect you with this cup. There's no need to be so outspoken. From now on, you call me Brother Yan, and I'll call you Brother Junlai. Gao Yan also smiled, raised his cup and said, at the same time, he used his insight eye to check Wu Junlai's friendship level, which had reached 87. This level of friendship is very high. If you only need 3 points less, you will be friends of life and death. Brother Yan, I know that we are both the same kind of people. There is no point in staying here anymore. Otherwise, let's change places to play. Woo. Junlai had an expression on his face that every man would understand. No. Gao Yan waved his hand, it's not the right time. Let's play again next time. 2. Wu Junlai nodded, after all, I want to leave a good impression on the Lu family. Later, Wu Jun came to share some of his experiences. After listening to this, Gao Yan couldn't help but gain a lot of experience. Secretly thinking, rich people know how to play. For example, because of the fear of poisoning, they would create a company and then recruit a group of young and beautiful female employees with high salaries. Before joining the job, they will be arranged to go to the hospital for a physical examination. In this way, there is no need to worry about poisoning. When they get tired of playing, they will directly give these female employees a severance package, and at the same time cancel the company and destroy all traces of their corpses. Just then, the box door was pushed open. Yin Lu, Shi Wen, Jing Xiaofei, Sun Ran and other 7 people filed in with smiles. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Wu Junlai said angrily, these grandsons really have no loyalty. Knowing that her sister was coming, they all ran away, and when his sister left, they all showed up again. Brother Junlai and Brother Yan are our faults. We collectively punish ourselves with 3 cups of wine. As if they had agreed upon it, the 7 people picked up their cups and drank to make amends. Okay, everyone, sit down. Wu Jun didn't bother to argue with these two-faced people. Suddenly, Yin Lu said with a curious face, Brother Yan, if I'm not wrong, Sister Chaoyue is coming for you. Can you satisfy my curiosity? How is the battle going? Gao Yan smiled, don't talk nonsense, I just had a friendly exchange with Sister Wu. But no one present is a fool. It was immediately clear that Gao Yan should have won. Hey, Brother Yan, can you tell me in detail about your confrontation? Shi Wen licked his face and said, if you don't want to be settled by my sister, just let Brother Yan do it. At this time, Lord Wu came and said sadly. Upon hearing this, the 7 two-skinned faces all shuddered and did not dare to ask any more questions. That night, everyone played in the bar until early in the morning, and then found a place to have late-night snacks before going back to their homes to find their mothers. The name Brother Yan has quietly spread in the circle. The next morning, Xiaoruoyu's home Lu Hani, who was washing in the bathroom, suddenly heard a cry from the room. She thought something happened to Xiaoruoyu, and rushed out and asked, what's wrong, Xiaoyer? Sister Hani, you don't know, a big thing happened at Mr. 13 last night. Xiaoruoyu said excitedly. When she heard Mr. 13, Lu Hani instantly determined that the big thing Xiaoruoyu was talking about should be related to Gao Yan. Xiaoruoyu was so excited that she danced with joy. Haha, Sister Hani, you probably never dreamed that Wu Chaoyue would be frustrated by her brother-in law. Did he do it? Lu Hani asked subconsciously, because no matter whether she admitted it or not, or whether she was convinced or not, Wu Chaoyue was the most outstanding person in their generation. As for who is most qualified to be the leader of their generation, Wu Chaoyue also thinks she is one of the most qualified people. She had not met Wu Chaoyue many times, and had not even communicated with her. But she had heard too many rumors about Wu Chaoyue. She was called the investment queen and financial genius. She was arrogant and strong, and had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. In addition, she had a sharp tongue. She could often expose other people's thoughts with just a few words, making them lose face. Some people said that Wu Chaoyue was not a good person and did not know how to Respect others. Others said that if you want Wu Chaoyue to respect you, you must first have the ability to convince her that was the case. When Lu Hani heard that Wu Chaoyue was frustrated by Gao Yan, she subconsciously thought that Gao Yan had subdued Wu Chaoyue by force. Sister Hani, what are you thinking? Brother-in-law didn't do anything. Xiao Ruoyu shook her head. It is said that Wu Chaoyue came to Wu Junlai. Knowing that she was coming, Yin Lu, Shi Xian and the others were so scared that they ran away. But in fact, they just left Mr. 13 and ran to the music bar opposite to wait for news. Wu Chaoyue left the 13 bar after only 10 minutes. When she came out, she was intact and uninjured, but her face was very smelly. Obviously she was suffocated, and Wu Junlai didn't follow her out, which just shows that her confrontation with Gao Yan failed. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruoyu looked at Lu Hani with envy. Sister Hani, I have to say that you have a good vision. You actually picked someone who can suppress Wu Chaoyue. It's a pity that I don't know the specific process of their confrontation. Sister Hani, otherwise, let's go to my brother-in-law now and ask him about the details. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruoyu's face has already shown an impatient look. Lu Hani nodded. Okay, let's pack up and go quickly. To be honest, Lu Hani was also very curious about how Gao Yan could subdue Wu Chaoyue, a proud woman. At the same time, in the courtyard of a villa, after morning exercise, Chen Yunlong took the towel handed by the housekeeper, wiped his sweat and asked, Old Zhou, is there anything new recently? He is also a child of an official family, but he has no intention of politics or business, and prefers to practice martial arts. He has a good talent. At a young age, he has reached the peak of Mingjing. During this period, he had a feeling that he was about to break through to an JIN.SO. He stayed in the villa to read books, write, practice boxing, and drink tea, but he didn't pay much attention to what was happening outside. Master, there is really an interesting thing, the housekeeper Lao Zhou said with a smile. Tell me. So, Lao Zhou slowly started from the intention of the Wu family and the Lu family to form a marriage. Then Gao Yan suddenly appeared. Afterwards, Wu Junlai not only did not cause trouble to Gao Yan, but also called him a brother. As a result, Wu Chaoyue went to the 13th bar to stand up for his brother, but ended up being humiliated. If I remember correctly, today is Mr. Lu's birthday, right? After listening to the housekeeper's story, he was surprised that Wu Chaoyue was humiliated, but he paid more attention to Gao Yan. The other party was about the same age as him, but he had reached the peak of Huajin. He was very suspicious of this. After all, reaching the peak of Mingjing at their age is considered an outstanding existence in the martial arts world, not to mention the peak of Huajin. Therefore, he had great doubts about Gao Yan's strength. Yes, young master. Old Zhou nodded. Do you have an invitation? Chen Yunlong asked. Old Zhou said, a few days ago, the master sent an invitation, but you were obsessed with martial arts, so I didn't tell you. Get ready, I'm going to celebrate Mr. Lu's birthday tonight, Chen Yunlong said in a deep voice. Okay, young master, I'll get ready now. As time went by, the news that Wu Chaoyue was defeated spread among more and more second generation circles. Most people were shocked, surprised, and gloated over this. However, because there was no specific confrontation, a small number of people questioned this. What kind of existence is Wu Chaoyue? That Gao Yan, who came out of nowhere, has what qualifications to suppress Wu Chaoyue? Similarly, Wu Chaoyue also received this news. Suddenly, she was so angry that her teeth itched, and her heart. She was wondering who leaked this matter. Thinking of this, she kicked open Wu Junlai's room directly. Wu Junlai, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened directly. He looked at Wu Chaoyue with a frosty mask in confusion. and suddenly became much more sober. Sister, what are you doing? Who leaked what happened last night? Wu Chaoyue asked directly. This? Is that Gao Yan? Wu Chaoyue's face became even more gloomy. It's not Brother Yan. Who is that? At this point, Wu Chaoyue had already come to the bedside, and his eyes became sharp. If you dare to hide it again, I will take action. As the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend will never die if he is a poor Taoist. Wu Junlai betrayed Yin Lu and others, without hesitation. It was actually spread by those brats. Do you really want to see my joke? Wu Chaoyue's voice was as cold as ice. Wu Junlai secretly prayed for his friends, hoping that you would not be caught. By my sister, other side, Panga 7-star hotel. Although he slept late last night, Gao Yan did not sleep too much, still got up early. He had already had breakfast at the hotel and was currently lying on the sofa in the room, playing with his mobile phone. The doorbell rings. Gao Yan stood up and opened the door and saw Lu Hani and Xiao Ruoyu coming together. So early? Brother-in-law, I heard that you subdued the witch Wu Chaoyue, is it true? Xiao Ruoyu asked, curiously, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Did things spread so quickly? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Does that mean it's true? So be it. Brother-in-law, tell me the details of your fight. Xiao Ruoyu urged. What's there to say? Gao Yan smiled, took 2 bottles of water to Lu Hani and Xiao Ruoyu, and handed them to them. Xiao Gao, I'm also curious, can you tell me? Lu Hani also spoke at this time. It's just a few words, what's there to say? Gao Yan shook his head, somewhat reluctant to say anything. Come on, brother-in-law, please. Xiao Ruoyu grabbed Gao Yan's arm and shook it. Okay then, I'll just talk about it briefly. Gao Yan briefly recounted the conversation between the two. After listening, Xiao Ruoyu felt that there was nothing special. At this time, Lu Hani helped her analyze the wit in the two people's words and the underlying meaning. After listening, Xiao Ruoyu secretly exclaimed. Lu family, old house. Mr. Lu was having breakfast in the company of his children and their families. Today is Mr. Lu's birthday, so the children put down their work and returned to the old house. After meal, as the eldest brother, Lu Shuwen accompanied the old man to the yard to play chess. At this time, Lu Jingwen, the third child, came up and said, Dad, brother, I just heard something interesting. Do you want to listen to it? Okay, third brother, don't disturb me and Dad playing chess. We're not interested in your nonsense. Lu Shuwen waved his hand impatiently. Lu Jingwen was not angry about this, but said with a smile, the protagonist of this matter is Gao Yan, forget it if you don't listen. Third brother, tell me. Mr. Lu suddenly spoke. Brother, do you want to listen? Lu Jingwen asked jokingly. Dad, if you want to listen, just tell me, where did all this nonsense come from? Lu Shuwen said angrily. Among the 3 brothers, this boy is the least calm. Perhaps because he was beaten too much when he was young, this kid holds a grudge and would choke him every time they met. Hey! Lu Jingwen felt happy when he saw the boss angry, and recounted what happened to Mr. 13 last night with a smile. Good. Mr. Lu nodded. Originally, old man, I thought Gao Yan was just a martial artist who could easily be plotted by others. I didn't expect him to be able to overpower that girl Wu Chaoyue in a verbal confrontation. It's really rare. Wu Chaoyue is not only famous among the younger generation, but also many people among the older generation admire her. After all, the other party's financial team has been making foreign money too. Support foreign companies. I don't know how much better it is than those who rely on knowing the policies in advance and making money through speculation. Hearing what Dad said, I really want to wait and see him. Lu Jingwen said. Get out of here if you can't stay at home any longer. Mr. Lu glanced at him lightly. Come on. I won't stay here to hinder you too. Lu Jingwen said something with a playful smile, and then walked away. Panga 7-star hotel room. Gao Yan warned the two girls, as long as you two know about this matter, don't spread it outside. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I will definitely not talk nonsense, otherwise that woman Wu Chaoyue may cause trouble for me. Xiao Ruoyu stuck out her tongue. I won't talk nonsense either. Lu Hani also promised. Just then, Lu Hani's phone rang. After answering the phone, she said to Gao Yan, Xiao Gao, my third uncle wants to see you. Why did your third uncle see me? Gao Yan asked in confusion. I don't know either. Lu Hani shook her head. My third uncle has been out of tune since he was a child, and he doesn't have any rules for doing things. I don't know the reason why he saw you. Half an hour later. A tea room in Panga 7-star hotel. Gao Yan nodded towards Lu Jingwen with a smile on his face. Hello, third uncle, I am Gao Yan. Hello Xiao Gao, you must also know who I am, so I won't introduce you again. Lu Jingwen said with a pleasant smile. After some introduction, the two started chatting casually. After chatting for a while, Lu Jingwen suddenly said to Lu Hani and Xiao Ruoyu, you two little girls, please go out first. Xiao Gao and I have some private things to talk about. Third uncle, what's the shameful thing? You even asked us to leave. Lu Hani said jokingly. Go. 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 The girl is neither old nor young, how can she talk to the third uncle? Lu Jingwen waved his hand with some annoyance. Okay, let's go. Lu Hani pulled Xiao Ruoyu and left the tea room. Uncle Third, please speak up if you have anything to say. Seeing Lu Jingwen, who was always looking for love, Gao Yan took the initiative to say. Xiao Gao, I heard that in addition to the medicinal wine for Bureau S, you also have a medicinal wine, right? Lu Jingwen lowered his voice. Yes, there is also a kind of aphrodisiac wine. Gao Yan nodded. Third uncle wants it? Ahem. Lu Jingwen coughed to hide his inner embarrassment. It's not me, a friend of mine entrusted it to me. I understand, my friend. Gao Yan showed a meaningful expression. Xiao Gao, can you sell me some of this wine? Third uncle, look at what you said. You are an elder. How can I not give you face? There is no need to buy it. I will give you 2 bottles directly. Gao Yan said with a smile. Lu Jingwen said solemnly, Xiao Gao, let me reiterate, it's not me who wants it, it's my friend. If you give third uncle face like this, third uncle can't let you suffer. In this way, the price of this wine is the same as that of S. Bureau. Let's based on 20 million bottles, how about you sell me 5 bottles? But I have a request, this matter must be kept confidential. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, Uncle Third, 20 million is the external sales price of Bureau S. What I give to Bureau S is 10 million per bottle. How about this, I sell you 10 bottles and give you an extra bottle? Okay, Xiao Gao, you are interesting. Lu Jingwen said happily. Then he took out a card and handed it to Gao Yan. There is 100 million in it. You accept it first. As for the medicinal wine, just give it to me within a week. Uncle Third, I will accept the card, but you don't have to wait a week. I will arrange for someone to deliver the medicinal wine to the capital in the afternoon. Okay, then I'll trouble you. After chatting for a while, Lu Jingwen left. After looking at the experience points, Lu Jingwen's 100 million was only a little over 400 million. It seems that I have been slacking off a bit during this time. How about taking the opportunity to promote a wave of aphrodisiac wine? Wu Junlai, this guy is also an LSP, why not cooperate with him with aphrodisiac wine? Think of this. He picked up his cell phone and called Wu Junlai and asked him to have lunch with him. Wu Jun came and naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Noon. A high-end restaurant. Gao Yan arrived first. After a while, Lord Wu came. Seeing Gao Yan again, Wu Junlai seemed to be getting closer and closer. Brother Yan, I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Sit down quickly, I've just arrived, so there's no need to punish yourself. Soon. Plate after plate of delicious, and tasty dishes were served. Gao Yan took out a bottle of wine and poured half a cup into each person's glass. Staring at the wine bottle in Gao Yan's hand, Wu Junlai couldn't help but ask. Brother Yan, is this wine the same as the one we drank last night? He vaguely felt that there was a certain difference between this bottle of wine and the wine last night. Gao Yan shook his head. No, the wine last night was to enhance physical fitness. This wine is specifically for strengthening yang and replenishing kidneys. Upon hearing this, Wu Junlai's eyes couldn't help but light up. While talking, Gao Yan handed Wu Jun a drink and warned, drink in small sips. Drink too fast, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Next, the two of them chatted while eating. But after a while, the strange look on Wu Junlai's face disappeared, because he felt that his waist was warm and extremely comfortable. Suddenly, he looked at Gao Yan with eager eyes. Gao Yan smiled at him. Let's eat first, and then talk about wine after dinner. Okay. Wu Junlai regained his composure, knowing that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. After meal, the two moved to a tea room. In the end, the two reached a verbal agreement, with Gao Yan providing the medicinal wine and Wu Jun being responsible for selling it. The unit price is 20 million per bottle. The score between the two is 7 or 3, Gao Yan is 7, Wu Jun is coming to 3. After finishing the business, the two chatted again. Gao Yan asked, casually, Brother Junlai, how is your sister? She is very angry. Wu Junlai said, I think Yin Luxin and the others will be in big trouble. Why? Gao Yan asked. Wu Junlai said helplessly, who told those guys to be so talkative and spread? What happened last night? My sister is such a face-saving person. Now she has lost face, she will definitely give them a good beating. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Lu Jingwen came to the hotel where Gao Yan lived again and took away 11 bottles of kidney tonifying medicinal wine. Not long after he left, Wu Junlai also came and took away 100 bottles. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Hani drove over and followed Gao Yan to the old house of the Lu family. The old house of the Lu family is very large, a quadrangle with 5 entrances. However, Mr. Lu did not invite many people to this birthday banquet. Because of his special status, it is not appropriate to make a big fuss about it. Therefore, his former subordinates only asked someone to send birthday gifts, but he himself did not come. Therefore, in addition to the Lu family, the other guests sat at 4 tables. The Wu family also sent a representative, not Wu Chaoyue, nor Wu Junlai. Wu Chaoyue had just been humiliated by Gao Yan last night, so naturally he didn't want to see him again. As for Wu Junlai, although he had turned enemies into friends with Gao Yan, it would be embarrassing if he appeared here. Although Mr. Liu was over 70 years old, he was wearing a tang suit, his face was rosy, and he looked quite energetic. During the meal, he said a few simple words and asked everyone to start eating. Then everyone ate quietly, looking a little cautious. After more than 10 minutes, Mr. Liu raised his glass and toasted everyone. Then, the three brothers Lu Shuwen, Lu Jiangwen and Lu Jingwen brought two sons-in-law of the Liu family to each table to toast a glass of wine. Then it was time for the younger generation to toast. First, Lu Shuwen's two sons, their daughters-in-law and girlfriends, toasted the old man and said auspicious words. There was no birthday gift, but Gao Yan's gift was 2 bottles of medicinal wine, which had been sent in advance. Xiao Gao, it's our turn. After Lu Hani's 2 cousins finished toasting, Lu Hani whispered to Gao Yan. So, the two stood up and walked towards the old man's table with their glasses. Seeing this scene, those who didn't know the inside story whispered, didn't they say that the Liu family was going to marry the Wu family? It seems that this is not Wu Jun. Grandpa, this is Gao Yan, my boyfriend, we are here to toast you. Lu Hani introduced with a smile. When Mr. Liu cast his eyes, Gao Yan also smiled and said, Hello, Grandpa Liu. I am Gao Yan, I wish you a happy birthday and a long life. Good. A smile appeared on Mr. Liu's face, and he raised his glass to Gao Yan and Lu Hani from a distance, and then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Seeing this scene, those who didn't know the inside story were shocked again. Before, even when his 2 grandsons toasted, Mr. Liu took a sip. Now, when his granddaughter and her boyfriend toasted, Mr. Liu actually drank it all. Doesn't it mean that Mr. Liu is quite satisfied with this future son-in-law? For a while, they looked at Gao Yan with a little more envy. As the son-in-law of the Liu family, if he goes into politics, he will definitely be smooth sailing, and if he goes into business, he will also have a strong backing. I just don't know what the origin of this young man named Gao Yan is. Soon, the toasting session ended. After all, not everyone is qualified to toast Mr. Liu. After the toast, Mr. Liu left the table. The atmosphere became more lively. I heard that you are a warrior. Suddenly, a tall and handsome young man came to Gao Yan with a cup. My name is Qin Yunlong, and I am also a warrior. Can we spar together when we are free? Sure, sure. Gao Yan's eyes looked a little weird, because the guy in front of him was only at the peak of Ming Jin, and a peak of Ming Jin wanted to spar with him. Then set a time? Qin Yunlong said again. Are you sure you want to spar with me? Gao Yan finally couldn't help but said yes. Qin Yunlong nodded seriously. Gao Yan's expression became more and more weird, and he nodded, that's fine. Let's add WeChat and talk about sparring on WeChat. Straightforward. I toast you. After drinking a cup with Gao Yan, Qin Yunlong left without any more entanglement. Lu Hani whispered beside Gao Yan, this Qin Yunlong is from the Chen family. His grandfather is Qin Guobang, and he is an old comrade in arms with my grandfather. Qin Yunlong is an outlier in their Qin family. He has liked practicing martial arts since he was a child. He is not interested in politics or business, and he is also quite arrogant. I guess he suspects that your cultivation is fake, so he wants to spar with you. when you fight, please be a little more merciful and don't hurt him. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly realized that the other party didn't believe that he was at the peak of Huajin, so he wanted to spar with him. But Chen Yunlong was indeed right. He was not at the peak of Huajin, but at the late stage of Danjin. The birthday banquet ended. Gao Yan cooperated with Lu Hani to visit her parents again. Originally, Gao Yan thought that a senior official like Lu Jiangwen should be serious and like to talk wittily. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually a humorous old handsome guy, which was different from what Gao Yan imagined. In addition, Lu Hani's mother was also quite enthusiastic about Gao Yan, and seemed to be quite satisfied with him as her future son-in-law. Later, Lu Jiangwen also introduced Gao Yan to Lu Shuwen and his wife. After chatting for a few words, Lu Shuwen suddenly showed a fox-like smile and looked at Gao Yan with appreciation. "Xiao Gao, are you interested in joining the army? If you are willing to come, I can directly give you a major rank according to the regulations on the introduction of special talents. As long as you perform well, within 10 years, I, as your uncle, will make you a general." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. But it was immediately understood that Lu Shuwen was probably not joking, but really wanted to lure Gao Yan into the army. You know, Gao Yan is only 20 years old. He has reached the peak of Huajin. If he breaks through to Danjin in a few years, then Lu Shuwen will have more Danjin masters under his command. Although there are many warriors in the army of Daxia, Huajin is already the top. If a Danjin is cultivated, it will also be of great benefit to Lu Shuwen's future. Boss, you are being unkind. Xiao Gao is living a carefree life now. Why should he go to the army with you? Lu Jingwen on the side suddenly jumped out to spoil the show. Third brother, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Lu Shuwen glared at him unhappily, then continued to restore his kind smile and said in a bewitching tone, "A man who doesn't join the army is always incomplete. Xiao Gao, a young master like you should go to the army to hone your skills. There is a special force in my military region. As long as you agree to join the army, I can let you serve as a combat instructor of the special forces. At the same time, I can also arrange for someone to give you special training and train you into an all-round warrior who can go to heaven, earth and sea." Hearing this, Gao Yan was really moved for a moment, but he immediately denied this idea. If it were a war era now, he would definitely join the army without hesitation and fight for the country. But now it is a peaceful era. If he goes to the army, how much can he play? It is better to stay in the city and work hard to upgrade the system. Instead, he can make more contributions. You must know that the money he rebates through the system is earned by the system from overseas financial markets. Every time he withdraws cash from the system account, the system will help him pay a tax. Once in the military, he can't make money. Therefore, it is better to stay in the city. Now that he had made a decision, Gao Yan rejected Lu Shuwen's kindness. This made Lu Shuwen feel very sorry and promised that if Gao Yan had the idea of joining the army, he could contact him at any time. Stayed at Lu's house for a while. Gao Yan said goodbye. Lu Hani's mother tried to persuade her to stay, but seeing that Gao Yan had no intention of staying, she didn't insist. If Gao Yan and Lu Hani were really boyfriend and girlfriend, there would be no problem in staying the night. But he's just fake. It would not be appropriate to stay any longer overnight. And the other side. In order to promote the kidney-tonifying medicinal wine, Wu Junlai invited more than a dozen second-generation people with connections and weight to taste the wine. 8 p.m. The people invited by Lord Wu arrived one after another. Come on, June, you have called everyone together because you have something happy to share with everyone? Hou Yu asked with a smile. Hou Yu is the big brother in their circle. When he was young, he was very hot-tempered and would get into trouble whenever he disagreed. He was nicknamed Monkey. But what is surprising is that after getting married, he gradually calmed down his temper. Especially after having a daughter, I have become a slave to my daughter and rarely attend gatherings in the circle. Some people jokingly say that his wife and daughter are his tight hoops. After putting them on, he starts eating fast and chanting Buddha's name. Therefore, Hou Yu was able to come as requested, and Wu Jun felt particularly dignified when he came. Brother Yu, there are no good things, but there is a bottle of good wine, Wu Junlai said with a smile, and then asked everyone to sit down. There was a wine glass placed in front of everyone's seat. As soon as Mr. Wu waved his hand, a young woman held a wine bottle and filled the small cups in front of everyone. It seems that this wine must be a rare and exquisite wine, otherwise, Junlai wouldn't act like this. Hou Yu said with some curiosity. Whether it is a peerless wine or not, let's taste it first and then decide. Wu Jun came to pick up the wine glass and saluted everyone. Please. Hou Yu picked up the cup, put it to his nose, and smelled it, then frowned slightly. Although he was not a wine-tasting expert, he had drunk a lot of good wines. Judging from the smell, the wine in the glass in front of me is not a good wine. There were also people who discovered this, but for the sake of face, they did not say it. The next moment, Hou Yu took a sip of the wine in his glass. The taste is slightly spicy, with a faint medicinal smell. It is obvious that this is ordinary grain wine with some medicinal materials added. So, he put down the cup with some displeasure and said to Wu Junlai, Junlai, this wine is not considered a good bar? Brother Hou, don't worry. If you believe me, drink all the wine in the glass first. Soon, you will feel its charm. Wu Junlai was quite confident in this kidney-tonifying wine. Then I'll believe you once. If it's not as good as you said, don't blame me for falling out with you. Hou Yu nodded and drank all the wine in the glass. Time passes slowly. The kidney-tonifying wine began to take effect. In particular, Hou Yu felt the heat on both sides of his waist and his whole body became much more energetic. In addition, there seemed to be movement in a certain part that had been silent for many years. So, he couldn't help but said, Come here, do you want this wine? Wu Junlai smiled slightly, everyone, the wine I gave you is called kidney tonifying medicinal wine. Its biggest function is to nourish our kidneys, and it has no side effects. It also has the effect of enhancing physical fitness and aphrodisiac. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun came and clapped his hands. Someone immediately put the test report on the medicinal wine in front of everyone. This test report only proves that there are no harmful ingredients in the medicinal wine, so everyone can drink it with confidence. Junlai, where did you get this medicinal wine? Hou Yu said excitedly as he put down the report in his hand. Everyone knows that Hou Yu gave up after he got married. In fact, everyone doesn't know that it was because he played too hard before getting married and became unable to do what he wanted. His current daughter is a test tube baby. Because of this, he feels that he owes his wife and daughter so much that he will treat them twice as much. During this period, he also invited many famous doctors to help him treat his illness, but to no avail. Wu Junlai raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I got this wine from a special channel. There are 100 bottles in total. I used one bottle to entertain everyone tonight, and there are 99 bottles left. If you need it, you can get it from me. Order, price is 20 million per bottle. Come here, I want 10 bottles. As soon as he finished speaking, Hou Yu couldn't wait to shout. Originally, others thought 20 million was a bit expensive, but since Hou Yu ordered 10 bottles directly, they were too embarrassed to bargain. Therefore, next, all 99 bottles of kidney tonifying medicinal wine were divided among everyone. As for the remaining half bottle of wine, he also shared it with everyone. An hour later, when Wu Jun came to see off Hou Yu and others, he dialed Gao Yan's number. Brother Yan, all 100 bottles of wine have been sold out. Gao Yan was a little surprised when he received the call. So soon? Wu Junlai said with some pride, I invited a group of friends to taste the wine. After feeling the effect of the kidney tonifying wine, they couldn't help themselves. By the way, how much wine do you have? When this news spreads, many people should come to me to buy wine. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, how about this, I will provide you with 100 bottles of wine every week. Wu Junlai said, will 100 bottles be too little? Gao Yan said seriously, Brother Junlai, making wine requires many precious medicinal materials, and the production work is also very troublesome. Besides, things are precious because they are rare, don't you think? Wu Junlai, that's the truth. Okay, then 100 bottles a week. By the way, I will transfer the money to you right away. Gao Yan, don't worry for a while. 5 minutes after the call ended, Gao Yan received the wine money. 20 million per bottle, 100 bottles is 2 billion, 30% and 70% between the two. So Gao Yan received 1.4 billion. 4 weeks in a month. Selling kidney tonifying wine can earn 5.6 billion experience points in a month. Adding another kind of wine in cooperation with Bureau S, it is no problem to get 10 billion experience points in a month. Just then, Chen Yunlong sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan. Invited him to go to a fighting club tomorrow morning for a competition. Gao Yan did not refuse. He agreed directly. At the same time, a nanny car quietly drove away from the Magic City airport. Chen Yusen, lying in the nanny car, looked tired. After leaving the crew, she flew nonstop to various parts of the country to participate in commercial performances and shoot commercials. Until tonight, she flew back to the Magic City. Now she doesn't want to go anywhere, just want to go home and have a good sleep. The assistant covered Chen Yusen with a thin blanket with some distress. But Chen Yusen squinted for 5 minutes, and the phone rang. The call was from the agent. The other party told her that there was a concert in Jincheng tomorrow night, and invited her to participate. She only needed to sing 3 songs, but the other party offered 3 million. 3 million is higher than her market price. Therefore, Chen Yusen agreed after a little hesitation. The next morning, Saturday, Gao Yan came to the club as scheduled to have a discussion with Chen Yunlong. And Lu Hani and Xiao Ruoyu accompanied him. Dan Jin beats Ming Jin. Even though Gao Yan considered that the Chen family and the Lu family were family friends, he had already restrained himself. But Chen Yunlong couldn't sustain a few moves. This made Chen Yunlong somewhat doubtful about life. After leaving Fight Club, Gao Yan took Xiao Ruiyu's car to the airport. Things in Beijing are over. There was no need for him to stay. More than 2 hours later, the plane landed at Nandu Airport. He drove into the car parked in the parking lot and returned to number 15 Yujinjiwen. In the yard, Chu Xiu is instructing Wang Tainan to practice martial arts. The opponent seems to have lost a lot of weight, and his physical fitness has reached 79 points. He has not even reached Ming Jin, and his physical fitness is catching up with Jin. What a terrifying talent. Gao Yan said secretly. Boss, you are back. Brother Gao. Go on, don't worry about me. Gao Yan waved to the two of them, got out of the car and entered the house. That night, Jinqing Gymnasium. After Qing Yusen performed, she returned to the dressing room backstage to remove her makeup. Sudden. There was a knock on the door. The assistant went to open the dressing room door and found a tall, thin man standing outside holding flowers, dressed casually, and with sunken eyes. Who are you looking for? The assistant asked warily. But the tall and thin young man ignored the assistant and rushed in with flowers in his arms. He walked to Chen Yusen and said, Hello, Miss Chen. My name is Chao Dongyang. I like your songs very much. Your performance tonight is very good. Great, here's a bouquet of flowers for you. Thanks. Chen Yusen was a little dissatisfied with Chao Dongyang's uninvited behavior. She reached out to take the flowers and put them aside, and said, Mr. Chiao, I received your gift. Can you please go out? I'm still taking off my makeup. Sorry for disturbing Miss Chen. Chao Dongyang said, apologizing, but he didn't mean to apologize at all. Instead, he looked at Chen Yusen greedily. Miss Chen, you worked very hard on the performance. I specially booked a banquet to reward you. Please give me some face. Sorry, I'm very tired and want to go back to the hotel to rest. Looking at Chao Dongyang, who was pushing his limits, Chen Yusen gradually lost her patience. Miss Chen really doesn't want to give me face? Chao Dongyang's face darkened slightly. What's wrong with you? My sister Yu Xin even said she wouldn't go, and you're still here stalking me. If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. At this time, the assistant came up and said in a bad tone. Crack. Unexpectedly, Chao Dongyang raised his hand and slapped the assistant, and said with a violent face, Who do you think you are, you dare to threaten me? The other party took action directly, leaving Chen Yusen and the assistant stunned. None of them expected to meet such a bold person as Chao Dongyang. Are you okay? Chen Yusen reacted and asked with concern. Sister Yusen, I'm fine. The assistant shook his head. That's good. Chen Yusen breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Chao Dongyang. You apologize to her immediately, otherwise, I will call the police. At this time, the movement here attracted many people backstage, and they all came outside the dressing room to take a peek. Call the police? Chao Dongyang smiled disdainfully. Chen Yusen, to tell you the truth, I have fallen in love with you. If you know what you are like, come and have a meal with me, otherwise, I will make it impossible for you to leave Jincheng. Who do you think you are? I'm calling the police right now. Chen Yusen became angry and grabbed the mobile phone on the table to call the police. Ms. Chen, wait. At this time, the person in charge of the concert hurried over after hearing the news. It seemed that the domineering Chao Dongyang couldn't help but have a headache. He said to Chao Dongyang, Master Chiao, you go first. If things get serious, it will have a bad impact. So what? Qiao Dongyang said disapprovingly. Master Qiao, what if this matter reaches Mr. Qiao, the person in charge? Lowered his voice. You threaten me? Qiao Dongyang's eyes turned cold. The person in charge quickly denied, of course not, I mean Mr. Qiao will definitely blame you if he finds out about this. Snort. Qiao Dongyang snorted coldly, looked at Qin Yusen with cold eyes, turned around and walked out of the dressing room. Later, the person in charge comforted and apologized to Qin Yusen, and also compensated the assistant 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. At the same time, he also hinted that Qiao Dongyang's identity was not simple. Considering that they were unfamiliar with the place, both women felt that it was not appropriate to make a big deal out of this matter, otherwise they would easily suffer losses. So I accepted the apology from the person in charge. Later, the person in charge arranged for a car to take them back to Jinxi Hotel. After returning to the hotel, the assistant reminded, Sister Uxin, I think it is necessary to mention this matter to the company? Right. Qin Yusen also woke up, and she vaguely felt that Qiao Dongyang would not give up here. If it were not for the fact that she could no longer book a flight, she would leave Jincheng overnight. Later, Qin Yusen called her agent and told her agent about the incident. The manager knew that Qin Yusen was the boss's best friend and did not dare to neglect him, so he quickly told Li Chaonan about it. Think about it. Li Chaonan called Gao Yan. Gao Yan, who knew the news, couldn't help but frown and immediately asked the Red Emperor to investigate the information about Qiao Dongyang. Later, he also dialed Qin Yusen's phone number. Inside the hotel, seeing the name displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, Qin Yusen looked happy and quickly connected the phone. Then Gao Yan's concerned voice came. Yusen, I heard that you had an accident in Jincheng. You are fine now. Bar? Qin Yusen said, Mr. Gao, the matter has been resolved. My assistant and I have returned to the hotel, ah. Suddenly, Qin Yusen's scream sounded. What happened? Gao Yan asked, quickly. Qin Yusen, there's a power outage. There's a power outage in our room. Gao Yan, go to the window first and see if there is a power outage outside. Good. Qin Yusen took her mobile phone to the window, opened the curtains, and found that it was brightly lit outside. Mr. Gao, there is no power outage outside. It seems that only my room has power outage. Qin Yusen said, her voice trembling slightly. She was very suspicious that someone was targeting her. On the other side, Gao Yan also thought of this possibility, and said in a deep voice, don't panic. Lock the door first and find something to block it. Don't open the door if anyone calls you. I happen to be in Jincheng. You go first. Tell me your location and I'll pick you up. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Qin Yusen became more and more frightened. She quickly told Gao Yan the hotel and room number she was in, and then asked her assistant to lock the door first. Then they worked together to move a table and block it behind the door. After doing this, both women were sweating profusely. Sister Uxin, will you be okay? The assistant said worriedly. Don't worry, President Gao will come to pick us up. Qin Yusen said firmly. In fact, she was just trying to cheer herself up. She was still quite scared inside. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed closely by a woman's voice. Hello, Ms. Chen, I am a waiter at the hotel. We found that the circuit in your room is short-circuited. Are you okay? In the corridor outside the room, there was not only a waitress, but also 4 strong men wearing masks. Without Gao Yan's reminder, Qin Yusen and the others might have opened the door, but now, they were a little more wary and would not open the door at all. The waiter outside shouted a few words, without giving up. In desperation, Qin Yusen had no choice but to respond, "We are fine, but I have rested now, and don't want to be disturbed. Let's deal with the circuit matters tomorrow." Seeing that Qin Yusen was not fooled, the waitress sneered, took out a spare room card from her pocket, and placed it on the card swiping area. Drop. The door opens. Hearing this voice, Qin Yusen and the assistant in the room felt nervous. The waiter who opened the door pushed the door open. After finding that it could not be pushed, he instantly realized that the 2 women in the room must have blocked the door. So he could only say to the 4 masked men, "It's blocked inside, it's up to you. Kick the door right down." A masked man kicked the door hard. There was a bang, and the door was kicked open, but it was blocked by the door chain. The faces of Qin Yusen and Qin Yusen in the room turned even pale. "Sister Uxin, let's call the police," the assistant said in a panicked tone. "It's too late, let's hold on." Qin Yusen gritted her teeth and prayed in her heart that Gao Yan would come quickly. And at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared on the rooftop of Jinsi Hotel. The door opened from the inside. Gao Yan walked out of it. After closing any door, he used means to open the door leading to the rooftop, and quickly followed the stairs to the hotel floor where Qin Yusen lived. I happened to hear the 2 masked men threatening the other tenants who came out to check after hearing the door being kicked. Let them all go back and be quiet. As for the other 2 masked men, they were kicking the door wildly. Pop sound. The door chain was kicked off. The 2 masked men couldn't help but rejoice. "It's open, hurry up, don't keep the young master waiting for too long." But at this moment, the figure flashed past, and none of the 4 masked men could see clearly what was going on. I felt a pain in my neck and fainted. "Ghost." When the waitress saw this, she screamed in fright. Gao Yan frowned and knocked the other party unconscious with his knife. Then, he shouted into the room, "It's me Yusen, I'm here to pick you up." "He's coming." Hearing Gao Yan's voice, Qin Yusen, who was almost scared to cry, couldn't help but feel weak and almost fell to the ground. As for the assistant, she was even more unbearable and was already shaking with fear. "Quick, Mr. Gao is here, let's move the table." Taking a deep breath, Qin Yusen regained some strength and greeted her assistant. Soon, the 2 women worked together to move the table away, opened the door and saw Gao Yan standing outside. "Mr. Gao." Qin Yusen jumped directly into Gao Yan's arms. She was really frightened just now. Gao Yan gently patted Qin Yusen's back and comforted him, "Okay, it's okay. You pack your things first, and I'll take you out of here." Wow, I was really scared just now. For some reason, Qin Yusen felt so weak at this moment that she actually sobbed in this man's arms. The little assistant on the side saw this scene and secretly sighed. "I am a poor little person who has no one to comfort me. I'd better go pack my things." The assistant's hands and feet are quite nimble. The luggage was quickly packed. "Let's go," Gao Yan said. Qin Yusen hugged Gao Yan's arm and nodded, because only by holding Gao Yan could she feel safe. After going out, they were shocked again when they saw 4 men and 1 woman unconscious in the corridor. "They're not dead, are they?" "Don't worry, they were just knocked unconscious by me," Soon, a group of 3 people took the elevator downstairs. Seeing them, something strange flashed in the eyes of the hotel receptionist. After they walked out of the lobby, she quickly sent a message on her mobile phone. Other side. In a villa. The man standing next to Qiao Dongyang picked up his phone and took a look. His face suddenly changed slightly, and he said to Qiao Dongyang, who was drinking, "Master, Chen Yusen was taken away by a man who suddenly appeared." Upon hearing this, Qiao Dongyang's expression suddenly became particularly ferocious. "What are you doing for food? You actually let someone run away. Send me people to look for her right away. Even if you search the whole city, you still have to capture that woman Chen Yusen." "Okay, young master, I'll make arrangements right away." And at this time, Gao Yan had already taken Chen Yusen and her assistant into a taxi. "Where are we going?" Chen Yusen asked in a low voice. "I have a house in Jincheng. Let's stay there for the night," Gao Yan said. "Oh." Chen Yusen nodded obediently and stopped asking questions. But her hand still held Gao Yan's arms and did not let go. "By the way, didn't the company arrange a bodyguard for you?" Gao Yan suddenly asked. Chen Yusen is also quite popular at the moment, so it stands to reason that she should be assigned a bodyguard. Wenchuemi.cc. Sister Ma arranged one for me, but the bodyguard was a man. I didn't think it was convenient, so I didn't bring it with me. Chen Yusen said a little embarrassed. "When you go back this time, I will ask someone to arrange 2 female bodyguards for you," Gao Yan said. "Well, I listen to you." With a thought in his heart, Gao Yan threw an inside eye at Chen Yusen and found that Chen Yusen's friendship level had risen to 95 points. Sure enough, a hero saving a beauty is the best way to increase his favorability. More than 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped outside a high-end residential complex. The 3 people got out of the car and entered the community, but were stopped by security guards. The houses here are rewarded by the system. This is Gao Yan's first time here. However, after Gao Yan informed the security guard of his name and phone number, he opened the access control and let them in. Soon, Gao Yan found his house. He opened the door with the fingerprint lock and found that it was actually a duplex after entering. The whole house is not only luxuriously decorated, but also has top-notch furniture and appliances. You too can choose a room to rest. I have to deal with some things, Gao Yan said to the 2 girls. Are you leaving? Chen Yusen looked at Gao Yan pitifully. I'm not leaving. Gao Yan waved his hand. You go upstairs to rest, I'll do things downstairs. Hearing that Gao Yan was not leaving, Chen Yusen was relieved. Then she waved to the assistant, motioning her to go up first. As soon as the assistant left, Chen Yusen boldly kissed Gao Yan on the face. And then ran upstairs, quickly. Gao Yan smiled and took out his mobile phone to watch the information that Hong Huang had investigated. Qiao Dongyang, 24 years old, is one of the famous dandy young masters in Jincheng. His father, Qiao Guangzhu, started his business in coal mining. 5 years ago, Qiao Guangzhu founded Qiao's Real Estate. In just a few years, Qiao's Real Estate has become one of the largest real estate companies in Jincheng. Qiao Guangzhu has become the richest man in Jincheng. Qiao Dongyang is Qiao Guangzhu's only son. His mother died of dystocia while giving birth to him. Qiao Guangzhu not only did not blame his son, but doted on him even more. But because Qiao Guangzhu doted on his son too much, he neglected to discipline him, which made him develop an arrogant and lawless character. Because of the support of Qiao Guangzhu, Qiao Dongyang has done enough to shoot him 10 times in these years. Some time ago, Qiao Dongyang killed a mother and daughter because of drug driving. Fortunately, Qiao Guangzhu was very skilled and found someone to take the blame, otherwise, Qiao Dongyang should be in prison. However, after this incident, Qiao Guangzhu also realized that if he didn't care about his son, he might be completely ruined, so he locked him up in a villa for a month to reflect. Unexpectedly, just after being released, Qiao Dongyang found Chen Yusin, who became famous for her songs on the internet. Qiao's real estate happened to organize a compilation concert. So, he ordered someone to invite Chen Yusin to Jincheng for 3 million yuan. In addition, although Qiao Guangzhu is an ordinary businessman, he has a very close relationship with Dai Rulin of the Dai family, a martial arts family in Jin province. Although this Dai Rulin is not the one who calls the shots in the Dai family, he is still quite influential. But this person is extremely fond of money and lustful. Qiao Guangzhu fell in love with Dai Rulin just because he liked him. Otherwise, Qiao Guangzhu, a mining developer, would not have become the number 1 real estate developer in Jincheng in just 5 years. After all, the real estate industry is also quite deep. According to Hong Wang's investigation, Qiao Guangzhu has sold many mines in recent years in order to expand his real estate company. So far, he only has 3 coal mines left. Although with the adjustment of national policies, the benefits from mining are far less than they were 10 years ago. But these 3 coal mines can still provide Qiao Guangzhu with tens of billions of funds every year. As for Qiao's real estate under his name, its market value has exceeded 300 billion, and the shareholding is relatively complicated. If you want to seduce Qiao and his son through commercial means, it will be very troublesome and difficult even if you have a net worth of 1 trillion yuan. At this time, the Red Emperor reported another news to Gao Yan, and he took Chen Yusin away from the Jinxi Hotel. That guy Qiao Dongyang didn't give up. He used his connections on the road to send people throughout the city to search for their whereabouts. And they have almost found the community where they have settled. How arrogant! Gao Yan couldn't help but whisper, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, Gao Yan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Half an hour later. Red Sun Nightclub. This nightclub is very famous in Jincheng, and few people make trouble here. Because the owner behind the Red Sun Nightclub is the property of Crocodile, one of the bosses of Jincheng's underground world. Mr. Crocodile has a hobby. He likes to come to the Red Sun Nightclub and have a few drinks every week. Originally, Mr. Crocodile was relaxing today, drinking wine and teasing beautiful women. But a phone call made him give up drinking and instead go to the general manager's office of the nightclub to mobilize troops and help search for people. These days, the underground world has no future. Mr. Crocodile has also been seeking transformation, but if he wants to transform, someone must lead the way. Therefore, after the eldest young master of the Qiao family asked him for help, he agreed without hesitation. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with the Qiao family. Therefore, he sent almost all his men out to find the whereabouts of the woman. He was anxious, because he knew that Scar Lao Liu and Hong Mei Gui also sent people to search for the woman. If those 2 people were to find the woman first, it would be difficult to curry favor with the Qiao family. Just then, the general manager of the nightclub hurriedly rushed in. Master Crocodile. It's bad, someone broke in, I'm afraid he has bad intentions. Upon hearing this, Mr. Crocodile's face turned cold. who is it? The general manager shook his head. I don't know, the other party is very good at fighting. Our security guard was defeated by them with 3 punches. And 2 kicks. Mr. Crocodile, how about you avoid it first? How many people are coming from the other side? Mr. Crocodile asked again. Only 6. 6 people dare to come to trouble me, I'm tired of living. Mr. Crocodile smiled disdainfully. As the saying goes, the more courageous the world becomes, the less courageous he becomes. When he was young, Mr. Crocodile suffered the loss of being attacked by a sneak attack. Therefore, he spent a lot of money to recruit 4 particularly capable bodyguards for himself. Therefore, he felt relieved after hearing that there were only 6 people on the other side. The next moment, he raised his eyes and looked at the 4 bodyguards standing in the office. You all heard it, someone wants to cause trouble for me. 6 people, 100,000, whoever is quick, the money will be his. Don't worry, Mr. Crocodile, no one can hurt you as long as we are here. When the 4 bodyguards heard this, their eyes lit up, and they all took out their sticks from their waists and stared at the door. About 10 seconds passed. The office door was kicked open. Without saying a word, the 4 bodyguards quickly rushed forward waving their sticks in their hands. Bang 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 bang. The 4 bodyguards all flew back at a faster speed and landed on the floor of the office. Seeing this scene, Mr. Crocodile was shocked. Although the skills of his 4 bodyguards could not defeat 1 against 10, there was still no problem in defeating 1 against 5. To be so vulnerable. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in, followed by 5 people. Which path are you on? Mr. Crocodile stood up slowly and asked, pretending to be calm. Master Crocodile, right? Our boss asked me to give you a message. If you don't interfere in some things that you shouldn't interfere in, call back the subordinates you sent out immediately, otherwise you may not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Hearing the other party's arrogant threats, Mr. Crocodile was shocked and angry. May I ask who your boss is? Tianyun Club. Upon hearing these 4 words, Mr. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed. This Tianyun Club seemed to be a place for the rich and powerful to have fun. But the proprietress of this club was not an ordinary person, but a master of energy. He only shows off his prestige among ordinary people, even if he meets some rich people, he has to smile and pretend to be a grandson, let alone Tianyun Club. Even if he had 100 courages, he wouldn't dare to go against Tianyun Club. Therefore, the anger in his heart disappeared and he immediately called his leader to bring the person back. At the same time, Scar, Lao Lu, and Red Rose, people from Tianyun Club, also knocked on my door. Neither of them dared to resist, so they called obediently to evacuate the people. The 3 teams that completed the mission also rushed back to Tianyun Club to report to Xiao Sang, the person in charge of Jincheng. After listening to the report, Xiao Sang motioned the 3 to go down, and she picked up the phone with some hesitation, wondering if she should call Gao Xiao to report. She was originally only a martial artist at the peak of Mingjin. Later, because of her outstanding performance, the boss rewarded her with 2 bottles of medicinal wine. She broke through to Enjin with these 2 bottles of medicinal wine. The source of this medicinal wine was Gao Yan, who was like a brother to the boss. As one of the boss's confidants, she also knew that Gao Xiao himself was a master who was more powerful than the boss, and his background was terrifyingly powerful. After a little hesitation, she still dialed the number. After a while. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Sang had a smile on her face. Gao Xiao was not arrogant, but rather seemed quite polite. She did not pray for Gao Xiao to be grateful to her, but only hoped that Gao Xiao could remember her name and mention it in front of the boss. In the villa. As time passed, Xiao Dongyang became more and more impatient. He asked his subordinates, "Why, haven't you found the person yet?" "Master," Tianyun Club intervened in this matter. Crocodile, Scar Laolu, and Red Rose all withdrew their people. The subordinate smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid we can't find the other party with our people alone." Bang! Xiao Dongyang threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground. "I don't care. No matter what method you use, you must find that dead woman for me. Otherwise, this young master will make you look good. Get out." "Yes. I'll arrange it now." The subordinate agreed with embarrassment. In the duplex suite, Gao Yan originally planned to find an opportunity to do something bad to Xiao Dongyang's body. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was too easy for this kid. So, he told Hong Huang, "Xiao Hong, do your best to collect evidence of Xiao Dongyang's crime and then package it and put it online." Hong Huang, "Okay, boss. Xiao Dongyang has done a lot of evil things. Shooting him 10 times would not be too many. The upgraded Red Emperor is simply the god of the internet. Even the best hackers in the world combined are not as good as it." Therefore, in the early hours of that night, Xiao Dongyang's criminal deeds spread throughout the internet. "Red Emperor, boss, I have followed your instructions and spread Xiao Dongyang's criminal deeds to the internet. Well done, Xiao Hong." Gao Yan praised, "But you must also pay attention and don't let people delete all these things." "Okay, boss, I will pay attention." Just then, there was movement upstairs. Gao Yan turned around and saw Chen Yusen wearing a nightgown appearing at the entrance of the corridor. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gao Yan asked. Chen Yusen smiled at him, then walked downstairs, came to sit next to him, hugged his arm and asked softly, "Are you still busy?" "I'm done with my work. There are still other things that have been resolved. Go to sleep now." Gao Yan smiled. "How about we come together?" Chen Yusen whispered. "What did you say?" Gao Yan asked deliberately. "Forget it if you didn't hear it, I went upstairs to sleep." Etc. Gao Yan suddenly shouted. Chen Yusen suddenly turned around, "Have you changed your mind?" Gao Yan said seriously, "Yusen, to be honest, I am also very jealous of you. But today is not the right day. After all, something like this happened and your mood is unstable. I will come to you after a while. If you don't regret it. TCH, that's a nice thought. After passing this village, there won't be this shop anymore. I'm going to sleep." Chen Yusen deliberately rolled her eyes at Gao Yan, and then walked upstairs. Happily. She knew that Gao Yan didn't want her today out of respect for her. Originally, she thought Gao Yan didn't like her. After all, she stripped naked and ran into the bathroom last time. But today, although Gao Yan rejected her again, he also admitted that he was very greedy for her, which showed that she was still very attractive. Not bad, 97. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. Chen Yusen's friendship with him had increased to 97 points. Although the favorability level reaches 90 points, it can reach 100 points through the partner binding card. But there was only one partner-bound card left, and Gao Yan was reluctant to use it. He also wanted to challenge whether he could increase Chen Yusen's favorability to 100 points without using the partner-bound card. Back to business. I have to say that Red Emperor is really awesome. Just a few minutes. Xiao Dongyang's deeds spread all over the internet. Xiao Zhai. Xiao Guangzhu had already gone to bed to rest. Sudden. He was greeted by the rapid ringing of his phone. Although Xiao Guangzhu was a little dissatisfied, he still picked up his mobile phone. He had several mobile phones in total. Except for this mobile phone. All other mobile phones would be turned off before going to bed. Only in emergencies will my subordinates call this number. The caller was one of his good friends. The other person's tone was very anxious. As the other party told the story, Xiao Guangzhu's face became more and more ugly. After hanging up the phone, he got up and went to the study room next door and opened his laptop. I clicked on several news websites in succession. Looking at the similar news that dominated the headlines, his face became particularly gloomy. He picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number, and said in a deep voice, "Old Ning, you should know what happened online, right? 100 million. Within 1 hour, I want this matter to disappear from the internet." The other party said quite confidently, "Don't worry, as long as the money is in place, these messages will disappear in less than an hour." Xiao Guangzhu, then I'll leave it to you. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Guangzhu quickly logged into a secret account to transfer money. After transferring the money, he made several more calls. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he vaguely felt that this time, his son might not be able to get through this easily. It was just as he expected. Only half an hour later, Lao Ning called and said that the news could not be deleted. Naturally, he would return the 100 million intact. Xiao Guangzhu was anxious. "Old Ning, don't you have enough money? I can add more money, and add another 50 million. Lao Ning responded helplessly, "Old Xiao, it's not that I won't help you, but there seem to be many powerful hackers on the other side. Those news and video websites are controlled by them, and I don't have any solution, Lao Xiao. If you want to save your son, you'd better arrange for him to run away immediately, otherwise, it will be too late to leave." Xiao Guangzhu said gratefully, "Thank you, Lao Ning." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Guangzhu couldn't help but cursed, "You traitor." But this was not the time to be angry, so he picked up the phone again and made some arrangements. And at this moment, Xiao Dongyang was still drinking in the villa. Suddenly, his subordinates hurried over, "Master, something bad has happened. The things you committed in the past have been posted on the internet, which is very detrimental to you. I will arrange for someone to send you away." "I won't leave, I want to stay in Jincheng." Xiao Dongyang said nonchalantly that nothing happened to him before. Therefore, even if he knew what happened to him, he would not be worried at all. After all, his father was the only son like him. Even if he caused a huge disaster, the other party would not worry at all. You don't have to wipe his ass for him. But this time he couldn't help it, and it took less than 10 minutes. A group of people forced their way into the villa and took Xiao Dongyang away. In response, Xiao Dongyang was extremely uncooperative. He was noisy and even punched and kicked the group of people. In desperation, he could only knock him out. Hong Huang, who was monitoring Xiao Dongyang at all times, reported the incident to Gao Yan. Hearing this, Gao Yan said thoughtfully, "Cover up their tracks. Killing Xiao Dongyang in China would have a bad impact, but it would be convenient when he went abroad. Anyway, this guy is a scumbag, and there is no pressure to kill him." Less than half an hour after, Xiao Guangzhu sent someone to take Xiao Dongyang away. A team of police officers broke into the villa, but they came up empty-handed. Afterwards, the police launched a hunt for Qiao Dongyang, who had fled. Unfortunately, with Hong Huang's help to erase the traces, and the group of people who took Qiao Dongyang away were also very experienced. Therefore, after a night, the Jincheng police were unable to find any trace of Qiao Dongyang. At more than 6 o'clock in the morning, in the duplex suite, the first thing Chen Yusen did when she woke up was not to go to the bathroom. Instead, she picked up her phone and opened Weibo to watch the news. But when she saw the news that was the most searched, she was slightly stunned. She clicked it and saw what happened. "Oh my God, could it be that the boss did this?" the assistant said secretly. Then, she began to gloat over the misfortune. "I have to tell Sister Yusen about this." The assistant ran to the side with the phone and knocked on the door. "Sister Yusen, there is good news." After entering the room, the assistant ran straight to the bed and handed the phone to Chen Yusen. After reading the evidence of Qiao Dongyang's crime, she was disgusted and shocked. She didn't expect that Qiao Dongyang, a rich second generation, was so cruel and did so many evil things. At the same time, she was still a little scared. Fortunately, Gao Yan arrived in time last night, otherwise, she would definitely not have a good end if she fell into Qiao Dongyang's hands. "Sister Yusen, do you think this was done by the boss?" the assistant whispered. "If not him, who else could it be?" Chen Yusen thought to herself, but she said to the assistant seriously, "Okay, just keep this to yourself, don't discuss it." "Oh, I understand." The assistant nodded. When Chen Yusen and Zhang Shi went downstairs, they found Gao Yan already sitting in the living room waiting for them. "What time is your flight?" Gao Yan asked. Chen Yusen said, 9:20. "It's still early then. Let's have breakfast before taking you to the airport." "Aren't you coming with us?" Chen Yusen asked. "I still have things to do in Jincheng." "Oh well." Chen Yusen felt a little disappointed. "Boss, Sister Uxian, I'm going out to buy breakfast." At this time, the assistant spoke. "Let's go out to eat together." Gao Yan said. "Boss, Sister Uxian is very popular now. She is easily watched by people when she goes out for breakfast. It will be even more troublesome if she meets fans," the assistant reminded. Hearing this, Gao Yan also came to his senses. "Sorry, I forgot that you are in a rage right now." Then the assistant asked Gao Yan what kind of breakfast he wanted to have and left in a hurry. Chen Yusen came to Gao Yan again and sat down. "Did you do what happened to Qiao Dongyang?" "It's me." Gao Yan nodded. "Then the things he did are true?" Chen Yusen asked, curiously. "Of course it's true. Could it be that you thought I would frame him? Then he is really evil and should be shot." Chen Yusen said viciously, although she knew there were many dark places in this world. She was still shocked after seeing the things Qiao Dongyang committed. More than 20 minutes passed. The assistant came back with breakfast. The three of them had breakfast together, and Gao Yan took a taxi to take them to the airport. Send away Chen Yusen and her two daughters. Gao Yan went to the rooftop of Jinxi Hotel again and returned to Nandu through any door. "Xiaohong, where is Qiao Dongyang now?" Gao Yan asked. "Red Emperor, boss, he is still on the Mekong River. He can reach the Elephant Kingdom in 2 hours at most." Gao Yan thought for a while and then ordered, "Then collect the evidence of Xiao Guangzu's crime." "Red Emperor, great, boss." An hour later, the Red Emperor sent the compiled information into a volume to Gao Yan. After Gao Yan saw it, he shook his head secretly. The accumulation of capitalists was bloody, not to mention that Qiao Guangzhou started mining in the first place. There are a lot of human lives on your hands. However, after entering 2000, he has restrained himself a lot. After more than 10 years of cleansing his name, he not only became a famous philanthropic businessman, but also established his own charity foundation. Which is quite ironic. The Red Emperor's voice sounded again. Boss, do you need to post Qiao Guangzhou's criminal evidence online? Gao Yan thought about it, and if he posted it directly on the internet, the impact would be too bad. Therefore, the best way is to hand over these criminal materials and some evidence to the relevant departments. So, under Gao Yan's instructions, the Red Emperor packaged Qiao Guangzhou's information and sent it to the mailbox of the relevant departments in the capital. After all, Qiao Guangzhou's influence in Jincheng is too great, and he still has a protective umbrella. If it is sent to the relevant departments in Jincheng, it may not be able to deal with him. 12:20 noon. Qiao Guangzhou, who was in Qiao's real estate, received a text message with only 4 words, safe arrival. After reading this text message, Qiao Guangzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, his son has committed many unforgivable things. Although he helped to finish every time and ensured that nothing was missed, he also understood that no matter how clean the work was, there was no airtight wall. Therefore, he has already made some arrangements abroad in advance. Once the situation gets bad, he will send his son abroad. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. What made him even more confused was who exposed what his son had committed. Don't let me know who you are, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. A fierce light flashed in Qiao Guangzhou's eyes. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The secretary came in and reminded, Dr. Qiao, there is still an hour before you meet with Vice Mayor Wang. You can leave now. Okay, let me know the driver. I'll be downstairs in 5 minutes. Okay, Mr. Qiao. At the same time, Gao Yan also received news that Qiao Dongyang had arrived in Elephant Country. Forget it, I'll let you enjoy yourself for a few more hours, and I'll take care of you tonight. Gao Yan said secretly. Today Wang Tainan was also learning martial arts from Chu Xiu in the villa. Originally, the boxing skills Wang Tianan's grandfather taught her were just a set of ordinary boxing skills. After becoming a disciple of Chu Xiu, he taught her a set of advanced boxing techniques. At this moment, Wang Tainan was boxing in the villa yard. Gao Yan could tell after only a few glances that Wang Tainan had mastered this boxing technique, and he believed that he would be able to step into Ming Jin in a few days. However, her Ming Jin is far stronger than ordinary Ming Jin. Once you step into Ming Jin, you can become almost invincible. TSK, maybe we can cultivate a female Dan Jin. Gao Yan secretly said, but unfortunately, Wang Tianan's appearance is too bad, only 50 points. And his appearance is somewhat sinister. Of course, if it weren't for her poor appearance, Gao Yan would not have contacted her in the first place. Elephant Country, in a villa on the outskirts of MG City. Qiao Dongyang scolded with a gloomy look on his face, you losers, get out of my way, I want to get out. A middle-aged man who was guarding him said with a helpless face, Master Qiao, although we are abroad, your incident has caused too much trouble. For your safety, you should stay in the villa for the time being. When the matter is over, you can go back again. It's not too late to go out. He was speechless. He had already fled abroad, but Qiao Dongyang still didn't know how to restrain himself. I really don't know why the cunning Qiao Guangzu gave birth to such a son. Another guard also persuaded him at the right time. Yes, Mr. Qiao, now is not the time to go out. If you need anything, you can tell us and we will arrange it for you. Qiao Dongyang ignored it at all. He even attacked the two guards, but his body hollowed out by alcohol and sex was no match for the two guards. Fortunately, the two guards didn't dare to hurt him. After a while, he found that the other party would not let him out, so Qiao Dongyang accepted his fate and asked for wine and beauties. Time unknowingly came to 11 o'clock that night. The drunk Qiao Dongyang and the two beauties from the elephant country were lying on a bed outside the room. The two men guarded with all their heart and soul. At the same time, there were two more people in the monitoring room in the villa, and the other four were divided into two groups to patrol around the villa. Suddenly, a door appeared in a forest hundreds of meters away from the villa. Gao Yan pushed the door open and walked out. Out of caution, he still used an ID card. Speechless. This time he turned into a beautiful woman in her 20s. Forget it, just use it, no one knows it's me anyway. Gao Yan said speechlessly. The next moment, he put away the arbitrary door and turned into a stream of light approaching the villa. The group of people protecting Qiao Dongyang were not ordinary people, but military training, and everyone had lives on their hands. And they were carrying guns. Among them, the highest physical fitness reached 78 points, but unfortunately, he did not step into Ming Jin, and his combat power was very limited. Go. At the moment of approaching the villa, Gao Yan bent down to pick up two stones, flicked his fingers, and the two stones shot out at a speed not inferior to bullets. Puff. Puff. The two people patrolling outside the villa were pierced by stones in the temple and fell to the ground and died. Then, Gao Yan approached the wall of the villa, and his figure soared into the air like a big bird, and he went straight over the 4-meter-high wall. The moment he landed, he didn't need to release his strength at all, and the whole person turned into a shadow and rushed into the villa hall. Crack! Crack! With two crisp sounds, the necks of the two people who were resting in the villa hall were easily crushed by him. Oh no, someone broke in. In the monitoring room, the two people guarding the monitoring stood up and quickly pulled out the pistols at their waists. Bang! Just as they pulled out the pistols, the door of the monitoring room was banged open, and a figure broke in. Bang! Bang! In a hurry, the two of them didn't care about locking the target and pulled the trigger directly forward. Immediately afterwards, they were shocked to find an extra hand on their neck. But they didn't wait long enough to react. Click! Click! A clear voice sounded, and the two of them followed in the footsteps of their companions. With a flash of his body, Gao Yan disappeared from the monitoring room and went straight upstairs. Just went upstairs. Then the gunfire rang out. Apparently the two people guarding Qiao Dongyang's door heard the gunfire and set up an ambush in advance. Unfortunately, they overestimated themselves. Gao Yan was also underestimated. Gao Yan, who transformed into a young beauty, twisted his body and easily avoided all the bullets fired at him. The two people ambushing in the corridor were stunned. Fortunately, they were all experienced people and immediately continued shooting. Just then, two stones shot out like lightning. Puff! Two voices were heard, and there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb on both of their eyebrows. Their eyes quickly became distracted, and then they fell to the ground. Gao Yan casually put their pistols and magazines on their waists into the mustard space, and pushed open the door of Qiao Dongyang's room. Inside the room, the two beautiful Chinese beauties had been awakened by the gunshots and hid in the bathroom. But Qiao Dongyang, a dandy, was still lying on the bed, fast asleep. It would be too easy for him to kill the opponent like this. So, Gao Yan walked to the bed and kicked Qiao Dongyang under the bed. Ouch! Qiao Dongyang let out a cry of pain and couldn't help but became furious when he found out that he had been kicked out of bed. He stared at Gao Yan and said, "Who the hell are you? Did you kick me out of bed?" "Yes, it's me," Gao Yan said, and as soon as he spoke, he found that his voice was unusually crisp. "You bitch, you're looking for death." Qiao Dongyang had never suffered such a loss before. He rushed towards Gao Yan with curses and raised his hand to slap him in the face. Bang! Qiao Dongyang's tall and thin body flew out directly and fell to the ground with a scream of ouch. Immediately afterwards, Qiao Dongyang found that the woman who kicked him away was slowly approaching him. He couldn't help but feel panic in his heart and shouted loudly, someone come and save me." "Stop shouting," Gao Yan said sarcastically, "all the people sent by your father, Qiao Guangzhu, are dead." "What?" Qiao Dongyang exclaimed, and then his face instantly turned pale. Although he was arrogant and domineering, it did not mean that he had no brains. This woman killed everyone who protected him. Will he let him go? "Don't kill me. My dad is rich. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want," Qiao Dongyang said with a trembling tone. "Are you afraid of death?" Gao Yan asked jokingly. "Who is not afraid of death?" Qiao Dongyang cursed in his heart, but he replied, "Yes, I am afraid of death. This beautiful sister, please don't kill me. My father is a billionaire, and I am the only one who is afraid of death. For such a son, you won't get a penny if you kill me. As long as you let me go, I'll give you no matter how much money you have." "Huh." Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, "You are so afraid of death. When you tortured and killed those siblings, didn't you think about the retribution you would receive?" 3 years ago, Qiao Dongyang fell in love with a female college student. After using various tricks to get it, he got tired of playing with it for a while. But the girl was pregnant. Then he went to find Qiao Dongyang with a full stomach. But Qiao Dongyang was a beast and beat the girl until she had a miscarriage. Later, the girl's brother found out about this. The other party came to seek revenge on Qiao Dongyang, but he was caught off guard and Qiao Dongyang's nose was bleeding. This made Qiao Dongyang furious and ordered the bodyguards to arrest him on the spot. Then, he ordered someone to arrest the girl. He brutally tortured the siblings to death. Qiao Dongyang was stunned when he heard Gao Yan mentioning old things again. He thought Gao Yan was someone from that pair of siblings, so he kowtowed and shouted that he was wrong. Seeing his appearance, Gao Yan not only had no sympathy, but was even more disgusted. "Some time ago, you killed a mother and daughter while driving under a drug. Do you remember?" Gao Yan said quietly. "I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please let me go." Qiao Dongyang became more and more frightened in his heart, with tears and runny nose streaming down his face, and he looked like a pitiful creature. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with people like you." Gao Yan shook his head secretly, feeling that it would be too easy for him to kill the other party directly, so he raised his foot and kicked him several times. Qiao Dongyang screamed subconsciously. But strangely, he didn't feel any pain. When he looked up, he found that the woman had disappeared. Just let me go? Xiao Dongyang felt a little unbelievable. Little did he know that Gao Yan's kicks just injected several dark energies into his kidneys, heart, liver, spleen and stomach, respectively. These dark forces will gradually destroy the opponent's 5 organs, making it impossible for the opponent to survive or die. Go back to number 15. Yu Jinjuan through any door. Gao Yan cancelled his identity card and regained his manhood. Although there was no blood on his body, he still felt unclean after the murder, so he went to the bathroom to clean himself. Put on your pajamas and lie on the bed, Gao Yan asked Xiao Hong, after the relevant departments received Xiao Guangzu's materials. Has there been any movement? Hong Huang, Master, the relevant departments attach great importance to this material and set up a secret investigation team overnight. They will go to Jincheng tomorrow to conduct a secret investigation on Xiao Guangzu. Gao Yan nodded. Keep watching Xiao Guangzu. This guy is an old fox. Maybe he will find out and run away in advance. Okay, Master. At the same time, in the base of the Wu Group in Beijing, a high-level meeting is being held overnight. Now, the former 9th Su Long has been promoted to the official leader of the Wu Group. The original leader has been promoted and transferred. As for the eldest Jin Hai, his position remains unchanged and he still serves as the deputy leader. At the same time, the 5th Shangguan Yuma, who has reached the late stage of Dan Jin, was promoted to the 2nd deputy leader. It has been a while since Su Long broke through to gain Jin, but it has been kept secret and only known to some senior officials. At the same time, various special departments also conducted internal investigations and found a group of undercovers from the 5 super martial arts families and released the news. The so-called breakthrough of Gang Jin is just a false news, which is specially used for fishing. Of course, the 5 super martial arts families may not believe it, but they can delay for a while. Everyone, tell me about the situation over there, Su Long said in a deep voice. On the 3rd day after his breakthrough, he and the top leaders made a plan. The martial arts team sent Dan Jin masters to various parts of the country to secretly subdue all martial arts families except the 5 super martial arts families and the martial arts families that are closely related to them. I'll go first, Jin Hai said. A total of 7 martial arts families in the 3 provinces I am responsible for have expressed their willingness to obey the orders of our martial arts team. The 2nd Hu Lei said, the 6 martial arts families I am responsible for have also been subdued. Afterwards, the other 9 Dan Jin reported one after another that the missions were quite smooth. Although some martial arts families were not convinced, they all surrendered after they showed their Dan Jin strength. Very good. Su Long smiled with satisfaction. The first step of the plan has been completed. Next, let's prepare to implement the 2nd step. Early next morning, the first thing Gao Yan did when he woke up was to extract his cultivation experience. Unfortunately, this time he only gained a little physical fitness, and the total physical fitness points reached 153. The stronger you are, the more difficult it is to increase your physical fitness. Gao Yan estimated that using the cheating device, combined with medicinal wine practice, he could gain some physical strength in a week. I took a quick shower. Gao Yan came downstairs to have breakfast. Then he personally delivered the 2 packed breakfasts to Yongdong Science College. After all, He hadn't seen classmate Xiaoxue in the past few days, so he still missed him. Why did you come in person? Xiaoxue was very surprised to see Gao Yan come to deliver breakfast in person. Of course I miss you, baby. Gao Yan said with a smile. I know how to say nice things to coax people. I wonder why you don't come to see me during the weekend? Xiaoxue said with some dissatisfaction. I went to the capital for business. Okay, I forgive you. In fact, Xiaoxue was not really angry, he just complained casually and was more inclined to act coquettishly. I'll tell you some good news. In 2 days at most, Professor Qin won't need me anymore. That's great. Honey, you've worked hard these days. When the lab is over, I'll ask the chef to make a big meal for you. Look, you've lost weight. I feel so bad for my husband. I hate it. Where are you touching your hands? Classmate Xiaoxue blushed and pushed Gao Yan's hand away. The two parties chatted for a while in the car, and then Xiaoxue returned to the dormitory with breakfast. Why did it take you so long to come up today? Song Yufei asked. Today's breakfast was delivered by Gao Yan. Oh, I see. Song Yufei looked astonished, and her eyes were somewhat meaningful. Hey, let's go to the rooftop to talk. After the morning class ended, Yang Yu took the initiative to come to Gao Yan and said. During this period of time, Yang Yu ignored him, and Gao Yan didn't take it seriously either. Are you in a relationship with that person named Qin Yue? Yang Yu stared into Gao Yan's eyes and said. Yes. Gao Yan admitted it directly. Then who am I? Yang Yu's eyes flashed with anger. This guy kissed her, touched her, and even spanked her, but he had a girlfriend. Especially these days, she ignored him. But he never contacted her once. Counted as father and daughter. Gao Yan said seriously. Dog man. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu became very angry and stretched out her long legs to kick him. However, Gao Yan easily avoided it. After a few kicks, Yang Yu simply rushed towards Gao Yan and hugged him. He used his best method and bit him. Gao Yan was not polite and hit him at the right place. Woo. After a while, Yang Yu took the initiative to let go of Gao Yan, but it was Gao Yan, a bitch, who spanked her buttocks so much that it hurt. Are you still a man? Yang Yu glared at Gao Yan. Why, you are allowed to bite me, and I am not allowed to fight back. Gao Yan was not polite at all to a woman like Yang Yu. This woman was a typical shy girl and liked to rub her nose into her face. You bastard. Yang Yu was angry and annoyed, glared at Gao Yan fiercely, turned around and ran away. After getting off the rooftop, Gao Yan was going to go to the milk tea shop for a walk. Unexpectedly, Wu Jun called, Brother Yan, today is Monday. Are you ready for this week's medicinal wine? Gao Yan smiled and asked, Are you so anxious? Wu Jun came and said, Can I not be anxious? The effect of this kidney tonifying medicinal wine is really great. It has spread in the circle. Now, several guys have chased me to my office and asked me for the medicinal wine. Gao Yan, okay, I'll arrange for someone to be sent to the capital for you. Wu Jun came, okay, I have collected the money for the wine in advance, and I will transfer it to you. It took less than 5 minutes to end the call. Gao Yan received another 1.4 billion, and the upgrade experience increased to 3.21 billion. With the tenfold return, the system reserve funds also increased by 14 billion. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan just approached the snack street and Luo Bing also called medicinal wine is also required. Moreover, their people have already arrived in Nandu. This time, Bureau S purchased 200 bottles, 10 million bottles, that is 2 billion, and the system reserve funds increased again by 20 billion. Gao Yan was too lazy to deal with medicinal wine. Leave it directly to Zhao Mei. Just let the people from Bureau S bring the batch of kidney tonifying medicinal wine to the capital and give it to Lord Wu. When Gao Yan came to the milk tea shop, I found a young man pestering Chen Yue for his WeChat number. Crack. Gao Yan slapped him on the back of the head. The other party turned back angrily and met Gao Yan's cold eyes. Suddenly, the other party felt cold all over, and a sense of fear emerged in his heart. You, what do you want to do? Go away, is this the place where you can pick up girls? Gao Yan shouted softly. Get out of here. The young man shouted loudly and quickly fled from here. Seeing this scene, the women at the counter couldn't help laughing. You come in with me. Gao Yan glanced at Chen Yue. Chen Yue walked out of the counter and followed Gao Yan into the store. She thought Gao Yan was unhappy, so she quickly explained, the man asked me for WeChat, but I didn't give it to him. Gao Yan reached out and pulled her into his arms, sitting on his lap. Okay, I don't blame you. If you meet such a person again in the future, just scold them. Recently, those young guys have finished military training and are full of energy. Don't be polite to them. Yes, the young man just now is a freshman from another university. Why did Gao Yan know? Of course, he has insight. Oh, I know. Chen Yue nodded obediently. Then I'll go to work. Then, Chen Yue wanted to stand up, but Gao Yan didn't let her go. Kiss someone. Chen Yue blushed and shook her head. If you don't kiss, I will kiss. Facing the rogue Gao Yan, Chen Yue had to kiss him on the face before returning to the counter with a blushing face. Suddenly, Gao Yan remembered something. It seems that Lin Moer also got into Yongdong science. He had promised before that he would introduce Lin Moer to Xiao Zhua. Before, Lin Moer was in military training and had no time. Now that the military training was over, it was time to introduce them to each other. So, Gao Yan sent WeChat messages to Lin Moer and Shui Jianyue respectively, inviting them to have lunch together. He stayed in the milk tea shop until 11 o'clock. Gao Yan then drove slowly to the outside of Yongdong University of Science and Technology. He found a nice restaurant nearby and booked a private room, and then sent the address to Lin Moer and Xiao Zhua respectively. Brother Gao. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Moer arrived. Gao Yan stared at her face for a while and smiled. She's not tanned. Hate it, you really want me to be tanned? Lin Moer said coquettishly. The two chatted for a while, and Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei came together. Gao Yan introduced with a smile, Xiao Zhua, let me introduce you, this is Lin Moer, my sister, currently a freshman in the science department of your Yongdong. By the way, Moer, this is Zhu Jianyue, my girlfriend, you can just call her Sister Zhua. Hello, Sister Moer, I didn't expect you to be Brother Yan's sister. Xiao Zhua greeted Lin Moer with a smile. Hey, Gao Yan, what do you mean, why don't you introduce me? At this time, Song Yufei said with some dissatisfaction. So Yufei is here too, blame me, I didn't see you, sorry, it's my fault. Gao Yan said jokingly. You. Song Yufei was so angry, she was a beautiful woman after all, but she was ignored like this. Jianyue, your boyfriend bullied me, and you didn't care? I can't control him, and besides, didn't he apologize? Xiaozhua said with a smile. Hearing this, Song Yufei was stunned, and then said aggrievedly, "You too teamed up to bully people." Everyone had a very pleasant lunch. From the conversation between Xiaozhua and Lin Moer, Gao Yan also learned a piece of news, that is, Lin Moer has only been enrolled for more than half a month, and has become the new campus belle of Yangdong Science. And Xiaozhua is also one of the campus belle of Yangdong Science. Therefore, although the two girls did not know each other, they had heard each other's name. After dinner, the four of them found a coffee shop to chat. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the three girls returned to school together. Gao Yan drove back to Nandu University, where he had a big class at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In fact, with his current financial resources, there is no need to go to college. But Gao Yan thinks that things must be done from beginning to end. Moreover, why would he not go to school? Is he just going to eat and wait for death? Besides, going to college is also a life experience. If you are not short of money, why not leave yourself a complete life experience? It came to Wednesday night in a flash. Xiaozhua's work in the laboratory has ended. In order to reward her, Gao Yan started preparing for dinner 2 days later. From Monday, top ingredients were shipped from all over the world to Nandu. Therefore, on that night, Xiaozhua, Song Yufei, Lin Xiumin, and Lin Moer and her mother all ate to their heart's content. In the end, they were all full. The main reason was that Chu Xing's cooking skills and super seasoning were not as simple as 1+1, and the taste of each ingredient was brought to the extreme. Therefore, this night's dinner can definitely be described as a feast on the tip of the tongue. Of course, you can't treat your girlfriend in a partial way. Gao Yan privately asked Chu Xing to pack 3 dishes and sent them to Chen Yue, Qian Bauer, and Jing Xiaoyu respectively. In order to thank Gao Yan for the dinner he carefully prepared for her. That night, Xiaozhua turned into Wonder Woman and fought with him in the Canyon of Kings until she was exhausted, so that she missed the next day's class and didn't wake up until noon. Gao Yan originally planned to let Xiaozhua stay in the villa for a few days. After all, the two of them had met less recently. But when Xiaozhua heard this, his face turned pale. He said it was more convenient to live in the dormitory. This made Gao Yan very speechless. He invited Xiaozhua to live in the villa, to exchange feelings, but now it seems that he has ulterior motives. Last night, it seems that he was not the one who took the initiative. There is one thing worth mentioning. Xiao Dongyang was fined 2 days before Gao Yan attacked him and contacted Xiao Guangzhu. Xiao Guangzhu was also worried about his son and immediately sent people to the Elephant Country to send Xiao Dongyang to the United States. Xiao Dongyang did not learn his lesson after 2 escapes. After arriving in the United States, he was safe for a day, and the next day he went out to look for flowers and willows. www. As a result, something happened. After a deep exchange with a big horse in the United States during the day yesterday, he began to urinate blood. This scared Xiao Dongyang. He went to the hospital for a checkup immediately, and the results showed that his kidneys, heart, lungs, etc. had lesions. And this lesion could not be controlled and deteriorated at a very fast rate. According to the medical experts of the United States, at this rate of deterioration, Xiao Dongyang's 5 internal organs would be completely destroyed in a week at most. Xiao Guangzhu, who learned the news, immediately went to the United States. However, the investigation team from the capital was not a vegetarian. With the materials provided by the Red Emperor, they quickly locked most of Qiao Guangzu's crimes and secretly arrested some people who colluded with him. Originally, the members of the investigation team planned to secretly collect more crimes before arresting Qiao Guangzu. Unexpectedly, Qiao Guangzu was going to the United States. This made the investigation team subconsciously think that Qiao Guangzu was going to flee. Therefore, they could only take action in advance and arrest Qiao Guangzu at the airport. However, the investigation team is still interrogating Qiao Guangzu, and has not yet announced the news of Qiao Guangzu's arrest. In Gao Yan's opinion, with the materials he provided, Qiao Guangzu had no way to quibble, and it was estimated that the investigation team would announce it to the public in a few days. Sure enough, after just 2 days, the interrogation of Qiao Guangzu had a result. At the same time, a large earthquake occurred in Jincheng, resulting in the arrest of many people. Of course, the results announced by the investigation team were also somewhat reserved. This was not because they wanted to protect Qiao Guangzu and a group of people, but if all were announced, the social impact would be very bad. Donghai, advertising shooting base. Qin Yusen was shooting an advertisement for a beverage here. Break time. The little assistant said mysteriously, "Sister Yusen, look, Qiao Guangzu has been arrested." Who is Qiao Guangzu? Qin Yusen was a little confused. He is the father of that beast, Qiao Dongyang. The assistant said with some emotion, the boss is really good to you. Qiao Guangzu is a super rich man with a net worth of hundreds of billions. In order to vent your anger for you, the boss actually dealt with him too. Hearing the assistant's words, Qin Yusen's heart trembled, and the phrase anger for beauty suddenly flashed in her mind. For a moment, she couldn't help but outline a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth, but she said, "You think too much, maybe it's a coincidence." Sister Yusen, your smile betrays your heart. The assistant said secretly. Qin Yusen took her phone and read several news reports about Qiao Guangzu's arrest. If the director hadn't urged her to continue filming, she would have wanted to read more. At the same time, she felt a strong longing for someone. An hour later, the filming of this advertisement was over. In the car, Qin Yusen asked, "What are the arrangements for tomorrow and the day after?" Tomorrow? The assistant opened the tablet and reported it in detail. This made Qin Yusen a little dumbfounded. Because the schedule for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow was already full. Suddenly, she felt a huge irritation in her heart. After a slight hesitation, she clicked on someone's WeChat and silently sent 4 words, "I miss you." But what made Qin Yusen depressed was that the person did not reply to her immediately. Therefore, on the way back to the hotel, she kept checking her phone. Soon, time came to the evening. The assistant came to ask, "Sister Yusen, what do you want to eat tonight?" "I have no appetite," Qin Yusen said weakly. It has been several hours, and the guy still hasn't replied to her WeChat. Did he not see it? Or did he deliberately not want to reply? So now she is worried about gains and losses. How can she have the mind to eat? "Sister Yusen, are you feeling uncomfortable?" The assistant touched Qin Yusen's forehead intimately, and the temperature was normal. Qin Yusen said with a bit of laughter, "Okay, I'm fine, just a little tired. You don't have to worry about me, I'll be fine after a rest." Seeing Qin Yusen's appearance, the assistant's heart moved, blurted out. "Sister Yusen, are you suffering from lovesickness?" "Nonsense, I don't even have a boyfriend, how can I have lovesickness?" Qin Yusen said in a panic. The assistant smiled wickedly, "Although you don't have a boyfriend, you have someone you like." her eyes are not blind. During this period, as long as the boss is mentioned, Sister Yusin will be refreshed. Besides, that night in Jincheng, the boss was like a god descending from the sky. He appeared at the most dangerous moment and saved Sister Yusin. It was simply an idle plot in reality. And the boss was not only rich, handsome, but also so talented. It would be strange if Sister Yusin was not tempted. The more she analyzed, the more she felt that her analysis made sense. In her heart, she slightly despised Sister Yusin, a typical person who was upright but said something bad. She said no, but her body was more honest than anyone else. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Qin Yusin and the little assistant were both startled. After the experience that night, they were very sensitive to the knock on the door. "Don't be afraid, Sister Yusin, I'll go check it out first," the little assistant volunteered. "Then be careful, don't open the door casually," Qin Yusin warned. "Don't worry, I know." The little assistant came to the door quietly and looked outside through the cat's eye. When she saw the people outside clearly, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She said secretly, "Sister Yusin's medicine is here." Since the person coming was the boss, the assistant had no scruples and opened the door directly. "Boss, you are here." Gao Yan nodded to the assistant. "You have done well during this period. I will say hello to the company and increase your salary by 50%. Upon hearing that the salary was about to be increased, the assistant was overjoyed and quickly expressed her loyalty. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely take better care of Sister Yuxin." The assistant was originally hired privately by Qin Yusin. Later, after Qin Yusin joined Xingchen Entertainment, her assistant also joined the company. Therefore, her salary was paid by Xingchen Entertainment. "Come on, let's add WeChat." Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. This little assistant was obviously an eye-catching person. After the two parties added WeChat, Gao Yan directly sent her a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. "Boss, what are you doing?" The assistant was puzzled. Gao Yan smiled and said, "I have something to talk to you Xian alone. You are quite tired following you Xian around during this period. These 2,000 yuan are my personal bonus for you. Go and have fun." The little assistant didn't understand what Gao Yan meant. He was worried that she would be a light bulb here and he would pay her 2,000 yuan. If it were anyone else, she would definitely not want it. But the boss and Sister Yuxin are obviously interested in one man and another concubine. If she stays, not only the boss will be unhappy with her, but even Sister Yuxin will probably be dissatisfied with her. Therefore, she accepted the 2,000 yuan without any psychological pressure, thanked Gao Yan, and left the room directly. "I feel happy in my heart." Her original salary with Qin Yusin was 6,000 yuan. After joining Xingchen Entertainment, his salary rose to 8,000 yuan. During this time, flying around with Qin Yusin was also subsidized. Therefore, the monthly income has exceeded 10,000 yuan. Now, the boss said that her salary will be increased by 50%, so even without subsidies and benefits, her salary will be 12,000. Qin Yusin lives in a suite. She had long heard the sound of Gao Yan talking to his assistant in the room. The reason why she didn't come out, that was her dressing up in the room. After dismissing the assistant, Gao Yan walked to the door, knocked on the door and asked, "Can I come in?" "Wait a moment," Qin Yusin shouted anxiously. About 2 minutes later, the door was opened from the inside, and Qin Yusin who had changed her clothes and put on light makeup, walked out. "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were here?" Chen Yu said in a complaining tone, but the expression on his face was full of joy. "I want to give you a surprise." Gao Yan reached out and grabbed Chen Yusen's hand, led her to the sofa, and sat down. Men and women get along. The effect of hands is far greater than the effect of words. This is the key point and needs to be tested. Of course, the premise is that the woman is not disgusted with you, otherwise she is just waiting to be slapped. After listening to Gao Yan's words, the resentment in Chen Yusen's heart disappeared. "By the way, I also prepared a gift for you." While speaking, Gao Yan took out a box and opened it, and a beautiful watch appeared in Chen Yusen's eyes. She is a female anchor with an annual income of over 10 million. She also has some research on luxury goods, so she recognized it at a glance as a Patek Philippe women's watch, which should be worth 600 to 700,000. "This is too expensive, I can't have it." Chen Yusen shook her head. "It's not expensive. In my heart, it's not as good as your case." The high words are affectionate and authentic. Hearing this, Chen Yusen felt particularly sweet in her heart, and her beautiful face flushed, making her look really good-looking. And Gao Yan also secretly threw out an inside eye. As he expected, the friendliness level increased, and it increased by 2 points at once, directly reaching 99 points. "Come on, let me put it on for you." Gao Yan took out the watch from the watch box, took Chen Yusen's right hand, put the watch on her plain white wrist, and praised, "It looks good, it really matches you." "Thank you," Chen Yusen whispered. "Thank you is not enough," Gao Yan said with a half-smile. "Then how do you want me to thank you? What do you think?" Chen Yusen lowered her head and said, obviously she was very bold the first 2 times, but at this moment, she felt like a shy little girl. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Gao Yan, but she felt 2 hot eyes. It fell on her face, and she had a hunch that tonight, she might have to. Suddenly, Chen Yusen felt an extra hand on her chin. "Why don't you dare to look at me?" Gao Yan lifted Chen Yusen's chin. The 4 eyes faced each other, one's eyes were hot and full of love, the other's eyes were shy but full of expectation and admiration. They stared at each other for 3 seconds. There was a faint electric current flickering in the void, giving Chen Yusen a tingling feeling all over her body. The next moment, he moved and was slowly approaching. She knew what he wanted to do, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster, as if there was an extra deer jumping around in her heart. Finally, 2 hot lips pressed against hers. Because she was too nervous, she subconsciously closed her eyes. But he didn't know how attractive this scene was in Gao Yan's eyes. Chen Yusen's kissing skills are very raw. Gao Yan was not in a hurry and patiently guided her to progress. Chen Yusen also has a strong learning ability. At first, she could only defend passively, but gradually she began to fight back. At the same time, I sighed in my heart, it turns out that kissing feels so happy. More than 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At Chen Yusen's tireless request, the two had kissed several times. It wasn't until a gullah sound was heard that the two ended their sweet kiss. And this gurgling sound came from Chen Yusen's stomach. She threw herself into Gao Yan's arms sheepishly, buried her head on his chest, and threatened, "Don't laugh." "Okay, I won't laugh." Gao Yan said dotingly, "Let's go, I have made a reservation at a restaurant. And I will take you to eat soon." The two walked out of the room hand in hand, but Chen Yusen put on sunglasses and a mask to worry about being recognized by fans. However, after going downstairs, Gao Yan sensed several prying eyes. Through his insightful eyes, he instantly knew the identity of these snoopers. Paparazzi. There's paparazzi. Suddenly, Chen Yusen panicked. Don't worry, I'm here, it's okay. Gao Yan directly hugged Chen Yusen into his arms, blocking the prying eyes. Soon, the two took a taxi and went straight to the restaurant. The restaurant box layout is very warm. Chen Yusen glanced at the man next to her. It was obvious that this man had already planned it, but she didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, she felt that this was a sign of the man's sincerity. Chen Yusen enjoyed this meal very happily. As for the taste of the dishes, she didn't care much. What she cared about was the care and pampering of the man beside her. After meal, Gao Yan put his arm around Chen Yusen's waist and said, "Should we go shopping? Or go back to the hotel?" "I listen to you," Chen Yusen said. "Then let's go shopping first and then change to a hotel." After all, the hotel was being watched by paparazzi, and the hotel also knew that it was Chen Yusen who was staying. Once something happened between the two of them, if the waiter was cleaning the room and it was exposed, it would not have a good impact on Chen Yusen. When men and women fall in love, they don't care what they do. What they care about is being together. So, when they were strolling, even if they didn't buy anything, Chen Yusen still felt quite satisfied. Gao Yan had already booked another hotel. It was a 5-star hotel, and it was a presidential suite. Before entering the hotel, Chen Yusen sent a message to the assistant, asking her to stay there and meet her tomorrow. The assistant who received the message sighed secretly, "Sister Yusen, this juicy cabbage will be taken by a pig tonight." However, being taken by the boss is better than other men. Donghai Marriott, Presidential Suite. Gao Yan went to the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water first. Then he took out a bottle of Jin medicine and handed it to Chen Yusen. "What is this?" Chen Yusen asked, curiously. Gao Yan said, "This is a medicine liquid produced by a confidential laboratory to improve physical fitness. After taking it, it will gradually improve your physical fitness in the next month, making your physical fitness far better than that of ordinary people." The friendship level reached 99 points. Chen Yusen did not doubt Gao Yan's words, but asked curiously, "Is this medicine expensive?" Gao Yan explained, "It's not very expensive, but you can't buy it with money. I also got it from a special channel. But after drinking it, it will detoxify. So after you drink it, go to the bathtub and soak. .1chwemi.cc. You want to give it to me? If I don't give it to you, why should I take it out?" Gao Yan smiled. "Hubby, thank you." Chen Yusen kissed Gao Yan on the face, took the medicine bottle, unscrewed the cap and drank it in one gulp. "Go to the bathroom quickly," Gao Yan urged. "Yeah." Chen Yusen turned and went to the bathroom. Soon, she found that black substances began to seep out of her pores. Chen Yusen has a good figure, but her physical fitness is very weak. Only 62 points. So, let her improve her physique through the gene medicine first. Almost an hour. Chen Yusen walked out of the bathroom. At this moment, she was wrapped in a thin layer of water vapor. The gene medicine not only improved her physique, but also her appearance. Originally, her appearance reached 97 points and her figure reached 95 points. Now, her appearance has directly reached 99 points, and her figure has reached 96 points. As for physique, it has directly increased from 62 to 68 points. In the Following month, her physique will continue to increase to 80 points. Gao Yan was a little strange. Qin Yue, who took the gene medicine, only had a 99-point appearance, and Qin Yusen was also the same. Is there no 100-point beauty in the world? Husband. Qin Yusen, who felt the changes in herself, threw herself into Gao Yan's arms excitedly. As for the friendliness, it has been transformed into intimacy, and it has officially been promoted to 100 points. It has reached the level of eternal love. Gao Yan put his arm around Qin Yusen and whispered in her ear, "Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready." At this moment, Qin Yusen was not shy or retreating. She looked up at Gao Yan with determination in her eyes. Gao Yan didn't waste words. He bent down to pick her up and strode towards the bedroom. Soon, the two of them stepped into the canyon battlefield hand in hand. Unfortunately, although Qin Yusen had increased her physical fitness by 6 points, she was a newcomer after all. In less than half an hour, the crystal tower was pushed down by Gao Yan. This made Qin Yusen feel a little guilty. Fortunately, under the influence of the genetic medicine, after a half-hour break, Qin Yusen started a war again. Although she was still a rookie, but with experience, she persisted for another 10 minutes before Gao Yan pushed down the crystal tower. Originally, Gao Yan thought Qin Yusen was no longer able to fight again, but unexpectedly, her endurance and recovery were good, and she started the third and fourth wars in the following time. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up and found that Qin Yusen had woken up early and was looking at him with obsessed eyes. "Haven't you seen enough?" Gao Yan kissed her on the lips. "Not enough, never enough," Qin Yusen said, because she had to fly to another city at 9 o'clock, which made her very reluctant. That's why she wanted to see this man and imprint him in her heart. 7:40. The assistant came to the Marriott Hotel to pick up Qin Yusen. He could feel the infatuation and reluctance in Qin Yusen's eyes, but he didn't say to stay. Although he knew that as long as he kept her, this woman would definitely stay, but it was better for the woman to have her own things to do, so that she wouldn't have wild thoughts. Time flies, and it's a new week again. Wu Junlai is ready to call to ask for the goods. After the deal is reached, 1.4 billion arrived. Upgrade experience increased by 1.4 billion to 6.61 billion. System reserve funds increased by 14 billion, and the total funds reached 176.99 billion. On Tuesday, Bureau S ordered another batch of medicinal wine. 2 billion was deposited again. If nothing unexpected happens, the experience will reach 10 billion next Monday. On this day, Gao Yan just came to the classroom. He found that the classmates in the class were talking about one thing. And the object of discussion was Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant. Oh my God, I didn't expect Qinghao to be so awesome. He just founded Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant not long ago, but he actually swallowed up Yang's chain hot pot restaurant. It's said that the current market value of Brother's Hot Pot Restaurant has exceeded 2 billion. Once it goes public in 2 years, the market value will be at least 10 billion. Doesn't that mean Qinghao is a billionaire in the future? Of course I will. I'll be proud to tell people that I'm a classmate of a billionaire in the future. It's a pity that Qinghao dropped out of school. Otherwise, after graduation, I'll go to work at his hot pot restaurant and at least become a small leader. You're dreaming. Do you think Qinghao is your father? If he gives me a manager job, I can call him Dad. During this period, Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant completed the integration of Yang's chain hot pot restaurant, and then held a press conference to announce this matter. Isn't someone a good brother of Qing Hao? How come he's kicked out now? How pitiful. As soon as he sat down, a mocking voice sounded from Zhou Yuchao. Gao Yan had long been too lazy to pay attention to this little Kolomi, but he didn't expect him to jump in front of him again. As for why Zhou Yuchao was sure that Gao Yan was kicked out, it was because all the shareholders of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant appeared at the press conference. At present, there are 4 shareholders in Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. Qing Hao's parents each hold 25%. Qing Hao holds 33%, and Yang Yujiang holds 17%. When Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant opened before, all the classmates in the class went to congratulate, so they also knew that Gao Yan had shares in the hot pot restaurant. Now, he did not show up at the press conference, nor did he hold any shares. So everyone naturally subconsciously thought that he was kicked out. The dry shares of the hot pot restaurant were stuffed into Gao Yan by Qing Hao. So, there is no entry or exit. Of course, he was too lazy to explain to Zhou Yuchao. But since the other party jumped out, he had to teach him a lesson. So, Gao Yan directly rewarded him with a diarrhea card. Gurgle. Listening to the sound coming from his stomach and the impact at the ground door, Zhou Yuchao secretly felt that it was not good. How could he care about continuing to mock Gao Yan? He got up and rushed out of the classroom. But he overestimated his control and speed, so he turned into a jet fighter as soon as he ran to the door of the classroom. Listening to the crackling sound like firecrackers, everyone in the classroom went crazy, and then they all stood up and rushed to the back door of the classroom, because the smell was too strong and unbearable. However, there were also people with bad taste who took out their mobile phones to take pictures and prepare to post them online. Since Zhou Yuchao transformed into Splatoon, he did not appear in the classroom in the next few days. As for other students, they were also talking privately about Gao Yan being kicked out by Qing Hao. But after all, he was not ridiculed in person like Zhou Yuchao. Therefore, Gao Yan was treated as if he had not heard it. It is worth mentioning. During the program selection for the welcome party, the program performed by their class Yang Yu was selected. It is said to be a classical dance. Yang Yu is the main dancer, with 5 other girls as backup dancers. It is said that Yang Yu spent a lot of effort on this program. Not only did he hire a dance teacher for guidance, but he also paid for the costumes himself. As for the New Year party, it is scheduled to be held on the 30th of this month together with the National Day party. Gao Yan lived relatively peacefully during this period. Most of the time, she spends her time dealing with Qin Yue, her classmates, Xiaozhua, and Qian Bauer. Occasionally, she goes to the Magic City through any door to have a private meeting with Xing Xiaoyu. As for Qin Yusin, who is on the rise in her career, she is still flying around the country. However, because the genetic medicine liquid improved her physical condition, she was quite energetic even if she only slept 5 or 6 hours a day. And whenever she has time, she will send WeChat messages with Gao Yan to relieve the pain of lovesickness. This also made Gao Yan discover that before she had a relationship with him, Qin Yusin was a strong and career-oriented beauty. But after confirming her relationship with him, she still focused on her star career, but in front of him she was just a little woman who loved to act coquettishly. Except Lu Hani was also in contact with Gao Yan, but the contact was not as diligent as before. This is not about the other party trying to burn bridges. Instead, she has sold her rising bitcoins, started a business, and is very busy every day. It's Sunday. Lin Xiaomin and her daughter came to number 15 Eugene. Lin Xiaomin came to Gao Yan to talk about the milk tea shop, while Lin Mower came to play with classmate Xiaozhua. Now, she and classmate Xiaozhua have become good sisters. However, Gao Yan suspected that Lin Mower was here to get some food. After all, the food prepared by Chu Xing's cooking skills and super seasonings was so delicious. As a foodie, Lin Mower could not resist such temptation, so whenever classmate Xiaozhua came to the villa, she would follow him. Mr. Gao, now the business of the 3 stores has stabilized, the time has come to open a branch. Lin Xiaomin looked at Gao Yan and said, "Okay, if Sister Lin thinks it's okay, then that's okay." Gao Yan nodded. Nowadays, the business of the 3 milk tea shops is very good, with a daily turnover of around 200,000 yuan. After deducting various expenses, the net profit can reach 50%. In other words, the monthly profit of one store is at least 3 million, and that of 3 stores is 9 million. This is no small number. Does the company have enough funds? Gao Yan asked. If there is no shortage of funds, I suggest opening a store in every city in Duangdong province. Lin Xiaomin said ambitiously, after all, we have a unique milk tea formula. We don't need to be steady, but we can bloom everywhere and take the opportunity to become famous. At the same time, I also suggest setting up our own milk tea ingredients factory. Okay, I don't have any objection. How much will it cost? Gao Yan asked. Is 100 million okay? Lin Xiaomin asked. Okay. Gao Yan nodded. Sister Lin, just go ahead and do it. I will inject 100 million into the company account later. That's great. Lin Xiaomin also had a bright smile on her face. After talking about business, Lin Xiaomin was left to eat. But now she was very motivated and planned to go back to make expansion plans. She had no intention of eating, so Gao Yan did not force herself. I said isn't it good for you to dominate my girlfriend every day? Gao Yan was a little dissatisfied when he saw Lin and Xiaozhua sitting together watching a drama and eating snacks. Brother Gao, you are so stingy, you are even jealous of a girl like me. Lin Mower said contemptuously. I regret it, I shouldn't have introduced you to each other. Gao Yan said gloomily. Okay, you can go and play by yourself, and don't disturb Mower and I while we watch the show. Classmate Xiaozhua, who is his girlfriend, also waved his hand in disgust. Okay, since my girlfriend doesn't pay attention to me, then I'll go find someone else to play with. Gao Yan curled his lips, then went upstairs to change his clothes, and drove to Xingchen Technology. He hadn't been to the company for a while and had to go and find out the situation. Sister Zhua, isn't Brother Gao really angry? Seeing Gao Yan leaving the villa, Lin Mower said worriedly. Don't worry, he's not that stingy. Classmate Xiaozhua said with great certainty. That's good. Lin Mower also breathed a sigh of relief. Star Technology. Chairman's office. Gao Yan is listening to Fang Xinzhen's report. Boss, what are your instructions? Fang Xinzhen asked after the report. No instructions, I just came here to understand the situation. Gao Yan said. You really have no instructions? Fang Xinzhen looked at him suspiciously. It seemed that with his high-minded personality, he would not come to the company at all if nothing happened. Most of the time, he would not even come to the company even if something happened. He would use the phone to control the company remotely. Really not. Gao Yan affirmed. Boss, do you still have the wine you gave me last time? Fang Zhenzhen said a little embarrassedly. The medicinal wine Gao Yan gave her last time was very effective. It used to be that working overtime would make her extremely tired, but now she can be full of energy with just one glass of wine a day, but unfortunately, she almost runs out of wine. I'm just telling you, why didn't you confront me today? It turns out you were asking for something from me. Gao Yan suddenly realized. Boss, where did you go? Am I that kind of person? Okay, don't quibble. I don't know who you are yet. Take it. As he spoke, Gao Yan took out a bottle of medicinal wine and placed it on his desk. For a moment, Fang Zhenzhen looked at him from time to time, thinking to herself, where did this guy hide his wine? Why didn't I see it? After sending Fang Zhenzhen away, Gao Yan stayed in the office for more than half an hour as a token gesture and then left. Although he previously spent tens of billions on mobile phone lottery activities, he became a joke and a prodigal son in the eyes of others. But it is undeniable that it has also indirectly increased the popularity of Sunday Mall. So, until now, the number of app downloads in the Sunday Mall has reached 830 million. There are also 590 million registered users. The sales volume is also quite good. If you don't count the cash coupons, it is already profitable. According to the company's statistics, there are currently only a few hundred million cash coupons left that have not been consumed. After all, those who win cash coupons usually consume them immediately, mainly because they are worried that they will not be able to use them in the future. Only a few people keep it unused. Fang Zhenzhen estimates that by the end of the month, the remaining cash coupons will be used up. By October, Sunday Mall should be officially profitable. Come downstairs. The front desk quickly greeted Gao Yan. Recently, Gao Yan has been working hard at the game company. Everyone also knows that Mr. Gao and his boss have become a couple. I'll treat you all to coffee, and you send someone to buy it. Gao Yan put 2,000 yuan in cash at the front desk. Thank you, Mr. Gao, please come often in the future. The front desk said happily. Wensuemi.cc. Almost every time Gao Yan came, he would treat them to coffee. Gao Yan wandered to Qian Baoer's office. Qian Baoer was found staring at the data on the computer. How are the new games selling? Gao Yan asked. Qian Baoer nodded, not bad, it has exceeded the total sales of the previous game. I didn't expect you Feifei's appeal to be so great. Qian Baoer's new game went on sale last week. Gao Yan had an idea and asked you Feifei to help promote it. The effect is very good. Since the sales are good, let's find a time to celebrate. Gao Yan suggested. The time comes, Monday, September 24th. Wu Junlai called Gao Yan on time to urge Gao Yan to deliver the goods. Wu Junlai has been very proud of himself recently. 100 bottles of medicinal wine every week is absolutely a drop in the bucket in a place like the capital. After all, there are more than 20,000 people with assets of over 100 million in the capital. And as several batches of kidney-tonifying medicinal wine entered the market, word of mouth also spread. It is simply a holy medicine for men, and it does not have any side effects. And it can also enhance your physical fitness. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a holy medicine, but the quantity of the kidney-tonifying wine is limited. If you want to obtain the kidney-tonifying wine in advance, you naturally have to establish a good relationship with Wu Jun. Therefore, Wu Junlai not only made a lot of money by selling kidney tonifying medicinal wine, but also gained a lot of favors and connections. With the amount of medicine and wine arriving this week, the upgrade experience has directly exceeded 10 billion. System reserve funds also exceeded 1.8 trillion. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Gao Yan, upgrade. System, ding, the system is starting to upgrade, it is expected to take 6 hours. It's only 6 hours. What Gao Yan lacks most now is time, and he can afford to wait. But at early 10 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yan received a call. The caller came from Beijing and asked him to meet at a coffee shop near the school. When Gao Yan came to the agreed coffee shop, I found 2 female bodyguards standing outside a box. The 2 female bodyguards are both very capable, with peak Ming Jin. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, one of the female bodyguards pushed open the box door and said in an indifferent tone, "My young master is waiting for you inside." Gao Yan was not polite, and he didn't need to be polite. He walked directly into the box, and his eyes fell on a handsome young man wearing a decent shirt without any logo. He wore an emerald ring on his finger, and Gao Yan could tell at a glance that it was polished from imperial green glass. At the same time, he was playing with the crystal clear bracelet in his hand. Gao Yan, who had not studied this aspect, did not know the material of the bracelet. Faintly, this young man exuded a kind of nobility. "Hello Mr. Gao, my name is Rong Kuan." The other party smiled slightly, leaned forward and said, "Please sit down." "Mr. Rong, do you have anything to do with me?" Gao Yan asked directly. The identity of Rong Kuan in front of him should not be simple, but it gave Gao Yan a feeling of pretentiousness and was not as pleasant as getting along with Wu Jun. "Mr. Gao, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you," Rong Kuan said calmly. "Cooperation, what cooperation?" Gao Yan asked again. "Is the kidney tonifying wine that has become popular in the capital recently created by Mr. Gao?" Rong Kuan asked with a chuckle. "Are you here to buy medicinal wine from me?" Gao Yan leaned his body on the sofa, his tone seemed quite casual. "I know you have reached a cooperation with Wu Junlai," Rong Kuan said. "Seriously, but I think you all underestimate the value of the kidney tonifying wine. I have a way to increase the value of the kidney tonifying wine." "Oh." Gao Yan didn't seem interested and seemed rather perfunctory. This made Rong Kuan feel a little dissatisfied, so he continued, "I have a lot of connections in Hong Kong Island. As long as Mr. Gao is willing to cooperate with me, I can put the kidney tonifying wine on the auction block and invite famous rich people from all over the world attending the auction." "No need." Gao Yan waved his hand, "Wu Jun and I are very happy to cooperate." Hearing this, Rong Kuan frowned slightly, secretly pondering Gao Yan's thoughts. After pondering for a long time, he spoke again, "Mr. Gao, if you cooperate with Wu Jun, you can only get 14 million for a bottle of medicinal wine, but if you cooperate with me, I can guarantee that you will earn more than 20 million for each bottle of wine." His plan was to make a name for himself as a kidney tonifying wine at an auction. Then privately contact wealthy people from all over the world. By selling the kidney tonifying wine through his hands, he will definitely gain both fame and fortune. Gao Yan seemed a little moved. He said, "The auction will be held only once every few months. How much wine can be sold at the auction? Otherwise, I will Sell you part of the kidney tonic for 20 million a bottle. How about you take the medicinal wine to Hong Kong Island and sell it? It's not impossible, but we have to sign an agreement. From now on, you can only sell your medicinal wine to me. Rong Kuan narrowed his eyes. Sorry, I have already signed a contract with Wu Junlai, so I can't do this. Gao Yan shook his head. Mr. Gao, why don't you think about it again? After all, if you cooperate with me, you can earn an extra 6 million yuan per bottle. Rong Kuan persuaded, you have to sell 400 bottles every month, which is 2.4 billion. In this case, I will give you 400 bottles every month, calculated as 20 million. Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao, if I can't be the exclusive agent for this wine, I can't pay 20 million. The most is the same as Wu Junlai. Rong Kuan shook his head. Forget it then. While speaking, Gao Yan had already stood up. I'll take my leave now. Seeing Gao Yan walking out of the box, Rong Kuan panicked. Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. Unless you agree to my conditions, there's no need to waste any more words. Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Okay, I promise you. Also, you pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the same hand. Gao Yan said with a smile. This? If calculated based on 20 million bottles, that would be 8 billion in cash. Such a large amount of money is not a small amount, so he said, Mr. Gao, can you give me a few days to raise funds? Can. Gao Yan nodded, come back when you have enough money. Also, your wine cannot be sold in Beijing. Once discovered, the cooperation will be invalid. Watching Gao Yan leave, Rong Kuan's face was a little ugly. He did not achieve the expected goal at all. At this moment, Wui Mountain. In front of a steep cliff. An old man in coarse linen clothes sat cross-legged in front of the cliff, filled with clouds and mist. Suddenly, a tall young man appeared behind him. Mr. Jiang, you really made it difficult for me to find you. Jiang Yanwang slowly stood up, looked at the young man who seemed to be smiling, and said with infinite emotion, I didn't expect you to succeed. Mr. Jiang knows why Su came here, right? Su Long said, slowly. Yes, this person is Su Long, the current leader of the Wu group, a strong man of Gangjin. I am just an old man, and I don't have many years to live. Why should Mr. Su embarrass an old man like me? Jiang Yanwang smiled bitterly. He originally lived in the capital for retirement and knew about the Wuzhou organization. Recently, he heard some news and decided to leave the capital. Unexpectedly, even if he fled the capital, the other party still came to him. Old Jiang is too modest. You are a Danjin master. It would be a waste to waste your skills. Why not serve the country for a few more years? Su Long shook his head. To be honest, he didn't think much of Jiang Yanwang's strength. He was only in the middle stage of Danjin at such an old age. However, what he needed was Jiang Yanwang's fame. After all, he was one of the 5 Danjin masters in Daxia. If even he joined the Wuzhou, those martial arts families would truly surrender. But Jiang Yanwang was an old fox. He hadn't made a move yet, and the other party actually fled the capital directly. In desperation, he could only chase him to Wui Mountain. Under Su Long's gaze, King Jiang Yan finally nodded, okay, I can promise you. But I also have a request. Speak. Su Long put his hands behind his back and said in a high voice. I would like to ask Mr. Su for advice. King Jiang Yan was also quite curious about the legendary realm of Gangjin. Can Su Long responded readily, with an air of control over everything in his tone. Mr. Su, be careful. As he spoke, King Jiangyan's slightly rickety body suddenly straightened up. And at the same time, a powerful aura rose from his body. Call out. A faint stream of light shot out and reached Su Long's left shoulder like lightning. Su Long didn't panic at all, and didn't even have the intention to evade. I saw him stretching out 2 fingers to explore forward, and the stream of light disappeared. There was a thin flying knife between his 2 fingers. But at this time, 3 more streams of light shot out. 2 shots were fired at his lower abdomen and chest, and the other one suddenly bypassed his body and appeared behind him when it arrived in front of him. This time, Su Long still did not dodge, and even put his hands behind his back. Again. Ding ding ding. 3 sounds sounded like gold and iron clashing. All 3 flying knives hit the target, but all bounced off Su Long's body. At this moment, Jiang Yanwang was deeply shocked. His strongest attack method could not even break through Su Long's defense. It was so shocking. Could it be that Gang Jin was so ridiculously strong? Seeing the lost King Jiang Yan, Su Long explained with a smile, no matter whether it is transformation energy or elixir energy, it is a mortal body, but after reaching Gang Jin, the physical body will reach the level of indestructible Vajra. In addition, having said this, Su Long raised his hand and pointed a finger from more than 10 meters away. He saw a streak of blood coming out of his finger and hitting the stone. With a bang, the stone shattered into pieces. Is this? King Jiangyan looked dumbfounded. Su Long put away his hand and said with a smile, Gang Jin has 2 major characteristics. One is that the physical body is indestructible, and the other is that Qi Jin, Qi blood and spirit are combined to form Gang Qi. Gang Qi has extremely strong destructive power and penetrating power. It has the destructive power of bullets and the permeability of Qi. A blast of Gang Qi can instantly kill Dan Jin. 1suemi.cc. Taught. Jiang Yanwang sighed, and then he looked at Su Long with longing eyes. Team Leader Su, do you think I still have a chance? You're old. Su Long shook his head. Only when you reach the peak of Dan Jin, before the age of 30, can you have a chance to break through to Gang Jin. However, as long as you work well, I guarantee that you will reach the peak of Dan Jin within 3 years. Okay, then I'll thank the team leader. Su Long was quite satisfied with Jiang Yanwang's attitude. Next, I'm going to ask Wang Jiangwo, Chen Yujiang, Lu Tianma, and Su Xiaoxiao to join the martial arts group. Can Mr. Jiang recommend them to me? Jiang Yanwang said without hesitation, I am willing to lead the way for the team leader. Since he was forced to join the martial arts group, how could the 4 old guys be so free and comfortable? In a blink of an eye, the system is upgraded. Just like before, Gao Yan chose the second option. Therefore, get 2 top draws, as well as 30 free attribute points. God level income system, level 16. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 85. Constitution, 154. Spirit, 148. Charisma, 95. Revenue return multiple, 10 times. Draw, top draw x2. Experience, 16.75 million. Stored funds, 1.80394 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 30. Last night, he extracted another practice experience, so his physique reached 154 points. After your physique and spirit exceed 100, you can add 1 point to the 3 free attribute points. Don't worry about your physique. Therefore, Gao Yan added all free attribute points to the spirit, making the spirit reach 158 points. Mental strength is enhanced by 10 points. Gao Yan's perception has undergone a transformation. Now he can perceive his surroundings as if he were watching a 3D movie, feeling as if he has everything under control. In addition, the sensing range is expanded to a radius of 800 meters. System, use 2 top draws. Ding, the top lottery is now open. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a Dan Gene upgrade card, and congratulations to the host for getting the special skill, Heavenly Reward for hard work. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. The effect of the Dan Gene upgrade card is very simple. After using it, it can be directly upgraded to the peak of Dan Gene. As for the God's Reward skill, it's a bit interesting. Gao Yan's Decisive Fusion. This skill of Tiandao rewarding Qin is a panacea. To put it simply, it is an amplifier. Use it on idle cheating devices, and the training effect will be x2. If used during learning, the learning effect will be x2. Suddenly, Gao Yan was moved in his heart and asked, System, can this heavenly reward skill be used on the system? If the system can be used, wouldn't the benefits also be x2? System, host, you are thinking of eating shit. Gao Yan was not disappointed when he heard the system's answer. After all, this skill was rewarded by the system and should have no effect on the system. He was just taking a fluke. The next moment, Gao Yan decisively merged with God's way to reward Qin. Then, he used this special skill on the AFK cheat, which doubled the effect of the AFK cheat. Then, Gao Yan used the Dan Gene enhancement card. His cultivation level smoothly crossed the late Dan Gene stage and reached the peak of Dan Gene. But what disappointed Gao Yan was that his physical fitness only increased by 3 points, and his spirit only increased by 1 point. His overall strength also improved a lot, but not as much as expected. Probably only 30%. Now that he has reached the peak of Dan Gene, he has to consider how to break through Gang Gene. But he is not in a hurry, because he still has 2 Gang Gene experience cards. As long as he uses them, he can master the mystery of Gang Gene. But it is too wasteful to just observe the mystery of Gang Gene, and he still has to have a Gang Gene experience card in the future to experience the mystery of Gang Gene. Anyway, no one can threaten him now. In a blink of an eye, 2 more days have passed. Rong Kuan came with 8 billion. Both parties signed a contract. Then Rong Kuan left 8 billion and took away 400 bottles of kidney tonifying wine. What surprised Gao Yan was that Bureaus did not come to buy wine this week. Yangdong Science Cafeteria. Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei were having dinner together. Hey, why don't you go to Gao Yan's villa for dinner? Song Yufei said puzzledly, because she found that Xiao Zhua was free during this period, but he did not live in Yujinjiwen. Therefore, she suspected that the two had a quarrel. Xiao Zhua blushed a little. In fact, she also wanted to go there. After all, the dishes made by Chu Xing were really delicious, but she was worried that once she went there, she would not be able to leave at night. It was the first time that I needed comfort. It has only been a short time, and the endurance time has become so long. So, even if she has time now, she still keeps the frequency of staying there. For one night every 3 days. She can't stand it if she goes there every night. In fact, she knows that Gao Yan will not touch her if she takes the initiative. But who told her that she also coveted her boyfriend's body? Once there was physical contact, she couldn't help herself. In desperation, she could only reduce the number of times she went to Yujinjiwen to spend the night. At the same time, Gao Yan received a call from Li Chaonan. Star Entertainment's first movie Brothers in Trouble has completed editing and dubbing and soundtracking. I asked him, the screenwriter, if he wanted to watch the finished film. So fast? Gao Yan was a little surprised. Li Chaonan said, I'm also surprised, but according to director Su, the script is so well drawn that he just needs to follow the example. Plus the two leading actors have great acting skills, so the progress will naturally be fast. I have already watched the finished film in advance, and I think it is very good. It is estimated by internal estimates that it will have a box office of at least 500 million. Gao Yan was also very curious about how the movie would turn out, so he agreed, okay, I'll come to the Magic City tomorrow. Li Chaonan, then I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Gao Yan, no, I can do it myself. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan decided to go to the Magic City through any door tonight. He discovered that Xiaozhua seemed to be avoiding him intentionally during this period. At first, he didn't understand what was going on. Only later did he realize that he was the one who had tortured classmate Xiaozhua so hard. Therefore, she only comes to stay at Yujing Villa for one night every 3 days. Soon, Gao Yan appeared in the apartment rented by Jing Xiaoyu. When he opened the door to the next door also opened, and a young woman carrying a garbage bag walked out. Who are you? When the other party saw Gao Yan, he immediately became wary. I am the tenant of this apartment, Gao Yan said. You lied, the tenant of this apartment is obviously a woman. I know, Jing Xiaoyu, am I her boyfriend? Gao Yan said silently, did he look like a criminal? Are you really her boyfriend? There was still some doubt on the woman's face. Yes, my name is Gao Yan. Do you know her? If you do, call her and ask. If you don't, you can ask the landlord to call her to confirm. After hearing what Gao Yan said, the woman believed it and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, the landlord is my mother, my name is Ding Qing, she recently handed over the rent collection to me, I don't have any ill intentions. Gao Yan didn't intend to argue with the other party and said, it doesn't matter. This shows that you are very responsible. By the way, we rented another house and rarely come here. You rented another house, so why don't you return it? If I remember correctly, your girlfriend renewed the lease for another year, right? Ding Qing said in surprise. I work nearby and am quite busy. Sometimes I get off work late, so I come here to stay one night. Gao Yan made up an excuse at random. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I have something else to do, so I'll leave. First, Gao Yan waved to Ding Qing and strode towards the elevator. Wait a minute, I'm just about to go downstairs. The two went downstairs together. Ding Qing went to throw away the garbage, while Gao Yan sat down in the Audi A6 and headed towards number 1 Platinum Palace. This guy shouldn't be a bad person, right? After watching Gao Yan leave, Ding Qing decided to call Jing Xiaoyu to confirm. Gao Yan received a call from Jing Xiaoyu while he was still on the road, asking him if he had come to the Magic City. Gao Yan asked her how she knew, and she said that the landlord's daughter called her. After learning the news, Gao Yan was speechless. It seemed that Ding Qing still didn't completely believe her. This woman is so cautious, it would be unsafe to put the travel coordinates here. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. 10 sets of commercial housing were drawn before. There is also a set in Magic City. I happen to go and take over this suite. After watching the movie tomorrow, and then put the coordinates in this house. Then you won't be afraid of being discovered. When Gao Yan arrived at number 1 Platinum Palace, he found Xing Xiaoyu standing at the door of the hall waiting for her. Honey, have you had dinner? If not, I'll make it for you. Xing Xiaoyu happily hugged Gao Yan's arm. I've eaten, no need to bother. Then how long will you stay here this time? Xing Xiaoyu asked. Our company's first movie has been produced. I came over to see the quality. So I have to go back in the afternoon. Then let's watch it together. Of course, you are the heroine. Gao Yan said with a smile. As a heroine, I don't have many roles. Xing Xiaoyu said disapprovingly. However, I feel that my acting skills have improved a lot during this period. How about you cooperate with me in acting? What to play? Xing Xiaoyu said, I play the nurse, how about you play the patient? If you say that, I won't feel sleepy anymore. Gao Yan chuckled. The next morning, Star Entertainment screening room. The screening of Brothers in Trouble has ended. How about Brother Yan? Li Chaonan asked. Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan on the side also looked tense, waiting for the boss to give an answer. After all, this is their first work after joining Star Entertainment. It was well shot, very funny, and there are no piss spots in the city. Gao Yan commented that the movie Brothers in Trouble tells the story of two middle-aged men who are experiencing a midlife crisis and travel together. To put it simply, it is a road comedy. There are many funny jokes created in it. During the viewing process, Gao Yan was also made laugh many times. As for Xing Xiaoyu, he turned into a complete fool from laughing. Hearing Gao Yan's praise, Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. When do you plan to release it? Gao Yan asked. We plan to release it on National Day. Li Chaonan said. Isn't it too hasty? Gao Yan asked. Huang Tianyuan on the side explained, there is no way. If you miss the National Day period, you have to wait until the Lunar New Year period or the Spring Festival period. These two periods are full of blockbusters and are very competitive. Okay, just look at the arrangements. Gao Yan thought about it and felt that this was the truth, so he didn't object anymore. Because the release is too hasty, we have to increase our efforts in publicity. We are quite optimistic about this movie and plan to spend 50 million to promote it. Li Chaonan said. These days, if you don't pay attention to the fragrance of wine, you will not be afraid of the dark alleys. No matter how good a movie is, it will be difficult to achieve good results if it is not promoted. Of course, this is not absolute, but if it is released without publicity and wants to be a hit, the chances are very slim. No problem, I'm a layman in this area, you just have to figure it out. Gao Yan waved his hands and said. After talking about the movie, Li Chaonan then talked about the short video. At first, they were reluctant to let the company's artists make short videos. But now, more than half of the artists are making short videos. Douyin also reciprocated, giving Xingchen Entertainment artists a lot of traffic support. Therefore, the minimum number of fans of Star Entertainment's artists exceeds 1 million. However, the one with the highest number of fans is Xing Xiaoyu, who has not Signed a contract with Douyin. She now has more than 5 million fans on Douyin, and more than 6 million fans on Kuaishou. As for short plays, they are more popular on Kuaishou. By the way, Shangtian Entertainment's new movie will also be released on National Day. Li Chaonan said suddenly. Want to meet us? Gao Yan asked. Probably not. Li Chaonan shook his head. If we hadn't poached a lot of people from their crew, their movie would have been released long ago, so it must be a coincidence. Besides, we just decided to release it on National Day. Then it'll be fine. It's been so long, and as long as Han Shangyu stops looking for trouble, Gao Yan doesn't bother to deal with him anymore. Brother Yan, do you have any new scripts? Li Chaonan asked. After all, the 2 scripts Gao Yan presented were very good. And the 2 songs made them popular. Instead of going around to collect the scripts, it would be better to ask Gao Yan directly. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. I'll send it to you in 2 days. During this period, Gao Yan has accumulated a lot of scripts and songs through entertainment cards, including 1 S-level movie script and 2 A-level movie scripts. The TV series won an A-level script and 2 B-level scripts. The song won an S-level song, 2 A-level songs, and 3 B-level songs. What about the songs? Li Chaonan asked. The 2 songs made Yu Feifei and Chen Yusen famous respectively, and also brought a lot of profits and fame to the company. Give me a pen and paper, Gao Yan said. Li Chaonan quickly handed a stack of A4 paper and a ballpoint pen to Gao Yan. Gao Yan was not vague and wrote down 2 songs directly. Both are A-level songs. One is suitable for male singers and the other is suitable for female singers. Thank you, Brother Yan. Li Chaonan watched the 2 songs carefully, but didn't see anything special. After all, he was not a professional, so he would leave it to professionals to judge. You're welcome, we are all family. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand. At noon, accompanied by Su Hai and Huang Tianyuan, everyone had lunch together. Knowing that Jing Xiaoyu was relatively free recently, Gao Yan decided to take out a B-level movie script for her to shoot a short play. When Jing Xiaoyu finished reading the script, she said, "Husband, this script can be made into a big movie. Wouldn't it be a waste to make it into a short play?" Although she didn't have any ambitions, she was still working hard. For example, her acting skills have improved a lot now, and she often reads professional books on film and television. Therefore, she could judge that this script was good. Gao Yan said, "There are better scripts at the company. If you think it's a waste to shoot a short play, you can also make it into a web series." Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Okay, I'll make it into a web series." 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan drove to the Jinyue community in Modu to receive the house rewarded by the system. Jinyue community is not a top-level community, but it is also a mid to high-end community, with an average house price of about 50,000 yuan. It is still a duplex, with a total area of 242 square meters and 2 parking spaces. After taking a taxi back to the apartment and shuttled back to Nandu, Gao Yan cancelled the coordinates in the apartment and put it in the duplex in Jinyue community. At this moment, Nandu Tianyun Club. As the boss, Tu Yun was personally making tea to entertain an old man. "Mr. Jiang, please." After a while, Tu Yun smiled and sent the brewed long jing to the old man. After a cup of tea, Tu Yun asked curiously, "Why is Mr. Jiang willing to leave the capital and come here for the younger generation?" "Xiao Tu, I came with an order." Jiang Yanwang said with a wry smile. Although Tu Yun had borrowed his name to establish the Tianyun Club, she had deposited the dividends into his account every year. But now, Su Long wanted him to persuade Tu Yun to submit to the Wu group, and he was too embarrassed to ask. But Su Long had given an order, and he couldn't disobey it. Su Long seemed to be quite polite to him, because he still had value. In fact, Su Long was a very domineering person in his bones, and he would never allow anyone to disobey his orders. After he was subdued by Su Long last time in Wui Mountain, he met with Wang Jiangwo and the other four in his own name. After the meeting, he persuaded the four to join the Wu group. As expected, the four refused. Then Su Long appeared, suppressed them with absolute force, and forced them to join. Qin Yujiang, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Taimin all gave in reluctantly and expressed their willingness to join the Wu group, but Wang Jiangwo's temper was still as hot as before, and he refused to obey. Although Su Long did not kill Wang Jiangwo on the spot, he also crippled Wang Jiangwo with a heavy hand, showing his ruthless side, which also made the four of them shudder. Although they were dissatisfied, they could not vent their anger. From this, it can be seen that this newcomer did not take the old predecessors in the martial arts world seriously at all. But who can tell him that he is an official, and his strength is far superior to theirs? Order? Tu Yun asked, curiously, who can order you? Jiang Yanwang smiled bitterly, I have joined the Wu group now, and now I have received the order from the team leader to persuade you to join the Wu group. Wu group? Tu Yun looked surprised. What kind of organization is this? Jiang Yanwang briefly explained the origin of the Wu group, and then told Tu Yun that Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Taimin and Qin Yujiang also joined the Wu group, and hinted that Wang Jiangwo was unwilling to join and had been crippled. Hearing that Wang Jiangwo was abolished, Tu Yun felt a chill running down her spine. She thought to herself that this martial arts team was too domineering. At the same time, she also realized that the strength of this martial arts team that suddenly appeared should be quite strong. Old Jiang, how strong is this martial arts team? Jiang Yanwang said, team leader Su Long is Gang Jin. Even if we don't count these old guys, there are more than 10 Dan Jin. Xiao Tu, listen to me and don't resist, otherwise, I can't protect you. Hearing that the leader of the martial arts team is Gang Jin, Tu Yun was shocked. Old Jiang, can I think about it for a few days? Okay, I will stay in Nandu for 3 days. After 3 days, I will go back to report. Thank you, old Jiang. Afterwards, Tu Yun personally settled Jiang Yanwang down. She returned to her office to think. To be honest, she definitely didn't want to surrender to the martial arts team. Once she surrenders to the Wu group, she will obey the Wu group and lose her autonomy completely. But if she doesn't surrender, according to the suggestion of Mr. Jiang, the Wu group will definitely attack her. She will only be able to transform her strength. What can she use to resist the Dan Jin and Gang Jin of the Wu group? Fortunately, she gave 1/3 of her shares to her stinky brother. And her stinky brother has a very deep background. Otherwise, she can only surrender to the Wu group and let the other party send her. So, Tu Yun picked up her mobile phone and called Gao Yan. What are you doing? Stinky brother? Come to your sister's place. I have something to discuss with you. Less than half an hour. Gao Yan appeared in Tu Yun's office. Sister Yun, what's the matter with you calling me here in a hurry? Tea or coffee? Tu Yun asked. Tea. Tu Yun poured Gao Yan a cup of tea, and then slowly said, do you know the Wu group? Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Then do you know that the leader of the Wu group is Gang Jin? Tu Yun asked. Again. I know. The Wu group sent Elder Jiang to persuade me to bring Tianyun Club to Wu group. Tu Yun said. Heh, isn't this robbery? Gao Yan sneered, then asked Tu Yun, Sister Yun, what do you think? Tu Yun chuckled and said, I will listen to you, brother. If you say to surrender, I will surrender. If you say not to surrender, I will not surrender. After all, sister is a weak woman, counting on brother to support me. Then just reject them. Gao Yan said coldly. Not to mention that Tianyun Club has 1/3 of his shares, just based on his relationship with Tu Yun, he has to protect Tu Yun. Besides, Wu Group is an official organization. Doesn't it know about his relationship with Tu Yun and his shares in Tianyun Club? It must know. The other party still chose to do so, most likely with the purpose of testing. To see if there is really a strong Gang Jin behind him. Half an hour later. Gao Yan and Tu Yun came to see King Jiangyan together. Xiao Tu, who is this? King Jiangyan looked at Gao Yan and vaguely felt that this handsome young man should not be weaker than him. Mr. Jiang, let me introduce to you. This is my brother Gao Yan, who is also a shareholder of Tianyun Club. Tu Yun introduced with a smile. I've met Mr. Jiang. Gao Yan bowed slightly to greet him. Even without using his inside eye, he could clearly sense the strength of the old man in front of him. He was in the middle stage of Dan Jin. No need to be polite. Mr. Jiang's eyes were attracted by Gao Yan. The more he looked at him, the more curious he became. He couldn't help but probe, my little friend has already entered Dan Jin? Gao Yan nodded. Brother, you have actually broken through to Dan Jin? Tu Yun exclaimed. This stinky brother seemed to shock her every time they met. Similarly, King Jiangyan was also shocked. Dare you ask my age? Already 20, I will turn 21 in 1 month. Gao Yan said. Hiss. King Jianghel secretly took a breath of air. Are there really so many monsters now? Su Long was promoted to Gang Jin in his 30s, and now there is a 20-year-old Dan Jin. Maybe another Gang Jin will be born in the future. You know, in their time, anyone who could step into Hua Jin was considered a master. As for Dan Jin, it is a mythical existence in the martial arts world. Moreover, whoever can reach Dan Jin is not a person who has experienced hundreds of battles and has extraordinary perseverance, and even if he breaks through to Dan Jin, he must be over 50 years old, unlike the young man in front of him, who is only 20 years old. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration that he was old. Today's young people, each one is more amazing than the last. Jiang Yanwang sighed. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. Gao Yan smiled modestly. May I ask who the master is? Suddenly, King Jiangyan inquired. He was very curious about what kind of person could cultivate such a 20-year-old Dan Jin. My master's name is Chu Hong. Gao Yan said. Jiang Yanwang frowned and thought, as if he had never heard of this name before. Is your master also Dan Jin? Yes, she is already at the peak of her elixir power. Gao Yan replied. Is it possible that your master is from a super martial arts family? Jiang Yanwang asked thoughtfully. No. Gao Yan shook his head. My master is very low-key and has almost never appeared in front of other martial arts colleagues. I see. King Gao Yan suddenly realized, and at the same time he sighed with emotion. I didn't expect there to be such a low-key great master in the world. Next, Jiang Yanwang took the initiative to communicate with Gao Yan and also talked about his experience with Dan Jin. It was obvious that he meant to give guidance. Although Gao Yan was at the pinnacle of Dan Jin, he did not deliberately try to disgrace Jiang Yanwang, and showed an expression of listening with an open mind. 120.cc. More than an hour later, Jiang Yanwang suddenly remembered something. By the way, you two have come to make a decision? Yes, we don't want to surrender, Gao Yan said directly. Jiang Yanwang pondered slightly, and said in a sincere tone, Xiao Gao, you have extraordinary qualifications, and you are better than you are young. You may not be able to become my second Gang Jin in Daxia in the future. I know that it is indeed excessive for the martial arts group to force you to join. But, the strength of the Gang Jin warrior may be beyond your imagination, so you should think twice. But even a Gang Jin warrior can't seize someone's assets with empty words. Tu Yun said with dissatisfaction, do we in Daxia still respect the law? Jiang Yanwang looked at Tu Yun with a half-smile, you little girl, you think of the law when you are bullied. How many of us warriors have obeyed the law? If you are just an ordinary person, Su Long will definitely not you dare to do this, but you are a warrior, so that's another story. I think what Mr. Jiang said makes sense. Gao Yan said in agreement, martial artists should judge by force. Brother Stinky, where are you from? Tu Yun rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. Gao Yan smiled and said, Daxia has been working hard for more than 20 years to deal with warriors. Now, the martial arts group has finally cultivated a Gang Jin. It is time to settle the matter. I estimate that the martial arts group will also take action against the martial arts family. Xiao Gao can still understand. King Jiang Yan nodded, even old guys like us, who don't care about world affairs have been forcibly recruited. How can the martial arts group let the martial arts family go? I see that the martial arts group intends to integrate the entire martial arts world. Is the martial arts group so ambitious? Tu Yun said in shock. Xia Yus is forced to break the law. King Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, Daxia doesn't need knights now. What we pay attention to is governing the country according to the law, and warriors are a group of people who wander outside the laws and laws of the country. When Daxia couldn't restrain them, they naturally let it go. Now that Daxia has weapons to restrain them, do you think Daxia will still ignore them? That's the truth. Gao Yan nodded, feeling that Daxia did the right thing, but his butt determines his head. He was also a warrior now, and he didn't want his assets to be taken away for nothing, and he even restricted himself to a cage. Moreover, he vaguely felt that it was impossible for such a big Xia to give birth to a Gang Jin just now. Let's just say that Shaolin and Wudong, known as the masters of martial arts, have such strong foundations, couldn't they give birth to a Gang Jin? These sects have existed for so many years and have their own wisdom for survival. The 5 super martial arts families all know how to hide masters. Doesn't Shaolin Wudong know how to hide them? Since the super martial arts family can hide Dan Jin, then why can't Shaolin Wudong hide Gang Jin? Therefore, Gao Yan believes that the martial arts group's desire to unify the martial arts world may be difficult to achieve. Xiao Gao, Xiao Tu, why don't you think about it again? Jiang Yanwang persuaded again. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to think about it. Gao Yan shook his head. He had 2 Gang Jin experience cards, and once used, he would have the peak strength of Gang Jin. No matter how strong Su Long was, he was just a beginner in Gang Jin. If the other party dares to seize his property, he will beat him into a fool. Su Long has a domineering personality and cannot tolerate disobedience. If you reject him, I'm afraid. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for reminding me that Su Long is really strong, but if he dares to cause trouble for our siblings, I will let him know what it means. That there is a world outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Gao Yan said with narrowed eyes. Could it be that you also have strength behind you? Mr. Jiang immediately understood the meaning of Gao Yan's words. Gao Yan said with a smile, my master is also at the peak of Gang Jin. Our sect is famous for protecting its weak points. Mr. Jiang, please go back and tell Su Long that I have no control over his dealings with other martial arts forces. Stop, if he dares to set foot in Nandu, I guarantee that my master will beat him into a fool. Okay, I promise to pass it on to Su Long word for word. Jiang Yanwang laughed and said, to be honest, he was very aggrieved by being forced by Su Long to join the martial arts group. He was also curious, if Su Long really set foot in Nandu, would he be beaten into a fool by the Gang Jin behind Gao Yan? Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. It doesn't matter. Now that you have made your decision, I will return to the capital to resume my life. While speaking, Jiang Yanwang stood up, jumped and flickered, and then disappeared. S. Bureau. Luo Bing hurried to the director's office. He said in an anxious tone, Director, I just heard the news that the martial arts group plans to take over Tianyun Club. As far as I know, Gao Yan also holds 1/3 of the shares of Tianyun Club. I already know. Luo Ju nodded. Shouldn't we stop it? Luo Bing asked, staring at Luo Ju. How to stop it? A flash of helplessness flashed in Luo Ju's eyes. Although our S Bureau is at the same level as the military group, the strength gap between the two sides is too big, and there are already plans to merge our S Bureau into the military group. Why? Luo Bing said unconvinced. Just because the martial arts team has 1 Gang Jin and more than 10 Dan Jin, our S Bureau can survive with just 1 Dan Jin. Luo Ju smiled bitterly and said, we were so ambitious when we established the S Bureau, thinking that we could integrate the martial arts world with the help of Jiuzhu and Danjin. As a result, Jiuzhu and Danjin was ambushed by 5 super martial arts families, which directly interrupted our S Bureau backbone, so the higher-ups have long been dissatisfied with our S Bureau. Later, when the military team was formed, our S Bureau needed to cover the military team. We were able to retain it, otherwise it would have been abolished long ago. Today, the martial arts group has successfully emerged. Our S Bureau has completed its mission and tasks. Our existence has no meaning anymore. Without disbanding us directly, merging us into a military group is already the best result. I understand. No wonder our funds have been blocked by the higher authorities. It turns out that they have already had the idea of disbanding us. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on Luo Bing's face. Although our strength is not as good as that of the martial arts group, we have made a lot of contributions in recent years. As a result, as soon as the martial arts group rises, they will merge us into the martial arts group. It is simply a relief. Kill the donkey. Luo Bureau also understands Luo Bing's complaints. He said, our S Bureau and the martial arts department are 2 departments with very similar powers. They are both for the purpose of controlling the martial arts world. They are either abolished or merged into another party. There is no third party. 3. Options. Then after being merged into the military group, will you still stay in Luo Bureau? Luo Bing asked. I have applied to the superiors to be transferred from Bureau S. Luo Ju said, this is the best choice. After the two units merge, the leader of the new unit will definitely be Su Long. If he had to stay, he would be a deputy director if he could survive. It would be fine if Su Long was magnanimous, but if he were not a magnanimous person, he would probably be ignored. Therefore, instead of staying and suffering, it is better to transfer in advance. For the sake of his knowledge, the higher-ups will give him a good position. Hearing that Bureau Luo had applied for transfer, Luo Bing was also in a dilemma. Should he stay and wait to be merged into the martial arts group, or should he also apply for transfer? Luo Ju seemed to see through her confusion and said, Xiao Luo, you are still young. If you stay, you should be able to get in touch with Su Long. If you can get his guidance, it will also be of great benefit to your practice. I'll think about it again. Luo Bing did not make a decision right away. Luo Bureau, the martial arts team is targeting the Tianyun Club. Are we really not going to get involved? How to intervene? Luo Ju smiled bitterly. You have to know that Su Long is the only official force in Daxia. Before his failure, the superiors supported him 100%, so we can't stop him at all. The only official Gangjin in Daxia? Luo Bing heard a hint. Luo Ju, do we have other Gangjin in Daxia? Not sure. Director Luo shook his head. I have looked through some old files over the years. During the Republic of China, there was a monk who appeared on the battlefields of the north and the south during the footbath invasion. The monk appeared at a train station and was attacked by hundreds of footbath soldiers. He was attacked with concentrated fire, but was unscathed. However, the Taoist appeared on the battlefield to treat the wounded. Thousands of foot basin troops were chasing them, but he forced them back and rescued the wounded. Do you suspect that this monk is a Gangjin warrior? Luo Bing said excitedly. Have no idea. Luo Ju was not sure. Those files were incomplete and only recorded a few words, and the records of the monk were also unclear. Moreover, we were not the main ones at that time, so the information we obtained was even more limited. Plus that monk, none of them have appeared again. It is possible that they have appeared before. If we don't know, we will have no way of finding out. Could Yixing Yi be from Shaolin and Wudong? Luo Bing guessed. It's hard to say. Luo Ju smiled. Okay, I just said it casually, you don't have to take it seriously. Luo Bing nodded, knowing that he would get nothing out of the question, so he didn't ask any more questions. After leaving Bureau Luo's office, Luo Bing thought for a while and called Gao Yan. Their bureau had gained a lot of benefits from Gao Yan. Now that Gao Yan was being targeted, their bureau couldn't get involved. Therefore, she was still a little embarrassed. So, he called to explain and hinted that Bureau S might be annexed by the military group. Fortunately, Gao Yan didn't care and understood his difficulties. Other side. Gao Yan was speechless. Now that Bureau S is going to be annexed by the military group, the medicine and wine business may not be able to continue. In this way, he will lose another 8 billion in income per month. Sister Yun, how is your relationship with the major martial arts families? Gao Yan asked. Tu Yun said, I have certain friendships with a small number of martial arts families, but most martial arts families are just like the others. Gao Yan said, I'm afraid my cooperation with Bureau S to sell wine won't go forward. How about I leave this wine to you to sell? We'll split it 50-50 by then. No need, just 8 or 2. Tu Yun waved her hand. Just 5 or 5. Then let's cooperate in the name of Tianyun Club. Tu Yun thought for a while and said, all right. Gao Yan didn't insist anymore. Tu Yun said, your medicinal wine is already well known in the martial arts world. I can contact the martial arts families with whom I have friendship. Now, I believe they will not refuse. Then I'll trouble Sister Yun. Why are you so polite? What's the trouble in making money? Tu Yun smiled. But your master is in Nandu. If Su Long invades Nandu and your master is not here, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, my master is also in Nandu. Send someone to keep an eye on him. And let me know as soon as Su Long arrives in Nandu. Chatted with Tu Yun for a while. Gao Yan left Tianyun Club directly. Other side. Jiang Yan Wang took a special plane back to the capital and arrived at the military group's base without any delay. Waited 20 minutes. He just met Su Long. Mr. Jiang is back so soon. Is everything going well? Su Long asked in a deep voice. Team leader, I failed to convince the other party. King Jiang Yan said with a look of shame. Hearing this, Su Long's face turned cold, and there was a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. I don't know what is good or bad. Team leader, Tianyun Club has another shareholder, and he asked me to bring you a message. Jiang Yanwang said. Speak. Team leader, these words are a bit unpleasant. It's hard for me to say it. Jiang Yanwang shook his head. It doesn't matter. The old man is offended. Jiang Yanwang hesitated and said, the other party asked me to tell you that if you dare to set foot in Nandu, his master will beat you into a fool court death. Upon hearing this, Su Long couldn't help but become furious, with murderous intent pouring out of his eyes. Who is this person, and who is the master he talks about? Seeing the furious Su Long, Jiang Yanwang felt inexplicably happy. He said, this man's name is Gao Yan. He is only 20 years old and is already a master of Dan Jin. His master is a great master who is at the peak of his Dan Jin. It is said that his master ancestor is also powerful. Gang Jin? Su Long's face froze slightly. Are you sure? Jiang Yanwang shook his head and said meaningfully, I am not sure about this. Because I have never seen the master he mentioned, and I have never heard of it before. So this is just a bluff? It's hard to say. Jiang Yanwang said seriously, Gao Yan's master is 2 realms better than Lao Chan. I have never heard of her name before. It is said that their lineage is extremely low-key. Dan Jin from the S Bureau Fei Yuanhua has also fought against Master Gao Yan, so it is more likely that they both possess Gang Jin. Hearing Jiang Yanwang's analysis, Su Long's heart sank. Since he broke through to Gang Jin, he has developed an aura of being invincible and not taking the world's warriors seriously. Especially after subduing Jiang Yanwang and others, it once again increased his power. Now, another Gang Jin appears. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable and vaguely worried. After all, he had just broken through to Gang Jin. Who knows how long it has been since that arrogant master broke through to Gang Jin? Okay, Mr. Jiang, you've worked hard this time, you go down and rest first. Su Long waved his hand. The old man resigns. King Jiang Yan bowed and retreated, but he felt a bit more disdainful in his heart. At first, Su Long was shouting about beating and killing, but after knowing that the other party also had the strength, he immediately put out the fire. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful that he could not see Su Long running to Nandu to be beaten. Soon, the deputy leader of the martial arts group came to Su Long's office. Team leader, do you want to see me if you have something to do? Jin Hai said politely. Boss, you should call me Lao Jiao. Su Long smiled heartily. How about that? You are the boss of the martial arts group now. From now on, you can just call me Lao Jin. Jin Hai said quickly. Wensuemi.cc. He is a man who knows how to advance and retreat. Although they had a good relationship before, their strength and status are now different. If he continues to rely on his old age, Su Long will resent him sooner or later. After some pleasantries, Su Long said in a deep voice, Boss, Jiang Yan Wang's mission to conquer Tianyun Club failed. The reason is that another shareholder of Tianyun Club said that if you go to S Bureau, they should have someone there. Gao Yan's details. Okay, I'll do it right away. More than an hour later, Jin Hai returns with Gao Yan's information. After reading all the information on Gao Yan, Su Long couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Then, he handed the information to Jin Hai and asked him to read it too. After a while, Jin Hai put down the information. Team leader, this Gao Yan is a great threat. He is only 20 years old and is already at the peak of his energy. No, he has been promoted to Danjin. According to this information, Gao Yan's strength is at the peak of Huajin. But Jiang Yanwang stated that Gao Yan has been promoted to Danjin. 20-year-old Danjin? Jin Hai's expression was horrified, and at the same time, he looked deeply at Su Long. You must know that Su Long was already 25 years old when he was promoted to Danjin. Doesn't it mean that this Gao Yan is much more powerful than Su Long's talent? The mission of their martial arts group is to integrate the entire martial arts world and make the entire martial arts world behave and obey Daxia's orders. It would be better if Gao Yan surrendered to their martial arts group. If he does not surrender, once he is promoted to Gangjin in the future, it will affect the authority of the martial arts group and even cause those martial arts forces who surrendered to rebel. After all, these martial arts forces do not sincerely surrender, most of them are forced to surrender. Boss, what do you think of Gao Yan's master? Su Long asked. Instead of guessing here, why not go to Nandu to test it out? Jin Hai said thoughtfully. How to test? Jin Hai Dao, I will personally take a few brothers to Nandu. If Master Gao Yan is Gangjin, we will go back. If not, we will take the opportunity to capture that kid. Good. Su Long thought about it and felt that this was indeed a safe way. Otherwise, if he had rushed into Nandu rashly, if Gao Yan's master was really powerful and lost in a fight, the situation he had finally created would be destroyed. Later, Jin Hai selected 4 Danjin brothers to go to Nandu with him. They are Hu Lei, the second child, Zhuibing, the third child, Wang Gang, the fourth child, and Dang Wu, the sixth child. In addition to himself being at the peak of Danjin, the second and third boys are at the late stage of Danjin, and the fourth and sixth boys are at the middle stage of Danjin. Number 15, Yujinjiwen. After Jin Hai led his people to set off, Gao Yan received news from the Red Emperor. It seems that Su Long is not as impulsive as he thought. Gao Yan originally thought that Su Long would come to Nandu in person, but he didn't expect that only 5 pills came. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and dialed Chu Hong's number, asking her to take Chu to Tianyun Club. He also took Chu Xiao and Chu Xing to Tianyun Club. Smelly brother, why are you here again? Seeing Gao Yan return to the club, Tu Yun asked a little strangely. A few Danjin came from the martial arts group to test my depth, Gao Yan said. Upon hearing this, Tu Yun's expression changed slightly. Then how should we deal with it? Rest assured. Gao Yan smiled confidently, then pointed at Chu Xiao and Chu Xing and said, This is my uncle Chu Xiao, who is at the peak of his Danjin. This is also my uncle, his name is Chu Xing, who is in the late stage of his Danjin. I'll go. Tu Yun was shocked. Is Danjin so worthless? Also, this stinky brothers sect is too powerful, and 2 more Danjin masters have appeared. Tu Yun has met 2 great masters. The next moment, Tu Yun quickly saluted. Miss Tu, there is no need to be polite. Chu Xiao and Chu Xing smiled at Lian Mango. This is the sister recognized by the master, and they don't dare to put on any airs. By the way, my master and other uncles should be here soon, Gao Yan said. Again. Is this uncle also a Danjin? Tu Yun asked in surprise. Later stage of pill strength. Gao Yan nodded. Brother, how strong is your sect? Apart from these 3 masters, there are no other masters or uncles, right? Tu Yun inquired out of curiosity. To be honest, she was really shocked. Actually, I don't know too much. Gao Yan laughed. After all, it was possible to draw Danjin biological people in the future, so Gao Yan did not dare to say anything. Sure enough, after a while, Chu Hong arrived with Chu Yu. It will take some time for the people from the martial arts group to arrive. So Tu Yun arranged some drinks and food to entertain Gao Yan's elders. And Tu Yun was particularly excited tonight. She never dreamed that the brother she recognized had such a strong backstage background. With his support in the future, she would no longer have to worry. Time passes gradually. The sound of a helicopter appeared in the sky above Tianyun Club. Follow closely. A helicopter landed at the Tianyun Club and 5 people jumped out. Gao Yan threw an insight eye at each of these 5 people, knowing their strength. 1 peak Danjin, 2 late Danjin, and 2 mid Danjin. He has 3 peak elixir powers and 2 late elixir powers. Even without using the Game Gene experience card, you can defeat them completely. Nandu Tianyun Club. After waiting for more than an hour, 5 Danjin from the martial arts group finally arrived by helicopter. In order to prepare for this battle, the entire club has been cleared, and except for Tu Yun's men, there is no one else. As for Jin Hai and his party, the 5 of them got off the plane and stood there, waiting for Gao Yan and others to arrive. Gao Yan and his party did not keep them waiting. Show up soon. When he saw Gao Yan and his party of 6 people, Jin Hai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Tu Yun, who only has Hua Jin, can be completely ignored. But the other 5 people were all Danjin in his induction. Instantly he felt that this trip to Nandu might not be as smooth as imagined. I'm Jin Hai, the deputy leader of the martial arts group. I'm here to pay a special visit to senior gang Jin of your clan. Suddenly, Jin Hai spoke. You want to see my master, but you are not qualified enough. Let Su Long come in person. Gao Yan stepped forward with a sneer on his face. Su Long doesn't dare to come to Nandu and sent you losers to test the depth of my master, but you will be disappointed. You losers are not worthy of seeing me. Master. Gao Daodun woke up again, not giving Jin Hai any face, and made the Danjin in front of him look ferocious, and his eyes were filled with fire. The next moment, Dang Wu, the sixth child, stepped out and glared at Gao Yan. Young man named Gao, you claim that we are trash. Do you dare to fight with me, a trash? Brother, don't be fooled. This guy is deliberately provoking you to take action. Tu Yun, who was behind him, quickly reminded him. After all, Gao Yan had just broken through to Danjin, so he might not be the opponent of the person in front of him. Why, he was shouting so loudly, so it turned out to be a soft-legged shrimp. Dang Wu sneered and mocked. That's all. Since you want to fight with me, you loser, I'll help you. Gao Yan curled his lips in disdain. Smelly brother. Tu Yun still wanted to stop him, but then Chu Hong said, Xiao Tu, please be patient. Xiao Gao is right. These people are all trash. It is not difficult for him to defeat a trash. Besides, even if he is defeated, I can keep him safe here. After hearing what Chu Hong said, Tu Yun felt relieved. At this moment, Gao Yan was still a little excited. After all, after he broke through the Danjin, he had not yet faced an enemy directly with a Danjin warrior. As for the Danjin from the Lu family, he was responsible for his death. You have some courage, kid. Don't worry, I won't beat you to death. I'll break your limbs at most. Seeing that Gao Yan was willing to fight, Dang Wu thought that his provocation method was effective, and was afraid that Gao Yan would regret it, so he once again used words to stimulate him. Come. Gao Yan took several steps in succession, came more than 10 meters away from Dang Wu, and stretched out a finger to hook the opponent. Court death. Dang Wu's eyes flashed coldly, and he rushed out. However, he did not walk in a straight line, but in an arc. Tu Yun only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Dang Wu appeared behind Gao Yan across a distance of more than 10 meters, and then punched his vest. Subconsciously, she shouted, "Be careful." But Gao Yan seemed to have eyes behind him. His body sank slightly, and his right arm was withdrawn. He was obviously one step behind Dang Wu in taking action, but his palm hit the opponent's lower abdomen first and knocked him away. Well done. Seeing this scene, Tu Yun quickly clapped her hands and applauded. But the expressions of the 4 people from Jin Hai darkened. Boss, didn't you say that Gao Yan only broke through to Danjin? How come his reaction is so fast? The second brother Hu Lei couldn't help but said. Look down. Jin Hai shook his head. The power of Gao Yan's palm only reached the level of ordinary Danjin, but his reaction power and attack speed were not comparable to those of ordinary Danjin in the early stage. Damn it. Dang Wu, who was knocked away, felt a little swollen in his face. He suffered a small loss in the fight between a mid-stage Danjin and an early stage Danjin. Qi and blood surged in the body, resolving the injuries in the lower abdomen. The next moment, his figure flew out again. But this time, his body began to move left and right, flickering continuously. When approaching Gao Yan, he did not launch an attack immediately, but started to swim around Gao Yan. For a moment, several phantoms actually appeared in the air. At this time, Jin Hai introduced with a smile, Lao Lu's set of 6 Yao footwork has reached the level of perfection. Even if I were to face him, I might not be able to capture his true form for a while. But as soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan suddenly kicked out, and with a bang, he saw a figure hit by his kick, and then the figure flew out in embarrassment. It's all fancy, just fight when you fight, what are you jumping around for? Why, do you want to stun me? Gao Yan said with disdain in his eyes. Pfft. Upon hearing this, Tu Yun burst out laughing. His bratty younger brother was really a loser. That man was obviously using a set of superb footwork, but he was demoted to be worthless. Dang Wu, who was in the air, heard Gao Yan's sarcastic words. His injuries were not that serious at first, but under the stimulation of these words, he became furious and spit out a mouthful of blood. As for Jin Hai, his expression suddenly froze. Then he frowned and pondered, how did Gao Yan see through the flaw in the old 6 steps? Dang Wu, who fell to the ground, shook his body before standing still. Tsk, trash is trash, it won't work so soon. I'll kill you. Hearing this, Dang Wu's eyes turned red, but he did not completely lose his mind, nor did he show off his footwork. Instead, he went straight to Gao Yan and used his best boxing skills to attack Gao Yan. His fists were extremely heavy, but also extremely fast. In the air, there was a faint sound of thunder and explosion. Finally, Dang Wu arrived in front of Gao Yan, and the momentum of his boxing skills also accumulated to the peak, and then it was like a thunder, pouring down on Gao Yan. Tu Yun, who was watching the fight, felt the terrifying power of the punch. Even though she was more than 10 meters away, she was so scared that she took 2 steps back before she could stabilize herself. Facing Dang Wu's only punch, Gao Yan seemed to be afraid to take it head-on and made a move to retreat. Seeing this, Dang Wu couldn't help but feel happy. The greatest mystery of his Thunder God Fist was the accumulation of momentum. As long as the opponent retreated, his momentum and boxing skills would become stronger and stronger. But the strange thing is that although Gao Yan was clearly retreating, his body was closing the distance between them at this moment. Bang bang bang. Fists like raindrops kept hitting Dang Wu's chest. The power of each punch was only at the level of the early stage of ordinary Dan Jin, but he hit the same position more than 10 times in a row, which directly broke Dang Wu's defense, making his blood and chi scattered, and the fist force that he had accumulated with great difficulty also disappeared. Bang! Finally, Gao Yan kicked Dang Wu in the face and kicked him out. Not only was his nose shattered, but even his teeth were few and far between. Looking extremely miserable. 6th brother, how are you? Jin Hai dodged and caught Dang Wu, asking with concern. Boss, I'm ashamed for my brothers. Dang Wu said ashamedly, then his head tilted and he fainted. I want to see your strength. At this time, Hu Lei rushed out, raised his hand and threw a Tai Chi Banlan punch at Gao Yan's chest. Facing Hu Lei's move and punch, Gao Yan seemed to be able to predict the situation. He slipped and opened a distance of more than 3 meters from the opponent. Boom! The attack failed and hit the void, making a dull loud noise, which caused the surrounding void to vibrate and make a buzzing sound. This shows how terrifying the force of this blow is. However, precisely because the attack failed and affected by inertia, his perfect figure suddenly stagnated. Just then, Hu Lei felt his eyes flash as an extremely fast figure rushed towards him. Attacks like raindrops continued to fall on him. The strength of these attacks was only that of the early stage of Dan Jin, but the attack speed was very fast, so he could only passively respond to the Attacks. For a while, Hu Lei was beaten and retreated repeatedly. There is something evil about this kid. His reflexes and speed far exceed those of ordinary early-stage Danjin. Zhuibing, the third child who was watching the battle, said in a deep voice. Every move he makes is full force, and how long can he last? As long as the second brother survives his attack, it's time to turn defeat into victory. Old Fourth Wang Gang said with a firm tone. Hu Lei on the court thought the same way. He was a little flustered at first, but gradually he calmed down and no longer thought about counterattack, but defended with all his strength. But as time passed, Hu Lei's face gradually became ugly. Because Gao Yan has been attacking at a high frequency for 5 minutes. It is true that the Danjin master's physical strength lasts for a long time. But every time he explodes with all his strength, it consumes a lot of energy and blood. Even if he is in the late stage of Danjin, he can only continue to explode for 2 minutes at most. But the opponent exploded for 5 minutes. Although he is on the defensive and his consumption is relatively small, it will also cause consumption. Moreover, continuing to defend for 5 minutes takes a lot of energy out of him. What made him even more speechless was that after 5 minutes of attacking, this kid's momentum not only did not fade away, but became more and more powerful, and even his attacks became more powerful. For a moment, he became entangled, letting the opponent consume him, waiting for the opponent's energy and blood to be exhausted before easily defeating the opponent, or immediately launch a counterattack. Rely on your own powerful strength to defeat the opponent? He hesitated for a while. Hu Lei decided to adopt a conservative style of play to consume the opponent's energy and blood with defense. But in a blink of an eye, another 5 minutes passed. Gao Yan's energy and blood showed no signs of drying up, and his attack became more ferocious. Is this kid a monster? How can he have such strong energy and blood? Jin Hai couldn't help being shocked. That's right. He's obviously as talented as Dan Jin, and his energy and blood are so frighteningly rich. If he continues like this, I'm afraid my second brother won't be able to hold on for long. Zhu being worried, because Hu Lei, who had been defending for 10 consecutive minutes, could no longer control his sweat glands. There are already fine stains of sweat on his forehead. After a warrior reaches dark strength, he can control the pores of the fur and sweat glands to lock in the body's heat. As for the Danjin warrior's control over the human body, it is even more mysterious. When a Danjin warrior sweats, it already shows that he has a tendency to lose control of his body. Looking back at Gao Yan, his whole body was dry without a trace of sweat. His face showed a hint of excitement, and he seemed to be beating Hu Lei like a sandbag. Obviously, Hu Lei was also aware of his situation. He was already cursing Gao Yan as a monster in his heart, and at the same time, he felt inexplicable regret. He was on the defensive and had consumed almost 70% of his energy and blood, and he had received so many attacks from Gao Yan. The opponent's qi gene more or less seeped into his body, causing certain obstacles to the movement of his qi, blood and qi gene. Kill. Suddenly, Hu Lei let out a loud shout, and a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Then, he used all his strength to punch Gao Yan back. Hu Lei was seen soaring into the air, appearing at a height of 5 or 6 meters. Then, he rushed down from mid-air and crashed into Gao Yan with a fierce momentum. Boom! Gao Yan easily avoided the blow, but Hu Lei's right leg hit the ground hard, And the ground originally paved with hard bluestone exploded, turning into gravel and flying everywhere. Where Hu Lei landed, a stone pit with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a depth of more than 50 meters appeared directly. After hitting this blow, Hu Lei was breathing heavily, obviously exhausted. But at this time, Gao Yan rushed forward like brown candy again, and greeted him with another round of intensive attacks. This time, Hu Lei only resisted for more than 10 seconds before he was knocked out by Gao Yan and fell to the ground in a panic. You dare to come to Nandu and run wild with this little ability? Let's go back and practice for another 20 years. Gao Yan's face was not red, his heart was not beating. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Puff." In anger, Hu Lei directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body collapsed. The dignified Dan Jin in the late stage was actually defeated by the Dan Jin in the early stage. Moreover, the house is still intact. This was really embarrassing, so fainting was the best way. He really didn't know how to face his brothers. At this moment, he was very doubtful whether Lao Lu would pretend to be fainted like him. Trash is trash. With this kind of endurance, I really don't know how you can cultivate to the point of elixir strength. Even if he fainted, Gao Yan did not let them go. After hearing this, Dang Wu and Hu Lei's chests rose and fell sharply. The faces of Jin Hai and the other 3 people who noticed this scene turned red. Apparently, they also discovered that Lao Lu and Lao Er were pretending to be faint. "Boss, are you still fighting?" Zhu Yibing, the 3rd child, asked. "Withdraw." After a few seconds of silence, Jin Hai made a decision. Zhu Yibing and Wang Gang both had a look of reluctance on their faces, but in the end they said nothing. Gao Yan, who was in the early stage of Dan Jin, defeated their 2 brothers one after another. Even the apprentice is so strong, how can the master be any worse? Therefore, they did not think Jin Hai could defeat Chu Hong. Therefore, if the fight continues, it will not only be embarrassing but also humiliating. The best way is to evacuate. There are too many interruptions today, so I'll leave for now. Jin Hai hugged his fists towards Chu Hong, then winked at Lao San and Lao Si. Each of them picked up a wounded person and quickly rushed into the helicopter. "Do I need to keep them?" Chu Hong asked in a low voice. "Need not." Gao Yan waved his hand. He just wanted to shock the martial arts group, and had no intention of completely falling out with them. This time he had humiliated them severely. It depends on whether Su Long can calm down. If you can't calm down, it's best to wait until he comes to Nandu and beat Su Long violently. If he can keep his composure, find another opportunity to beat him up. If Su Long knew what Gao Yan was thinking, he will definitely curse, "What the hell, you have to beat me no matter what. Brother, you are too fierce. You are in the early stage of Dan Jin, but you actually defeated the late stage of Dan Jin." At this time, Tu Yun walked up and said excitedly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, "Haha, Sister Yun deserves the award, mainly because the people in the martial arts group are too useless." Gao Yan spoke modestly, completely losing his high profile and arrogant appearance just now. Tu Yun curled her lips. "Tisk, excessive modesty is pride. Let's go. Today, my sister will celebrate your success with Mao Tai that she has treasured for many years." 2 hours later. Martial Group, Base. Han Meng, who was promoted to assistant by Su Long, hurriedly entered Su Long's practice room and reported anxiously, "Team leader, deputy team leader. Jean and the others are back, but Captain Hu and Captain Deng are both seriously injured. Among their original 12 Dan Jin, Su Long was promoted to Gang Jin and served as the team leader, while Jin Hai and Shang Wan Yuma served as deputy team leaders. The other 9 Dan Jin serve as captains. Upon hearing this, Su Long narrowed his eyes. Hu Lei, the second child, was in the late stage of Dan Jin, and Deng Wu, the sixth brother, was in the middle stage of Dan Jin. Both of them were injured. Could it be that the Grand Master Gang Jin took action? Okay, I understand. Where are they now? Su Long asked in a deep voice. Han Mengdao, over there in the medical room. Okay, I get it, I'll be there soon. After Han Meng went out, Su Long changed out of his training clothes and came to the medical room. Boss, are the injuries of the second brother and the sixth brother not serious? Su Long asked concernedly. The sixth child's nose bone was shattered and most of his teeth were lost. It's not serious. However, the second child's injury is more serious. He will probably have to rest for a month or 2. Jin Haidao. Oh, who hurt them? Su Long asked. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else. Soon, the two came to an office. Jin Hai described in detail the entire process of taking him to the Tianyun Club in Nandu. After listening, Su Long frowned slightly. Both the second brother and the sixth brother were injured by Gao Yan? Indeed. Jin Hai nodded heavily, although Gao Yan is only at the early stage of Dan Jin, his reaction ability and speed are probably not much weaker than mine. Moreover, his qi and blood are quite strong, and it doesn't look like he has just broken through Dan Jin. Hearing this, Su Long fell into deep thought. Team leader, do we want to continue testing? Su Long was quite irritable and even a little afraid. After all, Hu Lei and Deng Wu were not weak in Dan Jin. Even they were defeated. There were only 2 possibilities. First, Gao Yan is gifted and naturally has strong qi and blood. Second, they have a secret method or elixir that can strengthen qi and blood. If it was only the first possibility, it would be easy to say, but if it was the second possibility, and Gao Yan's master was Gang Jin, he would have no confidence in defeating the opponent. Give up conquering Tianyun Club for the time being. Compared to the entire martial arts world, Tianyun Club is only an insignificant force. Su Long found an excuse for himself to retreat. Hearing this, Jin Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also worried that Su Long would kill Nandu regardless. Now Da Xia is using Su Long's strength to integrate the martial arts world in one fell swoop. If he fails, it will affect the entire plan. Therefore, Su Long cannot afford to be defeated now, and he cannot be defeated. Boss, you have worked hard on this trip. Give me a message to the second brother and the sixth brother to let them recover from their injuries. Leave a word behind. Su Long left in a hurry and returned to the practice room. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. I thought that if I broke through to Gang Jin, I would be invincible. As a result, a mysterious Gang Jin appeared halfway. So, will there be a third Gang Jin? Or even the fourth Gang Jin? This made him feel very aggrieved and he wanted to kill all these guys. But I'm still young. Su Long comforted himself, when I reach the peak of my strength, I will make you old guys surrender under my feet. Other side. Tianyun Club. Gao Yan and Tu Yun had been drinking for more than 2 hours. Chu Hong and 4 other people had already left, leaving only Gao Yan and Tu Yun. Smelly brother, let's keep drinking. Tu Yun raised her glass again. In fact, she was already drunk. At this moment, her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were red, and she couldn't hold the cup steadily. She was obviously very drunk. Sister Yun, that's it for today. Gao Yan reached out and grabbed the wine glass from Tu Yun's hand. No, I still want to drink, bring me the wine. Tu Yun rushed towards Gao Yan, trying to snatch the wine glass back. Be good, drink again next time. Gao Yan put his arms around Tu Yun and patted her buttocks. Smelly brother, you took advantage of your sister again. Are you greedy for her body? Tu Yun did not grab the wine glass again, but looked at Gao Yan and asked with a silly smile. What a glutton. Gao Yan showed a disgusted expression. You smell like alcohol now, and stink. Very much. Other men may also attack a drunk woman. But he won't. It's not that he is a gentleman, but whether a man or a woman is drunk, they will smell of alcohol. It's so many flavors that it's so delicious. Especially Tu Yun, who drank about 3 or 4 kilograms tonight, and the smell of wine was even stronger. You dislike me, you stinky brother, you actually dislike me. Tu Yun was furious and wanted to kiss Gao Yan. Gao Yan slapped her face and pushed her back. Unexpectedly, his behavior aroused Tu Yun's competitive spirit and she had to kiss him. In desperation, Gao Yan slashed her neck with a knife, knocking her unconscious. Recruiting Xiaodai, who was guarding outside. Let her take Tu Yun back to rest. Because it's late. Gao Yan did not go back and stayed overnight at Tianyun Club. Early next morning. As soon as Gao Yan got up, Tu Yun broke into the villa where he lived. Smelly brother, why did you hit me last night? Tu Yun glared at Gao Yan. When she woke up this morning, she felt a dull pain in her neck. After calling her assistant to inquire, she found out that Gao Yan had knocked her out last night. You still have the nerve to say that you drank too much last night and had to kiss me. I had no choice but to knock you out. Gao Yan said jokingly. I have to kiss you. That's nonsense. There was a blush on Tu Yun's charming face, and some pictures faintly flashed through her mind. I have a video, do you want to see it? Ah, you actually took a video. Tu Yun was furious, delete it quickly. Okay, I'll delete it. Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and pretended to delete the video, then said, it has been deleted. That's pretty much it. Tu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and regained her composure. Smelly brother. You always wanted to take advantage of me in the past. Why did you knock me out last night when I came to your door? Sister, do you think an alcoholic smells good? When Tu Yun heard this, he immediately realized that this boy disliked the bad smell on his body. Are you looking down on me? You said it. Gao Yan said with a joking smile. Okay, you stinky brother, don't even think about laying a finger on me in the future. After saying a harsh word, Tu Yun left angrily. Returning to the villa next door, Tu Yun became more and more angry as she thought about it, and then asked Xiaodai who was standing there, Xiaodai, did my body smell bad last night? Xiaodai's expression was stagnant, and she didn't know how to answer. Is it difficult to answer, honestly? It's true. Xiaodai nodded awkwardly. I will stop drinking in the future. Remember, if I drink again in the future, just remind me. Tu Yun thought for a moment and then felt resentful. That smelly brother is really hateful. He just smells like alcohol. He actually dares to despise me. Today is September 28th, Friday. In the blink of an eye, it's almost January since school started. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yan came to the classroom unhurriedly. Just sat down. There was an angry figure sitting down next to him. Will you come to the rehearsal of my show this afternoon? Gao Yan glanced at Yang Yu. Why are you talking to me again? 3:30 in the afternoon. Nandu University, Auditorium. Today is the last rehearsal of the welcome party. Gao Yan walked towards the auditorium in a hurry and met the Minister of External Relations, Chen Lan, and several female officers under her who were walking from the other direction. Hey, why did the tall and wealthy patron come here free? Is he here to inspect our work? When Chen Lan saw Gao Yan, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The last time Gao Yan took the initiative to come to sponsor the External Relations Department for 10,000 yuan, it left a deep impression on her. Later, she also heard news from Du Yuhui that it seemed that Su Heng's expulsion from the student union and his uncle's dismissal had a lot to do with Gao Yan. Therefore, she should be grateful to Gao Yan for being able to return to the position of Minister of External Affairs. She originally wanted to treat Gao Yan to a meal, but unfortunately she had no contact information. So she went to the snack street to meet milk tea and bought milk tea several times, but she never came across it. However, the milk tea at Gao Yan's house was really delicious. Now, she has a drink every day. It turns out to be Minister Chen. Gao Yan responded with a smile. Didn't our class program get selected? I'll come over and take a look. Chen Lan chuckled and said, so that's it. Let's go in together and take a look at the advertisement we designed for your milk tea shop. If it's not suitable, we'll modify it. So, Gao Yan entered the auditorium together with the women's army from the External Relations Department. Gao Yan originally planned to sit down somewhere casually, but Chen Lan invited him to sit on the rostrum instead. After pushing it away for a while, seeing Chen Lan insisting, he didn't refuse anymore. Except for a teacher from the Youth League Committee, all those presiding over the rehearsal were cadres of the student union. Yuhui, let me introduce to you. This is Gao Yan, the boss of Meat Milk Tea, who took the initiative to sponsor us 10,000 yuan. Chen Lan introduced Gao Yan to Du Yuhui, the president of the student union. Hello, classmate Gao Yan, I have long admired your name. Du Yuhui smiled and stretched out her hand. Hello, classmate Du Yuhui. Gao Yan also responded with a smile. Later, Du Yuhui took the initiative to introduce Gao Yan to other cadres of the student union, and they sat down together on the podium. There is a program on the table. Gao Yan picked it up and looked at it, and found that his class's program was ranked 7th. At this time, Chen Lan smiled and handed the phone to Gao Yan. Boss Gao, add WeChat, and I will send you the advertisement of our milk tea shop for your review. Okay. Gao Yan picked up his phone and scanned Chen Lan's QR code to add him as a friend. Then the other party sent the advertising design board of the milk tea shop to his WeChat. When he was looking at the advertising design, Chen Lan also introduced it in a low voice. Because he had the most sponsorship money, the student union gave him 5 advertising spaces. Although Gao Yan didn't care much, he was quite satisfied that the student union could reciprocate the favor. Soon, the rehearsal for the show began. During this period, Chen Lan talked to him from time to time and Gao Yan dealt with it casually. Finally, when their class show came on stage. When Yang Yu took the stage, he couldn't help but was slightly startled when he saw Gao Yan sitting on the podium. With the sound of music, Yang Yu danced with the 4 girls. After a few minutes, Wensuemi.cc. After the dance, Yang Yu and the 5 girls also left the stage. To be honest, this dance is quite remarkable. When she entered the backstage, Yang Yu turned her head again. When she found Gao Yan talking and joking with Chen Lan, her face suddenly sank and she cursed in her heart, "This bitch man goes around seducing women every day, it's so abominable." Gao Yan had no interest in the upcoming program, so he found an excuse and left. Yang Yu, who had changed out of her performance clothes, came out of the backstage without seeing Gao Yan, but she became even more angry. Walk out of the auditorium. The Red Emperor's voice suddenly sounded, "Boss, your adoptive parents are causing trouble again." Gao Yan had almost forgotten about them since he sent them to the hospital with 2 bad luck cards last time. Unexpectedly, they jumped out again. Next, the Red Emperor sent him a video. This video was filmed in a hospital ward. In addition to his adoptive father and adoptive mother, Gao Lang was also in the video. In the video, the family of 3 is discussing how to discredit Gao Yan. However, because Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan's injuries have not yet recovered, the task of smearing Gao Yan can only be left to Gao Lang. Gao Lang found out that at the end of this month, Nandu University would hold a welcome party. He would bring flyers slandering Gao Yan to the entrance of the auditorium and distribute them to the students who came to watch the orientation party. Now that we already know the other party's conspiracy, naturally, it is necessary to strike first. How about using a bad luck card for Gao Lang? Gao Yan thought about it and realized that it would be a waste to use the bad luck card on Gao Lang. Suddenly, Gao Yan had an idea in his mind. That night, hospital ward. Both Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan have fallen into a deep sleep. Gao Lang, who was in bed with him, did not fall asleep, but was playing games on his mobile phone. A cold wind blew through the ward. Then Gao Lang's eyesight went dark and he didn't know anything. I don't know how long it took. Gao Lang woke up from the cold. Then he found that he was lying in a small space. When his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, he found that he was lying on a dead man with wide eyes. Ah! Help! Gao Lang let out a scream and almost fainted again. Fortunately, the security guard at the morgue was very brave and rescued him when he heard the noise. Even so, Gao Lang was scared enough. When Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan learned about this, they were also confused. Their son, who was in the ward, woke up and suddenly appeared in the freezer of the morgue. This is too mysterious, right? But the story is not over yet. The frightened Gao Lang did not fall asleep until 3 in the morning. But not long after sleeping, he woke up again and found that he appeared in the freezer again, and still lying on top of the corpse. This time, he fainted directly. When he woke up once, he screamed and slapped the cabinet frantically. This time, he was not as lucky as last time. Until he almost shouted, his voice hoarse, the security guard of the morgue came late and rescued him. These 2 encounters. Gao Lang did not dare to stay in the hospital. He ran to a hotel outside the hospital to live. But when he woke up, he appeared in the morgue again, not in the refrigerator. This time, but lying on the morgue bed, covered with a layer of white cloth. What frightened him even more was that although he woke up, he could not speak or move. It was not until an hour later The security guard of the morgue came in for patrol and found him. But when he saw him, the security guard's eyes were also weird. After resuming action, Gao Lang took a taxi and went straight to the high-speed rail station without saying a word, without even saying hello to his parents. He didn't dare to stay in Nandu for a moment, it was too scary. He was afraid that he would be thrown into the crematorium when he woke up again. Seeing Gao Lang so unfrightened, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. Without Gao Lang, even if Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan wanted to discredit him, no one would do it. Of course, if they hated him enough, they could still hire someone else to do it. But if they really wanted to do this, then Gao Yan could only make their injuries worse. Fortunately, Gao Jincheng and Yang Huishan were not as stubborn as they thought. After knowing that their son Gao Lang was scared and fled Nandu, they also developed a fear of this hospital. "Husband, why don't we transfer to another hospital?" Yang Huishan whispered. "Okay, let's transfer back to the hospital in our hometown." After a slight hesitation, Gao Jincheng agreed. Other hospitals are for the treatment of the dying and the wounded, but they have frequent accidents after being sent to this hospital, causing their injuries to worsen. In addition to the experience of his son Gao Lang, Gao Jincheng's heart was also shrouded in a big shadow. After learning the news, Gao Yan secretly said, "You are sensible. If this couple does not trouble him again in the future, they will live in peace. If they still don't give up, don't blame him for being ruthless and using more. Ruthless means to deal with them." He glanced at Xiaoxua, who was sleeping beside him. Gao Yan got up quietly. Ever since he realized that Xiaoxua was a little afraid of him, Gao Yan deliberately shortened the time when playing games. Xiaoxua felt her boyfriend's love for her. While she was touched, she also felt guilty. She even had an absurd idea: why not let her boyfriend find another one? The National Day is coming after this weekend. During the National Day, Gao Yan had to go to Suzhou to attend the martial arts exchange conference. He felt that this martial arts exchange conference would not be so peaceful, and there would probably be something big happening. Therefore, in the next 2 days, Gao Yan spent his time accompanying Xiaoxua. During this period, Gao Yan received a call from Chen Lan, the director of the External Relations Department, who wanted to invite him to dinner and give him several tickets to the welcome party. He refused the dinner, but he accepted the tickets and asked Chen Lan to deliver them to the milk tea shop. On Sunday evening, 6:30, Gao Yan had dinner at Green Island International. Then he went to the auditorium of Nandu University with Chen Yue and Shen Lingling. Chen Lan gave him 4 tickets. Grandma was not interested in watching the show, so she gave them to Shen Lingling. "Why do you need a ticket?" "Because the auditorium can only accommodate a few thousand people, while Nandu University has tens of thousands of people." The ticket Chen Lan gave me was in a good position, in the middle of the auditorium, and it was a consecutive seat. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the welcome party officially began. The first program, speech by school leaders. The second program, opening song and dance. Wensuemi.cc. Then there was an extra person in the empty seat on Gao Yan's left, and it was Chen Lan. Looking at Gao Yan and Chen You's tightly connected hands, Chen Lan just smiled reluctantly at Gao Yan and seemed to focus on the stage. But Gao Yan found that the other party was secretly looking at Chen Yue from time to time. Alas, it's not good to be too outstanding, it will always arouse the spring hearts of girls. Gao Yan sighed secretly. Although he is not so busy with flowers now, he has several girlfriends. Naturally, he can feel that Qianlan has a certain affection for him. Although he is a playboy, he doesn't keep fish. Therefore, he asked Qianlan to deliver the tickets to the milk tea shop, and then bring Qin Yue to watch the show tonight. After the welcome party ended, Qianlan left first, and then she sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan, "Your girlfriend is very beautiful, you are also a good match, I wish you all the best." Gao Yan replied with 2 words. He knew that Qianlan would not contact him again in the future. Then, the 4 of them went to the snack street to have a barbecue, sent Qin Yue and her sister back to Green Island International, and Gao Yan drove back to number 15 Eugene. There is something else tonight in the early morning. Xingchen Entertainment's first movie, Difficult Brothers, will be released in the early morning. As for the premiere, it was not held because it was released too hastily. The next morning, Gao Yan drove to the airport. He boarded the business class of the plane in a short while. The Qin family chartered a plane to Sioux City yesterday. Originally, he was invited to go with him, but Gao Yan had something to do, so he did not go with him. 2 minutes later, 2 beautiful women came to the next seat. One of the girls suddenly became reserved when she saw Gao Yan, and stood up to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Gao, I'm Sun Ruashi, do you remember me?" A few months ago, Gao Yan beat up Sun Menglong of the Sun family at Tianyun Club. Later, it was reported that his Danjin master destroyed the Ma family, which scared the Sun family enough, and then the Sun family sent Sun Ruashi to apologize. "Of course I remember, is your brother's injury healed?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "It's almost healed." Sun Ruashi didn't know what Gao Yan meant, so she asked tentatively, "How about letting him get hurt again?" "No, I'm just asking casually." Gao Yan waved his hand speechlessly, thinking that Sun Ruashi, as a sister, was a little dark and always wanted to break her brother's hands and feet. "Sit down and talk." Seeing that Sun Ruashi and the other girl were still standing, it seemed a bit abrupt on the plane, so Gao Yan asked them to sit down. So, Sun Ruashi sat down carefully. To be honest, she was somewhat curious and admired Gao Yan, and of course, she was also somewhat in awe of him. After all, the Sun family had good intelligence and knew that Gao Yan was a martial artist at the peak of Huajin. In the eyes of a Mingjin martial artist like her, he was definitely a big shot. "Mr. Gao, are you going to participate in the martial arts exchange conference this time?" Sun Ruashi asked. "Yes, let's go and take a look." Gao Yan nodded. "With your strength, you should be able to win the first place," Sun Ruashi complimented. "I won't end up." Gao Yan shook his head. Although he was also a young man, he still couldn't lose his face if he was asked to compete with a bunch of Mingjin and Anjin for ranking. "That's such a pity. I still want to see your style." Finding that Gao Yan was easy to talk to, Sun Ruashi gradually relaxed and was not as nervous as before. It didn't take long. The plane takes off. With Sun Ruashi chatting with me along the way, I didn't feel bored or lonely. Sun Ruashi is also a top beauty, with a face value of 94 and a figure of 91, which is relatively average. Moreover, she also exudes a heroic spirit. Her assistant Sun Shui is slightly worse in appearance, but her appearance is 92 points and her figure is only 88 points. The plane landed at Hangzhou Airport. "You have to take a bus to Sioux City." At Sun Ruashi's invitation, Gao Yan took the Sun family's car to Sushi City. The location of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference is Hongye Villa in Sioux City. Hongye Villa was built in Yunwu Mountain. Yunwu Mountain is also a scenic spot near Sioux City. Yes, starting from today, Yunwu Mountain has been closed, and ordinary tourists are prohibited from going up the mountain. Roadblocks have been set up in front of the passage up the mountain and people are guarding it. Only those who present an invitation letter are allowed to go up the mountain. Sun Ruashi and Gao Yan both had invitation letters, so they naturally came to Hongye Villa on the mountain smoothly. But upon arriving at the entrance of the villa, the vehicle was stopped again. Those participating in the Martial Arts Exchange Conference need to walk in, and vehicles should be left in the parking lot not far outside the villa. Then Gao Yan and his party walked in again. By the way, Mr. Gao, have you booked a hotel? If not, I can arrange a room for you, Sun Ruashi suddenly said. This Hongye Villa is quite big. Is there no place to live? Gao Yan asked. Have. Sun Ruashi nodded, but there are not many rooms here, and they have been allocated long ago, so after attending the exchange conference, I have to go down the mountain to live. Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Sun. No trouble, it should be. Sun Ruashi smiled. This martial arts exchange conference lasted for 7 days. The first 5 days are for the seniors to share their experiences, and the next 2 days are for the younger generation to compete. If you win the first place, you will get a magic weapon made of meteorite iron by the cold weapon Master O, who spent 8 years. What kind of weapon this magical weapon is kept secret. It is worth mentioning. This martial arts exchange conference invited 2 great Danjin masters, Chen Yujiang and Su Xiaoxiao. However, these 2 people will take the stage at 2 p.m. on October 5th to share their experiences. For the first 4.5 days, the Huajin masters will take the stage to explain. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened his inside eyes and enveloped the entire red leaf villa. In an instant, he had a clear understanding of the situation in the villa. But what struck him was strange. He did not find anyone from the martial arts group or Bureau S in the villa. Nor did Chen Yujiang and Su Xiaoxiao arrive. Did I guess wrong? Gao Yan was somewhat doubtful of his conjecture. Soon, Gao Yan and his party arrived at a venue. There was a row of advertising shelves placed outside the venue, and each shelf had a background introduction by a Huajin master and the courses he taught. There are 4 Huajin masters who are giving lectures today. 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The first person to start the lecture in the morning was Shui Yuanlong from the Shui family, and the second person was Qi Mingxia. These 2 Huajin masters are also heads of families. Shui Yuanlong is the head of the Shui family, and Qi Mingxia is the head of the Qi family. It is said that the Qi family is the descendant of Qi Jiguang of the Ming dynasty. The lecture time is from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. The 2 masters each spoke for an hour, and the other half hour was used for questions. It's already past 10:30. Shui Yuanlong's explanation has ended. Now on the stage is Qi Mingxia, who lectures on the use of cold weapons. After Gao Yan and his party came in, I found a seat in the back and sat down. Although Qi Mingxia is a woman, her voice is full of energy. At this moment, she was explaining the Qi family sword technique. Everyone also listened very carefully. After all, Grandmaster Huajin is already considered the pinnacle among warriors. An experienced Grandmaster Huajin shares his experience with everyone. If he can absorb and master it, it will be of great benefit to his own strength. Gao Yan could see that Qi Mingxia was not just perfunctory. She must have done a lot of preparations for her appearance on the stage. Her explanations were very interesting, and she would also give demonstrations on the spot from time to time. Therefore, when she finished her explanation, there was a wave of applause in the venue, and many people had a feeling of unfinished learning on their faces. Then there is question time for half an hour. It was just the warriors who came from martial arts families, but the idol warriors seized this opportunity to ask Qi Mingxia on the stage for advice. Although Qi Mingxia is proficient in sword skills, she is also good at fists and kicks. Besides, after reaching the level of energy transformation, one can generally make inferences by analogy, and it is easy to point out the fists and kicks of some warriors with bright and dark energy. The time came to 12 o'clock. The morning exchange meeting is over. But Qi Mingxia couldn't leave, but many people took the opportunity to step forward to build relationships. Among them is Li Chaonan's father, Li Jianfei. If you can establish a relationship with the Qi family and invite Tuanjing to take charge, you will be safer. Master. Li Yingnan had already discovered Gao Yan at the back of the venue. Therefore, as soon as the exchange meeting ended, she abandoned Li Jianfei and ran towards him. That's right, I haven't been lazy during this period. Gao Yan looked at Li Yingnan with satisfaction. In less than a month, her physical condition soared from 74 points to 77 points. Don't look at it, it only improved by 3 points. But don't forget, Li Yingnan has not even entered Mingjin, and his physical fitness of 77 points is already comparable to the average Mingjin in the later stage. Of course, I have been practicing the Zhuang technique hard during this period. Li Yingnan said proudly. Mr. Gao, is this your apprentice? Sun Ruashi on the side asked curiously. Yes, I just took on a new apprentice. Gao Yan nodded. Master, you are so kind. Upon hearing this, Li Yingnan was extremely happy. Gao Yan acknowledged her identity in front of others, which means he recognized her. But she couldn't help but ask, Master, have I passed the inspection period? You barely pass. Gao Yan smiled. When Sun Ruashi heard this, she couldn't help but feel envious. Although her father also used strength, he rarely gave her guidance. Moreover, her father's strength was not as strong as Gao Yinqiang. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 50s came with 2 young men, a man and a woman. His eyes fell directly on Li Yingnan and asked, Shaoli, how are you thinking about it? Are you willing to become my teacher? Hearing this, Gao Yan frowned slightly. Someone actually came to compete with him as his apprentice. Li Yingnan said directly, I'm sorry, Uncle Lei, I already have a master. How can your master compare with my master, Miss Li? My master also valued your talent and took the initiative to accept you as his disciple. You must seize this opportunity. The young man behind the middle-aged man said in an arrogant tone. That's right, my father is the master of Huajin. There are many people who want to be their disciples, but my father is not willing to accept them. The young woman also agreed. This morning, Lei Yushan accidentally met Li Yingnan, who was doing zhuang in the hotel, and found that although this girl had not yet entered Mingjin, she had a deep understanding of the 3 flavors of zhuang. At a glance, one could tell that this was a good candidate for martial arts training. Wenchuemi.cc He took the initiative to chat with her and tested her skills. After learning that although she had become a master, she was still in the probation period. So he tried to gain some leverage and even offered to accept her as a closed disciple. Unfortunately, Li Yingnan refused without even thinking. Hearing the young man belittling Gao Yan, Li Yingnan was dissatisfied and said angrily, "How can you talk? My master is also very powerful." "Master, don't you think so? It's indeed better than him." Gao Yan nodded seriously. "He is your master?" The young man stared at Gao Yan in surprise, and then sarcastically said, "You are really arrogant. My master is the Baji Grandmaster. You look like you are only in your early 20s. How dare you say you are better than my master? It's good for young people to be arrogant, but it's not good to talk too much. In this way, young man, if you give me your apprentice, I won't argue with you." Lei Yushan also spoke at this time. "Besides, if you accept a disciple at such a young age, aren't you misleading someone? You fart." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was not angry yet, but Li Yingnan couldn't help it anymore. She glared at Lei Yushan. "You are still shameless. I have rejected you twice, and you still come here shamelessly to accept a disciple. Now, let me answer you seriously once again. I don't want to be your apprentice. You can go wherever you like." Suddenly, Lei Yushan's face became particularly ugly and gloomy. "Smelly girl, you are so presumptuous." When Lei Xiaoyu heard this, he couldn't help being furious. He raised his hand and punched Li Yingnan on the shoulder. Although Li Yingnan did not enter Mingjin, but she also practices fighting, and her physical fitness is a full 77 points, which is much stronger than Lei Xiaoyu, who first entered Mingjin. So, she also punched the opponent. Bang! The two fists collided, and Li Yingnan took a step back, while Lei Xiaoyu staggered back 3 steps before steadying his body. Lei Xiaoyu, who had suffered a small loss, was not convinced and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Lei Yushan. He stared at Gao Yan with an unkind look. "I don't bother to fight with this junior. Since you are Li Yatu's master, why don't we do it together?" "How?" The commotion here had already attracted many warriors in the venue. They all came over to watch the fun. "Okay, let's fight." Facing Lei Yushan's cold eyes, Gao Yan nodded. Hearing that Gao Yan dared to agree to Lei Yushan's request for a fight, the warriors present were all in an uproar. "Oh my God, who is this kid? He is so ignorant that he dares to fight with the Baji master. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He is just trying to attract attention. I guess he can't last more than 3 moves under Master Lei. 3 moves, you overestimate him. I bet he can't last even 1 move." At this time a sudden voice sounded, "Please be kind in your words, otherwise you will be slapped in the face later." "Who are you? What does our discussion have to do with you?" Ah, it turns out that it was Master Qin in person. "You are right to teach me a lesson. I am indeed a bit unkind in my words. I wanted to say it was none of your business, but when I saw that it was Qin Zhihui who was speaking, he quickly changed his words. You don't know who that young man is yet?" At this time another voice sounded. It was Sun Yuanlin, the head of the Sun family, who is also Sun Ruashi's father. "Does the head of the Sun family know that young man?" someone asked curiously. At this moment, Gao Yan and his group had already left the venue and went to find a place to fight. "His name is Gao Yan, and he has reached the peak of Huajin," Sun Yuanlin said with a smile. Hiss. When they heard that Gao Yan was at the peak of Huajin, everyone present showed shock and surprise on their faces, and many of them even gasped. Seeing this scene, Sun Yuanlin was particularly proud, and what surprised him even more was that he had discovered that his daughter was actually sitting with Gao Yan. His master is the Dan Jin who destroyed the Ma family, right? Someone exclaimed. Yes. Qin Zhihui nodded. At the beginning, the Ma family actually sent people to Nandu to assassinate my brother Gao, but it angered Senior Chu, and then Senior Chu crossed thousands of miles and killed into the Ma family's nest in one fell swoop and destroyed it. Hearing this, those who had just mocked Gao Yan looked ugly, and some even had the idea of sneaking away. The Ma family had to kill everyone if they assassinated Gao Yan once. Will they have their limbs broken if they mocked Gao Yan? Master Qin, Master Sun, we just said it unintentionally. Can you help us to make peace? Yes, we are blind and have offended the young master. Please help us, the two masters. We will be grateful. Okay, my brother Gao will not argue with you. Let's go out and watch the fight. Qin Zhihui waved his hand and strode out of the venue. Everyone hurried to follow. They were also very curious whether Gao Yan had reached the peak of Huajin as the two masters said. At this moment, in the open space outside the venue, Gao Yan and Lei Yushan stood 7 or 8 meters away from each other. Seeing that there were more and more spectators around, Lei Yushan was also quite excited. He was not from a martial arts family, but an idol martial artist. He broke through to the early stage of Huajin only last year. This year, I came to participate in the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. First, I want to ask other Huajin for advice, and second, to become famous and build my own power. Young man, don't say that I, Lei, am bullying you. You should make the first move. Lei Yushan put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, and looked proud, showing the demeanor of a master. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Why, you don't dare to make a move? Lei Yushan sneered. How about, Lei, let me give you 3 moves. Master, beat him to death, this old guy is too arrogant. Li Yingnan suddenly shouted. Okay, I also hate people pretending to be cool in front of me. Gao Yan nodded, and then disappeared from the spot with a swish sound. Pa! Lei Yushan only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by a big hand slapping him heavily on the cheek, and his body was also slapped and flew up dizzy and fell several meters away. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why am I so confused? Lei Yushan stood up shakily and shook his head fiercely. Soon, he remembered that he was competing with a junior and was slapped away by him. Suddenly, his cheeks became extremely hot, and even the stinging pain could not cover up the hot feeling. Shame. It was really too shameful. He was a Baji master and was slapped away by someone. As if a blessing came to his heart, he shouted to Gao Yan, Hey, you young man have no martial ethics. You actually sneak attacked me, an old man. Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qi. Mingxia shook her head secretly. This Lei Yushan was simply presumptuous to be a Baji master. He could actually say such shameless words. At the same time, she was also quite shocked. This Gao Yan was so young, but his strength was so strong. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be promoted to Danjin Grandmaster. Youngster, take my baji ding xin elbow. Suddenly, Lei Yushan shouted, stomped his right foot on the ground, smashed a stone slab, and bounced up like a cannonball and rushed towards Gao Yan. Bang! The moment he approached Gao Yan, a big foot suddenly magnified infinitely in Lei Yushan's eyes. Immediately, Lei Yushan secretly cried out that it was not good and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the speed of the kick was too fast, and it kicked him directly in the face, kicking him out. After falling to the ground, he rolled twice. Seeing this, Lei Xiaoyu hurriedly ran up to support him. Dad, are you okay? I'm fine. Lei Yushan reached out to wipe the blood from his nose, still stubbornly saying, Haha, master, you fight well. Li Yingnan couldn't help but cheer for the master. With your little ability, you dare to compete with me for my apprentice. Go back and practice for another 30 years. Wensuemi.cc. Gao Yan sneered. Upon hearing this, Lei Yushan blushed and said, You little brat, if I hadn't skipped breakfast today and had hypoglycemia and dizziness, how could I have been taken advantage of by you? If you have the guts, let's find a chance to fight again. Oh my god, this guy is so shameless. Is he really a baji master? What a bullshit master, he's just a clown. I've learned a lot. If you can't beat him, just blame him for sneaking up on you. If you get beaten and bleed, just say you have hypoglycemia. I've failed. In my studies, I've failed in my studies. Gao Yan was also quite shocked. He didn't expect that a dignified Huajin warrior would be so shameless. So, he sneered, okay, since you have hypoglycemia, then you should eat and drink well these few days, and we will fight again in 3 days. Lei Yushan wiped his nosebleed again. You are quite courageous, young man. Even if we are tied today, we will fight again in 3 days, I just hope you don't ask Lei for mercy then. Shameless, you were beaten up by my master, and you dare to say it's a tie. Seeing Lei Yushan's helpless face, Li Yingnan was so angry that she cursed. Okay Yingnan. Gao Yan waved his hand, this man is so thick-skinned, it's rare in my life. Don't bother with him. Let's go. Lei Yushan also knew that staying would be more embarrassing. With a wave of his hand, he strode away with his apprentice. As for the spitting and ridicule coming from behind him, he turned a deaf ear. After leaving Hongye Villa, Lei Yushan said hurriedly, Disciple, hurry up and drive the car over. Let's leave Sioux City and go back to our hometown. Master, won't you fight that guy again in 3 days? Fighting. Lei Yushan said unhappily, hurry up and drive the car. Although he was thick-skinned and refused to admit defeat, he also knew the gap between him and Gao Yan. In his opinion, as long as he didn't admit defeat, he didn't lose. When he returned to his hometown, he could still be successful and be his baji master. The battle between Gao Yan and Lei Yushan seemed to be a farce. But his fame spread among his fellow martial artists. Especially knowing that he was only 20 years old and had already reached the peak of Huajin, many Huajin masters thought that they were old. Sioux City. In a small courtyard in a large garden. The red clay tea stove was emitting curling green smoke, and the teapot on the tea stove also made a gurgling sound. Then a strong hand picked up the teapot, poured the tea into 3 teacups, and then said to the other 2, Brother Dongfeng, Brother Dong, please. The man called Brother Dongfeng was a square-faced middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a short beard on his chin, which was not only not abrupt, but also added a bit of mature charm of a middle-aged man. The man called Brother Dong was a handsome middle-aged man with a fair complexion, and he also exuded a sense of elegance. Neither of them cared about the boiling tea. He took the teacup and brought it to his mouth and drank it all, praising the good tea. Similarly, the black-faced man who was the host also took the teacup and drank it all, and then the three of them put the teacup on the tea table together. Brother Nangong, you invited the two of us at this time, but do you have something important to discuss with us? The next moment, Brother Dongfang took the initiative to ask. Nangong Xian slowly swept his eyes over the two of them, and chuckled, "It's already this time, the two of you should not pretend to know nothing. If I'm not mistaken, you have received the news from the Liu family a long time ago and sent people to investigate secretly, right? What does Brother Nangong mean?" Dongfang Lin asked in confusion. Seeing his puzzled expression, Nangong Xian laughed directly, then picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, poured it into his mouth, and said angrily, "Forget it, since you like to pretend, I'm too lazy to deal with you. My Nangong family has confirmed that a Gangjin has indeed been born in the Wu group." "Is there such a thing?" Dongfang Lin exclaimed. Dong Tianchi was also shocked and said, "This is a big trouble. The Wu group has given birth to Gangjin. We are afraid we are in trouble." Haha. Seeing that the two were still acting, Nangong Xian rolled his eyes angrily. Not only that, during this period of time, the Wu group has probably conquered most of the martial arts families. Next, it's time to deal with our 5 super martial arts families. After hearing what Nangong Xian said, Dongfang Lin and Dong Tianchi both became serious. Dongfang Lin said, "How do you plan to deal with it, Brother Nangong?" "Yes, Brother Nangong, since you have already found out about this news, you should have a way to deal with it, right?" Dong Tianchi asked. Fuck. Nangong Xian suddenly realized what the two said. No wonder the two deliberately pretended to know nothing. It turned out that they didn't want to be the first to come forward. After all, whoever comes forward first will definitely be hit hard by the Wu group. "So," he said sincerely, "you two, although our 3 families usually have some conflicts, this time we have encountered a common enemy. Why don't we put aside our past grudges and join hands to fight the enemy? Okay, since it has come to this, my Dongfang family will definitely support the Nangong family and send 5 Danjin to obey the Nangong families. Dispatch." Dongfang Lin said decisively. "My Dong family also supports the Nangong family and sends 5 Danjin to obey Brother Nangong's dispatch." Dong Tianchi once again acted as a yes man. Nangong Xian looked at the two of them deeply for a few times, and suddenly a strong sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Damn, at this time, the two were still calculating. He didn't believe that the Dongfang family and the Dong family didn't know that the Wu group had more than a dozen Danjin, and there was also Su Long, who was a Gangjin. Their Nangong family only had 13 Danjin, plus the 10 supported by the 2 families, which was only 23. It seemed that they had an advantage in numbers. But they had Gangjin. Besides, Dongfang Lin and Dong Tianchi said nice things to make their Danjin obey his orders. If it really comes to a desperate moment, the Danjin of their Nangong family dares to fight, but it is hard to say about the Dongfang family and the Dong family. Moreover, the Wu group came for their 3 families this time. Why should they make the Nangong family make the greatest sacrifice? Thinking of this, he showed a sneer on his face, since Brother Dongfang and Brother Dong are so insincere, let's give up this cooperation. At most, our Nangong family will submit to the Wu group. As long as we are willing to submit, I believe that the Wu group will not go too far. Hearing this, Dong Fonglin and Dong Tianchi both changed their colors. Nangong Xian, this dog, knows how to overturn the table when he disagrees with something. Then, Dong Fonglin picked up the teapot and filled Nangong Xian with tea. Brother Nangong, why do you have to say angry words? Our 5 families have been aloof for many years. How can we be someone's grandson? There is no way, people's hearts are not united. Nangong Xian spread his hands and looked at the two of them sarcastically. Dong Fonglin didn't care at all and said softly, Brother Nangong, we were just joking just now, why do you take it seriously? Our 3 families are relatives, so of course we have to advance and retreat together, Brother Dong. Don't you think so? That's right. Our 3 families should advance and retreat together. Dong Tianchi nodded in agreement. Seeing the shameless 2 people, Nangong Xian was angry and laughed again. Since the 2 of you are willing to advance and retreat together, let's discuss how we should deal with the attack of the Wu group. In the base of the Wu group in Beijing, Su Long was calling all the Danjin to a meeting, even the injured Hu Lei and Deng Wu were not absent. Su Long said in a deep voice, this mission only needs to succeed, not fail. Do you have confidence? Yes. Everyone said in unison. Okay. Su Long nodded with satisfaction, I will assign the tasks. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference has already invited Qin Yujiang and Su Xiaoxiao to participate, so you don't have to hide, just go to Hongye Villa. Openly, Jiang Lao and Lu Taimin, you will accompany you, I believe no one will suspect you. The 4 nodded and agreed. Afterwards, Su Long looked at Jin Hai, boss, you take the 3rd, 4th and 8th brothers to sneak into Sioux City from Jiangyun secretly, and the 5th brother, you take the 7th, 10th, 11th and 12th brothers to sneak in from Hui province. You must be careful and don't expose your whereabouts. Team leader, what about me? Hu Lei found that he was not assigned a task, and he couldn't help but get anxious. Yes, team leader, I also request to participate in this mission. The 6th brother Deng Wu also shouted. You 2 are injured, stay at the base, to recover. Su Long said in a deep voice. Team leader, our injuries are nothing, and they don't affect our strength much. Hu Lei said hurriedly. Yes, we are dealing with a super martial arts family this time. We can't be careless. 1 more person means more combat power. Deng Wu also said. Team leader, why don't we let them go with me? Jin Hai said at this time. Su Long nodded. At this time another deputy team leader, Shangguan Yuma, the 5th, said. Team leader, should we let the S Bureau cooperate with our actions? Su Long sneered, we don't need them. Our martial arts team can easily complete this mission. Seeing Su Long's refusal, Shangguan Yuma didn't say anything. After all, the martial arts team is still led by Su Long. Red Leaf Villa, Pavilion. Gao Yan, the Li family's father and daughter, the Sun family's father and daughter, Qin Zhihui, and others were sitting together chatting. They had already had lunch, and Hongye Villa provided a free buffet. Gao Yan took a sip of tea and asked Li Jianfei, has Mr. Li found a suitable partner? Li Jianfei came to participate in the martial arts exchange conference this time to recruit a few dark warriors to sit in the Li family, but there has been no progress yet. Hey, how can it be that dark warriors are so easy to recruit? I have Contacted a few, but they all don't want to talk to me. Li Jianfei smiled mockingly. He is a big boss in Magic City, but only to ordinary people. But in the eyes of dark strength warriors, he is not an ordinary person. Mr. Li wants to hire bodyguards? At this time, Qin Zhihui suddenly asked. Not a bodyguard, but a security consultant. Li Jianfei quickly explained that he did not dare to use dark strength warriors as bodyguards. In fact, he is relatively safe. No one will do something to him openly. The only thing he worries about is someone doing something dirty. Then what does Mr. Li want? Qin Zhihui asked again. What can I ask for, as long as it's in dark strength warrior? Li Jianfei was overjoyed and kept his posture very low. He already knew that Qin Zhihui was the head of the martial arts family. From what he said, it seemed that he intended to arrange for someone to serve as a security consultant for him. Let's see, Qin will provide Mr. Li with 2 secret bodyguards. The salary doesn't need to be too much, just 1 million per year. Qin Zhihui also looked down upon salary. The price of jade has continued to rise this year, which has also greatly increased the Qin family's income. The reason why he is willing to provide bodyguards to Li Jianfei is just for Gao Yan's sake. After all, Li Jianfei's daughter is Gao Yan's apprentice. If Mr. Li doesn't mind having too many bodyguards, my son family can also provide one. At this time, Sun Yuanlin also spoke. He also wanted to flatter Gao Yan. You know, the Qin family's comprehensive strength has skyrocketed just because they flattered Gao Yan. Even Qin Zhihui, who had been stuck at the peak of an Jin for many years, was promoted to Hua Jin. He already knew that the Qin family's surge in strength was due to a special medicinal wine purchased from Gao Yan. Don't dislike it, don't dislike it. Li Jianfei was so happy that he grinned from ear to ear, but the annual salary of 1 million is too low. The 2 heads of the family are so generous. I have to be sensible. In this way, each security consultant's salary is 20 million per year. In this regard, the 2 family heads did not refuse pretentiously. In their eyes, there is not much difference between 1 million and 20 million. Chatted for a while. Sun Yuanlin suddenly said, Brother Gao, what do you think of my daughter? Is she qualified to be your apprentice? Miss Sun's talent is quite good. Gao Yan smiled. Ruashi, why don't you kneel down and kowtow? Sun Yuanlin was overjoyed and quickly reminded Sun Ruashi. Sun Ruashi also woke up after hearing the words, and quickly stood up and knelt down to kowtow, but was helped up by Gao Yan. Seeing the disappointed expression in Sun Ruashi's eyes, he smiled and said, We don't pay attention to these things, I will accept you as my disciple. Thank you, master. Sun Ruashi was very happy. Qin Zhihui on the side shouted, Fuck me, this Sun Yuanlin must be too shameless, he actually used apprenticeship to get closer to Gao Yan. Unfortunately, the younger generation of the Qin family does not seem to have any outstanding beauties with extraordinary qualifications. Master Gao, I heard that you have a medicinal wine there. Can our Sun family purchase a batch of it? Sun Yuanlin said somewhat humbly. Okay, I sell 20 million bottles to external parties, but if Ruashi is my apprentice now, just 10 million bottles. Gao Yan said. No, no. Sun Yuanlin waved his hand quickly, you are already lucky enough to accept Ruashi as your disciple. How can I take advantage of you? Let's calculate it as 20 million a bottle. Okay. Gao Yan nodded, every month, I will provide you with 100 bottles. Thank you, Teacher Gao. Sun Yuanlin said excitedly. Qin Zhihui, who was on the sidelines, secretly wondered whether he should also adjust their purchase price to 20 million a bottle. After all, the medicinal wine had been of great help to the Qin family. Besides, even though the Sun family paid 20 million for a bottle, they still wanted to take advantage of Gao Yan, which would inevitably harm their relationship. Master Gao, Brother Qin, can we find a place to chat alone? Suddenly, Sun Yuanlin lowered his voice and said. Okay. Qin Zhihui glanced at Sun Yuanlin meaningfully. Soon, the three of them came to a secluded place. Master Gao, have you ever heard of martial arts groups? Sun Yuanlin asked. Qin Zhihui secretly said that sure enough, he knew that Sun Yuanlin was going to mention this matter when he asked to talk alone. No. Gao Yan nodded. Sun Yuanlin showed a bitter expression. Some time ago, the martial arts group sent Dan Jin to our Sun family and asked our Sun family to submit to the military group. From now on, 30% of our Sun family's income must be handed over martial arts group, and you have to obey their orders. The same goes for our Qin family. Qin Zhihui added. Since you have surrendered to the martial arts group, what do you mean by telling me this? Gao Yan asked with a half-smile. Nothing else. Sun Yuanlin shook his head. The martial arts group is so powerful that we can't resist. I told Master Gao about this just to give him a warning. I'm worried that the martial arts group will target you. I feel that the martial arts group's behavior is quite domineering. The Wu group will probably make trouble at this martial arts exchange conference. Qin Zhihui said thoughtfully, I just don't know how the 5 super martial arts families will react. Your feeling is right. Gao Yan smiled and said, this time, the Wu group will definitely have a big clash with the 5 super martial arts families. We just need to watch the show with peace of mind. Although he is also a martial artist. But as long as the Wu group does not come to provoke him, he will not interfere with the Wu group's plan. How does Master Gao know? Sun Yuanlin asked curiously. The Wu group has set its sights on the Tianyun Club. I am also a shareholder of the Tianyun Club. As a result, I clashed with them, and the Wu group couldn't do anything to me. Gao Yan explained. Hearing that the Wu group actually suffered a loss from Gao Yan, Qin Zhihui and Sun Yuanlin's eyes lit up, and they secretly decided in their hearts that they would hold on to this thick thigh in the future. Chatted for a while. Gao Yan and his 3 companions returned to the pavilion. He was looking forward to Su Long's arrival. He also wanted to see how strong the Gangjin warriors were. After the experience, I will beat Su Long up. After all, he is very vindictive. The matter of the Wu group seizing the Tianyun Club cannot be let go. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The martial arts exchange conference started again. The masters of Huajin who came on stage to give lectures in the afternoon were all men. One was in the late stage of Huajin, and the other was at the peak of Huajin. Although Gao Yan did not gain much, but he was quite respectful and pretended to listen carefully. This made the 2 masters of Huajin on the stage feel particularly proud, so they talked about some more dry goods. It made those idle martial artists very excited. After today's exchange conference ended, the 2 masters of Huajin who were the main speakers took the initiative to build relationships with Gao Yan. In order to sell wine, Gao Yan also dealt with it patiently. He also exchanged contact information with them. He planned to arrange a party after the exchange conference ended, and promote his medicinal wine at the party. He didn't believe that these martial artists could withstand the temptation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yan and his party left Hongye Villa by car and had a fish feast at a fish restaurant in Sioux City. Recently, warriors in Daxia have gathered in Sioux City, and slightly higher-end hotels are full. However, the room prepared by the Sun family for Gao Yan is also quite good. In the hotel room, "Xiaohong, how much money have you made for me so far?" Gao Yan asked. "Hong Huang, master, I have made $820 million for you so far." "Oh, I made so much." Gao Yan was a little surprised. He called up the system interface and saw that there were 8 billion experience points at present, so he ordered, "Xiaohong, transfer 2 billion to my account." Hong Huang, "Okay, master." Soon, 2 billion arrived, experience points rose by at least 10 billion, and the system reserve funds also increased by 20 billion, directly making the system reserve funds reach 1.9 trillion. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding, the system has reached the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Gao Yan, upgrade. System, the system is upgrading. It will take about 6 hours. Let the system upgrade. Gao Yan first extracted the experience of the AFK cheat. With the god's reward for hard work, his physical fitness increased a little, reaching 158 points. "Xiaohong, how much is the box office of Hardworking Brothers?" Gao Yan asked again. Hong Huang, replying to the master, "It has reached 83 million, and it should be able to break 100 million before midnight." "Not bad." Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. As the boss of an entertainment company, he also had a certain understanding of Daxia's movie box office. In recent years, Daxia's movie box office has been growing rapidly. Especially this year, Daxia's single movie box office has exceeded 3 billion. Breaking 100 million on the first day is not a big explosion. But it is much better than expected, and it should be able to win a box office of about 1 billion. At 10 a.m. that night, Gao Yan received several calls in succession. There were Li Chaonan's, Jing Xiaoyu's, and Qin Yusin's. Li Chaonan came to announce the good news. As of the early morning of that night, the first day box office of the movie Difficult Friend barely reached the threshold of 110 million. In fact, it was still a few 100,000 short. Rounded to 110 million, it sounded better for publicity. At the same time, Li Chaonan gloated to Gao Yan that the movie of Shangtian Entertainment only had a box office of 48 million, and the investment in this movie was more than 200 million. The first day box office was not even half of Difficult Friend, and it was almost destined to fail. However, Difficult Friend was not the first in the national day, but ranked third. The first-ranked Hong Kong Storm, which is a sequel, took 220 million in a single-day box office, and the second-ranked Broken Tower took 180 million, which was adapted from a very famous online novel. However, the rating of Difficult Friend is quite high. This gave Xingchen Entertainment hope of overtaking the first and second place, so it proposed to increase publicity efforts. Gao Yan agreed to this. After all, this is the first work of Xingchen Entertainment. The higher the box office, the more famous Xingchen Entertainment will be. As for Jing Xiaoyu, she called to share her joy. After all, she is the heroine of Difficult Brothers. Although she has few roles, she can be regarded as a masterpiece. As for Qin Yusin, she simply congratulated Gao Yan. In addition, she also expressed her longing for Gao Yan. It has been popular for almost a month. Chen Yusen's popularity has also declined. After the National Day, her workload will also decrease. She also said that she would come to Nandu to have a tryst with him. The next morning, Gao Yan called up the system interface. The system was upgraded at 3 o'clock last night. At that time, he was already asleep, so he did not make a choice. There is nothing to hesitate. Gao Yan directly chose 2 top draws and 30 free attribute points. Now, Gao Yan's physique is 158 points and his spirit is 159 points. After a little hesitation, Gao Yan still added the free attribute points to the spirit, making the spirit directly reach 169 points. Naturally, the range of spiritual perception has also been enhanced a lot, reaching about 600 meters in radius. System, use 2 top draws. Wensuemi.cc. Ding, the top draw is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a magical manner. Congratulations to the host for winning a card to strangle hundreds of millions of descendants. The prize has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. The prize given by the system this time is a bit weird. Gao Yan curiously put his mind into the system space. The so-called magical manner is not a manner in reality, but a blueprint of a manner. System, the reward you gave this time is too perfunctory, right? Gao Yan couldn't help complaining. But when he integrated the blueprint of the magical manner, the complaints in Gao Yan's heart suddenly disappeared. Why? As long as he built the manor according to this blueprint and moved in, he could enjoy the various benefits brought by the magical manor. First of all, moving into the magical manor can increase life by 10%. If you can only live to 80, but live in the manor, you can live to 88. And you don't need to stay there every day, just 1 day a month can achieve the desired effect. Secondly, the magic manor has a special magnetic field, which can improve the water source, plants, livestock, etc. inside the manor, making the water source in the manor the top water source, and greatly improving the taste and nutritional value of the fruits and vegetables grown, as well as the livestock raised. In addition, living in the manor for a long time can also improve physical fitness and mental strength. Even people with diseases can not only curb their illnesses, but also recover from general diseases by living here for a long time. TSK, with this manner, it's hard not to live 100 years. After learning about the effect of the magic manor, Gao Yan said secretly. However, the area of this magic manor is not small. It takes a lot of money to buy land alone, not to mention that many special materials are needed when building the manor, such as small leaf red sandalwood, sea yellow rosewood, mahogany and other precious woods. And in order to stimulate the magnetic field of the magic manor, a batch of precious jade materials must be buried in various directions of the manor. Gao Yan roughly estimated it would cost at least 30 billion to build such a manor. However, what he lacks the least now is money. Isn't it just 30 billion? Xiao. Let's talk about the second reward, the Billion Descendants Containment Card. When Gao Yan learned about the function of this card, his expression became a little strange. After using this card, he doesn't have to worry about his woman getting pregnant in the next 5 years. Gao Yan is still more than 20 days away from turning 21. He has no idea of having children. With this Billion Descendants Containment card, he doesn't have to worry about his woman getting pregnant accidentally. Use. After taking out the card, Gao Yan used it on himself. The card turned into a golden light and sank into his body. Gao Yan felt it, and his body didn't have any special reaction. After breakfast at the hotel, Gao Yan and his group took a car to Yunwu Mountain without rushing. The convoy just arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was found that the entrance to the mountain was in a congested state. Faintly, a quarrel was heard from the front. Gao Yan released his spiritual perception and found 4 familiar faces in the crowd. So he got off the car and walked up. After standing behind the crowd and listening for a while, he understood what was going on. Yunwu Mountain was originally one of the scenic spots around Sioux City. But it has been closed since yesterday. Tourists who didn't know the situation were intercepted. Most tourists turned back when they saw that they were not allowed to go up. But there was a young tourist who insisted on going up, so he quarreled with the people guarding the entrance to the mountain. "Why can't you go up?" "I must go up today." "Hurry up and leave." "I told you not to go up." "Are you fucking deaf?" The guard guarding the entrance to the mountain found that the congested team behind was getting longer and longer, and knew that many of them were going up to participate in the martial arts exchange conference. Therefore, his expression became impatient. "Wen Chuan, don't quarrel with them. At worst, we won't go up. Let's go to another place to play." At this time, Bei Mingtian pulled Fang Wenchuan's sleeve and persuaded him in a low voice. "If they don't allow us to go, we can just not go." "Fang Wenchuan, why do you have to argue with them?" Zhu Manyun complained. Fang Wenchuan is also a freshman of Nanning this year, and is also Bei Mingtian's fellow villager. After the National Day holiday, Bei Mingtian invited Zhu Manyun, Yu Tongtong, and Amui to visit her hometown, Sioux City. Fang Wenchuan, who had just confirmed his relationship with Bei Mingtian, naturally had to go with them. Hearing Bei Mingtian's persuasion and Zhu Manyun's complaints, Fang Wenchuan felt ashamed and became more unwilling to give in. So, he pointed at the guard and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Let us go up the mountain immediately, otherwise I will make you pay for it. Get lost." The guard was also angry and looked at Fang Wenchuan coldly. "Boy, get out of here if you know what's good for you, otherwise I won't be polite to you either." Fang Wenchuan shouted angrily, "My father is Fang Zonghua. Which department are you from? Believe it or not, I will call my father right away, and even your leaders will be punished. I don't care if you are Fang Zonghua or Niu Zonghua. I don't know you. Get out of here." Facing Fang Wenchuan's threat, the 2 guards showed some disdain on their faces. Although they are guarding the way up the mountain, they are from a super martial arts family, and they are also Mingjin martial artists. How can they be afraid of threats from others? Hearing that the other party did not take his father seriously, Fang Wenchuan was so angry that he immediately took out his mobile phone and called his father. As soon as the call was connected, he said angrily, "Dad, I'm here in Yunwu Mountain. I wanted to take my classmates to the mountain for a trip, but someone set up a roadblock here and didn't let us go up." He also said wildly that he didn't take you seriously. "Where are you talking about?" Fang Zhonghua's voice came from the phone. "Yunwu Mountain." When he heard Yunwu Mountain, Fang Zhonghua's heart tightened and he immediately scolded, "Asshole, who told you to go there? If you make trouble, apologize to me immediately and get out, otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son." When Fang Wenchuan heard what his father said, he was a little dumbfounded. "Dad, it was obviously them who stopped us from going up the mountain. Why should they apologize?" "Apologize if I ask you to apologize, I'm not kidding you, otherwise, you will fend for yourself in the future." Fang Zhonghua's tone became more and more severe. he knew what Yunwu Mountain was going through now, and it was definitely not something a small official like him could afford to provoke. Feng Wenchuan hung up the phone in despair. Some hesitated whether to apologize. At this time, a guard said with a face full of ridicule, "Boy, call your father. Is your father going to stand up for you?" "Sorry, I shouldn't make trouble," Feng Wenchuan said with a red face. "Okay, get out." The guard was too lazy to argue with an ordinary person and waved his hand impatiently. Suddenly, Feng Wenchuan's face changed several times in succession, but thinking of his father's threat, he suppressed his anger. "Boss Gao." Suddenly, Yu Tongtong found Gao Yan behind the crowd. Then, Zhu Manyun and Amu Bei Mengtian also turned around and found that Gao Yan was looking at them with a smile. "Boss Gao, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you in Sioux City. By the way, are you here to play in Yunwu Mountain?" Zhu Manyun jumped over and asked, with her little mouth. "It's quite a coincidence." Gao Yan nodded. "I came to Yunwu Mountain to attend an exchange meeting." "Isn't the mountain closed? Can you go up?" Zhu Manyun asked, curiously. "Yes." Gao Yan nodded. "Really? Why can you go up, but we can't?" Zhu Manyun asked, curiously. Gao Yan shook his head. "Because it's a martial arts exchange meeting, you are ordinary people, and you don't have an invitation letter, so you can't go up." Zhu Manyun's eyes lit up. "You mean there are many martial arts masters up there?" "I guess so." "Then can you take us there to see more?" Zhu Manyun looked at Gao Yan with eager eyes, and Amui, Bei Mengtian and Yu Tongtong also showed expectations. "My invitation letter can bring 2 people. I'll ask my companions if they can bring 3 more people." "That's great, go and ask." Afterwards, Gao Yan asked Qin Zhihui and Sun Yuanlin if he could use their invitation letters to bring 3 people up, and they both said there was no problem. Then Gao Yan told Zhu Manyun and others the good news, and the 4 little ones couldn't help but cheer. However, Feng Wenchuan's face was rather gloomy, and his eyes even showed a bit of resentment towards Gao Yan. But before going up the mountain, Gao Yan still warned them, asking them to try to keep only 1 pair of eyes after entering and not talk casually. The 4 little ones all said they would not talk nonsense. So, the group set off again towards Hongya Villa on the mountain. Parking the car in the parking lot outside Hongya Villa, everyone walked towards Hongya Villa. Seeing Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi standing behind Gao Yan, Zhu Manyun couldn't help but curiously asked, "Boss Gao, which of these 2 sisters is your girlfriend?" "None of that." Gao Yan shook his head. "They are my apprentices." "Apprentice? Do you teach them martial arts?" The 4 little ones showed curiosity again. "Yes, they want to learn martial arts from me as their master." Gao Yan didn't mean to hide it. "What age are you now, and you still become a disciple? Are you not a liar?" Feng Wenchuan couldn't help but whisper. "But we are not far apart. Most of the people traveling with us are warriors and have good hearing." This sentence naturally fell into everyone's ears. "Boy, what are you talking about? Do you want to be beaten?" Li Yingnan stared at Feng Wenchuan in disgust. He had just eaten at the foot of the mountain and was already suffocating. Hearing Li Yingnan's rude words, Feng Wenchuan couldn't help but sneered. "Beauty, now is the age of guns. There is no future for practicing martial arts. Besides, he is so young. How awesome can it be? I advise you not to be deceived by the other party." www. Upon hearing this, everyone present frowned, feeling that Fang Wenquan was a bit ungrateful when he said such words. If it weren't for Gao Yan, he wouldn't be able to go up the mountain at all. It's okay not to thank Gao Yan, but now he actually jumps out to slander others. After hearing these words, Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi's expressions became particularly gloomy. When Fang Wenquan humiliated their master, he humiliated them. So, Sun Ruoshi stepped forward first and stared at Fang Wenquan coldly. Originally, as a martial arts practitioner, I shouldn't be able to see and care about ordinary people like you, but you dare to slander my master, so let me do it for you. Lesson learned. Seeing that another beautiful woman jumped out to speak for Gao Yan and threatened to teach him a lesson, Fang Wenquan became more and more unhappy. And then looked at Gao Yan provocatively. Aren't you a martial arts master? I happen to have learned Taekwondo for a few days, so you're not as good as us. Let's try it out. You alone are not qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Ruoshi stepped forward and approached Fang Wenquan. Before the other party could react, she slapped him on the chest and knocked him away, causing him to fall to the ground in a panic. Although Sun Ruoshi did not use Ming Jin, she was quite strong as a Ming Jin warrior, so Fang Wenquan still felt quite uncomfortable after being slapped. My chest felt extremely heavy, and even breathing became difficult. Wenquan, are you okay? Bei Mengtian quickly stepped forward to help Fang Wenquan up, and then said to Gao Yan, Boss Gao, I'm sorry, I apologize to Fang Wenquan. Get away. Hearing Bei Mengtian apologize for him, Fang Wenquan felt a strong sense of humiliation and pushed Bei Mengtian away, causing the other party to stumble and almost fall. Seeing this scene, Zhu Manyun and Yu Tongtong couldn't help it. They accused Fang Wenquan every word, and at the same time persuaded Bei Mengtian to break up with him. After a slight hesitation, Bei Mengtian made the decision to break up. After all, she had just agreed to Fang Wenquan's pursuit, and there was no relationship between the two parties. Moreover, Fang Wenquan's performance today really disappointed her. Bei Mengtian, don't regret it. Fang Wenquan glanced at Bei Mengtian resentfully, then glared fiercely at Zhu Manyun and Yu Tongtong, threatening, I will remember you two too. TCH, who is afraid of whom? Zhu Manyun said nonchalantly. Okay, let's go in. Gao Yan spoke at this time. The group of people passed the gate and entered Hongya Villa. Bei Mengtian, who had just broken up, was a little depressed. Fortunately, Zhu Manyun and Yu Tongtong were both very eloquent. With their persuasion, she quickly recovered. Yesterday, Gao Yan became famous in one battle. Therefore, after entering Hongya Villa, the martial arts fellows he met greeted him politely. Boss Gao, why do they all call you Grandmaster Gao? Zhu Manyun was like a curious baby, asking again. My master is a master at the pinnacle of Huajin, and Huajin warriors can also be called master warriors. Sun Ruoshi explained helpfully. Sounds awesome. Zhu Manyun nodded unconsciously. It's really great. Sun Ruoshi explained with a smile, martial artists are divided into Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin and Dan Jin. Most warriors will not be able to reach Hua Jin, even if they practice for a lifetime. My master is only 20 years old and has already reached the peak of Hua Jin. You said, is it awesome? Boss Gao, is this true? Zhu Manyun asked Gao Yan for confirmation. Almost. Gao Yan said. How powerful can a Huajin warrior be? Amoy interjected. Gao Yan thought for a while. One feather cannot be added, flies cannot fall, and water cannot reach the knees. Seeing that the four little ones were still a little confused, Sunruashi, a disciple, helped explain what Gao Yan's 3 sentences meant. After listening, the four little ones all looked at Gao Yan with admiring eyes. Later, Zhu Manyun made a request. Boss Gao, can you show us how to walk in water without reaching your knees? Okay, let's go to the lotus pond in front. Gao Yan pointed to a small lotus pond 10 meters away. A group of people came to the lotus pond. Gao Yan took off his shoes and socks, then rolled up his trouser legs. The four little ones all took out their mobile phones and prepared to take pictures. It's all about filming, don't post it online? Gao Yan warned. Okay, Boss Gao. The four girls nodded. The next moment, Gao Yan jumped lightly and landed on the water. His body stagnated for a second and then began to sink. But just by letting the water cover the soles of his feet, Gao Yan's body stopped sinking. Then, he took steps and walked towards the opposite side unhurriedly. The four little ones were dumbfounded. At the same time, the surrounding warriors also came after hearing the news. Seeing this scene, I was also amazed. Among them was Qi Mingxia, the Huajin Grandmaster. When she saw that the water surface only submerged Gao Yan's soles, she couldn't help but said, "This young master's mastery of strength is simply wonderful. I'm afraid it won't be long before we, Daxia, have to fight again. A new Danjin Grandmaster has been added. She can also walk on water." But it was impossible to let the water only cover the soles of the feet. Moreover, they cannot walk on the water as calmly as Gao Yan. Their speed is usually very fast and they need to use momentum, otherwise, there is still the risk of sinking into the water. Gao Yan walked unhurriedly to the opposite side of the lotus pond, then turned around and walked back. Then he jumped up from the water and put on his shoes and socks again. "Boss Gao, you are so powerful, why don't you accept an apprentice?" Zhu Manyun said excitedly. Gao Yan smiled and said, "Forget it about accepting disciples. When I have time, I will teach you a set of boxing techniques. Daily practice can strengthen your body and give you a certain degree of resistance when encountering gangsters." "Thank you, Boss Gao." The four little ones are not ungrateful people. Seeing that Gao Yan is unwilling to accept disciples, they will naturally not force him. At this time, Qi Mingxia came over. He said with a look of admiration, "Grandmaster Gao's performance has simply astonished us. Grandmaster Qi deserves the award." Gao Yan smiled modestly. "How about I propose to the organizer that you also come on stage to talk about your cultivation experience?" Qi Mingxia suggested. Her suggestion instantly gained the support of the surrounding warriors. Why did they come all the way to participate in the exchange conference? Naturally, it was to learn some useful information from these Huajin masters to improve their own strength. Gao Yan has reached the peak of energy transformation at such a young age, so he must be outstanding in cultivation. Hearing this, Gao Yan waved his hand. "The organizers have made arrangements, so I won't disrupt their plans. After this exchange conference is over, we can get together in private and exchange martial arts experience." Qi Mingxia's eyes lit up. "Okay, it's settled." It's almost 9 o'clock. So, everyone headed towards the venue together. The speakers this morning are also the heads of 2 martial arts families. The first one talks about the use of marksmanship, and the second one talks about footwork. Footwork is also important in combat. For example, Bagua has its corresponding Bagua dragon step, and each boxing method of Xingyiquan also has its corresponding footwork. The martial artists naturally listened with great interest to the experience sharing of the two masters of Huajin. But the four little ones are just ordinary people. They don't understand martial arts at all. Therefore, they feel like they are listening to a book of heaven at this moment. They don't understand it at all. But thinking of Gao Yan's previous instructions, they dare not speak casually, and can only pretend to listen carefully. Therefore, during the intermission, Zhu Manyun proposed, "Boss Gao, we can't stand it anymore. Can we stop listening next? How about this, I will accompany you to walk around Hongye Villa." Gao Yan said. "Then won't you continue to listen? I don't need it anymore." Gao Yan shook his head. He has reached the peak of Danjin, and listening to Huajin lectures will not gain anything. So, Gao Yan took the four little ones away from the venue and played around Hongye Villa. Hongye Villa is the property of the super martial arts family Nangong family. It occupies almost 2/3 of the area on the top of Yunwu Mountain. The whole villa exudes a sense of magnificence. It gives people a strong visual experience. It took more than an hour to tour the entire Red Leaf Villa. The venue was almost over. I have to continue to attend the exchange meeting in the afternoon. After lunch at the villa, I will arrange for someone to send you back to the city." Gao Yan said. "Then I'll trouble Boss Gao," Zhu Manyun said with a smile. Yu Tongtong suddenly asked, "By the way, Boss Gao, are you free tomorrow?" After knowing that Gao Yan had a girlfriend, she had given up and told Zhu Manyun, but after seeing Gao Yan's magical skills, she had some ideas in her mind. "Why?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "If you are free, let's play together tomorrow." Yu Tongtong made an invitation. "Yes, it's more fun when there are more people." Zhu Manyun also agreed. This martial arts exchange meeting will last until the 7th. Gao Yan shook his head. When they heard that Gao Yan was not free, the four little ones showed disappointment. At noon, took the four little ones to have a buffet in the villa. Gao Yan ordered Sun Ruashi to send them to the city. In fact, Gao Yan also felt that this so-called martial arts exchange conference was boring, but he wanted to use this opportunity to promote medicinal wine, so he wanted to get to know more people from martial arts families. In a blink of an eye, the martial arts exchange conference on the second day was over. What surprised Gao Yan was that the martial arts group still did not show up. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to investigate the whereabouts of the martial arts group. Then Hong Huang told Gao Yan that Jiang Yanwang, Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Taimin, and Qin Yujiang had all arrived in Su City openly. As for the other Danjin of the martial arts group, they also arrived secretly and lay dormant in Su City. But Su Long has not shown up yet. After going down the mountain, everyone went to a luxurious restaurant for dinner before returning to the hotel. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. After chatting with his girlfriends, Gao Yan was ready to go to bed. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message from Yu Tongtong, "Boss Gao, can you come to Shanghai KTV? Fang Wenchuan is bringing people to harass Bei Mingtian. I'm worried that something might happen." Gao Yan, "Okay, I'll be there soon." After quickly changing his clothes, Gao Yan left the hotel and took a taxi to Shanghai KTV. At this moment, in a private room of Shanghai KTV, Fang Wenchuan was drunk and was speaking softly to Bei Mingtian in a low voice, hoping to get back together. There was a large bouquet of fiery red roses on the coffee table next to him. Today, outside Hongye Villa, Bei Mengtian proposed to break up, which made Fang Wenchuan very upset. After returning to the foot of the mountain, he became more and more angry. So he made an appointment with friends to have dinner and drink together in the evening. After dinner, they came to Shanghai KTV to continue drinking. And coincidentally found that the four little ones were also playing in the KTV. Although Bei Mengtian is not a top beauty, her appearance is at least above 80 points. They have only been dating for 2 days. They didn't even hold hands. So, Fang Wenchuan became more and more unwilling to accept it, and he came up with a revenge plan. He first tried to get Bei Mengtian back, and then treated her as well as possible. When she fell in love with him and got tired of playing, he would kick her. For this, he even bought a bouquet of roses. Then he brought 4 friends to the box, where the 4 little ones were. He had been dating since the 2nd year of high school, and knew that girls liked sweet words. Therefore, he was still sure to get Bei Mengtian back. Unexpectedly, Zhu Manyun, Yu Tongtong and Amui all thought they were not suitable. When Bei Mengtian was about to agree, he immediately gave him 2 knives, making Bei Mengtian's somewhat softened attitude become tough again. Next, Fang Wenchuan spoke soft words for more than 10 minutes in a low voice, but Bei Mengtian still didn't mean to agree, which made Fang Wenchuan quite impatient. But in order to retaliate against Bei Mengtian, he secretly reminded himself not to get angry, never get angry. At the same time, he also realized that Zhu Manyun and the other 2 were there. It would be difficult for Bei Mengtian to change her mind. So, he winked at a few friends, signaling them to ask Zhu Manyun, Yu Tongtong, and Amui to leave the box. Huang Yanfei smiled and said, 3 beauties, I have a suggestion. Why don't we give the couple a chance to chat alone? How about we go out and wait? Why should we listen to you? Wenchuemi.cc. Yu Tongtong did not give the other party a good look. Tian is our good sister, we have to stay and watch her not to be bullied. Yes, we won't go out. Zhu Manyun also said, and Amoy nodded to express her attitude. Although Yu Tongtong has a bit of green tea during this period of time together, she has already developed feelings for the 3 people in the dormitory. Fang Wenchuan drank a lot of wine. As soon as they left, who knew he would fuck Bei Mengtian? What happened? Huang Yanfei said in a bad tone, Beauty, you are too disrespectful. That is the couple's business. Why do you have to interfere? Besides, haven't you heard a saying that it is better to demolish a temple than destroy a marriage? They are not a young couple, they have broken up. Yu Tongtong said without giving in at all, besides, do I need you to teach this girl a lesson? Tian is our good sister, her business is our business. Amwai added forcefully. Huang Yanfei was a little confused by the 2 women's insults. He took a step forward and said threateningly, don't force us to use violence. When the time comes, we won't care whether you are women or not. That's right. 3 beauties, I advise you to be smarter. This is Sioux City. It will be bad if something happens to you out-of-town girls. Another young man threatened sinisterly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 women changed. Yu Tongtong thought that she had already sent a WeChat message to Gao Yan, so she said forcefully, who are you trying to scare? I really think this girl is scared. Fang Wenchuan, don't let us look down on you. Get out of here with your gang of friends immediately, otherwise, don't blame us for calling you for harassment. Upon hearing this, Fang Wenquan was greatly annoyed, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He suddenly stood up, strode up to Yu Tong Tong, and said fiercely, "You Tong Tong, who are you threatening? Believe it or not, I will whip you." Fang Wenquan pointed at Yu Tong Tong and cursed. Hearing this, Yu Tong Tong also became angry and retorted, "Are you still a man? What else can you do besides threatening women? No, you are not a man in the first place. After all, you can't even beat a woman." Upon hearing this, Fang Wenquan's eyes suddenly turned red. The scene of being beaten away by Sun Ruashi in the morning flashed in his mind, making his face become ferocious. His eyes staring at Yu Tong Tong flickered fiercely, and then he raised his hand and slapped Yu Tong Tong on the face. Crack! The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the box. No one present thought that Fang Wenquan would really hit someone. "Fang Wenquan, you are crazy, how can you beat Tong Tong?" Bei Mingtian shouted angrily, then quickly came to Yu Tong Tong's side, and said with a guilty look on her face, "I'm sorry, Tong Tong, it's all my fault. I've caused you trouble." If she hadn't driven Fang Wenquan away directly because she couldn't save face, this wouldn't have happened. "You don't need to apologize. This has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, this slap shows a person clearly. A man who can hit women is not trustworthy, don't you think so, Tian Tian?" Yu Tong Tong said calmly. "Tong Tong, let me take a look." At this time, Zhu Manyun and Amoy pulled away Yu Tong Tong's hand covering her face, and found 5 bright red fingerprints on her delicate face. Zhu Manyun almost cried with anger on the spot and glared at Fang Wenquan. "You bastard, you actually hit Tong Tong so hard, we are not done with you." In fact, Fang Wenquan regretted it after slapping Yu Tong Tong. But after hearing Yu Tong Tong's ridicule and Zhu Manyun's accusation, his mood changed again, and he sneered, "Who asked her to interfere in my affairs with Bei Mingtian? She asked for the beating." At this time, Bei Mingtian said, "Fang Wenquan, I solemnly tell you that it is impossible for me to get back together with you. Now, you take your friends and leave, otherwise, we will call the police immediately. It's too easy to let him go like this." "Amoy calls the police," Yu Tong Tong said coldly. "Okay." Amoy took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. "Don't call the police." Fang Wenquan was a little panicked, and reached out to snatch Amoy's cell phone. Amoy subconsciously dodged back. In her nervousness, her feet stumbled together, causing her body to fall backwards. "It's over." Amoy screamed secretly, knowing that she would be thrown badly. Just then, the box door was pushed open. A handsome young man appeared in everyone's sight. He took one step and came behind Amoy. He stretched out his hand to support Amoy, but Amoy's back also fell into the other person's arms. Gao Yan helped Amoy up and said gently, "Classmate Amoy, you can open your eyes now. You're fine." Hearing Gao Yan's voice, Amoy instantly understood that the person who saved her turned out to be Boss Gao. When she opened her eyes, she found that Boss Gao was looking at her with a smile but not a smile. For a moment, she felt a little shy inside, her cheeks were slightly red, and she whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Seeing Ai Mui, who looked like a frightened deer, Gao Yan smiled. "Boss Gao, you are finally here, I was beaten." Suddenly, Yu Tong Tong threw herself into Gao Yan's arms, and said aggrievedly, "I'll go, this beachy. Seeing Yu Tongtong throwing herself into Gao Yan's arms, Zhu Manyun couldn't help but secretly thought in her heart. Her emotions were quite complicated. When Gao Yan didn't come, Yu Tongtong was extremely arrogant. She even received a slap from Feng Wenchuan without showing any signs of it. A weak expression. But as soon as Boss Gao came, the other party turned into a weak little fairy. Instantly, and even threw herself into Boss Gao's arms. For a moment, she actually felt a little envious of Yu Tongtong. However, thinking that Gao Yan already has a girlfriend, Yu Tongtong seems to be obsessed with Boss Gao. Could it be that she wants to be the third party? Wei, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but slightly flatten her lips when she saw Yu Tongtong throwing herself into Gao Yan's arms, feeling a little uncomfortable for no reason. Don't worry, whoever hits you, I'll hit you back twice as hard. Gao Yan consoled him. Real? Of course it's true, you get up first. Gao Yan reminded. At this time, Huang Yanfei couldn't help but said, Boy, who are you? Your tone is too loud, right? Gao Yan helped Yu Tongtong up, and then his eyes slowly fell on Huang Yanfei. Suddenly, Huang Yanfei's heart tightened, and he felt that the other party's eyes were like a layer of pressure falling on him, making him feel unnatural. But in full view of the public, he couldn't give in. Otherwise, if word spread that he was scared away by someone's gaze, why would he be shameless? So, he raised his voice and shouted, Boy, what are you looking at? May I have your name? Gao Yan spoke again, his voice sounded gentle, but the pressure Huang Yanfei felt suddenly increased several times. He wanted to say forcefully that it's none of your business what my name is. But the words came out of his mouth as Huang Yanfei. Did you hit him? Gao Yan asked again. It's not me, it's Feng Wenchuan. Under the gaze of that calm gaze, Huang Yanfei felt her legs weaken and almost collapsed to the ground. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and countless speculations about Gao Yan's identity emerged in her mind. But according to every conjecture, Gao Yan's identity is quite terrifying. Otherwise, how could his eyes make him so frightened? When several other people saw Huang Yanfei turn into a little sheep in an instant and answer Gao Yan's questions obediently, they all looked at him with contempt. At this moment, Gao Yan had already turned his attention away from him, and the pressure also disappeared. Feeling the contemptuous eyes of his companions, Huang Yanfei didn't care much. Because he was sure that if the other party looked at him twice more, he might be so frightened that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Feng Wenchuan, right? Gao Yan's eyes fell on Feng Wenchuan again. So what if it's me? Feng Wenchuan felt the pressure that Huang Yanfei felt. Why did you hit Yu Tongtong? Gao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and Feng Wenchuan's pressure suddenly doubled. He felt that the man in front of him suddenly transformed into a big devil and wanted to tear him into pieces. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Likewise, he who wanted to respond forcefully turned soft when the words came to his lips. I can apologize to her. After saying these words, Feng Wenchuan felt very ashamed, but he also had a strong sense of urgency in his heart, wanting to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Tongtong, do you accept his apology? Gao Yan turned around and asked Yu Tongtong. I don't accept it. Yu Tongtong shook her head. Then why did you accept it? Gao Yan asked again. Unless he slaps himself twice first. Yu Tongtong said. You heard me, it's up to you whether to slap him or not. Gao Yan said too. Feng Wenchuan again. I'll slap you. Feng Wenchuan gritted his teeth, raised his hand and struck his face hard. Twice, then bowed to Yu Tongtong and said, "I'm sorry, Yu Tongtong, I shouldn't have hit you." What the hell? Seeing this scene, everyone except Huang Yanfei felt very unbelievable. When did Feng Wenchuan become so cowardly? This man named Boss Gao didn't seem to have done anything. Why did Feng Wenchuan get so scared? Only Huang Yanfei, who had personally experienced the terror of Gao Yan, knew why Feng Wenchuan became cowardly. "Do you have anything else to ask for?" Gao Yan asked Yu Tongtong. "There is none left." Seeing Feng Wenchuan give her 2 hard slaps, she felt relieved. She was sure that Feng Wenchuan didn't spare any effort in beating her because there was blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Then are you okay?" Gao Yan looked at Amui and the other 3. "It's okay. Since there's nothing wrong, let's go." Watching Gao Yan and his entourage leave the box, Feng Wenchuan's feet gave way, and he fell directly to the ground, gasping for air. Seeing this, Huang Yanfei stepped forward to support Feng Wenchuan and asked, "Wenchuan, are you okay?" "I'm talking about Yanfei, Wenxian, what's going on with you two? Why do I feel like you are so cowardly?" Du Yangyu said with a hint of sarcasm. "They can play together, and their status is not bad, especially Du Yang's father is the deputy director of the district bureau." "You know nothing," Huang Yanfei said angrily, and then he briefly described the pressure and fear he felt just now. "Blow it. This is too ridiculous, just one look can make you feel the pressure." Du Yang and others expressed disbelief. "It's true, I can testify." Feng Wenchuan's voice sounded. He said in a bitter tone, "Under the gaze of the other party just now, I felt that I would be torn to pieces at any time. It was so terrifying. He was just like a big devil." "Is it that exaggerated?" Du Yang was still doubtful. "It's more exaggerated than you think," Huang Yanfei said solemnly. "If the other party looks at me twice more, I might kneel down. Therefore, I understand Wenchuan's feelings very well." After hearing what Huang Yanfei said, several others also believed it. "Wenchuan, do you know the identity of that person? He should be a warrior, and he went to Yunwu Mountain to participate in an exchange meeting." Feng Wenchuan stood up slowly, his legs still a little weak. "Yunwu Mountain." Du Yang's expression suddenly changed. "Yangzi, what do you know?" Huang Yanfei asked. Du Yang said, "You also know what my dad does. He told me 2 days ago that from the 1st to the 7th, Yunwu Mountain will hold a martial arts exchange conference. He told me not to go to Yunwu Mountain, and also told me to keep a low profile during this period. If I dared to cause trouble, he would tie me up and beat me." Martial arts exchange conference? Why does it sound a bit fantasy? Are there any real warriors now? A young man questioned. "Of course." Another young man said seriously, "It's just that we are not qualified to contact him." "Good." Feng Wenchuan added, "Before this, I didn't believe it. Some even looked down on our Dashou warriors, thinking that they only practiced fancy fists and embroidered legs and performed routines. But today, a woman knocked me out with one palm. Jimmy, and that woman is the apprentice of the man just now. Let's go, so that Boss Gao just now is a martial arts master. No wonder, just." The look in his eyes was so terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't take action. Otherwise, we would be in misery. Huang Yanfei said with lingering fear. He doesn't bother to take action against us. Feng Wenchuan also figured it out. He provoked Gao Yan in Yunwu Mountain today, but he didn't take action himself. The other party still didn't take action just now, but he convinced them just with his eyes. It can be seen that the opponent's strength is also quite terrifying. He decided in his heart that he would stay away from Yutong Tong, Bei Mengshan, and the 4 girls in the future, so as not to offend them and attract the boss Gao. Other side. Gao Yan took a taxi to take the 4 little ones back to the hotel. Originally we left in 2 cars. But the 4th child just said that a squeeze would be enough. Therefore, the 4 little ones crowded into the back seat together, with Gao Yan sitting in the passenger seat. Along the way, the 4 little ones were all talking in whispers. Although their voices were very low, Gao Yan was a powerful pill warrior, so how could they escape his ears? As for the main content of their discussion, it could be heard that the 4 little ones were quite amazed by his performance tonight, and even had a bit of admiration. In addition, there are some private conversations between girls. About 20 minutes later, taxi arrived at the hotel. After getting off the car, looking at the fingerprints on Yutong Tong's cheek that had not yet dissipated, he frowned slightly and said, "I'll send you up." Okay. None of the 4 little ones objected. They live in 2 rooms, one for Bei Mengtian and Amue, and one for Zhu Manyun and Yutong Tong. Tong Tong, the fingerprints on your face are probably not difficult to remove. Do you need me to help you remove them? Gao Yan asked. Okay, thank you, Boss Gao. Yutong Tong agreed directly. Boss Gao, can you still treat injuries? Zhu Manyun asked, curiously. There is no distinction between medicine and martial arts. People who practice martial arts generally have some superficial medical skills. Gao Yan explained. Out of curiosity, Bei Mengtian and Amoy also followed in. Boss Gao, how can I cooperate with you? Just sit on the bed, I'll wash my hands first. While talking, Gao Yan walked towards the bathroom. Suddenly, Yutong Tong realized something and quickly shouted to Gao Yan, Boss Gao, wait. What's wrong? Gao Yan turned around and asked. Zhu Manyun also reacted at this moment and rushed to the bathroom. After a while, she walked out of the bathroom again, holding a few pieces of underwear in her hand. Seeing this, Gao Yan suddenly woke up. Stepped back into the bathroom. After washing his hands, Gao Yan came to Yutong Tong, my hands will touch your cheeks, is that okay? No problem, she wants you to touch her, Boss Gao. Zhu Manyun joked. Zhu Manyun, you are going to die. Yutong Tong shouted in shame. Okay, don't make trouble now, treatment is important. While speaking, Gao Yan's right hand covered Yutong Tong's injured cheek, and then he gently rubbed it, and used his palm to penetrate the qi into the skin on the other's face, to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. During this period, Yutong Tong felt very embarrassed, especially Zhu Manyun looked at her with a teasing look. Fortunately, Gao Yan finished the treatment not long after. Okay, it's okay, go look in the mirror. Yutong Tong got up and ran to the bathroom. When she looked in the mirror, she found that her cheeks were red and there were no finger marks. Boss Gao, thank you. It's okay, it's a small matter. It's late, I should go back. We'll take you. The 4 children said in unison. No need, you guys have a good rest. Gao Yan waved his hand and strode away. Looking at her back, Yutong Tong felt reluctant. Don't look at it, you will become a husband-waiting stone if you look at it again. Zhu Manyun teased. Little bitch, I've tolerated you for too long, wait and see how I deal with you. Yu Tong Tong roared, and rushed towards Zhu Manyun, fell on the bed, and stretched out her hand to her armpit. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. And her cry for help, Amuyi Tian Tian, help me, pull this slut away. Wait for Gao Yan to return to the hotel and lie down again. It was almost dawn. With a thought in mind, he asked, Xiaohong, how is the box office of Hard Bearing Brothers, today? Hong Huang, boss, today's box office has reached 178 million, surpassing the 156 million of The Broken Tower, ranking second in the single-day box office list. The reputation and score of the movie are better than Hong Kong Storm and The Broken Tower, especially The Broken Tower, which has a very bad reputation. Although the distributor has controlled the score has still dropped a lot. The current box office forecast of Hard Bearing Brothers has also increased from the original 500 million to the current 1 billion. The theater chain will also make adjustments. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow's box office will have a significant increase. Not bad. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. As long as the box office of Hard Bearing Brothers exceeds 1 billion, Xingchen Entertainment will also be a hit. The next day, October 3rd. The third day of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Just like yesterday, Gao Yan and his party had breakfast in the hotel before heading towards the mountain. In the small courtyard of a certain manor, a group of 5 people sat together. These 5 people are the heads of the 5 super martial arts families. They are Nangong Xian, the head of the Nangong family. Dongfang Lin, the head of the Dongfang family. Dong Tiancher, the head of the Dong family. The head of the Lu family, Lu Shifeng. Ouyang Zhao Tian, the head of the Ouyang family. My people sent news this morning that Su Long has conquered Jiang Yan Wang, Chen Yujiang, Lu Taimin and Su Xiaoxiao. Lu Shifeng picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea and said slowly, it seems that Su Long is very ambitious. He plans to unify the martial arts world. Ouyang Zhao Tian sneered. Wensuemi.cc. Although the 5 of them also have a lot of elixir power. But out of fear of Daxia, these pill powers were hidden. Therefore, the 5 Jiang Yan Wangs were fulfilled, making them the 5 great alchemy masters in Daxia. He has both strength and fame. Now that they have joined the martial arts group, they will also indirectly affect many warriors. By the way, where is Wang Jiangwo? Nangong Xian asked. Wang Jiangwo was unwilling to join, so he was deposed by Su Long. Lu Shifeng said in a deep voice, according to the information my men gathered, Wang Jiangwo, Su Xiaoxiao, Chen Yujiang and Lu Taimin joined forces, but were defeated by Su Long in 3 or 5 moves. Is Gang Jin so strong? The other 4 family heads were all shocked. After all, the 4 of them were Dan Jin grandmasters who had been famous for many years. They had extremely rich combat experience. Together, they could not defeat Su Long's 3 or 5 moves. This shows how terrifying Gang Jin is. Much stronger than you think. Lu Shifeng said coldly, our Lu family was the first to receive the news of Su Long's breakthrough. After that, our Lu family has been checking Gang Jin's combat effectiveness. Is the investigation clear? No. Lu Shifeng shook his head. How many Dan Jins can join forces to defeat Gang Jin? Nangong Xian frowned. It's hard to say. Lu Shifeng shook his head. To deal with Su Long, you must prepare at least 10 Dan Jin. Maybe 10 people working together may not be able to defeat him. If 10 dungeons are invincible, doesn't it mean that Su Long can sweep through any of our families at will? Dong Fonglin exclaimed. What if? Lu Shifeng narrowed his eyes. The top management has been holding back for more than 20 years. As soon as Su Long breaks through, they will immediately attack the martial arts world. This shows that they have great confidence in Su Long. Also, don't underestimate the power of a country, let alone a powerful country like Daxia. Although we are secretive, I estimate that the amount of Danjin in our 5 families has long been exposed. If that's the case, don't we have little chance of winning this time? Dong Tianchi asked worriedly. You can only know if you have a chance of winning by fighting. Lu Shifeng said coldly, if you don't mind giving more than 30% of the profits to the martial arts group, you can surrender. Why? Ouyang Zhao Tian said, we are here today, because of years of accumulation. Why should we hand over 30% of our income? Lu Shifeng continued, 30% of the income is only the minimum. My people found out that the martial arts families that are not involved with us have all joined the martial arts group and handed over 30% of the income. More than 20 years ago, we teamed up to ambush and kill 9 Danjin in Bureau. This debt will not be settled just now. Therefore, even if we join the martial arts group, they will not let us have an easy time. In addition, they will use various means to suppress us until our 5 families become like other ordinary martial arts families. Of course, this is still the best result. If we were more vicious, I'm afraid our 5 families would have disappeared into thin air. Hearing this, the faces of the other 4 family heads became extremely solemn, because they all felt that Lu Shifeng's analysis was very reasonable. Although it was a bit intimidating, if they were to put themselves in their shoes, it would be like if they were the top leaders of Daxia. The best thing is to let the super martial arts family like them disappear into thin air, so that they can better control the martial arts world. So, Brother Lu, how do you think we should respond this time? Nangong Xian asked. Kill Su Long at all costs. Lu Shifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As soon as Su Long dies, all crises will disappear. Upon hearing this, the other 4 family heads fell into deep thought. An extremely powerful Gang Jin is not easy to kill. If you want to kill it, you have to pay a heavy price. It is true that each of their families has more than 10 elixirs. But these elixirs are the heritage of their family. Every time one of them dies, the heritage of the family will be reduced. To kill Su Long, you have to fight with your foundation. It's okay to win. If they fail, they will not only face the siege from the military group. I am afraid that other martial arts families will also take advantage of the situation and attack them. So, Brother Lu, how much elixir energy do we have to put in? Dong Fonglin asked. Each of our 5 families sent out 5 mid-level dungeons, with the determination to die, and we will kill Su Long no matter what. Lu Shifeng said through gritted teeth. Would 5 mid-level elixir powers be too much? Dong Tianchi was shocked and said that among the 5 families, each of them had at least 10 people with Danjin, but more than half of them were at the early stage of Danjin. To get together 5 experts with mid-level pill strength and above, it would take almost all the masters. Not at all. Lu Shifeng shook his head. What is our purpose of cultivating Danjin? Isn't it just to protect the family? Now that the family is almost lost, they should sacrifice for the family. TSK, they are indeed the descendants of bandits, their hearts are really Vicious. Nangong Xian said secretly. At the same time, he said, this matter is too big, we have to discuss it with the family. Whatever you want. LV Shifeng said disapprovingly, anyway, none of our families can fight against the Wu group. Either we join forces to kill Su Long, or we wait to join the Wu group and finally be suppressed and the family disappears. After leaving this sentence, Lu Shifeng got up and left. On the other side, Gao Yan and others have arrived at Hongya Villa. Soon after, the exchange conference started again. Today, he met several Huajin again, and agreed to get together privately after the exchange conference. After going down the mountain and having dinner, Gao Yan and his party returned to the hotel. As soon as he stepped into the hotel lobby, Gao Yan felt a faint prying gaze. This gaze was very secretive. If it weren't for his strong mental power, he wouldn't be able to sense the other party at all. He chatted and laughed with everyone calmly and continued to walk towards the elevator. When he entered the elevator, he pretended to look back casually, but found that the person who had spied on him before had disappeared. His mind moved. Mental perception was turned on. Gao Yan found the other party more than 300 meters outside the hotel. Inside I was thrown out. The other party's identity information emerged. Name, Su Long. Age, 35. Height, 188 centimeters. Appearance, 70. Physical, 212. Spirit, 105. Physical, 72. Charm, 79. Gang Qi, 10. Strength, Gang Jin early stage. Identity, Gang Jin warrior, martial arts team leader. Friendliness, -10. In Gao Yan's perception, Su Long frowned slightly, then looked around, and seemed to find someone spying on him, and then quickly disappeared from the spot. TSK, did they sense my spying? Gao Yan said secretly. Thinking of this, he exited the elevator and said to everyone, I suddenly have something to do, I have to go out. After leaving a word, Gao Yan left quickly. Since Su Long, the bastard, has shown up, then, let's beat him up first. Gao Yan has already locked onto Su Long with his insightful eyes, and is not worried about losing him. Let's take a look at Su Long's data first. First of all, his physique has exceeded 200 points, reaching 212 points. This is a very abnormal number. After all, Gao Yan has a system and his physique is only 158 points. And he estimated that Dongjin's physique could reach a maximum of 150 points. However, the spirit is not as high as expected, only 105 points. It is only 5 points higher than Chu Hong, who has reached the peak of Danjin. This shows that practicing martial arts does not do much for spiritual growth. In addition to physical fitness and mental energy, a new data, Qi, also appeared in the data column. What is this Gang Qi? Is it something similar to inner energy in martial arts novels? However, Gao Yan did not waste any time to speculate. After all, as long as he used the Gang Gene experience card, he would immediately understand what Gang Qi was. Soon, he found a secluded place without cameras. An ID card appears in your hand. Use. In an instant, Gao Yan transformed into an old man in his 50s. Not bad, my identity this time is okay. Gao Yan breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because he felt uncomfortable transforming into a woman. After changing identity, Gao Yan pursued Su Long in the direction where he disappeared with slow steps. He was very suspicious. This guy, Su Long, appeared in the hotel lobby just to see him. Moreover, the friendship level is still -10, indicating that the other party has no good intentions. Is this guy coming here to punish me? The more he thought about it, the greater the possibility Gao Yan felt. Since you want to deal with me, I'll give you a good beating first. In a blink of an eye. Only half an hour passed. Su Long had left the city and appeared in an abandoned factory. In this abandoned factory, there were Jin Hai and several other Dan Jin, including Hu Lei and Dang Wu, who had been dealt with by Gao Yan. Team leader. Seeing Su Long's appearance, Jin Hai and others greeted him one after another. This was a secret operation and the news could not be leaked. They wanted to catch the 5 major martial arts families off guard. Therefore, after arriving in Su City, they chose to hibernate in this abandoned factory. Su Long waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be polite, and then asked in a deep voice, "Boss, what's going on with those 5 families? The heads of those 5 families have already arrived in Su City. I suspect that they have noticed something," Jin Hai said with a worried look on his face. "It doesn't matter. If you notice it, you'll notice it. If they dare to resist, we can catch them all in one fell swoop," Su Long said quite confidently. He knows his own strength very well. Even without using Gang Chi, he can defeat 10 warriors with mid-level Danjin or above in head-to-head situations. If roaming tactics are adopted, with his speed, it will be no problem to deal with 20 Danjin. If he uses Gang Chi again, he can barely activate 10 Gang Chi with his current strength. Gang Chi is the trump card of Gang Jin warriors. If a Gang Jin is used well, it can kill a Dan Jin almost instantly. The 5 super martial arts are strong and have a lot of elixir power, but they are not united. And out of the caution of the big family, they couldn't put everything they had into a fight to the death. As long as he didn't kill them all, it was impossible for the 5 families to fight him desperately. Because of this, he had great confidence in this operation. It has been promised above. As long as he integrates the martial arts world, the Armed Forces Group will merge with the S Bureau to form a new organization, the Armed Forces Administration Bureau, and he will serve as the first director. Now his strength is almost the best in the world. Then, the biggest temptation for him is naturally power. The level of the new department, the Armed Forces Administration, will be raised by half a level, making it the highest level department among all special departments. "How's it going over there, Lao Wu?" Su Long changed the subject and asked. "Lao Wu has also brought people to hibernate safely, waiting for your orders," Jin Hai replied. "Good." Su Long nodded. "I just went to observe Gao Yan, secretly. You guys, 2nd and 6th, did not lose unjustly. That kid is not in the early stage of Danjin, but at the peak of Danjin." "What? How is that possible? Isn't he only 20 years old? How can he reach the peak of Danjin?" Jin Hai and others all showed expressions of shock and disbelief. "Can't be wrong," Su Long said with great certainty. "He can hide it from your eyes, but he can't hide it from mine. No wonder his chi and blood are so powerful. It turns out that he is at the peak of Danjin. We were all fooled by this kid last time," Hu Lei said angrily. "We can't keep this kid, he will become a hidden danger if he stays." A flash of murderous intent flashed in Jin Hai's eyes. "I thought so too." Su Long narrowed his eyes and said, he had only broken through to Gang Jin not long ago, and he absolutely did not want a second Gang Jin to be born. Besides, Gao Yan's talent was too terrifying. Once he was promoted to Gang Jin, he might break through to Gang Jin before him. Midterm. However, Master Gang Jin behind him is a problem. Jin Hai suddenly said. Again. I don't think so. Su Long sneered, if his master is Gang Jin, why hasn't any news been spread? Over the years? Maybe that kid made it up. It's possible. Jin Hai agreed with Su Long's guess. After all, Da Xia spent so much resources and time to cultivate Su Long. This shows how difficult it is to break through to Gang Jin. The 5 super martial arts families have a deep foundation, but even they have not yet achieved Gang Jin. How could Gao Yan's master reach Gang Jin? Su Long said thoughtfully, however, we can test it first. When this operation is over, I will humiliate Gao Yan first. His talent is so amazing, his master must value him very much. If I humiliate Gao Yan, the other party will definitely stand up for his disciple. If the other party is really Gang Jin, we will not do it. If the other party's master is not Gang Jin, then Gao Yan has no need to live. You want to humiliate my disciple, have you asked for my opinion? Just then, an old voice sounded. Who? Su Long's figure flashed and disappeared in the factory. When he appeared again, he was already standing on the roof. The night could not block his sight. As far as his eyes could see, an ordinary-looking old man in plain clothes and cloth shoes was slowly walking towards the factory where they were. Similarly, Jin Hai and others reacted quickly, rushing out of the factory, their eyes all falling on the old man. Is this the peak of Gang Jin? It's too strong. Gao Yan secretly felt the energy contained in his body, and he cast an insight eye on himself. The data appeared. His physical fitness actually reached a terrifying 300 points. His mental strength also increased to a certain extent, but not as much as his physical fitness, only reaching 183 points. But his Gang Qi reached 100 points. It is 10 times that of Su Long. He didn't understand what Gang Qi was before, but now he knows what Gang Qi is. Gang Qi is an energy gas formed by the fusion of Qi, blood, Qi gene, and spirit. It has super destructive power and permeability. 1 Gang Qi is enough to easily kill a Danjin warrior in seconds. Gao Yan now has 100 Gang Qi, which means that he can kill 100 Danjin in seconds. No wonder Su Long is so confident that he can overwhelm the 5 super martial arts families. Gang Qi is his biggest trump card and killer. In the quiet abandoned factory, even the chirping of insects disappeared. There was only a rustling sound of footsteps coming from far away. What is your name? Su Long squinted his eyes and looked at Gao Yan. This old man didn't have any aura on him and looked just like an ordinary retired old man. But his heart told him that the old man in front of him was an extremely dangerous existence. Gao Yan smiled, even if you know Lao Chan's name, what's the point? Anyway, you can't escape being beaten by Lao Chan today. Arrogant. Jin Hai let out a loud shout, team leader, let your subordinates come down to help you weigh the strength of this old senior. Wensuemi.cc. While talking, Jin Hai's momentum was fully activated, and his body broke through the air waves and arrived in front of Gao Yan instantly. Old senior, take a punch from me. He was the first among the 12 to break through to the peak of Danjin, but after reaching the peak of Danjin, there was no way forward, so he focused on creating new martial arts. And the martial arts group had no shortage of various martial arts striking techniques, so he read many books and learned the moves that suited him. He created his own set of martial arts skills, Zhengang Fist. This boxing technique can bring out 120% of his strength, and so far, it has not been revealed to outsiders. Although Jin Hai couldn't see through Gao Yan's reason for playing the old man. But judging from Su Long's performance, combined with the old man's words, this person is most likely Gao Yan's legendary master. Su Long is a strong force. It is also the spiritual pillar of the martial arts group. Therefore, Su Long cannot be defeated. So, he stood up and helped Su Long test the old man's strength. When Jin Hai's fist hit Gao Yan's chest hard, but there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. At the same time, a countershock force hit, knocking Jin Hai back more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. On the other hand, the old man is as motionless as a mountain. This is a powerful enemy. Su Long kept staring at the old man, and was shocked when he saw that the old man was unharmed despite being punched by Jin Hai. He dared to take Jiang Yanwang's flying knife attack head-on. That was when Jiang Yanwang was in the middle stage of his talent, and his attack power was limited. If Jin Hai used Zhengang Fist to attack him, even if he could withstand a hard blow, he would probably be slightly injured. Little doll, do you have this much strength? Gao Yan reached out and dusted his chest, speaking calmly. Come again. The energy, blood and energy in Jin Hai's body surged together, lifting his body a few inches. Immediately, he took steps and rushed towards Gao Yan again. Boom boom boom. His body seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. Every time he took a step, he would leave a footprint on the ground, and the further he went, the deeper the footprints became. It seemed that his weight was constantly growing. In fact, he uses a special method of accumulating energy. Every time he takes a step, his energy accumulating will become stronger. After taking more than 30 steps, Jin Hai's footprints reached more than 30 centimeters. Drink. With a loud shout, Jin Hai punched Gao Yan's chest again. Buzz. His punches were so fast that they even produced sonic booms. His eyes were bulging and his expression was ferocious. Obviously, this punch was the pinnacle of his all-out punch. When there was another sound of gold and iron clashing, Gao Yan still didn't resist and let his fist fall on his chest. Then I saw Jin Hai flying upside down like a kite with its string broken, and the person was in midair, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. When his body was about to hit the ground, Hu Lei rushed out and reached out to catch Jin Hai. Unexpectedly, the opponent's body still had a surge of strength and crashed into him. His injury had not healed. He was injured again after being hit like this. For a moment, the injury was added to the injury, and he couldn't control his body shape at all. After staggering back a few meters, he spat out a mouthful of blood to the side with a whooshing sound. The whole person became tired. See this scene. Everyone present was horrified by Dan Jin, who had already injured 2 people before they even took action. If you do it, it will reach such a terrifying point. It's boring, too weak. Gao Yan chuckled and shook his head, looking at Su Long on the roof. Are you coming down to be beaten, or am I coming up to beat you? Upon hearing this, Su Long's expression changed several times. Finally, he forced out a smile. Senior, I said there is a misunderstanding. Here, do you believe it? Why are you so cowardly? Gao Yan said contemptuously. Why, you, Gang Jin, only bully those who are weaker than you, and don't dare to take action when you encounter someone who is stronger than you? Hearing Gao Yan's taunting words, anger flashed in Su Long's eyes. If he were in another place, he would fight this person even if he knew he was losing. But a few days later, it will be the day when the martial arts group will integrate into the martial arts world. If he was injured, it would affect the martial arts plan. Therefore, after weighing it in his mind, he chose to bow his head, but the old man in front of him obviously did not accept this trick. Senior, Junior has been busy with important matters in recent days. Why don't we make an appointment and fight another day? Su Long said with a smile. It seems that you are unwilling to come down, so I will have no choice but to come up and beat you. Seeing Su Long's cowardice, Gao Yan felt very happy, but he was unwilling to let this guy go, lest he come to provoke him again in the future. Today I have to beat him until it hurts and makes him cry. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his whole body rose into the air and shot towards the factory building more than 10 meters high. Since you must fight, I will accompany you. Seeing Gao Yan flying towards the roof, Su Long suddenly rushed out, but he was holding Gao Yan in the air and could not take advantage of him. Gao Yan naturally saw through his opponent's thoughts at a glance. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! A loud noise exploded in the air. Then Su Long flew backwards, and at the same time stepped on several holes in the roof. Gao Yan, who was blocked, not only did not fall, but continued to fly in the air, and landed lightly on the roof, standing a few meters away from Su Long. Young man, you don't have martial ethics, and want to sneak attack the old man. Unfortunately, you are not good enough. Are you ready? I am going to beat you. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan disappeared. Su Long only felt a flash in front of his eyes. He was shocked and quickly drew out a stream of energy into his arm and blasted forward. Unfortunately, his punch was in vain. The attack missed. Bang! Su Long's chest was hit, and his body fell out and fell on the roof. How could the dilapidated roof withstand such gravity? It collapsed, and Su Long's body fell down with it. Fortunately, he controlled his body after falling 2 meters. He turned around, dived to the ground, and ran away. After a short fight, he knew that he was no match for this old man. In order to retain his strength, retreating for the time being is the best way. Otherwise, if he continued to fight, he would not only not get any advantage, but also get hurt. Young man, you can't run away. Stop obediently and let me beat you up, and I will spare you. Gao Yan floated out and chased in the direction of Su Long's escape on the roof. The few people outside the factory were already stunned at this moment. Although they knew that Su Long was probably not a match, they did not expect that Su Long, who was also Gang Jin, was so vulnerable. For a moment, they were very worried. Can the Wu Group's plan go smoothly this time? Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Boom. A tall figure crashed through the wall and rushed out, and then a few flashes approached the wall several meters high. I saw him tapping his right foot lightly on the ground, and then he jumped into the air as if he had no weight, crossed the wall, and landed on the wall outside. But as soon as he landed, his expression changed. Because a few meters away, an old man was looking at him with a half-smile. Suddenly, Su Long's heart sank, knowing that he couldn't escape today. Senior, can you please be accommodating and let us fight again in a week? Not good. Gao Yan shook his head. If you dare to attack my disciple, I must give you a severe beating today. How could it be possible to let Su Long go? Gao Yan didn't want to waste a Gang Jin experience card in vain. Okay, then I will fight with you. Su Long is also arrogant. Since giving in is not enough, then he will fight with the opponent. Kill. While drinking, Su Long turned into a humanoid tank and crashed into Gao Yan. Bang! Gao Yan raised his hand and slapped Su Long's tall body, flying away. But after the opponent took control of his body, he immediately charged again. This time, Gao Yan did not slap the opponent away, but started to fight with the opponent. Both of them are Gangjin warriors. Every move is extremely mysterious, and the power contained in his fists and feet reaches tens of thousands of kilograms. Therefore, every collision would make the surrounding air buzz, and deep pits of tens of centimeters appeared on the ground under the two peoples. Trampling. In a blink of an eye, the two have already exchanged dozens of moves. This made Su Long feel a little relieved, feeling that the old man in front of him was not as strong as he imagined. How could he know? Gao Yan said this was intentional. He insisted on beating Su Long for two purposes. The first was to vent his bad anger, and the second was to understand the realm of Gangjin. A person's understanding of this realm is not that deep, but when he fights with another Gangjin, his understanding will become extremely profound. To put it simply, he was practicing his moves with Su Long. Unconsciously, the two exchanged dozens of moves again, and Jin Hai and others had quietly come to watch the battle. Only the speed of the two men's attacks was too fast, and it was under the darkness of night, so they could only see two shadows entangled together. If the noise between the two fighting was not too loud, they would have thought it was two ghost figures. Been struggling for so long. Su Long also vaguely realized that the old man in front of him was not fighting him seriously at all, but was playing tricks on him, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Decided to show this old man his skills. Dragon Fist, come and die. During the violent drinking, Su Long's momentum and body shape skyrocketed, and a blood-red dragon shadow appeared on his fist. This was a trick he only realized after entering Gangjin. Ong. Faintly, Gao Yan seemed to hear a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar had the effect of enchanting the mind. Unfortunately, Gao Yan's mental power at this moment far exceeded Su Long. His mental energy was shaken, and he regained consciousness instantly. But before Su Long's fist had reached his face, the strong wind lifted his hair. Well done. Gao Yan drank lightly, no longer holding back, and punched the opponent. Dong dong dong. Wensuemi.cc. The fists of the two men collided 3 times in an instant, making a dull, loud noise. Visible air waves appeared in the surrounding air and continued to spread in all directions. Dang, dang, dang. Su Long took 3 steps back before barely regaining his balance. Gao Yan's body swayed slightly, and the force of the 3 punches was resolved. Yes, this punch is interesting, but it's the old man's turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan rushed out, raised his fists, and hit Su Long like raindrops. Because the speed was too fast, dense shadows of fists appeared in Su Long's eyes. For a moment, he couldn't tell where Gao Yan's fist was attacking him. You can only block instinctively. Then, 2 fists hit him on the nose one after another. Even though he was a Gangjin warrior, his nose was quite sensitive, and for a while tears and nosebleeds flowed out. But Gao Yan had no intention of letting him go. The fists continued to fall. In a few breaths, Su Long received at least 20 punches on his face. His cheeks, which were still handsome, could not see their original appearance at all, and became as swollen as a pig's head. Enough! Su Long shouted. Unfortunately, Gao Yan would not listen to him. Continue to greet him in the face, this guy is shameless, I will beat you. Until you can't even recognize your mother. Old man, kill me if you dare. Su Long almost collapsed, why do you humiliate me like this? But Gao Yan still ignored him and greeted Su Long's face. It can't be stopped anyway. Su Long simply gave up resistance. Jin Hai and others who were watching the battle were anxious and sympathetic. But there is nothing they can do. This old man is too strong. Even if they go together, they will not be able to rescue Su Long. It's boring. Seeing that Su Long had lost his will to resist, Gao Yan stopped his hand and stood up, saying, Su Long, this time I will only give you a small lesson. If I find out again that you are plotting against my disciple, I will not only I'll beat you into a pig's head and castrate you. Upon hearing this, Su Long, who was beaten numb, suddenly felt a chill between his legs. He subconsciously wanted to say some cruel words, but he thought that the old man in front of him was a cruel person. Anyway, I have been embarrassed to this extent tonight, so I don't care about being embarrassed again. Don't worry, senior. With the lesson you taught me tonight, I dare not provoke your disciple again. You are smart, let's go. Gao Yan left a word and turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Team leader, how are you? Jin Hai's voice came. I'm fine. The other party has no intention of killing me. I just suffered some flesh wounds. You continue to hide and wait for the order for me to go first. As soon as the voice fell, Su Long also turned into a black shadow and disappeared. He didn't want to appear in front of his men with a pig-headed face. It's so refreshing, so fucking refreshing. On the way back to the hotel, Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. What if you are a Gangjin warrior? I have a system and I can beat you into a pig head. Soon. Gao Yan returned to the hotel room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he carefully comprehended the mystery of Gangjin. To break through Gangjin, 3 requirements need to be met. First, the Qi gene must be strong. Second, the Qi and blood must be strong. Third, the spirit must be strong. Qi can be tempered, which can be achieved through acquired experience, but Qi and blood are related to talent. Even if you use a lot of medicinal materials to nourish, if you don't have enough talent, you still can't reach the requirements of breaking through Gangjin. As for spirit, it also depends on talent. It's like some people are born smart, and some are born stupid. This is like Gao Yan. His initial mental power is only 72 points, which is considered relatively smart among ordinary people. If he practices martial arts, even if he breaks through to the peak of Danjin, his mental power will be more than 90 points at most. With this mental power, he can never be promoted to Gangjin even if he practices martial arts for a lifetime. On the other hand, other people have reached more than 90 initial mental points, and after being promoted to the peak of Danjin, their mental power has exceeded 100. Su Long should be such a person. Gao Yan feels that his qi, blood and spirit have reached the requirements of breaking through Gangjin. Therefore, he can try to break through Gangjin. However, the effect of Gangjin experience card has not disappeared. The opportunity is rare, so he threw his mobile phone into the mustard seed space, collected his mind, and carefully experienced the mystery of Gangjin. The next morning, October 4th. When Gao Yan woke up, he felt refreshed all over. A Gangjin experience card not only allowed him to beat up Su Long and make him angry, but also opened up the road to Gangjin for him. With a thought, Gao Yan controlled the qi, blood and spiritual power in his body to converge with each other. After reaching a certain level, a mysterious magnetic field suddenly arises in the body. After this magnetic field spread, Gao Yan felt as if all the cells in his body were bathed in sweet rain, and he felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, his cells also grew rapidly under the influence of the magnetic field. An hour later, Gao Yan called up the system panel. It was found that the physical constitution increased directly by 2 points, reaching 160 points. At present, he is still unable to truly integrate qi gene, qi blood and spirit to give birth to Gang Qi. The main reason is that his physical strength is not strong enough. But in this process, a magical magnetic field will be generated, which will continuously strengthen his body. When his body can carry Gang Qi, that is when he truly enters Gang Jin. But the formation of this magnetic field is also quite expensive. Gao Yan estimated that the magnetic field could be allowed to appear for up to 2 hours without damaging the blood and spirit. Originally, 1 hour would only be able to enhance one's physical fitness. However, he has the special skill of God-rewarding qin. He can use medicinal wine to replenish his energy and blood. Then, he can strengthen his physique by 4 to 5 points in 1 day. Of course, he can also use the idle cheating device to practice. However, this kind of condensed magnetic field can be carried out anytime and anywhere, and it can better understand the power. Therefore, Gao Yan is not going to use the cheating device, but will control it himself. It's almost time. After Gao Yan briefly washed up, he left the room and went to the hotel restaurant for dinner. By the way, Xiaohong, how was the box office yesterday? Gao Yan asked. Red Emperor, Master, as of early last night, the single-day box office of Brothers and Brothers was 192 million. It hasn't exceeded 200 million. Gao Yan was a little regretful. It was estimated that the single-day box office of Brothers and Brothers would be difficult to exceed 200 million. After all, the box office was the best in the first 3 days of the new movie's release. By the way, what's the ranking? Gao Yan asked again. Red Emperor, it's still second. The box office of Hong Kong Island yesterday was 201 million. This Hong Kong Storm is the third part of the Storm series, and it is also the famous work of the film's director and starring actor. In fact, the box office of the first Spring Festival was not high, only tens of millions. At that time, Su Guang was just starring. A few years later, he acted as the director and star of Elephant Storm. After its release, it broke the 1 billion box office mark in one fell swoop and became a hit. And he also became famous in one fell swoop, becoming a great director and top actor in the entertainment industry. Relatively speaking, the plot of this Hong Kong Storm is not as good as the second Elephant Storm, but it has the popularity accumulated from the first 2 films, plus proper promotion. That's why the box office is so strong. The total box office forecast for Hong Kong Storm on the internet is over 1.5 billion. Master, your breakfast. Gao Yan came to the restaurant and sat down. He didn't have to choose his own meal. The two female apprentices had already brought breakfast to him, according to his previous taste. Thanks. Gao Yan nodded towards the two of them, and then immersed himself in the breakfast in front of him. After meal, the group of people then took the bus to Hongya Villa. Just arrived at Hongya Villa, Gao Yan heard the news that the four great alchemy masters of Daxia, Jiang, Yanwang, Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Yujiang and Lu Taimin appeared. I originally thought that only 2 Danjin would come. Now 4 of them actually came, and they arrived early. After hearing the news, the Huajin people rushed to visit and ask for advice. Grandmaster Gao, 4 great masters are here. Let's go visit them together. Qi Mingxia invited kindly. Gao Yan waved his hand. I won't join in the fun. There must be many people visiting them at this time, and they may not be free to meet us. Of course, this is Gao Yan's humble statement. He has already touched the threshold of Gangjin, so there is no need to visit several mid-level Danjin. 2. Qi Mingxia thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. It was less than half an hour before the exchange conference. Even if they rushed there, the 4 great masters would not have time to meet them. It's better to find another opportunity. So they found a stool near the venue to sit down and chatted casually. Master Gao, I heard that your master also has Danjin, is this true? Qi Mingxia asked curiously. Previously, Gao Yan stole the limelight by walking on water, so naturally there were people investigating his background and origins. Qi Mingxia also investigated and knew that Gao Yan's master was Danjin, but he was too low-key and had no interaction with other martial arts colleagues. So he asked about it. Gao Yan seemed to be performing walking on water at Zhu Manyun's request that day, but in fact, he also deliberately showed off his skills, otherwise, given his age, he would be easily looked down upon. After all, he is not the villainous protagonist in some online novels. If you go to a banquet, you must wear slippers and shorts. To put it mildly, he is a maverick. To put it worse, he is deliberately giving people the opportunity to be looked down upon, so that he can show off and be slapped in the face. Gao Yan doesn't have such bad taste. When it's time to show off your strength and means, show it off. Indeed. Gao Yan nodded. My master Chu Hong has reached the peak of his alchemy power. Peak Danjin? Isn't it stronger than those 4 great masters? Qi Mingxia said in shock. Actually, among all the alchemy powers in my daxia, these 4 great masters are not even in the top 10. Gao Yan revealed a secret with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, not only Qi Mingxia was very interested, but also Sun Yuanlen and Qin Zhihui pricked up their ears. Please ask Grandmaster Gao to clarify your doubts. Gao Yan didn't mean to sell off. Each of the 5 super martial arts families has no less than 10 people with Danjin, and among them there are many peak Danjin and late Danjin. Even if each of them only has 1 peak Danjin and 1 late Danjin, plus there are 10 people together, do you think the 4 great masters can be ranked in the top 10? Are the 5 super martial arts families so strong? Qin Zhihui said in shock. Gao Yan said calmly, when Bureau S was first established, 9 Danjins were gathered together. As a result, all 9 Danjins were ambushed and killed. Who did it, and who could have such courage? 5 super martial arts families. The 3 of them said subconsciously. Not bad. Gao Yan nodded. This martial arts exchange conference seems to be the same as usual, but I guess something big will happen in 2 days. What's the big deal? Is it a martial arts group? Qin Zhihui exclaimed in a low voice. Gao Yan continued, the martial arts group gave birth to Gang Jin, and that Gang Jin has arrived in Sioux City. Thinking of the martial arts group forcing them to surrender, the three people present thought of a possibility, that is, the martial arts group wanted to integrate the entire martial arts world. Of course, ordinary martial arts families like them can't resist, but the 5 super martial arts families may not be willing. That is to say, the martial arts group and the 5 super martial arts families will use this opportunity to have a fierce collision. Grandmaster Gao, what should we do? Qin Zhihui asked worriedly. Of course we sat and watched the show. Gao Yan smiled, this is a PK between the martial arts group and the 5 super martial arts families. It has nothing to do with us. As long as we are careful, we will be fine. The 4 great masters are here, right? Qi Mingxia suddenly realized something and looked at Gao Yan. They have surrendered to the martial arts group. Gao Yan smiled and said, this Grandmaster Qi is also quite sensitive. Brother Gao, how strong is the martial arts group? Qin Zhihui asked curiously. In terms of Dan Jin, the martial arts group is not as good as the 5 super martial arts families, but the martial arts group has Gang Jin. Gao Yan explained. Is the strength very strong? Sun Yuanlin asked eagerly. It is indeed very powerful. Their random attack can reach a force of 10,000 kilograms. Gao Yan explained. With the strength of 10,000 caddies, is that still a human being? Li Yingnan clicked his tongue. Gao Yan continued, actually, Gangjin warriors are not the strongest in strength. Their speed and defense have reached an extremely abnormal level. Even if they stand on the same spot and are hit by ordinary firearms, their defense cannot be broken. At the same time, after reaching Gang Jin, something called Gang Qi will be produced in the body, and this Gang Qi is very destructive. A blast of Gang Qi can kill a Dan Jin instantly. Doesn't that mean that Dan Jin has no power to fight back in front of Gang Jin? Qi Mingxia said in horror. That's not the case. If the amount of Dan Jin is enough, it will still consume Gang Jin to death, but this possibility is extremely small. After all, he can escape. Unless the opponent is trapped in a desperate situation and there is no way to escape, there will be no way to escape. Might kill him. TSK, this is too scary. Everyone was shocked after hearing Gao Yan's explanation. So Brother Gao, do you think the martial arts group will win this time, or the super martial arts family? Qin Zhihui asked. It's hard to say. Gao Yan shook his head. If the 5 super martial arts families are willing to give up their elixir strength, and the martial arts group's strength is unwilling to retreat, they still have hope of winning. But if they are not united and are unwilling to sacrifice their elixir strength, then there is no hope of victory. After hearing Gao Yan's analysis, Qin Zhihui was still a little disappointed. After all, he still hopes that the 5 super martial arts families will win. After all, the martial arts group is too overbearing and directly orders them to hand over 30% of their profits. Although the 4 great masters have already settled in Hongye Villa, but they did not appear at today's exchange meeting. It also made the Huajin masters who started the lecture breathe a sigh of relief. If the 4 great masters dojo, they really don't know what to do. After the exchange meeting of the day, Gao Yan and his party hurried down the mountain without any intention of visiting the 4 great masters' hotel room. Gao Yan called up the system panel. Constitution increased by 3 points again, reaching 163. According to this progress, his physique will reach 200 points in 9 days at most. At that time you will be able to condense Gang Qi and step into Gang Jin in one fell swoop. October 5th. The 5th day of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Grandmaster Dan Jin will give lectures on this day. But Gao Yan did not go up the mountain. Instead, he practiced in the hotel. The physical constitution increased by 4 points again, reaching 167 points. In the evening, he received a call from Tu Yun. But the other party has already arrived in Sioux City. "Brother, how have you been feeling these past few days?" Tu Yun asked with a smile. Today, Tu Yun was wearing a black dress, which added a bit of coolness to her. "It's no fun." Gao Yan shook his head. "By the way, why did you only arrive today? Aren't you busy selling wine for you?" Tu Yun rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. "The results of these days of running around are pretty good. 500 bottles have been sold." As he spoke, Tu Yun handed Gao Yan a bank card. "The payment is all in it." Gao Yan reached out to take the bank card, and the system prompt came, and his experience increased by 5 billion. The system returns 50 billion in funds. Nowadays, Gao Yan no longer personally handles the handover of medicine and wine, but Zhao Mei is in charge. On the 1st, Wu Jun came there to deliver 100 bottles of kidney tonifying wine and gained 1.4 billion experience points. Therefore, up to now, the upgrade experience has accumulated 6.4 billion. If you extract the profits from US stocks, you can upgrade again. After all, Red Emperor's operations are still very stable, with profits of tens of millions of dollars every day. "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Yun," Gao Yan said with a smile. "This martial arts exchange conference is an opportunity to promote medicinal wine," Tu Yun suggested. Gao Yan said, "Sister Yun and I thought of getting together. In the past few days, I have also made friends with some Huajin warriors. When the martial arts exchange conference is over, I will invite them to the party and take the opportunity to sell medicinal wine." "Have you arranged the meeting place?" Tu Yun asked. "Not yet." Tu Yun said, "Then leave it to me." Gao Yan, "That's so embarrassing." "Aren't you embarrassed?" Tu Yun said angrily. Hey. Gao Yan smiled and suddenly his face straightened. "Sister Yun, there is one more thing I have to ask of you." "Say it." Gao Yan said, "I plan to build a manor in Nandu. You have many connections. Please help me find a piece of land, preferably more than 100 acres. Are you going to build downtown or in the suburbs?" Tu Yun asked. "Is there any difference?" Gao Yan asked. "The difference is huge." Tu Yun explained, "The manor you built is a private residence, right?" Gao Yan nodded. "Then the city won't even approve it," Tu Yun said with great certainty. "Then in the suburbs?" Gao Yan said. "He doesn't care whether the magic matter is built in the urban area. What he cares about is the effect of magic matter." Tu Yun continued, "Because your land is private and non-commercial, and the area is so large, it is difficult to get approval even in the suburbs. Moreover, the price is not much cheaper." "How much does it cost per acre?" Gao Yan asked. Tu Yun said, "Today, the price of commercial land in Nandu City is about 5 million per acre, but what you need is private, which is estimated to be less than 5 million per acre, and the location cannot be within the planning scope of Nandu government. It is estimated that it will be relatively remote." Gao Yan calculated that 1 acre was 5 million, and 100 acres was only 500 million, which was not high. Okay, it can be as remote as possible, as long as it's more than 100 acres. Okay then, I'll send someone to communicate with the city government and help. You find some land. Then I'll trouble Sister Yun. Why do you want to build a manor? Tu Yun asked curiously, do you want to gather all your girlfriends into the manor? Of course not. Gao Yan shook his head, my manor is extraordinary. Once it is built, you will know its beauty. Suddenly, Gao Yan changed the topic, tell Sister Yun some good news, my master beat up Su Long. Really, are you going to beat me hard? Tu Yan's eyes lit up and she asked with great interest. Beat into a pig's head. Haha, you deserve it. Tu Yan laughed, who told the martial arts group to have the idea of Tianyun Club? But your master really loves you, and he actually beat up Gang Jin for you. Tu Yun sighed, and her heart was full of envy for Gao Yan. Hey, our lineage is famous for protecting shortcomings. Gao Yan smiled and said, in the future, sister, if you have any grievances, just tell me. If I can't help you, I will ask the master to help you. Wensuemi.cc. Brother, you are so kind. Tu Yun said emotionally. Then sister, how are you going to repay me? Gao Yan's hand was dishonest. Again and climbed up Tu Yun's slender waist. Smelly brother, you are not honest. Tu Yun rolled her eyes at Gao Yan, but did not knock off his hand. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt secretly happy, as if he had received some kind of hint, and became more and more unruly. But just when he was ready to go further, Tu Yun suddenly broke away from his arms with a wicked smile on her face. Gao Yan, who was aroused, didn't understand that he had been fooled by Tu Yun. So he could only say resentfully, Sister Yun, you have become evil. After Tu Yun left, Gao Yan went into the bathroom and took a cold shower before the anger aroused in his heart dissipated. What a big goblin. Gao Yan secretly thought to himself and asked casually, how was the box office of Red Emperor yesterday and today? Red Emperor, boss, yesterday's box office was 164 million, and today's box office has reached 98 million. If there are no accidents, by early morning, there should be 130 million. As expected by Gao Yan, yesterday was the peak of the movie's box office. But it is already very good. It has exceeded 100 million for 5 consecutive days, especially on the third day, it almost exceeded 200 million. The total box office of this movie also reached 742 million. It's definitely over 1 billion, and maybe it can even reach 1.2 billion. This pioneering work has achieved this result, and Xingchen Entertainment can be proud of it. Later, Gao Yan learned about the other 2 movies. Hong Kong Storm still occupies the first place, but its reputation is not very good. Therefore, today's box office barely exceeds 100 million, which is 2 million higher than Brothers in Need. However, the total box office has exceeded 900 million. As for Broken Tower, the decline is even more frightening, with today's box office barely exceeding 30 million. The total box office should not exceed 600 million. And this movie is said to be a large-scale production, with an investment of more than 200 million. It would be good to recover the cost. The popularity of Brothers has not brought much benefit to the 2 male protagonists. After all, they have starred in only a few movies that have exceeded 1 billion. It was Jing Xiaoyu, the heroine, who attracted media attention. Although she doesn't have many scenes. But a newcomer can actually play with 2 movie stars. This alone is enough to envy countless newcomers in the entertainment industry. But what makes the media strange is that if it were another actress Encountering this situation, she would have issued countless press releases and even bought hot searches to increase her popularity. But this Xing Xiaoyu seemed to be invisible. After the movie was released, he neither went on road shows with the two protagonists nor participated in variety shows. Some media even offered to interview her, but they were all rejected. This makes the media who are interested in her very surprised that there are celebrities who don't want to be famous. After all, with Brothers in Trouble becoming a big hit, Xing Xiaoyu can become a little popular as long as he casually catches the traffic of the two male protagonists. Are the agencies behind Xing Xiaoyu all fools? However, Gao Yan somewhat understood why Xing Xiaoyu didn't want to be famous. Xing Xiaoyu doesn't have much ambition. She is also very satisfied with her current life. Once she becomes too famous, she might be targeted by the paparazzi. If her relationship with Gao Yan is exposed, it will bring a lot of trouble to Gao Yan. This is the reason why she immediately disappeared after the release of Brothers in Need. Since Xing Xiaoyu is so sensible, Gao Yan would not treat her badly. From now on, in the A-level or S-level scripts he draws, as long as there are roles suitable for her, she will star in them. Maybe we can create a box office koi character. Brothers in Trouble is just an A-level movie script. A-level movie scripts can reach a box office of more than 1 billion, but what about S-level movie scripts? At least 2 billion. A night of silence. The next morning, Gao Yan and his party took a car to Hongye Villa. The 5-day master lecture has ended. Today and tomorrow are the time for the younger generation to exchange fists and kicks. 3 arenas have been set up in the villa. The rules of the competition are also very simple. No weapons or hidden weapons are allowed. Any warrior under the age of 30 can compete on stage. As long as you defeat 3 people, you can advance to the next round, no need to win consecutively. Therefore, the scene was extremely lively. Even Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi went to the ring to play a few games and qualified for the next round. However, the 2 women probably can only stop there. After all, Sun Ruoshi is only at Mingjin level, while Li Yingnan has not even stepped into Mingjin level, and has not learned boxing yet, only pile skills. As expected, neither Sun Ruoshi nor Li Yingnan made it past the second round. When the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, today's competition among the younger generation is over. 12 people have entered the finals and are waiting to determine the top spot tomorrow. The oldest of these 12 people is already 27 or 80, and the youngest is 23 or 4. Among them, 4 have reached the dark strength and 8 have reached the peak of Ming strength. No one from the martial arts group or the 5 super martial arts families showed up. It seems that they have all tacitly agreed to take action tomorrow. This made Gao Yan slightly disappointed. Go down the mountain to eat and return to the hotel. Gao Yan brought up the system panel, and his physique increased by 5 points, reaching 173 points. He should reach 177 points tomorrow. Still in the abandoned factory building, all 11 danjin of the martial arts group gathered here. Suddenly, a figure flashed. Su Long appears. However, he wore a ferocious bronze ghost mask on his face. Su Long didn't want to wear a mask either. What annoyed him was that the old guy was so shameless. When he slapped him in the face, he used a special technique that made it impossible for his cheek to swell. Although he doesn't still have the appearance of a pig, he is still embarrassed to meet people with his swollen cheeks. Jin Hai and others knew what was going on, but he treated it as if he didn't know. Tell me about the situation you investigated, Su Long said in a deep voice. Team leader, each of the 5 super martial arts families has transferred 8 Danjin to Su City. Su Haihui reported, we haven't figured out the specific cultivation of these Danjin yet. 40 pill powers, it seems that these 5 super martial arts families really want to compete with us, Su Long said with dissatisfaction. They have been domineering for many years. Now we want them to surrender to our military group. How can it be so easy? We will definitely have to fight to the death, Shangguan Yuma said, but team leader, I suggest launching a raid on them tonight to cut off some of their combat power, so that our plan will go more smoothly tomorrow. Wensuemi.cc. No need. Su Long waved his hand, I want to suppress them openly tomorrow, so that the entire martial arts world will be convinced of our martial arts group. Shangguan Yuma hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. Because the shocking effect of defeating the 5 super martial arts families in an upright manner is indeed better than her strategy. This will also make it easier for other martial arts families to return. Early next morning, as soon as he woke up, Gao Yan asked about the box office of Red Emperor number 5 and number 6. The box office of number 5 was 129 million, but it failed to reach 130 million. The box office of number 6 fell directly below 100 million, only 71 million. The 6-day total box office was 841 million. Today is the last day of National Day. It is estimated that the box office will drop a lot. It would be good to have 50 million. Red Leaf Villa. 12 youngsters are vying for the top spot. After 2 hours of fighting, the first place was taken by Jia Feng from the Jia family, a famous martial arts family in Nanhu. Jia Feng is 25 years old and possesses the cultivation level of late Enjin. If it weren't for Gao Yan, the 20-year-old Huajin Grandmaster, he would definitely be the most handsome kid at this martial arts exchange conference. Pity. The limelight was stolen by Gao Yan. Gao Yan, who was in the audience, had a faint smile on his lips and thought to himself, is it finally here? Good. He had already sensed that the Danjin members of the martial arts group had appeared at Hongye Villa. Su Long hasn't shown up yet. Later, using his insight eye to expand the scope of observation, he discovered that people from the 5 super martial arts families were also on their way to Hongye Villa, and they could arrive in 20 minutes at most. October 7th, morning. Red Leaf Villa. The competition among the younger generation has ended, and the first place is won by Jia Feng from the Jia family of the Nanhu martial arts family. Now we invite martial arts master Su Xiaoxiao to present an award to our first place winner. Amid the applause of the crowd, the beautiful old lady with silver hair, but no wrinkles on her face, got up from the audience seat in front and walked towards the stage. This Grandmaster, Su, must have been a peerless beauty when he was young. Son. Ruoshi sighed. That's true. Qi Mingxia smiled and said, Senior Su was indeed a world-famous beauty back then. It is said that Grandmaster Jiang and Grandmaster Chen both pursued her. Then who will embrace the beauty in the end? Li Yingnan asked, curiously. You may not have imagined that in the end, Senior Su married an ordinary person. Qi Mingxia said with some sigh, of course, although the other party is an ordinary person, his talent is outstanding. He was a famous poet and writer at that time. Afterwards, they lived happily together, right? Li Yingnan continued to ask. They were indeed very happy after getting married, but then some changes occurred in the country. The other party's family fled abroad, but Senior Su did not follow him and stayed in the country. Qi Mingxia said with some regret. Gao Yan estimated that the incident that Qi Mingxia mentioned should be from a special period in Daxia. At that time, intellectuals were called smelly old. 9 and their lives were quite difficult. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao had already taken a strip-shaped wooden box from Li's hand, opened it, and took out a short sword of about 50 centimeters. Sneak. Su Xiaoxiao pulled out the dagger directly and let out a clear sword cry. The blade of this dagger is very thin and dark ink in color, but it is quite sharp. Even from a distance, you can feel the coldness coming from this sword. What a sword, it is worthy of Master O's 8 years of hard work. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. When everyone in the audience looked at the sword, their eyes flashed with heat. Soldiers love guns, and warriors naturally love weapons. Especially in ancient times. A magical weapon can even cause a martial arts catastrophe. Nowadays, science and technology has developed, and the magic weapons of ancient times can be created through advanced technology. But Gao Yan was sure that no matter how advanced technology was now, it would not be possible to create the dagger in front of him. Because he felt a charm from this sword. Could it be that if someone offered a price of 1 billion, Master O would not be willing to sell this dagger? Su Xiaoxiao inserted the dagger into the scabbard again and handed it to Jia Feng, who couldn't wait. When Jia Feng got the dagger, he looked at it with obsession. I'm afraid that even if he goes to bed at night, he will sleep with this dagger in his arms. Master, do you like this sword? Sun Ruashi asked. What, you want to buy it for me? Gao Yan asked with a smile. If Master likes it, I can try it. No. Gao Yan waved his hand, I don't need it. Although he was a little tempted by this dagger, it didn't matter if he bought it back. After all, he was about to step into Gangjin, and a magic weapon could not improve his strength. Once the awards are over, this martial arts exchange conference is over. Although the second and third place did not receive rewards, they also got the opportunity to be taught their martial arts by Danjin warriors. Wait. Suddenly, a figure flashed. A middle-aged martial artist appeared on the stage. It was Jin Hai, the deputy leader of the martial arts group. Introducing myself, I, the deputy leader of the martial arts group, Jin Hai. Just want to use this martial arts exchange conference to announce something. Jin Hai did not have a microphone in his hand, but his loud voice reached the ears of everyone present. Regarding the appearance of Jin Hai, those who knew the inside story were not surprised, but those who did not know the inside story were a little surprised. Who was this person and what kind of organization he mentioned? Next, Jin Hai briefly introduced the background and origin of the lower martial arts group. Then, he said in a deep voice, according to the order from the superiors. From now on, the martial arts group will integrate the entire martial arts world and use it for Daxia. Who is in favor and who is against it? We object. At this time, 5 voices sounded together. Then, I saw the heads of the 5 super martial arts families coming with a group of Danjin. Gao Yan looked back at the people from the super martial arts family. It seems that they were really pressed by the martial arts group. Each family actually brought 8 Danjin, and there were 5 at the peak of Danjin, 10 at the late stage of Danjin, and 13 at the middle stage of Danjin. It is estimated that the 5 super martial arts families have brought all the masters within the family. Where's Su Long? Let him get out. Lu Shifeng strode out and looked around with sharp eyes. Why, it's already this time and you still want to be a coward? Yes, you, Jin Hai, alone are not qualified to integrate our martial arts world. Nangong Xian agreed. Just then, the sound of helicopter propellers suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon, a helicopter appeared above Hongya Villa, and immediately after the hatch opened, a tall figure appeared at the hatch and jumped. Boom! The ground shook and dust flew. The hard ground also cracked in all directions at the point of impact. When the dust clears, a tall man wearing a bronze ghost mask and a black outfit appeared in everyone's sight. He easily pulled out his feet that were stuck in the ground, and his cold eyes swept over everyone, and then fell on the 5 family heads. I am Su Long. Puff. A laugh suddenly broke out in the silent scene. Yes, it was Gao Yan who made the laugh. The way Su Long appeared was indeed quite domineering, and it could be said that it shocked everyone present. The reason why he laughed was that he found that Su Long's cheeks were still swollen under the mask. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of the scene where Su Long's mask fell off. Su Long turned around and saw that it was Gao Yan who was laughing. His cheek muscles under the mask twitched slightly, and he turned back unnaturally. The integration of the martial arts world is the general trend. Anyone who opposes it will be the enemy of our martial arts group and the enemy of Daxia. Our armed forces have always had only one attitude towards the enemy, and that is never to tolerate them. What a loud tone. At this time, people from the 5 super martial arts families also came to their senses. Su Long, if you want to integrate the martial arts world, you must first defeat our 5 families. Lu Shifeng sneered, and then, with a wave of his hand, he saw a total of 40 Danjin from 5 families shooting out, landing around Su Long, and surrounding him. Humph, a bunch of chickens and dogs are vulnerable. After scanning the 40 Danjin around him, Su Long showed no signs of falseness and instead spoke with contempt. At the same time, Shangguan Yuma, the other deputy leader of the martial arts group, also appeared with 9 pill powers. Similarly, Jiang Yan Wang, Su Xiaoxiao, Qing Yujiang and Lu Taimin all joined Shangguan Yuma's team with some helplessness. Do it. A chill flashed in Lu Shifeng's eyes, and he shouted sharply. Immediately, a melee between the 5 major families and the martial arts group began. The warriors who came to participate in the martial arts exchange conference retreated one after another to avoid being affected by the battle. Die. Su Long's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He pointed out 2 fingers directly. Suddenly, 2 blood-red auras shot out like lightning. Puff. Puff. Lu Badian, the peak of Danjin of the Lu family, and Nangong Yubao, the peak of Danjin of the Nangong family, were immediately pierced through the eyebrows by the aura. Both of them had some disbelief and unwillingness on their faces. They were the peak of Danjin, but they died in Su Long's hands in a fight. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the 2 fell almost at the same time, causing the other Danjins of the 5 super families to stagnate. Dad! Father! Lu Shifeng and Nangong Xian cried out in grief one after another. Kill Su Long for me, I want him to pay for his blood debt with blood. Lu Shifeng shouted with a ferocious face. Then, the 7 Danjins of the Lu family rushed towards Su Long without hesitation. Kill him. Nangong Xian also shouted, so the 7 Danjin of the Nangong family also rushed towards Su Long. Originally, Su Long wanted to get rid of the other 3 Danjin peaks. But the death of the 2 Danjin peaks has aroused the vigilance of the other 3 Danjin peaks. It is not so easy to kill again. Besides, the 2 Dan Jins rushing towards him should not be underestimated. This Su Long still has some brains. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan nodded secretly. You two come with me, surround and kill Su Long. The Danjin peak of the Dongfang family pondered for a moment, and then made a decision, taking 2 Danjin late stages to join the crowd that surrounded and killed Su Long. Following that, the 2 Danjin peaks of the Ouyang family and the Dong family also woke up and directly took 2 Danjin late stages to kill Su Long. For a while, Su Long was directly besieged by 24 Danjin masters. The remaining 14 Danjins of the 5 families fought against the Danjins of the Wu group. Jin Hai did not make a move. He stood at the edge of the battlefield as a support. Once Su Long can't hold on, he has to go to support him. The strength, speed and defense of Danjin warriors are far behind those of Gangjin warriors. But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands after all. What's more, there are 48 hands. And everyone is fighting for their lives, so it's impossible for them to fight you with bare hands. Various weapons and hidden weapons are constantly hitting Su Long. For a moment, Su Long actually felt restrained and felt that his strength was completely unable to be fully exerted. Dozens of Danjin warriors were fighting in a melee, and the movement was quite huge. There was no intact place on the stone slabs on the ground, and from time to time, flying stones shot around and injured the spectators. Therefore, except for those who were protected by Hua Jin, the others retreated again. Gao Yan didn't retreat much. With his Danjin, there were also Tu Yun, Qi Mingxia and other Hua Jin warriors. Those flying stones that shot in could be easily smashed. Roar. Suddenly, a roar like a beast came from the field. It was Su Long who knew that it would not work if he continued to fight like this, so he used a martial art that he had cultivated after entering Gangjin. Dragon Roar iron cloth shirt. His already tall body suddenly swelled a lot, and it looked like he was 2 meters and 2 meters tall. Accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing, Su Long's loose clothes could not cover his extremely strong body. With a puff, the clothes on his upper body actually shattered and turned into pieces of debris that shot around. Dragon Fist. The fist was as powerful as a dragon, tearing open the void and hitting the chests of 3 Danjin warriors one after another. The 3 Danjin warriors were knocked out on the spot. In midair, they vomited blood. After falling to the ground, their breath became weak and they lost the strength to fight again. Dang dang dang. After Su Long knocked the 3 people away, the surrounding Danjin also took advantage of the situation to kill. One weapon after another chopped at him, but it made a sound of metal clashing. Under the sunlight, Su Long's bronze body was actually shining with golden light, domineering and dazzling. Wow! Su Long reached out and grabbed a knife and a sword. With his hands together, he kneaded the 2 swords into 2 iron balls and smashed them at the 2 Dan Jin. Kneading iron into mud, so strong. Qi Mingxia was shocked when she saw this scene. Puff puff puff. At this time, Su Long seized the opportunity to shoot 3 more gongqi. However, this time he shot not at the center of the eyebrows, but at the heart. Suddenly, 3 more Danjin were killed. The number of Danjin besieging him has been reduced to 18. However, the serious injury and death of his companions did not scare away the Group of Danjin. Those who can reach the level of Danjin are not lacking in courage and wisdom. Therefore, Su Long's brutal behavior not only did not scare them, but also aroused their fighting spirit, becoming more ferocious, and all their moves were killing moves. Of course, there is also a possibility, that is, they know that if they lose today, the family that has lasted for hundreds of years will be destroyed. They have to fight desperately. Su Long continued to be brutal, killing 5 Danjin in just 5 minutes. But his own consumption was not small. He was even hit several times. Although he didn't seem to be injured, his speed was reduced by half. Especially the 3 Danjin peaks, they were quite cunning. They didn't attack Su Long directly, but kept wandering around him, like peerless assassins, and once they had the chance, they would launch a shocking attack. Therefore, the 3 of them brought great pressure to Su Long, even stronger than facing the remaining 10 Danjin. The melee on the other side was in a stalemate, because they all knew that they were not the protagonists of this battle. The real protagonist was still Su Long's side. Especially Jiang Yanwang and the other 4, who were typical of working but not putting in any effort. They all found an early Danjin to fight. Obviously, the opponent was not as good as them, but they fought evenly. They were not afraid that Su Long would give them a hard time. First of all, they were not young anymore, all in their 80s and 90s. And they joined the Wu group under duress, and had no idea of getting promoted. Secondly, they did not form their own forces. Even if Su Long wanted to control them, he had no way. Finally, the Wu group was a state institution after all. What's the matter with knowing that they were not putting in any effort? Could Su Long still kill them? What's more, it was still unknown who would win or lose in this battle. Once Su Long lost, it was unknown whether the Wu group would still exist. They were even more unwilling to fight to the death. At this moment, the Danjin peak of the Dong family found an opportunity. His speed suddenly doubled, and he stabbed Su Long in the lower abdomen with a sword. Bang! Su Long knocked the Danjin peak of the Dong family away with a punch, but he couldn't chase him because the other 2 Danjin peaks attacked from 2 directions. Swish! 2 streams of energy shot out, but they only shattered the weapons of the 2 Danjin peaks and failed to hurt them. The Danjin peak of the Dong family also regrouped and attacked again. With the attacks of the other 10 Danjins, Su Long was beaten back for a while. At this time, Jin Hai couldn't stand by and rushed to the Danjin peak of the Dong family. But the Dong family didn't fight, but asked a Danjin late stage to greet Jin Hai. Master, who do you think will win? Li Yingnan asked. Gao Yan said, Su Long has consumed 8 of his qi. If he can use the remaining 2 qi to kill 2 Danjin peaks, he can win. Otherwise, his chances of winning are really slim. How did Grandmaster Gao make that judgment? Qi Mingxia asked curiously. Gao Yan smiled, I guessed. Boom. 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 Su Long once again repelled 3 Danjin peaks who used their ultimate moves on him, took 2 steps back, and shouted to the crowd, Gao Yan, give me a hand, I, Su Long, owe you a favor. Hearing Su Long's shout, everyone looked at Gao Yan, wondering at the same time, was Su Long beaten silly? Gao Yan was only Hua Jin, what qualifications did he have to participate in this battle? Gao Yan was also a little surprised. Did Su Long have a what brain? Why did he think he would help him? If you don't add insult to injury, you can't help him. How can you help him? So he shouted into the field, Team Leader Su, you think highly of me. I am. Just a little Huajin. I have no right to interfere in your battle. Gao Yan, I apologize to you for what happened at Tianyun Club before. As long as you help me this time, not only will I owe you a favor, but the entire martial arts group will also owe you a favor, okay? Su Long said again. Gao Yan frowned. I'm sorry, Team Leader Su, this is a matter between you and the 5 major families. Unless I don't have the strength, even if I have the strength, I won't interfere. And all the warriors watching the battle couldn't help but whisper. Why would Su Long ask Gao Yan for help? Isn't he just at the peak of his strength? That's right, this is so weird. It seems like if Gao Yan helps, Su Long can turn the tide of the battle. Seeing that Gao Yan still had no intention of taking action, Su Long gritted his teeth and said, Gao Yan, you can hide it from other people's eyes, but you can't hide it from mine. You are at the pinnacle of Danjin, right? Wow. After hearing Su Long's words, everyone present was in an uproar. The peak of energy at the age of 20 is already enough to defy the heavens. Now Gao Yan has become the peak of Danjin. Is it possible to reach the peak of Danjin at the age of 20? I'm afraid it's impossible to start practicing Qigong from your mother's womb. Right? Hearing Su Long reveal his true cultivation level, Gao Yan felt a little angry in his heart, but he said, Team Leader Su really knows how to joke. At the peak of Danjin at the age of 20, will anyone believe it? Besides, the matter between you two has nothing to do with me at all, so why would Team Leader Su drag me into trouble? Su Long refused to give up and said, Gao Yan, I have no intention of dragging you into trouble, but I have no choice. If you help me defeat them, I can invite you to join the martial arts group. With your talent and strength, you will reach Gangjin sooner or later. How about I recommend you to be the new team leader after I step down? Facing the pie thrown by Su Long, Gao Yan was not fooled. I'm sorry, Captain Su, I really don't have the strength. Also, I have no idea of joining the martial arts group. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal again, Su Long was very angry. Gao Yan, don't force me to expose your other big secret, or say that you are unwilling to take action because you just want to benefit from it. Hearing this, Gao Yan laughed angrily. Su Long, are you a mad dog? If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will help them beat you. Ha ha ha, you're in a hurry. Su Long laughed. If you dare to help them, I will expose your big secret. The worst I can do is fail the mission, and the 5 of them will turn around and join forces to deal with you. What the hell? Seeing Su Long's face, Gao Yan regretted a little. He shouldn't have let this guy go so easily that night. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of others, but it led to countless speculations. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't help me, I will expose your secret. Seeing the embarrassed look on Gao Yan's face, Su Long couldn't help laughing. Okay, just expose it. If you dare to expose it, I will attack your martial arts group today. Gao Yan sneered. Seeing Gao Yan's indifferent attitude, Su Long was a little surprised. In his opinion, Gao Yan's Gangjin master must be planning something after hiding for so many years. Once exposed, it would definitely be detrimental to his plans. That's why he threatened Gao Yan with this secret, thinking that Gao Yan would give in. But he didn't understand Gao Yan's character, who typically took the soft rather than the hard. When the people around me heard what Gao Yan said, they were all shocked and surprised. Gao Yan dared to say that he specialized in fighting martial arts. Doesn't that mean that he was really at the peak of his alchemy power? Brother Gao, the martial arts group's behavior is too domineering. Once the martial arts group succeeds, I'm afraid the entire martial arts world will become the martial arts group's lackeys. Why not join forces with us? At this time, Lu Shifeng spoke. That's right, Brother Gao, even if you don't join forces with us, don't help. Su Long, Namgong Xian followed. As long as you don't take action, my Dongfang family owes you a favor. Dongfang Lin said. My Nangong family also owes you a favor. Then, the three families also stated that as long as Gao Yan did not take action, they all owed him a favor. At this time, Su Long laughed again. Haha, you still owe him a favor. Do you know that Gao Yan's master is also Gang Jin? I am far from Gao Yan's opponent. But the other party did not kill me. He left. If you let me go, I will lead my martial arts team to fight with you so that both sides will lose, so that he can act as a fisherman. After hearing Su Long's confusing words, the 5 super martial arts families really became somewhat suspicious of Gao Yan. After all, the 5 major families are so powerful, but none of them gave birth to Gang Jin. To achieve Gang Jin, a lot of resources must be consumed, so they were very suspicious that Grandmaster Gao Yan also commanded a large force. If they fight with Su Long and both lose, there is a real possibility that the master behind Gao Yan will take advantage of them. I'm a bit underestimating Su Long's mind, Gao Yan said secretly. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart was lifted, and he thought of a possibility. In fact, Su Long wanted to give up, but he couldn't save face, so he deliberately invited him to help. It would be great if he helps, but if he refuses, the other party will take the opportunity to bring up the fact that he has Gang Jin master, which will make the 5 major families fearful and give up. Fuck, this bastard looks rough, but is full of calculations. WWW. But how can I be so easy to calculate? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, don't fall for Su Long's plan to sow discord. To show my sincerity, I will help you to repel the Wu group. Okay, thank you Brother Gao. The 5 family heads are also old foxes. Since Gao Yan is willing to help, it is beneficial to them. As for whether there is a conspiracy, we will talk about it later. Su Long's face became extremely gloomy, because he did not expect that Gao Yan would help the 5 major families. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan took action. I saw his figure flashing, and Gao Yan appeared behind Hu Lei. Bang! A punch fell, and Hu Lei was knocked away. You go to besiege Su Long, Gao Yan said to Dan Jin, who was fighting with Hu Lei. Thank you, Grandmaster Gao, for your help. The opponent clasped his fists towards Gao Yan, and then rushed towards Su Long. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Gao fought well. The 5 great families were greatly inspired. Afterwards, Gao Yan attacked one after another, injuring the Dan Jin of the Wu group, freeing their opponents and letting them besiege Su Long. Of course, Gao Yan did not kill them. In just a few tens of seconds, Gao Yan had already freed 6 Dan Jin, which doubled the pressure on Su Long. And the spectators around were also shocked. Gao Yan's strength was too strong. The Dan Jin of the Wu group was not even a match for him. It also confirmed the fact that Gao Yan's Dan Jin was at the peak. After another few tens of seconds, Gao Yan injured all the Dan Jin of the Wu group. Then he looked at Jiang Yanwang and the other 4 old seniors, please Stop. Thank you, little brother, for giving us 6 faces. Jiang Yanwang said gratefully. Because they all knew that if Gao Yan attacked, they would not be able to stop him. Originally, there were only 13 Danjins besieging Sulong. This time, Gao Yan released the Danjins of the 5 major families, and he was besieged by 27 Danjins. Originally, under the siege of 13 Danjin, Sulong already seemed to be struggling. Now, 14 more pill powers have been added. His situation became worse and worse. If it weren't for the dragon's iron cloth shirt, which made his defense extremely abnormal, he would have been injured long ago. But the key point is that no matter how strong Longyin iron cloth shirt is, there is still a limit. In addition, activating the Dragon Roar Iron Shirt will also consume one's own energy and blood. After a long battle, 60% of the energy and blood in his body had been consumed. Now he has to maintain the Dragonine Iron Cloth Shirt and deal with the 27 Danjin. Therefore, the remaining 40% of qi and blood can last for up to 10 minutes. For a moment, he felt regretful. Why should you plot against Gao Yan? This time it is a waste of money. Looking at Sulong, struggling to support himself, Gao Yan secretly laughed. You idiot, if you dare to scheme against me, I will make you suffer more. As for whether Sulong will be killed by the 5 major families, he wasn't worried at all. Because reinforcements from the military group are already on their way. It will come in a few minutes at most. Brother Gao, can you attack Sulong? At this time, Lu Shifeng said to Gao Gao. Upon hearing this, a sneer suddenly appeared on Gao Yan's face. Why, I just helped you, and now you turn around and plot against me? The current situation was caused by Gao Yan. If he joins the siege of Sulong, Sulong will definitely stare at him and fight. Don't look at Sulong, who is already at a disadvantage. If he wants to fight by staring at a Danjin, that Danjin will die. The probability is still very high. Brother Gao, don't get me wrong. How dare I plot against you? I just want a quick victory. Lu Shifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of vague resentment, and he said with a smile. Better not. Gao Yan said lightly, not giving Lu Shifeng a good look, which made Lu Shifeng feel even more resentful. After all, Lu Chongshan died in Nandu for no apparent reason. Before, he suspected that it was the martial arts group that did it. Now that he knew that Gao Yan was at the peak of his Danjin, he knew that Lu Chongshan would most likely die at the hands of Gao Yan. Therefore, after seeing that they had the upper hand, he had the idea of scheming and arrogant. Bang bang bang. At this time, several attacks landed on Sulong's chest, lower abdomen, and back. Although he was not injured, it also made his dragon's iron cloth shirt a little darker. Come die. Sulong shouted violently, raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers. Blood-red gang qi shot out, hitting the eyebrows of 2 people in the early stage of Danjin. In an instant, the 2 of them fell to the sky unwillingly and lost their lives. See this. 3 peak Danjin took the opportunity to attack. The other Danjin also worked tacitly to create opportunities for the 3 of them. Then, Sulong was knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. Although they still failed to seriously injure Sulong, joy appeared on their faces. They failed to defeat Sulong in several sneak attacks, and now Sulong was defeated by them. Doesn't it mean that his condition has declined a lot? This cheered up Danjin, who was besieging Sulong, and saw the dawn of victory. A look of confusion also appeared on Su Long's face. Now, he still has energy left. Can escape. But once he escapes, those injured in the martial arts group will definitely become the targets of the 5 major families to vent their anger. After all, he killed a lot of Dan Jin today. If he doesn't run away, once his energy and blood are exhausted, he will die. He couldn't help but think about it, and Dan Jin from the 5 families came to kill him again. You all will die. Su Long went crazy, completely ignoring the attack and attacking crazily. Bang bang bang. In an instant, 3 Dan Jin were knocked away by him and seriously injured. However, there were also 7 or 8 Dan Jin attacks that fell on him. Although they were all neutralized by Longing Iron Cloth Shirt, they consumed most of his energy and blood, leaving only 30% of his energy and blood. Next, Su Long fought 2 more people and severely injured 3 people. But the energy and blood have dropped to 20%. Lao Jiao, go quickly. At this time, Jin Hai traded his wounds for injuries and killed the late Dan Jin man, then flew behind Su Long to help him resist the attack from behind. If I don't leave, you won't survive if I leave. With Jin Hai helping to block a position, Su Long felt much more relaxed. You can keep the green hills without worrying about having firewood. Jin Hai said angrily, you are Gang Jin. As long as you don't die today, you still have a chance to destroy them, but if you die here today, you will never have a chance again. Su Long showed hesitation. What are you still hesitating about? Go quickly. Jin Hai urged. Su Long suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted sternly, Boss, brothers and sisters, I, Su Long, am sorry for you, but I swear that I will avenge you one day. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Long soared directly into the sky, rushing to an altitude of more than 10 meters. Then he opened his arms, like an eagle, spreading its wings, and rushed straight to Gao Yan's position. Gao Yan, you killed my brothers and sisters, I will kill you first. Su Long's eyes flashed with intense ferocity and murderous intent. In an instant, he had jumped from the sky to 3 meters in front of Gao Yan. Facing Su Long who came to attack him, Gao Yan didn't panic at all. I know something big is going to happen today. So, he was wearing a suit. The title of suit thug can increase his constitution by 10 points. Therefore, his current physique has reached 187 points. Although not as good as Su Long. But now, Su Long's qi and blood are only 20% left, not to mention, his gang qi has also been exhausted. So, I saw Gao Yan twisting his waist and swinging his arms, and his fists were like a python coming out of a cave, heading straight for Su Long. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other, making a loud noise. And visible air waves spread in all directions from the place where the 2 fists collided. It spread for 5 to 6 meters before dissipating. At the same time, Su Long's tall and strong body was beaten into the sky. As for Gao Yan, he took 2 hard steps back. Every time he took a step back, the ground beneath his feet would sink several inches. How is that possible? Su Long, who was in the air, felt unbelievable. Although his punch did not reach the peak, it still had the power of 7 or 8,000 kilograms. Even if it could not kill Gao Yan with 1 punch. But at least it can seriously hurt him. Now he only took 2 steps back. Su Long, although you are Gang Jin, I look down on you. If you plot against me, you should expect that I will fight back. Now, your plot has failed and you cannot bear the consequences. You actually hate me, the person who was plotted against. Gao Yan said coldly to Su Long, who fell on the ground. But for some unknown reason, Dan Jin from the 5 families did not catch up and surround Su Long at this time. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. As for their intentions, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. No matter what you say, I will not let you go today. Unless your master is around, you are dead. Su Long sneered and came to kill again. Just you? Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, but there was an extra card in his hand. Go ahead, dizzy card. The card turned into an invisible light and fell on Su Long, and his mind fell into dizziness. At this time, Gao Yan's figure popped up and landed in front of Su Long. He raised his hand and punched dozens of times, all of which hit Su Long's chest. Then, they saw that Su Long was like a deflated balloon, his tall and strong body shrinking rapidly, but his long iron cloth shirt was torn. Puff! Su Long spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body became extremely tired. Quick, kill him. When Lu Shifeng saw this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and quickly gave orders to the Lu family's Dan Jin. Suddenly, all the elixir energy of the 5 major families shot out, intending to kill Su Long. But at this time, a group of people came quickly, shouting, "Stop, stop everyone!" The person who came was none other than Director Luo Bureau of Bureau S. Accompanied by Deputy Director Luo Bing, and Fei Yuanhua, the only Dan Jin of Bureau S. In addition, they were followed by more than 20 Hua Jin. In normal times, 1 pill energy and more than 20 transformation energy would definitely be an extremely powerful force. But in Hongya Villa at this moment, it seems a bit insignificant. Therefore, no one will obey Luo Ju's orders. Still rushing towards Su Long, wanting to kill him here. But when they were 3 meters closer to Su Long's body, the 6 Dan Jin, who rushed towards Su Long, all felt their scalps numb, as if a disaster was about to happen. Subconsciously, they all stopped and flew back. Then, gunfire rang out. More than 10 deep pits were directly smashed into the ground. Large caliber sniper rifle. Someone exclaimed. Gao Yan was not surprised by this. 6 sniper teams have been ambushed around Hongya Villa. These snipers are not strong in martial arts and are just mean Jin, but with large caliber sniper rifles in their hands, they can already threaten Grandmaster Dan Jin. Just then, there was a sound of neat steps. Immediately afterwards, thousands of fully armed soldiers marched in. These thousands of soldiers are all well equipped, and the weapons they use are the most advanced thermal weapons in Daxia at the moment. Seeing this made everyone's eyebrows jump, and many people had the idea of escaping from this place immediately. As for Dan Jin from the 5 major families, they did not dare to act rashly. It is true that Dan Jin can withstand firearms. But facing thousands of well-equipped soldiers, they still dared not resist. Don't talk about Dan Jin. Even if Gang Jin faced so many well-equipped soldiers, he would not dare to bear it. Of course, with their speed, as long as they don't choose to carry it forward. But run away, the chance of escape is still very high. Team Leader Su, are you okay? Luo Ju personally helped Su Long up. It's okay, I can't die. A look of embarrassment flashed across Su Long's face. I'm telling you a joke. Originally, he should have joined forces with Bureau S for this operation, but as a result, because of his arrogance and overconfidence, he almost caused the entire Dan Jin army in the military group to be wiped out. In the end, Bureau S had to bring someone to rescue him. Luo Ju, our mission failed today, and it has a lot to do with Gao Yan. Catch. him quickly. Su Long glanced at Gao Yan and sneered. Suddenly, Gao Yan frowned and looked at the group of people in Bureau S. Warily, but he did not defend himself. If the other party really wants to arrest him, he will never give up. Luo Ju, it's no wonder Gao Yan is doing this. If Su Long hadn't plotted against him, he wouldn't have intervened at all. At this time, Tu Yun stood up to defend Gao Yan. That's right, it's obviously this big guy's fault. Why should I arrest my master? Li Yingnan also said. Subsequently, Sun Ruoshi, Sun Yuanlin and Qin Zhihui all stood up to defend Gao Yan. Even Jiang Yanwang and the 4 others said a word for Gao Yan. At this time, Luo Ju smiled. I still have a certain understanding of Mr. Gao. This matter is probably a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Long was quite angry. Director Luo, what do you mean? Leader Su, don't be angry, the overall situation is the most important thing. In everything, Luo Ju said meaningfully. After being reminded by Luo Ju, Su Long also woke up from his hatred and realized that Gao Yan also had a master with peak strength, so it would be easy to catch Gao Yan. Once he is caught and his master is angered, who will bear the responsibility? If the other party does something extreme, and the other party will probably not let him go. Gao Yan, let's wait and see. I hope one day you won't fall into my hands. Su Long stared at Gao Yan coldly and threatened. Then if team leader Su wants to plot against me in the future, he'd better think more comprehensively, lest the plot fails and he suffers a big loss. Gao Yan curled his lips disapprovingly. Hearing this, Su Long was furious. Later, Luo Ju signaled that everyone except the 5 aristocratic families could leave. Everyone felt like they had been pardoned. They all left Hongya Villa. Master, will the members of the 5 great families be destroyed? Sun Ruoshi asked, curiously. Won't. Gao Yan said, the 5 major families still have Dan Jin, who has not arrived. If they kill the Dan Jin present, the remaining Dan Jin will definitely retaliate crazily. Su Long and the Wu Group's Dan Jin are both injured, so it will be difficult to stop them live, so the best way is to let it go. Brother Gao, you have to be careful in the future. Su Long seems to be quite hostile to you. Qin Zhihui reminded. I know. Gao Yan nodded. Su Long, who had just broken through, was arrogant and did not take the world's warriors seriously, but he suffered a big loss. This time, you should learn to be smarter. If he really wants to continue to fight against him and make him angry, the worst he can do is consume another Gang Jin experience card to kill him. Besides, he himself was about to be promoted to Gang Jin, although Su Long broke through first. But it's definitely not an opponent like him. As expected, Luo Ju did not attack anyone from the 5 major families. And after some discussion, the 2 sides also reached an agreement. That is, Su Long can no longer take action against their 5 major families. But the 5 major families cannot interfere with the martial arts world. This incident seemed to be a happy one. But both sides were holding back their anger and hatred. There won't be another conflict for a while, but one day in the future, the 2 sides will definitely do it again. This martial arts exchange conference is different from usual. Not only did everyone know about the mysterious organization Wu Gue, but they also knew how terrifying Gang Jin was. At the same time, Gao Yan also became famous in one battle. And his name was spread by word of mouth and became famous throughout the martial arts world. He doesn't care about such a famous reputation. After all, he has no ambitions. in the martial arts world. But fame doesn't come without its benefits. Soon after he returned to the hotel, he received a lot of phone calls. Gao Yan declined all of this. He also stated that he would report a party tomorrow and hoped that everyone would come to attend. As more and more people called and visited the hotel in person, Gao Yan had no choice but to find someone to spread the word and hold a party at the Mingshi Hotel tomorrow night. Grandmaster Gao, how does it feel to be famous? Tu Yun teased with a smile. This is not what I want. Gao Yan smiled bitterly. I'm sure that tomorrow night's party will bring you a large number of orders. Tu Yun said with a smile, if you don't like it, I can help you. Reject it. Forget it, I don't like fame, I like money. Gao Yan said quickly. I really don't understand you, why do you make so much money? Tu Yun said in confusion. Gao Yan was not embarrassed about this, and said frankly, I don't love power, fame, luxury cars and mansions, but I can't resist money and beauty. Besides, in this life, you have to have a few hobbies, otherwise life would be too boring. That's right. Tu Yun nodded, by the way, your cultivation level has improved a lot. How far is it from Gangjin? Soon. Gao Yan smiled. You guys are simply a monster. You only gained strength when I met you. In just a short time, you have almost reached the level of strength. Tu Yun said, with some emotion. Deep in the Songshan mountain, there is a large temple hidden in the dense forest. All the people living here are warrior monks with big waists and strong arms. In a Buddhist temple in the backyard of the temple, a tall old monk is sitting cross-legged. He is closing his eyes and slowly twisting the Buddhist beads in his hand, chanting scriptures in his mouth, and he looks particularly pious. Suddenly, a middle-aged warrior monk stepped into the Buddhist temple and bowed to the old monk. Disciple greets the abbot. The old monk ignored him and continued to twist the Buddhist beads and chant scriptures. The middle-aged warrior monk was not annoyed at all. He stood straight with his hands clasped together and stood there quietly waiting. About a quarter of an hour later, the old monk slowly opened his eyes, still with his back to the middle-aged monk. Fa Xiong, has the matter of Hongye Villa come to a conclusion? To return to the head monk, things are a little beyond our expectations. Next, the middle-aged monk recounted what happened in Hongye Villa in detail, and even repeated Su Long and Gao Yan's words word for word, as if he was there. After listening, the old monk remained silent and did not express his opinion. The middle-aged monk was a little anxious. Head monk, do you know who Gao Yan's master is? I don't know. The old monk said lightly. Do we need to send someone to investigate his origins? The middle-aged monk asked again. No need. The old monk shook his head. Why? The middle-aged monk was puzzled. Over the years, the official side has always suspected that there is a Gangjin here, and has also been secretly exploring the bottom. Now, the appearance of a Gangjin can just divert their attention. The old monk said in a deep voice. Master, we can actually cooperate with the government. With our strength, we will definitely be valued once we join the government. The middle-aged monk asked in confusion. He is a monk. Although he is also a monk, he usually eats meat and practices martial arts. He rarely recites scriptures and comprehends Zen, so he naturally has a utilitarian mind. Therefore, he doesn't understand why the monks in their inner courtyard are so powerful, but they have been hiding in the mountains for many years to practice martial arts. And the skills they have learned are basically useless. Take him for example, he is the strongest among the FA generation, and he has entered the Gangjin 3 years ago. But such a Gangjin master is still hiding in this old temple in the mountains with those ordinary monks. He also asked the master many times. Since they don't come out of the mountains, why do they practice such martial arts? But the master never gave him an answer. Fa Xiang, I know you have always had doubts in your heart. The old monk slowly stood up and faced Fa Xiang. We practice martial arts, not for fame and fortune, but for only one purpose, that is to protect the Dharma. But master, the situation outside is different now. It is a peaceful and prosperous era, and we are not needed at all. Fa Xiang said unconvincedly, we have practiced a lot of skills, but we are going to die in the mountains. Isn't this a waste of skills? Ah. The old monk sighed softly, knowing that Fa Xiang was already dissatisfied and resentful. If he was forced to stay in the mountains, it would probably be of no benefit to his soul and practice. So, he said in a deep voice, after 3 days, you will go down the mountain with Fian, Falong and Fei's. Fa Xiang was stunned, and then overjoyed. Thank you, master, for your help. Go down. The old monk waved his hand. Disciple, I'm leaving. After Fa Xiang saluted the old monk, he left the Buddhist temple. After watching the Dharma image leave, the old monk slowly walked into the backyard of the Buddhist temple and stepped into the dense forest through the back door of the temple. He walked slowly along the way. Finally, he came to the bottom of a cliff. 3 caves more than 2 meters deep were dug out on the cliff. In the cave, 3 old monks with wrinkled faces, like stone sculptures, sat cross-legged. They didn't know how many years they had been sitting here. The clothes on their bodies seemed to have decayed. There was only a bowl of clear water in front of him. Hello, 3 brothers. The old monk Jiwawu put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. The old monk in the middle cave slowly opened his eyes, but his eyes were a little dull. Then, his eyes fell on the old monk and asked, why is Junior Brother Jiwawu here? Has something happened in the temple? No. Jiwawu shook his head. Senior brother Jiwashan has practiced hard for many years. Have you gained anything? The 3 monks sitting cross-legged in the 3 caves are all his senior brothers. They have practiced hard here for decades, just to break through to a higher realm. A little gain. Jiwashan smiled. Then is it possible to reach the state of seeing the gods indestructible? Jiwawu asked again. Seeing the gods indestructible is the next realm of Gangjin. Unfortunately, the 4 brothers have entered Gangjin for many years. But they have not touched the threshold of seeing the gods indestructible for many years. Jiwashan shook his head, difficult. Ah. Jiwawu sighed softly. Junior brother is obsessed. Jiwashan said softly. Brother, you are right. I am indeed obsessed. Jiwu said ashamedly, it's just that we have been searching for decades, but still have no clue of seeing the gods and not being destroyed. I am a little unwilling to give up. His words also evoked Ju Shan's memories. He stared at the sky with his eyes. And it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He apologized and said, sorry, I am old and always like to be in a daze. Since you can't achieve seeing the gods and not being destroyed, brothers, why don't you give up? Jiwu persuaded. He was already suffering from practicing in the deep mountains and old forests, but these 3 brothers sat in this cave all year round, and there was no difference between being alive and dead. Let's just leave it at that. Jiwashan smiled calmly. I've been chasing it for decades, and I can't let it go. Yeah. Jiwawu smiled bitterly. His senior brothers couldn't let it go, so how could he let it go? It's just that he locked himself in a temple in the mountains, and his 3 senior brothers trapped themselves in a cave. Maybe, the Dharma image that comes down the mountain can give me a surprise, he said secretly. In the early morning of that night, in the hotel room in Sioux City, Gao Yan asked, Xiaohong, how much is the box office today? Hong Huang, boss, today's box office has dropped to 48 million. Gao Yan was not surprised by this, and the movie has been released for 7 days, not to mention that today is the last day of the holiday. It is estimated that starting from tomorrow, the box office will continue to fall. Just when he was about to go to bed, Wensuemi.cc. Lu Hani sent him a WeChat message. Lu Su, are you okay? Gao Yan, what can happen to me? Lu Su, I heard that you had a conflict with the Wu group. Gao Yan, that's true. The main reason is that the leader of the Wu group is a fool. He insisted on dragging me down. I had no choice. Lu Su, congratulations, you've really made a name for yourself this time. Gao Yan, are you really congratulating me? Lu Su, of course I really do. Gao Yan, thank you, how is your business going recently? Lu Su, 1 word, tired, 3 words, very tired, I even want to give up. Gao Yan, is it that exaggerated? I've also started a business, and I don't feel that tired. I'll teach you a trick. You have to learn to delegate power. Professional matters should be left to professionals. You are the boss, you just need to give orders. Lu Su, that makes sense. I'll try it. Gao Yan chatted with Lu Hani for a while, and the other party didn't respond. Gao Yan estimated that the other party should have fallen asleep while chatting. Sure enough, in the early morning of the next day, Lu Hani sent an apology. On WeChat, I'm sorry for last night. I was too tired, so I fell asleep while chatting with you. October 8th, just after 6 p.m. Gao Yan and his group walked out of the hotel and headed towards the Mingshi Hotel where the party was held. Mingshi Hotel is a resort hotel. The party was not held indoors, but on the lawn outside. In the car, Gao Yan called up the system panel and looked at the column of physical fitness. After completing the practice today, his physical fitness increased to 183 points. It was not far from the 200 points required to break through Gang Jin. More than 20 minutes later, the car drove into the Mingshi Resort Hotel. This party was organized by Tu Yun, and Li Yingnan and Sun Ruashi were drafted by Tu Yun, so they came here in the morning to set up. Gao Yan, the initiator of the party, has only arrived now, although the party time is 7 o'clock. But this group of martial arts fellows are impatient, so they came earlier. When Gao Yan arrived, there were already 200 or 300 people gathered on the lawn for the party. There are 2 modes of food for the party. One is a buffet, and the other is a barbecue. For a buffet, you just need to pick up the plate and use it, but for a barbecue, only the ingredients and the grill are prepared. If you want to eat, you have to do it yourself. Therefore, this party suddenly became full of fireworks, which was more in line with the temperament of this group of martial arts fellows. Grandmaster Gao is here, someone shouted. The group of people who were originally free and easy and chatting in groups suddenly became noisy. Many Huajin dropped the things at hand and the people around them and came to Gao Yan. Hello, Grandmaster Gao, I am Jin Zizai from the Jin family of Beihu. Hello, Grandmaster Gao, I am Meng Yoli, from the Meng family of Nanhu. Hello, Grandmaster Gao, I am Li Yugong, from the Tan Leg sect of Nanha. When the group of Huajin greeted each other, they did not forget to introduce themselves. Obviously, they all wanted to make a good relationship with the great master, Gao Yan. Although Gao Yan did not like the worldly affairs very much. But tonight, in order to sell wine, he was willing to give it all and dealt with this group of Huajin warriors with a smile. Wensuemi.cc. After communicating with this group of fellow practitioners, Gao Yan also learned more about the current martial arts world. For example, the current martial arts heritage does not only exist in the form of martial arts families, but also in the form of schools or martial arts halls. For example, Li Yugong of the Tantue sect, who first met him, has joined forces with several martial arts schools to open several large martial arts schools and many martial arts halls. Moreover, their martial arts halls are not limited to China, but have even been opened in Southeast Asia, Chinatown in the United States, and other places. According to Li Yugong, martial arts are also quite prosperous overseas. Because Chinese people are always excluded overseas, and the public security abroad is far inferior to that in China. This makes many overseas Chinese have the habit of practicing martial arts for self-defense. Therefore, the business of overseas martial arts halls is quite good. Time passed gradually, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan, the initiator of this party, naturally had to say a few words. Gao Yan did not prepare a manuscript in advance, so he just said a few words. The speech that was not outstanding received thunderous applause. The martial arts colleagues were quite respectful. There were 700 or 800 people, and fortunately Tu Yun was well prepared food and drinks according to the amount of 3,000 people, otherwise, it would not be enough. After all, martial artists are famous for their ability to eat. Gao Yan raised his hand to stop the applause that lasted for several seconds. Here, thank you all for your support, and I have prepared a small gift for everyone. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan looked at Tu Yun. Tu Yun smiled slightly, and then clapped her hands, and one by one, female waiters and Chong Sams came up with plates, each with dozens of cups of medicinal wine. Of course, the cups were not big, just enough for one mouthful. Gao Yan introduced, "This is the unique, medicinal wine of my school. After drinking it, it can improve the physical fitness of those who practice martial arts. You may wish to taste it." I didn't expect that this medicinal wine actually came from the school of Grandmaster Gao. Someone whispered. Has Brother Wu seen this medicinal wine? The person next to him asked. Yes. Hua Jin, who was called Brother Wu, nodded. Our family bought a batch from other channels, and the effect is extremely mysterious. Really? You will know after you drink it. When the people around heard it, they hurriedly picked up a cup of medicinal wine from the plate and drank it all. Soon, the warriors who drank the medicinal wine felt the benefits of the medicinal wine. Grandmaster Gao, I would like to ask, is your ability to enter Danjin at the age of 20 related to this medicinal wine? A Hua Jin asked boldly. It is indeed very related. Gao Yan nodded. The biggest effect of this medicinal wine is to enhance physical fitness, and physical fitness includes strength, speed, endurance, defense, etc. Therefore, the stronger the physical fitness, the farther and higher the road of martial arts can go. Moreover, at the same realm, the person with a strong physical fitness must be stronger. Hearing Gao Yan's explanation, the eyes of the people present lit up, and the eyes looking at Gao Yan became extremely eager. "Grandmaster Gao, is this medicinal wine for sale?" Someone couldn't help asking. "Sure." Gao Yan nodded, 20 million per bottle. "If you need it, you can go to Ms. Tu Yun to register and choose a day to sign the contract." "Okay. Grandmaster Gao is generous." "Thank you, Grandmaster Gao." A group of martial arts friends shouted excitedly. It was already 11 o'clock when we returned to the hotel after the party that night. In the early hours of the morning, Tu Yan knocked on Gao Yan's door. Gao Yan invited her in. "Brother, I'm here to report the order situation to you." Tu Yan smiled. "Sister Yun, you've worked hard. What would you like to drink?" "Just water." So Gao Yan poured Tu Yun a glass of warm water, and then she reported one by one. "Sister Yun, just tell me the total number of orders." Tu Yun said, "Okay, a total of 5,000 bottles of orders were signed today, and a 10% deposit was collected for each bottle, and the money was deposited into this card." As she spoke, Tu Yun handed over a bank card. As soon as Gao Yan took out the bank card, the system prompt sounded. "Each bottle of medicinal wine is 20 million, and a 10% deposit is 2 million. And 5,000 bottles is 10 billion. Gao Yan was secretly excited. This martial arts exchange conference is the right one. As long as this transaction is completed, a total of 100 billion upgrade experience can be obtained, which is enough for 10 upgrades. It's definitely a big profit. Tu Yun was tired after being busy for almost a day. So he left without staying for long. "Xiao Hong, how much is the box office today?" Gao Yan asked. "Hong Huang, boss, today's box office is 24 million. Compared with yesterday, it only dropped by 6 million, which is not too exaggerated. It seems that there should be no problem for the total box office to exceed 1.2 billion. The next morning, the first thing Gao Yan did when he woke up was to make an upgrade choice. He still chose the second one, so he got 2 top draws and 30 free attribute points. Should the free attribute points be added to the physique or the spirit? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to add the spirit. After all, he can get 4 to 5 physique points every day by practicing, so there is no need to add physique. So, after adding 30 free attribute points to the spirit became 179 points. You know, Su Long's spirit is only 105 points. 179 spirit directly left Su Long 10 streets behind.